The western capital was gone. Chun Mo lay beneath a slanted concrete slab, peering through the gaps of steel bars at the sky outside. The sky was red. It seemed like sunset, but it was fire. The entire city was burning. Skyscrapers that once soared hundreds of meters now lay tilted and collapsed across the streets. Chun Mo knew what that smell was. In his past life, he had worked at a chemical plant handling silicone figures. But back then there were no androids at the plant. Heh! A soft chuckle came from a distance. Then a building snapped in half. The upper section was pierced by a visible golden energy beam shattering like paper and began crumbling toward Chun Mo's direction. Thousands of tons of concrete steel bars and glass curtain wall fragments rained down with a devastating roar. Chun Mo buried his head between his arms, curling himself into a ball. The ground shook. Rubble struck his back and a shard cut through the skin near his lower back. He bit his lip, staying silent. He couldn't make a sound. He absolutely could not make a sound. It had been 47 minutes since he transmigrated here. In those 47 minutes, he had figured out the basic situation. This was the Dragon Ball World Future Trunks timeline. All the Z fighters were dead. Goku died of a heart disease, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan. All killed by the androids. Trunks was nowhere to be found. Maybe still alive, maybe dead. Finally, the one currently outside playing at blowing up the city was Android 18. The last point was the most important. Because she was just 200 meters away. Through a gap in the rubble, Chun Mo caught sight of that figure. Short blonde hair, jeans, a striped shirt under a denim vest. She was beautiful, delicate features, skin so fair, she didn't look like someone who had been in a ruin. Of course not. She was the one making the ruins. Android 18 stood atop a crushed bus, one hand supporting her chin, tilting her head as she looked at the few still standing buildings in the distance. Boring, she said. She raised her right hand, and the tip of her index finger glowed. A beam of light shot out and 3 buildings exploded simultaneously. The shockwave from the fireball sent the rubble covering Chun Mo flying. He was exposed. A mere human playing hide and seek in front of an android. What difference from an ant hiding under a person's shoe? Android 18 turned her head. Their eyes met across more than 100 meters of ruins. Chun Mo saw a slight twist at the corner of her lips, as if she had spotted a bug still wriggling on the ground. Still alive. Chun Mo didn't move. His mind raced. Run. No escape. An android's speed was superluminal. If she got serious, he wouldn't even have time to blink. Fight. With what? Before transmigrating, he was just an ordinary office worker doing 996. His only combat experience was 2 Tai Chi classes in College P, and he had failed the course. Android 18 was already right in front of him. No movement process. 1 second, she was 100 meters away, the next she stood before his eyes. The wind pressure arrived belatedly after she landed, stirring the stray hair on Chun Mo's forehead. She looked down at him. Chun Mo was pinned in place by those eyes. Icy blue eyes. Beautiful, but utterly devoid of warmth. Android 18 bent down, pinched the back of Chun Mo's collar between 2 fingers, and lifted him up like a chick. Chun Mo's feet left the ground, his legs dangling in the air. At 178 meters tall, he hung in front of 18 like a keychain. She scrutinized him up close. An ordinary human, she said slowly. No ki, no combat power. Why haven't you run yet? Run? I can't outrun you. Android 18 seemed to find that answer somewhat interesting, tilting her head. So your choice was to lie there and play dead. I wasn't playing dead, I really didn't dare to move. Another truth. Android 18 stared at him for a few seconds, then she released her grip. Her right palm glowed, energy waves gathering. Heat blasted toward him. His eyebrows instantly curled. At this distance, she didn't even need to release it. Just the thermal radiation from the gathering energy wave was enough to cook his face. In Chun Mo's pupils reflected the ever-brightening light. He was about to die. Ding. Host detected in critical state. Infinite Kaioken system emergency activation. System binding. Binding complete. Emotion collection target locked, Android 18. Detected target emotional fluctuation, curiosity faint. Emotion value 5. Current emotion value 5,100. Unlock initial ability, double Kaioken. System. He had a system. A system that needed Android 18's emotions to level up. In 0.3 seconds, Chun Mo completed his basic understanding of the system, then made a decision. The decision was crazy. Create a greater emotional fluctuation. Let the system acquire more emotion points. Kaioken, he muttered. Red aura exploded from his body. He grabbed 18's hand that was holding him with both hands, using it for leverage to pull himself up. 18 wasn't on guard. She hadn't even considered guarding. If an ant suddenly turned into a slightly bigger ant, would you guard against it? Chun Mo swung himself up using the explosive power of double Kaioken, closing in on 18's face. Then he kissed her. Lips met lips. The world fell silent. Chun Mo felt the touch of those lips. Cold, but also soft. Then in 0 seconds he broke the kiss, kicked off 18's shoulders to propel himself backward. He somersaulted in the air and landed, his knees nearly shattering. Red aura wrapped around his body as he broke into a sprint. He didn't look back, didn't dare. He ran across a broken road. He ran past 3 overturned cars. He ran past a billboard with only half left, the Capsule Corporation logo still lingering on it. Detected target emotional fluctuation, shock medium, confusion strong. Emotion value 12. Current emotion value 17,100. The system popped up a notification in his mind, but Chun Mo had no time to look. He ran like mad, double Kaioken, pushing his speed beyond human limits. He burst into a half-collapsed building, scrambling into the basement entrance. The stairs had broken. He jumped straight through the gap and crashed onto the concrete floor of the basement, stars exploding in his eyes from the pain. The red aura extinguished. Double Kaioken deactivated. The backlash hit instantly. Every muscle spasmed. His joints felt filled with lead. His heart pounded, as if about to leap out of his throat. Chun-Mo lay on all fours on the cold concrete floor, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Every part of him felt like it was falling apart. But he was alive. At least for this second, he was alive. The basement was dark. The only light came from the firelight filtering through the gap above. All around were pipes and rusted equipment, like some kind of underground heating system. The space was small, about 20 square meters, full of dust and puddles. Chun-Mo turned over onto his back, his chest heaving violently. He stared at the ceiling. The ceiling was shaking. Someone had landed on the top of the building. Chun-Mo held his breath. Android 18 was hovering just above the floor slab above him. Linear distance, no more than 10 meters. Chun-Mo counted 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Each second felt like a year. Then the air pressure returned to normal. She was gone. Chun-Mo still didn't move. He didn't trust it. What if she was fishing? What if she had just flown higher and was waiting for him to come out? He lay in the puddle, his back cold, his chest burning. Every muscle ached. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. She was truly gone. Chun-Mo finally dared to let out a long breath. He had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world, and the future timeline at that. No Goku, no Vegeta, no one to protect him. Only 2 androids who enjoyed killing roamed above ground. His only cheat was a system that needed to be charged by Android 18's emotions. Is this system insane? Chun-Mo finally found the strength to speak. You want me to flirt with a world destroyer? Am I here for a romance, or to die? The system did not reply. A dull thud came from a distance. Another building collapsed. Then voices very far away, but in the quiet ruins, sound carried far. No. 17, came Android 18's voice. I just met an interesting human. Human, another voicemail, lazy. What do you mean? An interesting human. Those 2 words don't go together. He had read ki. Ki. Are you sure? Humans of this era can't use ki anymore, right? Gohan was taken down by us. I'm sure. Red, very bright. No. 18 paused. And he kissed me. Silence. What did you say? No. 17's voice changed. He kissed me. Lips to lips. Then he ran. More silence. Then no. 17 laughed. Interesting, he said. So you didn't kill him? No. 18 didn't answer immediately. After a few seconds, she said, he ran pretty fast. No. 18, you can't find him. No. 17's tone carried teasing. You're an android. I didn't say I can't find him, no. 18's voice turned a degree colder. I said he ran pretty fast. Chun-Mo lay in the basement for 4 hours. The stagnant water had soaked through his clothes. The wound on his lower back, cut by rubble, soaked in dirty water, throbbing with pain. He leaned against the wall and began to study the system panel seriously. He had no time to look closely while fleeing, but now he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Infinite Kaioken system host Chun-Mo, current level double Kaioken upgrade condition, reach 100 emotion points to unlock triple Kaioken, current emotion points, 17100 emotion collection, target Android 18, he scrolled down. Emotion point acquisition rules, different emotion types correspond to different multiplier bonuses, curiosity, 1 surprise, 1. 5 anger, 2 fear, 2 note the probability of an android producing fear is extremely low, pleasure, 2 obsession, 3 obsession. Triple multiplier. Making an android who destroys cities for fun develop an obsession with an ordinary human. He continued scrolling down and saw a red warning. Warning, the host's current physical fitness rating is F, lower limit of ordinary human. Forcibly using a higher multiplier will cause irreversible damage such as muscle fiber tears, bone fractures, and internal organ rupture. It is recommended that the host immediately undergo physical strengthening training. This system's Kaioken multiplier accumulation will not cause additional burden on the body. Infinite Kaioken system, you deserve it. He flexed his wrists, bones cracking. He needed to accumulate 100 emotion points to upgrade to triple Kaioken. Currently, only 17 points. These 17 points were earned by a kiss and a near-death escape. And emotion points can only be obtained from Android 18. In other words, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to repeatedly contact Android 18. A woman who played with cities as if they were building blocks. System, are you trying to make me level up or make me die? Chun-Mo moved his limbs to make sure he could walk, then felt his way along the wall toward the basement exit. Outside it was completely dark. The flames were still there, but much dimmer than 4 hours ago. The great fire of Shidu was slowly dying out because there was almost nothing left to burn. Chun-Mo climbed out of the basement and walked east along the shadows of the ruins. The original owner's memories told him that 6 kilometers to the east there was a ruined supermarket. There was a cold storage under the supermarket which had been converted into a shelter. That was one of the few remaining human gathering points in this area. The person in charge of the shelter was called Old Zhang, and the original owner had been there twice. Chun-Mo took an hour and a half to cover these 6 kilometers. A distance that a normal person could run in half an hour took him an hour and a half. It wasn't that he was slow, he had to avoid all open areas sticking to gaps in the ruins, and when encountering open spaces, he would crouch and wait a few minutes before crossing. The entire building was reduced to a section of wall in the northeast corner and a tilted roof. The sign at the entrance lay on the ground the words Shidu Chain Living Supermarket, missing 3 characters, the remaining one spelling Dushinghua Shi. It was indeed quite exciting to live in such a city. Chen Mo circled to the east side of the supermarket and found an iron door blocked by collapsed shelves. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice, paused, and finally knocked once. Someone was listening behind the iron door. What's for dinner today? A hoarse male voice came from inside. Eat dirt, Chen Mo replied. The code was correct. The sound of 3 locks opening in sequence, the iron door cracked open, revealing half a wrinkled face. You are. Old Zhang squinted, looking at him for a few seconds by the faint flashlight. Chen Mo, you're still alive. Alive. Chen Mo squeezed sideways through the door. The iron door closed behind him. The 3 locks were relocked. Old Zhang led him down a narrow staircase. The staircase was originally the cargo passage of the cold storage with water stains and footprints on the concrete steps. Chemical glow sticks hung on the walls every few meters, emitting dim yellow light. The cold storage was not large. When Chen Mo entered, he glanced around and saw about 30 people. Men, women, young and old, some in families, some alone, all sitting or lying on the ground. In the corner were some cardboard boxes and plastic buckets. Supplies. Very few. How is the West? Old Zhang asked in a low voice. The shelter was very quiet. Everyone was looking at Chen Mo. In this world, the information brought back by someone from outside was more important than food. Because information determined whether they would live tomorrow. Shidu is finished, Chen Mo said. Android 18 was there in the afternoon and pushed down all the remaining buildings. A wave of silence. What about Android 17? Old Zhang pressed. Also there, Chen Mo thought for a moment, but I only saw Android 18. Android 17's voice came from the north, so he might be in the northern district. So the east is safe for now. Not sure, but they probably went west today. Old Zhang nodded and turned to rummage through supplies in the corner. Old Zhang, a voice came from Chen Mo's right, give him something to eat. Chen Mo turned his head. The speaker was a young woman in her early 20s with a ponytail, dust on her face, but her features were still fairly pretty. She wore an ill-fitting military green coat and held half an object in her hand. A compressed biscuit broken into 2 pieces. She handed 1/2 to Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the biscuit, then at her. You don't even have enough for yourself. You came back from the West, you need it more than I do. The ponytail woman shoved the biscuit into his hand. Eat. The shelter's rule is that whoever brings news gets a bite. Chen Mo didn't refuse again. He took it and bit down. The compressed biscuit tasted exactly the same as in his past life. It was terrible, but at this moment chewing it felt especially reassuring. Thanks. What's your name? Lin Ku. The ponytail woman sat down next to him against the wall. And you? I heard old Zhang call you Chen Mo. Yes. How did you survive coming back from the West? That place was exploding all afternoon. Chen Mo chewed the biscuit and said vaguely, lucky. I hid in a basement and wasn't found. Lin Ku studied him for a few seconds and didn't press further. In this world, everyone who survived understood one truth: the living need no reason, only the dead do. If you said you were lucky, then you were lucky. No one had the energy to question it. Chen Mo leaned against the cold wall and swallowed the last bite of biscuit. He closed his eyes. 17 points. 83 more to reach 100. Curiosity was 1 times, giving 5 points. Shock plus confusion gave 12. If he wanted to efficiently gain emotion points, he needed to create stronger emotional fluctuations. Anger was 2 times, pleasure was 2 times, obsession was 3 times. Chen Mo scanned through the original story in his mind. The Android 18 of the future timeline was different from the one in the main timeline. In the main timeline, Android 18 was later reformed by Krillin, got married, had children, and lived a normal life. But in this timeline, there was no Krillin. No one had ever given her any positive impression of humans. She only thought humans were boring. Weak, insignificant, monotonous. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. If he didn't become stronger, he was no different from an ant. The only way to become stronger was this system. The system's payment method was Android 18's emotions. Accepted. When he was a corporate slave, he could handle any absurd client demands. Now the client was just a blonde beauty who could shatter a mountain with 1 hand. Essentially no difference, trading life for money. Just as he was thinking, the iron door was knocked. Chen Mo opened his eyes. Everyone in the shelter pricked up their ears. Thump, thump, thump. 3 times. Pause. Thump, thump. 2 times. So far correct. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the last one. The pause passed. No final knock. The code was wrong. Old Zhang stood up from the corner and made a shushing gesture to everyone. Over 30 people instantly fell silent. Even the little girl under 5 buried her face in her father's arms. Chen Mo's heart suddenly raced. Outside the iron door, there was silence for 3 seconds. Then someone spoke. I know there are people down here. A female voice. Cold, lazy, with a hint of nonchalance. Chen Mo recognized that voice. Android 18. Someone in the basement began to tremble. A middle-aged man pulled his wife and child behind him. Old Zhang's face turned pale, his lips trembling, but he held back and didn't make a sound. Lin Ku grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve, her hand ice cold. Outside the iron door, Android 18 spoke again. I don't want to play riddles. No fun at all. A light and airy sentence. Then she said the words that made Chen Mo's scalp tingle. Hand over the one among you who emits red energy. I'm only looking for him. No. 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 Yajirobe's snoring bounced around the cramped space like it had surround sound installed. Chunemo turned over the blanket, slipping off to reveal his round belly with cookie crumbs still clinging to the corner of his mouth. He leaned against the wall, staring at the line of text on the system panel. Note target's current location, Northern Mountain region. Currently searching for Dr. Jiro's laboratory. She actually went. Chunemo knocked the back of his head against the concrete wall, tapping it twice gently. In the original story, Cell's incubation tank was sealed, though from the outside it just looked like a big tank full of liquid. Even if Android 18 found the lab and saw that thing, she might not open it. But what if? What if she figured since she was already there, she might as well take the whole lab out? If that incubation tank blew up and Cell's embryo died, that would save a lot of trouble. But if it didn't get destroyed completely and it activated prematurely, why are you knocking on the wall instead of sleeping? Yajirobe's voice came out muffled from under the blanket. Did I wake you? No, I was already awake. He turned over and sat up, rubbing his eyes, letting out a huge yawn. Can't sleep. Let's talk. Yajirobe grabbed his water bottle and took a gulp. It's still a long way till dawn anyway. We can't leave until at least an hour after sunrise. If we go too early, we won't see the potholes on the road, and if we break a leg, we can forget about everything else. Chunemo glanced at him. You're not the type to start a conversation. I'm not. But the sound of you knocking on the wall is more annoying than my snoring. Chunemo chuckled and shifted his position against the wall. You go first then, Chunemo said. Everything I know about the Z fighters is secondhand. Some details are bound to be off. What do you want to hear? From the beginning. Chunemo rolled his neck. How did you all get together before the Saiyans invaded? Yajirobe pursed his lips. Get together? You think we're some kind of gang? He patted his belly. Goku dragged me into it. I was training in the mountains back then, living on sins of beans and practicing with my sword, doing just fine. Then that Goku guy went around looking for people, insisting the Saiyans were coming, and we had to train together. You went. Corinne sent me. Yajirobe's tone carried a hint of grievance. You think I wanted to? Training with a bunch of people on the lookout for a whole year. Tien Shinhan got up at 4 every morning to practice Krillin, trained his ki blasts all day, and Kairatsu even used his psychic powers to hold his bowl while eating. A bunch of tryhards. What about you? I slept till 9, had breakfast, practiced with my sword for 2 hours in the afternoon, ate dinner, and went to bed. A corner of Chunmo's mouth twitched. And you still went to the battlefield? I went. Yajirobe said. Went, and almost died there. He was silent for 2 seconds. You know about the Cybermen, right? Green monsters planted in the ground, popping out in droves. Yamcha died to those things. I know. That Yamcha guy. Yajirobe scratched his head. His fighting power was really weak. But he wasn't a bad person. He said something to me before he died. What did he say? He said, I'm going and watch my back. Then he charged forward, and then he was gone. Yajirobe's voice was very flat. I watched from behind. Didn't help at all. Chunemo didn't respond. After a few seconds, Yajirobe changed the subject himself. You said you know some secret stuff. Spill it. What do you want to hear? Anything. Yajirobe leaned against the wall, holding his sword. Can't sleep anyway. Chunemo organized his thoughts. How much do you know about Namek? The gist. Goku went to Namek to fight Frieza and became a Super Saiyan. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan went too. Piccolo was revived there. Don't know the details, I wasn't there. Frieza did one thing on Namek. Chunemo said. He sent out the entire Ginyu force. Captain Ginyu has an ability, body swap. He can swap bodies with his opponent. Body swapped. Yeah. When Goku fought him, he got hit with it, and his soul was shoved into Jinyu's body. Ginyu took over Goku's body. Yajirobe's eyes widened. As much as he could, he opened his small eyes to the size of a normal person's. What happened then? Then Goku figured out a way to swap back. But Ginyu tried to swap with Vegeta. Vegeta was quick, grabbed a Namekian frog, and threw it in between. Ginyu turned into a frog. Yeah. The Saiyan Prince used a frog as a shield. Yajirobe grinned a smile with a complex expression on his face. That Vegeta guy, he can really fight. But the things he does sometimes. I don't even know what to say. You don't like him. It's not about like or dislike. Yajirobe waved a hand. When I cut off his tail, he fell, and Krillin wanted to finish him off. Goku stopped him. Said something about sparing his life. He paused. Later, Vegeta did help a lot. But tell me, if it were you, a Saiyan who almost killed you, would you let him go? Goku's mind isn't something an ordinary person can understand. So Goku is Goku. So I wasn't surprised when he died. Yajirobe's voice dropped. A guy like that either lives as a legend or dies from his own kindness. And what happened? He died from a heart virus. Didn't even get a proper death in battle. Silence. The light from the chemical glow stick cast a dim yellow shadow on the wall. The wind outside had died down, and the silence above the ruins was as quiet as a graveyard. Chunemo spoke. Let me tell you something you definitely don't know. What? Master Roshi peeked at Bulma while she was bathing. Yajirobe's expression didn't change. Who doesn't know that? That old man groped her the very first day he met her. Not the first day. I mean before the World Martial Arts Tournament, when Goku took Bulma to Kame House to get the Dragon Ball. Roshi said he'd give them the Dragon Ball on the condition that Bulma show him. Hold on. Yajirobe raised a hand to stop him. I've heard this story from Krillin. The old man made Bulma lift her skirt, right? But do you know what happened that night? Yajirobe tilted his head. That night Bulma stayed over at Kame House. In the middle of the night, Roshi crept over and groped Bulma's butt. Yajirobe's mouth fell open. But it wasn't Bulma he groped. It was Goku. Goku had rolled into Bulma's futon in his sleep. Yajirobe burst out laughing. Rashi groped Goku's butt. Yeah. And then Rashi muttered, why is it so hard? Yajirobe was shaking with laughter, slapping his belly. Where did you hear this? From Dr. Jiro's tracking robot. Yajirobe's laughter died down halfway. What tracking robot? Shinmo's expression turned serious. Dr. Jiro started collecting Z-Fighters data a long time ago. Not from the Saiyan invasion, but even earlier. He sent micro-tracking robots to follow Goku, recording data since he was a child. I destroyed one while scavenging supplies in the ruins of West City. That thing was only the size of a fingernail, but its storage chip held a massive amount of data. I took it apart and saw some of it. Yajirobe's smile completely vanished. You mean that old geezer Jiro spied on Goku his entire life? Not just Goku. Records exist for everyone who ever came into contact with him. You Krillin Tien Shinhan Master Rashi Bulma. All of you. Even your meals, sleep, training, and arguments. Everything. Yajirobe's face darkened. So the androids know all our fighting styles. Correct. The databases of No. 17 and No. 18 contain all your combat data habits and weaknesses. You can't defeat the androids not just because of the power gap. It's because they know everything about you while you know nothing about them. Yajirobe was silent for a long time. He looked down at his sword. No wonder, he said. Gohan told me that every time he fought the androids they seemed to know his every move in advance. He thought it was because he wasn't strong enough. Not entirely, Chinemo said. Gohan indeed isn't strong enough yet, but the information asymmetry is also a factor. Yajirobe looked up. There was something in his small eyes that Chun-Mo couldn't decipher. What else did you see from that tracking robot? A lot, Chinemo said. Like why Jiro created the androids. Like the complete design blueprints for Cell. Like, he paused, the energy operation mechanism of the androids. The energy of No. 17 and No. 18 is perpetual motion style. Unlike Ki, it doesn't deplete or decay. That's why you can't detect them with a scouter. They have no Ki. But Bulma can, Yajirobe suddenly said. Chinemo was stunned. Yajirobe pulled something out from under his blanket. A round instrument the size of a palm. The shell was metallic, but clearly modified. Several extra circuit boards were welded onto the originally smooth surface with a short antenna attached to the side. The screen was green like an old-fashioned radar. What's this? A detector, Yajirobe said, tapping the instrument twice to light up the screen. Modified by Bulma. Not an ordinary scouter. He handed the instrument to Chun-Mo. You're right, No. 17 and No. 18 have no key, so normal detectors can't pick them up. This one's different. Bulma added an energy band scanning module inside. No matter how well the android's perpetual motion engines are hidden, they emit specific frequency electromagnetic waves when operating. This thing is designed to catch that band. Chun-Mo took it and looked at the screen. The green radar was scanning, displaying several faint dots of light. Any signals within range now, eh? Look at the two dots in the bottom left of the screen. They're to the south. Too far, the signal is very weak. If they're androids, they're at least 200 kilometers away. Not No. 18. No. 18 was in the northern mountains. What other functions does it have? Basic key perception. Yajirobe pointed to a row of numbers at the top of the screen. See this? It's showing the life force energy readings in this area. That 5 next to you is you. Chun-Mo stared at the number. 5. A battle power of 5. On par with a farmer at the village gate. Don't feel bad about it being low, Yajirobe glanced at him. The 2200 next to you is me. Your battle power is 2200. Too little. Yajirobe rolled his eyes. It's enough. Cutting a tail doesn't require a battle power of 100. It requires guts and a fast enough blade. Besides, when I release my key, my battle power skyrockets. This instrument only reads my base state. Don't be misled by it. Chun-Mo turned the detector over to look at the back. On the back, a few lines were scribbled hastily with a marker. This is coordinates, Yajirobe said. Written by Bulma. The top line is the coordinates for Korin Tower. The middle one is for the lookout. The bottom one is Came House, Chun-Mo read aloud. Right. Yajirobe took the instrument back from his hand, glanced at it, then handed it back. Bulma made 3 units back then. She kept one herself, but it was later destroyed by the androids. One was given to Trunks. No idea where he took it. This one was given to Korin, who told me to bring it down the tower and use it. You're giving this to me. Lending it to you. Yajirobe emphasized his wording. Return it when you're done. Korin only has this one left. He paused. If you're going to find Master Rashi to learn martial arts, you'll need to know where the island is. You could wander blindly on foot until next year. Chun-Mo gripped the detector in his hand. A palm-sized instrument, not heavy, but its value in this post-apocalyptic world might surpass a truckload of compressed biscuits. Thanks. Don't thank me. Just bring 2 extra packs of biscuits when you return it. Yajirobe lay back down and pulled the blanket over himself. Go to sleep. If you bang your head against the wall again, it'll hit you with the flat of my blade. Chun-Mo said nothing more. He tucked the detector into the inner pocket of his hoodie and zipped it up. The instrument rested against his chest, cold. He closed his eyes. His mind was calculating the route. Came House's coordinates were in the southern sea, slightly east. Starting from the intersection of Route 44, follow the coastline. With the detector, he could confirm directions anytime without needing to stick rigidly to the coast. More importantly, the detector could warn him of the android's positions in advance. As long as any android activity was within a 200-kilometer range, he could avoid them in time. He wouldn't have to worry about being bisected by No. 18's energy blast while walking. There was another function he was very concerned about. Key perception. Battle power 5. His current starting point. Master Rose's battle power was 139. If he could train under Master Roshi to reach even 50, combined with a triple Kaioken, that would be 150. A battle power of 150 was still an ant before the androids. But at least it would allow him to last 3 moves against someone like Teapaipai. Dawn broke. Yajirobe woke up even earlier than Shinemo. The blanket was neatly folded in the corner, his sword was strapped to his waist, and his cloth bag held the divided biscuits. Let's go. The two squeezed out of the crack. The morning air was cold. On the distant horizon, smoke columns from yesterday's great fire still lingered, thin grayish-white, like vertical lines drawn across the sky. Yajirobe led Shinemo for a while, heading slightly east-north. The intersection of Route 44 is about 12 kilometers straight ahead from here. Yajirobe said as he walked. When you reach the intersection, turn south and follow the road. If the road is broken, follow the detector's direction. Don't stray. Understood. And one more thing. Yajirobe stopped. The two stood in the shadow of a collapsed residential building. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the broken floor slabs, drawing bright lines on the ground. Yajirobe turned to face Shinemo. When you use that Kaioken, be careful with your body. Triple is already your limit in your current state. Don't be reckless and try higher multipliers. I know. You don't know. Yajirobe's expression was unusually serious. When Goku used the Kaioken against Vegeta, he went up to quadruple. After the fight, half the bones in his body were broken. Goku is a Saiyan. His body is dozens of times stronger than a human's. And he still ended up that injured. For an ordinary person with a battle power of 5 like you, triple is already betting your life. Shinemo nodded. Got it. Yajirobe stared at him for 2 seconds, as if confirming whether he truly remembered. Then he turned around and continued walking. The place of their parting was beneath a broken elevated bridge. The sign for Route 44 was tilted by the roadside, green background with white letters reading south, seaside capital direction. The arrow pointed south. From here you're on your own. Yajirobe stood beside the bridge pillar. I'm heading north back to Korin Tower. All right. Shinemo tightened the strap of his canvas bag. Yajirobe had already taken 2 steps before stopping. All right. He pulled a small object from his cloth bag and tossed it to Shinemo. Shinemo caught it. A bean. Green, the size of a fingernail with a faint sheen on its surface. A senza bean. The last one, Yajirobe said without turning back. Don't waste it. Only eat it when you're about to die. He waved his hand, and his round figure walked northward along the shadow of the elevated bridge. About 30 meters away, Yajirobe's voice drifted back. Remember to return the detector. Shinemo carefully placed the senza bean into the deepest pocket of his hoodie and zipped it shut. He turned south. The road was in terrible condition. The asphalt cracked into pieces with some sections completely collapsed into the ground. Shinemo pulled out the detector and turned on the screen. The green radar swept around. No android energy signals within a 50-kilometer radius. A very faint life energy that was detected 200 kilometers to the south with a battle power reading of 139. Master Roshi. Shinemo tucked the detector back into his pocket, pulled his cap down lower, and started walking south. After about a kilometer, he looked back. The elevated bridge had shrunk to a distant line on the horizon. Yajirobe's figure was already invisible. Shinemo turned his head forward and kept walking. The road was long. The wind blew from the south, carrying a faint salty taste. The direction of the sea. After traveling about 6 kilometers on Route 44A, the road came to an abrupt end. In the center lay a crater roughly 50 meters in diameter, its bottom revealing underground water pipes and electrical cables. The crater's edges were jagged and uneven, with rusted red rebar protruding from the fractured surfaces. It had been blasted by an android's energy wave. Shinemo circled the pit once, then climbed over a pile of rubble on the eastern side to return to the road. He headed south. Every 10 minutes, he checked the scanner. Its green radar swept in concentric circles, finding the area within 50 kilometers utterly clean. No android signals detected. 200 kilometers to the south, the 139 light point remained steady and unmoving. The turtle hermit was probably fishing. When Shinemo reached the 9th kilometer, he spotted a shopping mall. More precisely, half a shopping mall. The left side had already collapsed, its marble exterior shattered into a sea of white fragments with exposed steel framework. But the right side still stood, its automatic entrance door tilted askew, leaving only the empty frame where the glass had been. Shinemo stood at the entrance and peered inside for a moment. The mall was plunged in darkness. The electricity had long since failed, and daylight seeped in from the collapsed half, casting a layer of grayish light across the floor. Counters lay toppled everywhere, with shattered cosmetics bottles and jars strewn across the ground. There was no one. This place had been ransacked. Footprints covered the floor, numerous chaotic crossing back and forth many times. The shelves in the food section were stripped clean, not even a single wrapper left. The medicine cabinet had also been smashed open, empty of everything. Shinemo didn't bother heading to the food section. He went to the second floor instead. The second floor housed electronics and daily necessities. Those who had rummaged through the ground floor hadn't come up here. Probably because a section of the floor slab at the corner of the stairway on the second floor had collapsed, making the path seem broken. In reality, one could easily step across, but people navigating with flashlights in the dark wouldn't take that risk. Shinemo stepped over. The shelves on the second floor were far more orderly than those downstairs. Although some items had been knocked over by the tremors, they largely maintained their pre-apocalyptic arrangement. What he sought was behind the counter in the general merchandise section. Capsule products. West City was the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, so capsule products were hardly rare here. Supermarkets sold them, department stores sold them, even convenience stores carried them. Bulma's family products were found in every corner of the city. But food and medicine had been looted and no one took the capsules. Why? Because they were useless. Chun-Mo stood before the counter gazing at the neatly arranged capsule boxes on the shelves. In the apocalypse, priorities were clear. Food, water, medicine. These three were the hard currency. No matter how good other items were, they couldn't be traded for a single meal. If you offered a capsule sports car for a bottle of mineral water, people would just complain you were taking up space. But Chun-Mo wasn't looking to trade. He reached out and took a box of empty capsules. 12 per box, each a standard universal storage capsule capable of holding one large item. Next to them were finished capsules. Chun-Mo browsed the shelves. The finished capsules were sorted by category: furniture, vehicles, outdoor supplies. He first picked up a house capsule. The label read, portable, single residence, basic model. When deployed, it became a small house of about 30 square meters, complete with a bathroom and a simple kitchen. Then he moved to the vehicle section. The jet car capsules were on the third row. Over 20 vehicle capsules lined the shelves, ranging from single-person jet bikes to four-seat jet cars, a full range of models. Chun-Mo grabbed a four-seat jet car capsule and also took a spare jet bike capsule. He made another round. In a corner, he found an unopened box of chemical glow sticks, a first aid kit, and 2 portable sleeping bags, also capsule-packed. After a moment's thought, he also took a pair of binoculars. Looting complete. Strategic supplies acquisition finished. Chun-Mo went downstairs and exited the mall. On the open ground in front of the mall, he pressed the switch on the jet car capsule and tossed it out. With a bang and a puff of white smoke, a blue and white four-seat jet car materialized on the clearing. Its body was streamlined with 2 circular anti-gravity thrusters at the bottom and a pair of jet nozzles at the rear. The windshield was a single curved piece of transparent material, and the driver's seat came standard with a dashboard and a control yoke. This was the most ordinary means of transport in this world, 100 times more advanced than the second-hand electric scooter Chun-Mo had ridden in his past life. He opened the door and got in. The seat was made of synthetic leather, comfortable enough. The dashboard lit up, showing a full battery. Items stored in capsule form consumed no energy, so the charge from the factory remained completely untouched. He tentatively pushed the control yoke. The jet car hummed as it lifted half a meter off the ground, hovering in the air. Chun-Mo wobbled a bit. He had never driven a jet car before, but its control logic was far simpler than a car's. The yoke controlled direction and altitude, the accelerator was on the right pedal, and the brake on the left. No clutch, no gear shifting. Chun-Mo, who had failed his driving test 3 times in his past life, felt he could manage this. He pushed the yoke forward. The jet car glided smoothly ahead. The speed was slow, roughly that of a bicycle. He pushed it all the way. The car shuddered, blue flames shot from the nozzles, and the speed instantly surged to 200 kilometers per hour. Inertia pressed Chun-Mo into the seatback, and his canvas bag slid from the passenger seat to the back seat. The ground blurred beneath him. Fractured roads, overturned vehicles, collapsed buildings, all dissolving into smears of color. Wind rushed in from both sides of the windshield. After a few minutes of acclimation, Chun-Mo stabilized the speed at around 150. Going too fast made it hard to see the road conditions. If he hit something with his combat power of 5, he'd be done for on the spot. He kept the altitude at about 10 meters. Higher would expose his position, lower risked hitting obstacles on the ground. He pulled out the scanner and checked it. 50 kilometers in every direction, clean. The 139 light point to the south was closing the distance. At this speed, he wouldn't need 3 days. 1 day would be enough. Chun-Mo placed the scanner into a groove beside the dashboard where it fits snugly. He drove the jet car south along the remnants of Route 44. The sun sank in the west. The sky shifted from blue to orange, then to deep purple. The sea reflected the last rays of daylight, shimmering with ripples of light. Chun-Mo found an open space by the coast and landed the jet car. He pressed the capsule retrieval button, and with a bang, the jet car shrank back into its capsule. He tucked the capsule back into his pocket. Then he took out the house capsule, pressed the switch, and tossed it. Bang! The white smoke cleared. A small house stood on the open ground by the sea. Its exterior was cream white, with a blue roof featuring 1 window and 1 door. Simple, but it was a house. Chun-Mo pushed the door open and entered. The interior was compact. A single bed, a small wardrobe, a bathroom with a sink and shower, and an open-plan mini kitchen counter. On the counter sat a microwave and an electric kettle. All the appliances worked. Chun-Mo first boiled some water. Then he went to the bathroom. Even the water heater worked. In the 4 days since crossing into this world, this was his first hot shower. The hot water poured over his wounds, first stinging, then bringing an indescribable comfort. Chun-Mo stood under the shower for 5 minutes. After washing up, he put on spare clothes. He sat on the edge of the bed, took a compressed biscuit from his canvas bag, broke it open, and ate it with the hot water. After a couple of bites, he recalled Yajirobe saying it was too dry. It really was too dry. After finishing the biscuit, he took out the scanner. The green radar swept once. The 139 light point to the south was much closer now, about 70 kilometers away. Tomorrow morning, he could take the jet car and be there in half an hour. Then he glanced at the system panel. He hadn't looked at it closely before. No time while driving. Now he could finally sit down and examine it. Infinite Kaioken System Host Chun Mo Current Combat Power 5 Unlocked Abilities Double Kaioken Triple Kaioken Current Emotion Value 0 300 Emotion Collection Target Android 18 Next Stage Unlock Condition Emotion Value 300 Unlock Quadruple Kaioken Note Target Current Location Northern Mountains inside Dr. Gero's Underground Laboratory. In the northern mountainous region at an altitude of 230 meters, number 18 stood on the side of a mountain, her golden short hair blown to the side by the mountain wind. This is the place. Number 17 stood beside her, hands in pockets, surveying the surroundings. He said it's inside the mountain. Number 17 smacked his lips. The one you mentioned speaks in quite an amusing way. He runs away after kissing you and can still give you directions. Are you sure he's not playing you? Number 18 ignored him, her gaze locked onto an unnatural rock seam on the mountain wall. The color showed subtle differences. At first glance it appeared to be a natural rock layer, but the angle of the seam was too regular. She raised her hand, sending a wave of energy from her palm, accurately striking the seam. The rock shattered, pieces flying to both sides, revealing a hidden alloy door. The door was dark gray, lacking a handle or lock, with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on its surface. The eagle emblem had already lost its paint, but the outline remained. Number 17 whistled softly. There really is one. Number 18 gazed at the door. A scene flashed through her mind. The human crouched in the ruins, and when she lifted him by the nape of his neck, the fear in his eyes was genuine. Yet every word he spoke was not like that of a person on the brink of death. Lazuli, he called her name. A name she did not even remember. Number 18's fingertips unconsciously brushed her lips. Cool. But for a fleeting moment that day, when that human's lips touched hers, they were warm. She lowered her hand. Open the door. Number 17 pushed against the alloy door with one hand. The door did not budge. He applied more force. The door caved in the middle, and then the entire door was sent flying into the corridor, crashing against the wall and bouncing twice. The corridor was long with metallic walls, and the emergency lights on the ceiling were still lit, emitting a pale light. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. Number 18 looked down at the ground, noticing footprints in the dust. They were not hers or number 17's. The footprints had arrived before them. Someone has been here, number 18 said. Number 17 noticed, as well, crouching down to look at the direction of the footprints. How long ago? The extent of the dust settling. Number 17 pinched a bit of dust between his fingers. 1 or 2 months, perhaps longer. The two walked along the corridor deeper inside. The corridor split into two paths at the end. The left led to a glass door labeled Main Control Room. The right led deeper and labeled Cultivation Area. Number 18 opted for the left path. The main control room was small, with 3 rows of control panels and a dozen displays, all turned off. In the center was an office desk with half a cup of moldy coffee and a stack of papers on it. Number 18 approached the control panel and casually pressed the power button. There was no response. Number 17 moved to the corner and found the power distribution box. He pulled the switch down. Buzz! The lights in the entire laboratory turned on. Displays on the control panel powered on one after another, with cursors flashing on the black screens. Number 18 sat down at the main console and typed a few keys. She had never learned how to operate a computer, but while transforming her, Gero had implanted a vast amount of data into her brain, including the Red Ribbon Army's universal operating system. A file directory popped up on the screen. Project number 17. Project number 18. Project number 19. Project number 20. Her finger paused for a second on project number 18. Then she scrolled down. Project number 21, Shallow. She clicked on it. A pile of files popped up on the screen. Design blueprints, gene sequence lists, energy circuit diagrams, cultivation cycle calculation tables. Dense data filled the screen. Upon absorbing numbers 17 and 18, it enters a complete form estimated combat power value. Her hand moved away from the keyboard. The numbers on the screen were large, so large that she had to look twice to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Number 17. Come look. Number 17 walked over, bending down to glance at the screen. His expression remained unchanged, but he straightened up, pulling his hands out of his pockets. Absorb us. Number 17's voice turned cold. That old guy created a monster specifically to eat us. The design blueprints are here, but the thing in the cultivation area? Number 18 stood up. Let's go take a look. The two walked along the right path into the cultivation area. The corridor became narrower, with various pipes and cables embedded in the walls on both sides. The air carried an indescribable smell, a mix of disinfectant and the decay of some organic matter. The door to the cultivation area was open. Number 18 walked in. The room was large, with a circular platform in the center featuring 4 sets of fixed bases for large cultivation devices. Metal bases, bolt holes, pipeline interfaces. But the cultivation tanks themselves were gone. The 4 bases were empty. The interfaces for connecting pipes had been neatly disassembled with clean cuts and orderly tool marks. They had not been destroyed, they had been taken apart by someone. Number 18 crouched to take a look at the bolt holes on the bases. Number 17 looked around. There are no signs of a struggle in the entire room. It wasn't an intruder, as someone came in calmly, spending time to take all these things apart. Who? Gero himself. Number 17 speculated. After Gero became the artificial human number 20, he had no need for human mobility. He didn't need to come back. Number 18 stood up, and the existence of this laboratory, not even we knew about it. She glanced again at the corridor. Number 18 suddenly turned back to the main control room. She sat back down at the console and opened another folder. Emergency Stop Remote Control Design Blueprints. She clicked to open it. The folder was empty. 3 file icons remained, but the files themselves displayed, transferred to external storage device. Someone had copied the design blueprints for the remote control. Number 18 stared at the screen. The blueprints were taken too. Her voice was flat. Number 17 walked over to take a look. Shouldn't the remote control be a physical object? You said that human told you there was a physical remote control. He spoke of the existence of the remote control. Both the physical object and the blueprints are possible. Number 18 opened the detailed log of the files. Last access time 2 years ago. Footprints from 2 years ago. Someone had been here 2 years ago copying the remote control blueprints and taking away Shala's cultivation tank. Who was it? This matter is more complicated than I thought. Number 18 turned off the screen and leaned back in her chair. Number 17 crossed his arms leaning against the door frame. So everything that humans said so far has been true. The laboratory is real, Shala's project is real, and the remote control is also real. It's just that the things were taken away ahead of time. Number 17 tilted his head looking at number 18. You're thinking about that human. I'm thinking about who took the cultivation tank and blueprints. You're thinking about that human who kissed you. Number 18 stood up. Continue searching. This laboratory has more than just these rooms. She walked deeper into the corridor. Number 17 followed behind a slight smile on his lips, saying nothing further. At the end of the corridor was another door. This door was thicker than the previous ones, with a hydraulic locking structure at the edges. A label was affixed to the door. Number 16, individual complete, in sleep. Number 18 glanced at the label and reached out to push the door. The door did not move. The hydraulic lock was still functioning. She applied force. The door frame emitted a creaking sound as the metal was pressed. The hydraulic system's pipes inside the wall burst, spraying oil from the seams. The door was pushed open by her. Inside was a small independent room approximately 10 square meters in size. In the center stood a cultivation pod. This cultivation pod had not been taken away. Unlike the empty bases beside it, this was a complete sealed and operational device. Through the observation window in front of the cultivation pod, number 18 saw what was inside a person, colossal in size, at least over 2 meters tall. Broad shoulders, exaggerated muscle structure, yet the facial lines were unexpectedly soft. An orange-eared mohawk with metallic textures on the skin. He wore a suit of black armored clothing. His eyes were closed. The control panel displayed a line of text, artificial human number 16, fully automated combat, type status asleep. Number 17 walked to the front of the cultivation pod, glanced at the data on the panel, then looked at the massive figure inside. Another one of our kind. Not our kind. Number 18 swept her gaze over the technical parameters on the panel, purely mechanical. We are modified humans. He is a fully manufactured robot from scratch. What about combat power? Number 18 searched for the values on the panel. Not displayed. Number 17 raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Garo created a guy as strong as us, and then kept him here asleep. Why not let him out? Number 18 found another note at the bottom of the panel. She read it aloud. Personality adjustment failed. The subject exhibits a lower than expected execution rate for combat commands. The subject demonstrated tendencies for unprogrammed autonomous behavior, including, but not limited to, refusal to execute destructive tasks, actively protecting non-target life forms, and continuous concern for the natural environment. Judged as a defective product and sealed away. Number 17 fell silent for a moment after hearing this. A combat-averse artificial human. A fully mechanical being, yet possessing autonomous consciousness and disliking destruction. Number 18's tone carried an indescribable quality. Garo deemed this a defect. Shall we wake him up? Number 17 asked, looking at the sleeping face inside the cultivation pod. Number 18 glanced at him. We 3 were produced in the same batch by Garo. He has been locked away here for who knows how many years. Number 17 shrugged. I feel a bit sorry for him. Number 18 remained silent. She turned to look at the operation buttons on the panel, finding the option to deactivate sleep mode. She pressed it. The cultivation pod emitted a muffled sound of pressure release. A layer of condensation formed on the observation window in front of the pod. The temperature inside the pod rapidly rose. Hydraulic supports slowly pushed the pod's door open. White mist poured out from the pod like dry ice, spreading along the ground. Then the massive figure stirred. He opened his eyes. Blue eyes. Not the icy blue of number 18, but the blue of the sky. A clean, warm blue. Number 16 stood up. He was even larger than he appeared. Standing straight, his head almost touched the ceiling. His broad shoulders filled the doorway. He looked down at his hands. Then he lifted his head. His gaze passed over number 17 and number 18, landing on the wall behind them. A sliver of light streamed in through the crack. Sunlight. Number 16 took a step towards the crack, his heavy footsteps echoing on the metal floor. He approached the wall, tilting his head, bringing his eyes close to the crack. Outside was the mountain. Green trees, gray rocks. A bird flew past the crack. Number 16's lips moved slightly. Bird, he said, his voice low and flat. Not like a human voice. But within the pronunciation of that word lay something that should not belong to a machine. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances. Is this what Garo referred to as a defective product? Number 17 whispered to number 18. Number 18 did not respond. Number 16 turned around, his gaze fixed on the two of them. Who are you? Number 17. Number 17 pointed to himself, then to number 18. She is number 18. You are number 16. We are all made by Dr. Garo. Number 16's blue eyes flicked between the two. Dr. Garo. He repeated the name. Where is he? Dead. Number 18 said, we killed him. Number 16 looked at her for a moment. What is outside? Earth. Number 17 said, you have been locked in here for who knows how many years. A lot has changed outside. Number 16 looked back at the crack. I want to go out and see. Number 17 grinned. All right, the door is over there. But you're too big, you might have to tear down the wall. Number 16 thought for a second. Then he reached out and gently pushed the wall. The entire wall collapsed outward. The mountain wind rushed in, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Number 16 stood at the opening, sunlight casting onto him. A very slight change in expression appeared on his massive metallic textured face. Number 17 walked to number 18's side, lowering his voice. I've changed my mind. This guy isn't pitiable. He's a freak. Number 18 watched number 16's silhouette. An artificial human who does not wish to fight. An existence deemed a defective product by its creator. The first thing he did upon waking was to look at birds. Number 16 stood in the mountain wind for a long time. Number 17 was already impatient. Hey big guy, have you seen enough? We should go. Number 16 turned around. Where are you going? Number 17 glanced at number 18. Number 18 remained silent. Number 17 sighed. I guess we're going to find a human. Number 18 turned and walked back the way they came. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Behind them, number 16 looked down at the beetle that had crawled in through the wall opening. He bent down, carefully cradling the beetle with his enormous fingers and placing it in the grass outside the wall. Then he followed after them. Number 18's cold voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Number 17. Moi. Search for all traces of human activity that utilized abnormal energy waves within the detection range. To the south. Number 17's lips curled up. I knew it. Daybreak. When Shun Emo sat up from his bed, every muscle in his body was still protesting. He washed his face, ate half a piece of compressed biscuit, and retracted the housing capsule. The small house retracted into its capsule with a bang. On the seaside, clearing, only a patch of flattened grass remained. He pulled out the detector. The green radar swept a full circle. 70 kilometers to the south, a light spot remained unmoved. The turtle hermit was probably still fishing. Shun Emo tucked the detector away and gazed at the sea before him. Came island lay out on the ocean. A hovercar couldn't fly over the sea surface, and it was far too conspicuous. A living person flying a hovercar across the sky in the apocalypse was no different from running through the dark with a torch. Yesterday, when Shun Emo grabbed an extra capsule in the mall, head also rifled through the shelves in the vehicle section. Next to the hoverbikes, there was a row of underwater models. He fished a capsule from his pocket. The label reads Single-Person Portable Submarine Leisure Edition. He pressed the switch and tossed it out. Bang! As the white smoke cleared, a small yellow submarine over 2 meters long appeared on the beach. It had a streamlined shell, a circular hatch on top, and a propeller at the rear. The Capsule Corporation logo was printed on the side of the hull. It looked a bit like a tuna. A fat tuna. Shun Emo walked over and twisted open the hatch. The space inside was just enough for one person. There was a seat, a control stick, a small instrument panel, and an oxygen circulation system. He tossed his canvas bag and then climbed in after it. The seat was a bit cramped, his knees pressing against the instrument panel. He tightened the hatch. The oxygen system hummed to life. He pushed the control stick forward. The propeller began to spin. The submarine slid from the sand into the seawater, sinking beneath the surface. The underwater world was far quieter than the world above. Sunlight refracted through the water, dyeing the sea a pale green. Occasionally schools of fish darted past the hatch, scattering at the sound of the propeller. Shun Emo fixed the detector beside the instrument panel. On the green radar, the light spot was due south, slightly east. He adjusted course and pushed the submarine to its top speed. About 60 kilometers per hour underwater. A little over an hour. He was getting close. Shun Emo slowed down and let the submarine rise gently. When the hatch broke the surface, he saw the island. It was tiny, truly tiny. Just a coral reef jutting out from the sea with a few palm trees growing on it and a small pink house standing there. The word turtle was written on the front of the house. Shun Emo had seen this house countless times in anime before. When he actually saw it, his first thought was that it was even smaller than had imagined. The submarine approached the island's shallows. Shun Emo opened the hatch, stepped onto the coral reef, and jumped ashore. He pressed the submarine back into its capsule and put it away. There were sounds on the island. The crash of waves, the cries of seagulls, and an old man humming a tune. Shun Emo walked around the house. On the beach behind it, an old man sat on a folding chair fishing. Bald head, white beard, sunglasses. He wore a floral shirt and beach shorts. A fishing rod was in his hand, and beside him sat a bucket with 2 small fish in it. The Turtle Hermit. The god of martial arts. Master Roshi. Founder of the Turtle School. The master of Goku and Krillin. One of the pinnacles of Earth's humanity. And also the most famous old pervert on Earth. Hearing footsteps, the Turtle Hermit turned his head. From behind his sunglasses, his eyes looked Shun Emo up and down. Then his gaze fell on the detector peeking out of Chun Mo's chest pocket. That device, the Turtle Hermit, said, his voice older than expected. Bulma made it. Yes. Did Yajirobe send you? He told me you were here. The Turtle Hermit turned back to stare at his fishing rod. Go back. Shun Emo didn't move. Am not taking any more disciples. The turtle hermit set his tone flat. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, the students I taught, 2 of them are dead. Trunks wasn't exactly my student, but I taught him the basics too. Now I don't know where he's run off to. He gave the fishing rod a tug. A ripple traced across the water where the line met the surface. Everyone I taught ended up going to their deaths. And I, as their master, couldn't protect a single one. His voice was very flat. So I'm done. Find someone else. Chun-Imo stood his ground. He thought for a moment. Then he stepped back 2 paces, planted his feet on the sand, and spread them shoulder-width apart. Kaioken. A red aura exploded from his body. Double. The sand on the beach was blasted away by the pressure, forming a shallow depression beneath his feet. The red light reflected off the sea, dyeing the shallow water a fiery orange. The turtle hermit's hand stopped. He turned his head. His eyes narrowed behind the sunglasses. Kaioken. Chun-Imo held it for 3 seconds, then released it. The red aura dissipated. How did you learn the Kaioken? The turtle hermit stood up. The folding chair toppled over on the sand. His tone had completely changed. That's King Kai's technique. Taught by the North Kai himself. Only Goku on Earth knows that move. It's a long story, Chun-Imo said, catching his breath. But I do know it. I can use both the double and triple. Triple. The turtle hermit walked over. He was half a head shorter than Chun-Imo, but as he approached, Chun-Imo could feel an intangible pressure. The turtle hermit reached out and pressed his hand against Chun-Mo's wrist. Pulse is 140. No, 160. Tachycardia. Your muscle fibers have micro tears. With your current physique, even the double is pushing you past your limits. He let go. What's your power level? 5. The turtle hermit was silent for a few seconds. 5, he repeated. 5. Chun-Imo repeated as well. You have a power level of 5, and you are wrapping yourself in the Kaioken. The turtle hermit's sunglasses slipped down a bit, revealing the whites of his eyes above. Do you know that the Kaioken's strain on the body multiplies proportionally? When Goku had a power level of 8,000, using the quadruple nearly crippled him. You with a power level of 5 using the double is like running a paper engine on turbo. That's why I came to you, Chun-Imo said. I need to build up my foundation. I told you I'm not taking any. The turtle hermit turned, walked back to the folding chair, bent down to right it, and sat back down. Knowing the Kaioken is your own business. But I'm not taking disciples. You can go find Karin or any martial arts dojo on Earth for that matter. Don't come to me. He picked up his fishing rod and cast it out to sea. The line hit the water. I'm just an old man fishing. Chun-Imo stared at the back of the turtle hermit's head. He had run simulations of this scenario back in the basement. The turtle hermit would refuse. He knew that. It wasn't that the turtle hermit didn't want to teach. It was that he didn't dare to. All the disciples he taught had died. He was scared. An old man who had lived for hundreds of years watching the children he raised with his own hands go to their deaths one after another. In the end, all he could do was sit on a tiny island and fish, pretending he didn't care about anything. But Chun-Imo couldn't persuade him with sentimentality. The turtle hermit was soft on the outside but hard on the inside, and the soft he responded to wasn't tears. It was something else. Chun-Imo crouched down and opened his canvas bag. When he was rummaging through the second floor of that mall, he hadn't just grabbed capsules and glow sticks. He had also gone to the magazine section that had already been picked over. Food and medicine were all gone. Clothes and electronics had also been taken. But there was one category of items that no one would take in the apocalypse. Because in the apocalypse no one would think such things were useful. Chun-Imo pulled a stack of items from the bottom of his canvas bag. 3 magazines. The covers were gaudy and colorful. The women on the covers weren't wearing very much. To be precise, they were wearing very little. 2 videotapes. The boxes had titles written in the Western capital dialect, which roughly translated to something like Summer Story. And an envelope. Inside the envelope was a stack of photos. No need to describe what kind of photos. Chun-Imo laid all these items out neatly on the sand beside the turtle hermit. The turtle hermit's fishing rod stopped moving. His head slowly turned. The eyes behind the sunglasses locked onto the pile on the sand. This. Found in a hidden compartment in the corner of the magazine section on the second floor of the Western Capital Department store, Chun-Imo said. Pre-apocalypse stock. Brand new, never opened. The turtle hermit's Adam's apple bobbed. He reached out a trembling hand. A hand that had fired a Kamehameha to destroy the moon, now trembling before a magazine. He picked up the top magazine. He opened the first page. Ugh! The turtle hermit's nose exploded with blood. A jet of blood shot 2 meters high, drawing a red arc in the sunlight. He held the magazine in both hands, sprang up from the folding chair, and hopped barefoot around the beach 3 times. This girl is amazing. This angle is perfect. And this. Oh, this page is even better. On his 4th hop, he suddenly stopped. He looked back at Chun-Imo. You said you wanted to become my disciple. Yes. Learn what? Basic martial arts, the use of ki. Everything. The turtle hermit stuffed the magazine into his floral shirt with the speed of a magician. Are the videotapes for me too? All yours. And the photos? All of them. The turtle hermit cleared his throat. He adjusted his sunglasses, puffed out his chest, wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve. Young man, he said, his voice suddenly solemn. I, Master Rashi, have always taken it as my duty to promote the way of martial arts. You have an extraordinary bone structure. Though your foundation is poor, your spirit is exceptional. To have figured out a high-level technique like the Kaioken on your own shows you are a worthy student. He clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his chin, his white beard fluttering in the sea breeze. From today onward, you are the final disciple of the Turtle School. A voice came from the side. Master, 30 seconds ago you said you weren't taking any more disciples. Chen-Mo turned his head. A sea turtle was lying on the sand. It was huge, its shell wider than a table. Its neck had light green skin etched with deep wrinkles. Its eyes were half open, looking utterly exhausted. The turtle hermit's old partner. The 1,000-year-old sea turtle. Shut up, the turtle hermit said, without turning around. You only changed your mind because he brought those indecent things, the sea turtle said, its voice slow and leisurely, as if it had been soaking in water for 1,000 years. Nonsense. The turtle hermit declared with righteous indignation. I saw the talent in this child. The Kaioken. Do you know what level of technique the Kaioken is? Personally taught by the North Kai. The number of people on Earth who know it can be counted on one hand. But the time you agreed was exactly after he put those things on the ground. Coincidence. You refused when he demonstrated the Kaioken earlier. I hadn't seen his true potential then. The catalyst for you seeing his true potential was a magazine with women wearing very little. You're 1,000 years old. Watch your tone. The sea turtle sighed and retracted its head a little. When Goku and Krillin became your disciples, you asked for the same kind of thing. Decades have passed, and you haven't changed a bit. Classics never go out of style, the turtle hermit said, stashing the other 2 magazines and videotapes away with incredible speed. Oh, by the way, he turned to Chen-Mo. Is there more? There's still plenty of stock in the magazine section of that mall, Chen-Mo said. They'll go back for another haul when I have time. The turtle hermit slapped Chen-Mo on the shoulder. Good disciple, the turtle hermit said. The sea turtle retracted its head completely into its shell. I don't know him, came a muffled voice from inside the shell. Under the turtle hermit's direction, Chen-Mo moved the things into the small house. The interior was small. The living room, bedroom, and kitchen were all crammed together. The TV was an old model, its antenna bent, unable to pick up any signal. Scrolls of calligraphy and painting hung on the wall along with a group photo. There were many people in the photo. Goku, Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu. Everyone was smiling. The turtle hermit noticed Chen-Mo's gaze. He walked over, took the photo off the wall, and placed it face down in a drawer. Training starts tomorrow, the turtle hermit said, his voice returning to normal. Gone was the earlier comedy and gone was the earlier refusal. It was just a teacher speaking to a student. Your physical foundation is far too weak. Power level 5. 5. The worst of any student I've ever taught. Even Goku had a 10 when he came to me. Krillin was even higher. Right now, forcing the Kaioken is like using an eggshell as a cannon barrel. I need to first replace your eggshell with an iron pipe. How? The basics of the turtle school, the turtle hermit said, holding up one finger. First, weight training. We're a turtle shell starting at 20 kilograms. With your build, anything heavier would just crush you flat. Second, sensing and controlling ki. You know the Kaioken, but you don't know how to control ki. The Kaioken is a technique for compressing and exploding ki. You barely have any ki to begin with, there's nothing to compress. Third, combat sense. They'll spar with you when I have time. Don't worry, I won't go too hard. He paused. If I go too hard, you'll die. Chen-Mo nodded. Starting tomorrow, every morning at 5. Understood. Understood. The turtle hermit grunted, took the stack of items into the bedroom, and closed the door. From inside came the sound of barely suppressed laughter. The sea turtle passed by the doorway and glanced at Chen-Mo. You chose your master, it said, then slowly crawled away. Chen-Mo sat down on the sofa in the living room. He pulled out the detector. The green radar swept a full circle. The sea was calm. Within a 50-kilometer radius, there were no abnormal energy signals. He expanded the range to the maximum. 200 kilometers. To the north. 3 light spots. Before there had only been 2 extremely faint signals in the distant south. Now there were 3, and the direction had changed. They were coming from the north. 3 signals were moving south. Very fast. Chen-Mo stared at the 3 light spots on the screen. The signal characteristics were different from ordinary life forms. The frequency bands were severely offset, falling exactly within the electromagnetic frequency range Bulma had set for androids. 3 androids. No. 17. No. 18. And 1 new one. No. 16. She had brought no. 16 out. And she was heading south. Chen-Mo tucked the detector back into his pocket. He glanced at the closed bedroom door of the turtle hermit. A sliver of light shone from under the door. Occasionally a sniffle came from inside. Chen-Mo closed his eyes. He was running out of time. It was 4:58 in the morning. Chen-Mo was awakened by the sound of waves, or rather by the tail of a sea turtle sweeping across his face. It's 5 o'clock. The turtle's voice came slowly from beside the sofa. Master says get up. Chen-Mo opened his eyes. The ceiling of the living room was very low, and the ceiling fan was still. Outside the window, it was still a deep blue. The sky had not yet fully brightened. He sat up from the sofa, every muscle in his body protesting. From outside the door came the voice of the turtle hermit. Come out. Chen-Mo put on his shoes and pushed open the door. The turtle hermit stood on the beach. He wasn't wearing his flowered shirt anymore. Instead, he wore a deep blue martial arts uniform. The cuffs were tied tight, and a belt was wrapped around his waist. He was carrying something in his hand. A turtle shell. A purple shell with the character turtle inscribed on it. It was a size smaller than expected, but judging by the way the turtle hermit held it, it was not light. Put it on. Chen-Mo took it. The moment it touched his hands, his arms sank straight down by half a foot. 20 kilograms. A 20-kilogram turtle shell. In his past life, the heaviest he had ever bench pressed at the gym was 30 kilograms, and he had run out of strength after just 3 reps. Chen-Mo turned the shell over. There were 2 straps, just like a backpack. He slipped his arms through and the shell buckled onto his back. His legs immediately went weak. Run. The turtle hermit pointed at the beach. Run around the island. This island's circumference is about 400 meters. Start with 10 laps. For kilometers. Carrying 20 kilograms. On the sand. Chunemo said nothing and started running. The first lap was bearable. The sand crunched beneath his feet, the shell bounced on his back, and the straps bit into his shoulders. The sea breeze was salty, and it felt quite pleasant against his face. But by the second lap it started to go wrong. His thighs ached, and his knees protested. The resistance of the sand was far greater than pavement. Every step felt like trudging through mud. Third lap. His breathing became ragged. Fourth lap. His throat began to burn. By the time he reached the fifth lap, Chunmo's speed had dropped to a brisk walk. His sweat had soaked through his clothes, dripping from his chin onto the sand. The turtle hermit sat on a folding chair, legs crossed, holding a cup of tea. Goku wore a 40-kilogram one back then, he said, taking a sip of tea. And he was just a kid. Chunemo had no strength to retort. Krillin also started with 40 kilograms, the turtle hermit added. Chunemo gritted his teeth and kept running. On the sixth lap he fell. He landed face first on the sand, the weight of the shell pressing down on his back, slamming him into the ground. He got a mouthful of sand. Chunemo lay there for 3 seconds, then began pushing himself up into a push-up position. He couldn't push up. His arms were shaking. He changed tactics. First he rolled onto his back, then onto his side, used his elbow to lift his upper body, got onto one knee, and finally stood up. The whole sequence took 12 seconds. The turtle hermit watched from a distance, silent. 7th lap. 8th lap. 9th lap. Chunemo was no longer running. He was walking, moving forward with a stiff mechanical rhythm. When he finished the 10th lap, Chunemo bent over, hands on his knees, panting like a bellows with a leak. The turtle hermit walked over. Rest 2 minutes. Then do push-ups. 100. 100. Goku did 500 back then. I've already given you an 80% discount, and then another 80%. That's 64. You want to do 64? He'll do 100. The turtle hermit grunted, walked back to his folding chair, and sat down. Chunemo lay down with the shell on his back. The first push-up. His arms shook, but he pushed up. The second. The third. By the 15th, Chunmo's pace had slowed to 3 seconds per rep. The weight of the shell bent his spine like a bow. The 20th. His arms were no longer obeying him. He gritted his teeth and pushed up. Halfway through, his arms gave out, and he slammed back onto the sand. He got a second mouthful of sand. Do you know what your problem is right now? The turtle hermit's voice came from above. Chunmo's face was buried in the sand as he answered, muffled. Too weak. No, the turtle hermit said, crouching down. Your muscles are working, but your chi isn't cooperating. You don't know how to use chi to assist muscle movement. Chunemo turned his head to look at him. The Kaioken is a technique for exploding chi. You've mastered the highest level of output, but you know nothing about the basic foundational application. It's like a person who can fly a rocket but doesn't know how to walk. Then how do I train it? They'll teach you tonight. Train the body during the day, train the chi at night. The turtle hermit stood up. Now continue. 35. Chunemo lifted his face from the sand and kept pushing. The morning training session lasted from 5 o'clock until noon. Running, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, single-leg jumps, sand sprints. All done while carrying the turtle shell. The final exercise was walking with weights in the seawater. The turtle hermit had him walk to chest-deep water, then move back and forth. Between the resistance of the seawater and the weight of the shell, Chunemo felt like a piece of iron being ground down. At noon they ate. The turtle hermit cooked a pot of fish soup. It was made from the 2 small fish he had caught, with some of Chunmo's compressed biscuits crumbled in. The taste was average, but Chunemo had 3 bowls. Rest for 2 hours in the afternoon, the turtle hermit said, holding chopsticks to pick out fish bones. The second round starts at 3. There's a second round. Did you think martial arts training was a 9-to-5 desk job? Chunemo shut his mouth. He had survived the 996 grind in his past life. At least here, he didn't have to write weekly reports. The afternoon training was even more brutal. The turtle hermit began teaching him basic combat. The fundamental fist techniques of the turtle school: stances, punches, kicks, blocks. For each move, the turtle hermit demonstrated once, then had Chunemo repeat it 100 times. The turtle hermit's demonstration didn't look like much. A short old man moving slowly. But when Chunemo tried to imitate him, he realized that behind every seemingly simple move was an extremely precise mechanical structure. The transfer of center of gravity, the conduction of power from the waist and hips, the coordination of shoulders and arms. After 30 punches, the turtle hermit called a halt. Your punches have no power conduction. Your hands are moving, but your waist isn't. Power comes from the ground, traveling through the legs, waist, shoulders, elbows, and fist. Right now, you're just swinging with your arm muscles. A punch thrown like that hitting an android wouldn't even count as a tickle. You can't even scratch them. Chunemo started over. He corrected his form punch by punch. Occasionally, the turtle hermit would reach out and gently nudge him. Every time he did, Chunemo would completely lose his balance. The old man's hand looked like a light touch, but the force was terrifyingly precise. It always struck the weakest point of Chunmo's center of gravity. Your center of gravity is too high. Lower it by an inch. Your waist is loose. Tighten it. Don't hold your breath when you punch. Exhale. The sun moved from overhead to the west, then down to the sea. 6 o'clock in the evening. Training ended. Chunemo collapsed on the beach, limbs spread out like a starfish dried out by the sun. The shell pressed against his back, numbing his spine. He didn't even have the strength to turn over. The The turtle hermit sat on the folding chair beside him drinking tea. Recover a bit. Dinner at 7, and at 8, I'll start teaching you chi control. Master Chun Mo said, staring at the sky that looked like a ceiling. Was this the same intensity when you taught Goku? 3 times more intense. And Goku never lay on the beach complaining he was tired. He would ask if there was a heavier shell. He's a Saiyan. Krillin never complained either. He would just cry quietly. Krillin sounds more like a normal person. Krillin is an earthling. The turtle hermit took a sip of tea. A pure earthling. No Saiyan bloodline, no Namekian regeneration abilities, nothing at all. But he followed Goku all the way to Namek. Chun Mo was silent. Yamcha too. Tien Chinen too. Kaiatsu too. All earthlings. The turtle hermit's voice leveled out. Their talent couldn't match the Saiyans, but they never stopped training just because they couldn't keep up. What earthling has no nose? And no earthling has 3 eyes, he must be a Triclops. Rome. Why can't an earthling have 3 eyes? If werewolves exist on Earth, then a panda man can be king. Chun Mo sat up from the sand. I didn't say I wouldn't train. I was just asking. The turtle hermit looked at him. Tomorrow the shell goes up to 22 kilograms. All right. 8 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, the turtle hermit led Chun Mo to the beach. The moon had risen, spreading a layer of crushed silver across the sea. Sit down. Cross your legs. Chun Mo sat cross-legged on the sand. The turtle hermit stood before him. Close your eyes. Sense the chi within your body. I don't know what chi feels like. The red aura around you when you use the Kaioken is chi. You can use the Kaioken, which means you have chi inside you. You just don't know how to actively channel it. Chun Mo closed his eyes. He felt nothing. Blackness. Silence. The sound of waves. The sound of a sea turtle turning over in the distance. Don't think about anything else. Focus your attention on the dantian. 3 fingers below your navel. Chun Mo concentrated on that spot. Still nothing. That's normal, the turtle hermit said. It would be strange if you felt it on the first day. Sensing chi takes time. Just sit here. Every night sit for an hour. Sit until you feel a warm mass in your dantian. How long will it take? It took Krillin a month. Goku took 3 days. Improbably in the month-long category. That's not quite right, the turtle hermit said, crouching down to meet his eyes. You might take even longer than a month. Chun Mo decided not to ask any more questions. The turtle hermit sat down beside him, also crossing his legs. But he didn't close his eyes. He looked out at the sea. This island is very safe, the turtle hermit said suddenly. Chun Mo opened one eye to look at him. The androids came once. About 3 years ago. The turtle hermit's voice was very flat. Android 17 and Android 18 flying over this area. I was sitting right here. Did they find you? I suppressed my chi to 0, the turtle hermit said. To the androids, this island was just an uninhabited rock. An old man on it with a battle power so low the scanner wouldn't even bother to mark it. They took one look and left. Chun Mo sat up straight. They won't come a second time, the turtle hermit said. Once an area has been scanned and found worthless, the androids don't return. They find it boring. Chun Mo thought about it. That did fit the behavior patterns of Android 17 and 18. They destroyed cities for fun. On a deserted island with nothing but fish and sea turtles, there was indeed nothing interesting for them. So you can train in peace, the turtle hermit said. At least on this island, you don't have to worry about a golden-haired beauty dropping from the sky to kill you. Chun Mo thought to himself that it wasn't just a golden-haired beauty who wanted to kill him. There was also a dark-haired pretty boy. He didn't say it out loud. Keep sensing. Don't get distracted. Chun Mo closed his eyes again. An hour later, he still felt nothing. The turtle hermit told him to go back inside and sleep. Chun Mo returned to the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. He pulled out the detector. The green radar swept a circle. Within a 50-kilometer radius, it was clear. He expanded the range to 200 kilometers. To the north. 3 points of light. No. Chun Mo stared at the screen. 2 points of light were together moving southwest. The third point of light alone was heading east. The 2 together signal characteristics matching were Android 17 and 18. The one moving alone was Android 16. Chun Mo sat up. Android 16 had split from Android 17 and 18. He recalled the original story's setting. Android 16 had a gentle personality. He disliked destruction and loved nature and animals. In the original timeline, he was the only android who actively stood up to fight Cell. And his motive wasn't for battle. It was for protection. He wasn't protecting humanity. He was protecting all life on this planet. Birds, insects, trees, flowers. An existence deemed a defective product by his creator. Now he had awakened. He had looked at a bird. Then he had parted ways with Android 17 and 18. Chun Mo's mind began to race. Android 16 disliked destruction. Android 17 and 18's daily routine was blowing up cities. These 3 stuck together, and it was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. And indeed they had. Android 16 had left on his own. For Chun Mo, this was good news. Very good news. Android 16's battle power in the original story was even stronger than Android 17 and 18. But this was the main timeline. Every space-time was different. In this timeline, Android 18 might be even stronger. A superpowered being like this who disliked fighting and loved peace. If he could be recruited. No, don't think that far ahead yet. Chun Mo looked again at Android 16's direction of movement. East. His speed wasn't fast, in fact it was very slow. It didn't look like flying. It looked more like walking. A giant over 2 meters tall with an orange-eared mohawk taking a stroll through the ruins of the apocalypse. Probably looking at birds. Chun Mo put the detector away. he needed to train himself first. Going to find Android 16 with a battle power of 5 was no different from delivering a meal. But he had to remember this information. Android 16 was acting alone. His direction was, tomorrow at 5 it would continue. Just before he closed his eyes, an image flashed through his mind. 3 points of light moving on the radar. 2 together, 1 alone. The lone one was getting closer to his direction, not heading for him. Android 16 didn't know he existed. But if the trajectory remained unchanged in 3 to 5 days, Android 16 would pass near the southern coastline. Chen Mo turned over. Outside the window, the waves crashed against the shore one after another. He was thinking about one thing. If he could find a chance to make contact when Android 16 passed by. Chen Mo closed his eyes and was asleep 3 seconds later. In his dream, there were no androids. In his dream, he was in his rented apartment from his past life, the alarm clock ringing, time to go to work. He thought the turtle shell was a bit better. At least he didn't have to write weekly reports. Day 7. Chen Mo finished his 20th lap, carrying the turtle shell without falling. That was progress. 7 days ago, he had bitten the sand on his 6th lap. Now after 20 laps, he could still stand and gasp, though he wheezed like a beached fish. His push-ups had gone from stopping at 35 on the first day to 70 without a break today. The last 30 were gritted through sheer will, his pace so slow that even a passing sea turtle would glance back at him. But he didn't stop. Not bad progress. The turtle hermit sat on a folding chair, his sunglasses reflecting the morning sun. 7 days ago, your battle power was 5. And now? See for yourself. Chen Mo pulled out a scouter, aimed it at himself, and pressed a button. A number appeared on the screen. 7. Chen Mo stared at that number for 3 seconds. 7. Increased by 2 in 7 days. At this rate, to be as strong as Goku when he first appeared, ID need. Don't bother calculating. The more you do, the more discouraged you'll get. The turtle hermit picked up his teacup. Keep running. Day 14. Chen Mo felt chi for the first time. That evening, as usual, he sat cross-legged on the beach in meditation. The sound of waves, the wind, the distant snoring of sea turtles, all shut out. His focus centered on his dantian. For the first 13 days, he felt nothing, like staring at an empty room. On the evening of the 14th day, he saw something. In the spot of his dantian, there was a mass. Tiny, faint, like the instant a match first ignites. On the verge of extinguishing at any moment. But it was there. I felt it, Chen Mo said. The turtle hermit opened one eye. How big? About the size of a match head. When Krillin first felt it, it was the size of an egg. Goku's was a watermelon. Can you stop comparing me to them? Comparing shows you how weak you are. Knowing you're weak makes you train like mad. The turtle hermit closed his eye. Grasp that chi. Don't let it scatter. Try to make it grow. Chen Mo spent 3 days stabilizing that match-head-sized chi. Another 5 days to make it the size of a marble. The turtle hermit said he wouldn't be considered initiated until it reached the size of a fist. Day 28. Battle power reached 10. Chen Mo crouched on the beach, staring at the number on the scouter. 10. The battle power of young Goku at his first appearance. A monkey boy wielding a staff, that was his value back then. Chen Mo had taken nearly a month to reach this. Already a super genius. Even the world's top boxing champions couldn't reach this level. Perhaps this was the essence of the turtle school. The essence of chi. A month of weighted running, push-ups, squats, sea walking, basic punches, and kick control meditation. The turtle shell had gone from 20 kilograms to 28. He had lost 3 kilograms in weight, but his arms had thickened by a full circle. The number 10 meant nothing in the Dragon Ball world. Double Kaioken 20. Triple Kaioken 30. With a battle power of 30, he could probably defeat a dinosaur. Don't just stare at that number and grin like an idiot. The turtle hermit walked out of the house holding a dried fish. 10 is just a starting price. A taxi meter reads higher than that. I wasn't grinning. Your lips were curled up. Chen Mo pressed his lips down. Add the shell to 30 kilograms. Starting tomorrow, it'll throw rocks at you while you run. You have to dodge while running. What? Combat awareness training. You think fighting is just standing and exchanging punches. In real combat, dodging and judgment are key. Your body can take it, but your mind doesn't know how to fight yet. The next morning at 5, Chen Mo ran on the beach carrying a 30-kilogram turtle shell. The turtle hermit sat on his folding chair holding tea in his left hand and picking up a pebble with his right. When the first stone flew, it struck Chen Mo on the back of the head. It didn't hurt. The turtle hermit controlled the force. But the sharp thud echoed clearly across the morning sea. Don't just stare straight ahead with your head. Sweep your peripheral vision to both sides. Even if you can't sense chi, at least use your eyes. The second stone hit his left shoulder. The third grazed his ear. By the 5th lap, Chen Mo dodged one. The turtle hermit said nothing, but he quickened the pace of his throws. 1 month later, Chen Mo could dodge 30% of the turtle hermit's stones. The turtle hermit switched to coconuts. Too much movement. Every time you dodge, your whole body leaps. Waste of energy. True dodging is minimal displacement. Tilt your head 3 centimeters to the left. That's enough. You tilted 30. You're throwing coconuts. 3 centimeters still hits me. That's because your timing is off. Tilt 3 centimeters half a second early, or tilt 30 half a second late. Same effect. But the former saves 90% of your energy. Chen Mo remembered those words. Days passed one after another. The shell went from 30 kilograms to 35. 35 to 40. Chen Mo finally carried a shell as heavy as young Goku and Krillin once did. His body had changed. Not like a bodybuilder's transformation, no exaggerated muscle lines. It was a compact solidity. His footsteps lightened when he ran. His punches began to whistle through the air. His control of chi also improved. The mass in his dantian grew from a marble to an egg, then from an egg to a fist. The turtle hermit taught him to channel chi into his limbs. Chi follows the blood. When you exert force, chi must simultaneously flood the part you're using. When your fist strikes, chi pours into your knuckles. When your foot kicks, chi flows to your instep. What's the difference from the Kaioken? The Kaioken compresses and bursts all your chi at once. What I'm teaching you is daily application. The difference is the Kaioken is like tying a grenade to your fist to hit someone. I'm teaching you to hit with your fist itself. The former blows you up too. The latter lets you fight as long as you want. Month 3. Battle power reached 25. Chun Mo began sparring with the turtle hermit. Sparring meant the turtle hermit stood still while Chun Mo struck him. Chun Mo threw a punch. A thin layer of white chi wrapped around his fist. Thud. It landed on the turtle hermit's raised palm. The turtle hermit didn't budge. Not bad. That punch had chi. Chun Mo withdrew his fist, stepped forward with his left foot, and drove his knee upward. The turtle hermit casually blocked with his other hand. Chun Mo's knee slammed into his palm like hitting a wall. Your power transmission is 10 times stronger than the first day. But your combo technique is too rough. There's a 0.3-second pause between the punch and the knee strike. In real combat, 0.3 seconds is enough for you to die 3 times. Against an android, that's enough to die 300 times. So you need to reduce that pause to 0. Movements aren't separate, they're a single line. Don't retract the punch. Use the force of retraction to bring the knee up. Your waist is the pivot. All movements come from rotating the waist. The turtle hermit demonstrated once. He threw a punch. Very slowly. Chun Mo could see every detail. As the punch extended, his back foot pushed off his waist, turned, and before the fist fully retracted, his front knee was already rising. While the knee was still ascending, his rear elbow came crashing down. 3 moves within 1 second. Each move was a continuation of the last. No setup, no preparation, no concept of a next move. Just a single line. An unbroken line from start to finish. Got it. Got it. Can't do it. Obviously. Practice. Month 4. Month 5. The shell increased to 50 kilograms. Chun Mo's body weight actually decreased, but his speed, while carrying the load, was faster than his unweighted speed on the first day. His chi control had progressed from can channel to limbs to can switch between limbs. After a left punch, the chi withdrew from his left fist and instantly surged into his right leg. Though the switching speed was still slow, about 0.5 seconds. But at least he could do it. Every evening, the turtle hermit sparred with him for half an hour. For the first 4 months, Chun Mo was on the receiving end. The turtle hermit struck lightly, but every blow landed on a gap in Chun Mo's defense. From the 5th month, Chun Mo occasionally managed to block 1 or 2 strikes. Before the turtle hermit struck, his shoulder would make an almost imperceptible movement. Before a left punch, his left shoulder dipped slightly, before a right kick, his center of gravity shifted right in a barely noticeable way. After 4 months of being beaten, Chun Mo finally began to see these tells. Not bad. The turtle hermit withdrew. You're starting to read movements. I can read them, but still can't block. Reading is enough. You can't block because your body can't keep up with your mind. Your brain reacts, but your hand can't get there. That can only be trained. Train until your muscles match your neural reaction speed. How long? Krillin took a year. You're not Krillin. You might take 2 years. I don't have 2 years. The turtle hermit glanced at him, but didn't press. 6 months. A full 6 months. 183 days. Chun Mo stood up from the folding chair on the beach and aimed the scouter at himself. A number appeared on the screen. 50. 50. From 5 to 50. A 10-fold increase. 6 months. Every day from 5 in the morning to 9 at night. Weighted running, combat, sparring, kick control, meditation, dodge training, sea walking, the baptism of stones and coconuts. The shell was now 60 kilograms. He ran with it faster than an ordinary person could sprint. His fists could shatter rocks. Not small ones. The basin-sized chunks of coral on the beach. 1 punch, and they broke into 4 or 5 pieces. His chi switching speed had shortened from 0.5 seconds to 0.1 seconds. Triple Kaioken. 50 times 3. 150. What did this number mean? When the turtle hermit used a full-power Kamehameha to destroy the moon at the World Martial Arts Tournament, his battle power was 139. Chun Mo with triple Kaioken had a battle power of 150, surpassing the turtle hermit. Chun Mo stared at the number on the scouter, and a thought surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help it. Master. The turtle hermit sat on his folding chair fishing. For 6 months, the old man's routine had never changed. When not training his student, he sat here fishing. With triple Kaioken at full, my battle power is 150. Your full power back then was 139. The turtle hermit's fishing rod paused for a second. What are you trying to say? Have I surpassed you? The turtle hermit turned his head and looked at Chun Mo. Behind the sunglasses, his expression was unreadable. Silence for 3 seconds. Come. The turtle hermit stood up. He stuck the fishing rod into the sand and pushed the folding chair aside. Hit me with 1 punch. What? Triple Kaioken full power. Hit me with 1 punch. Chun Mo hesitated. You want me to hit you with full force? Afraid you'll hurt me? No. Then do it. Chun Mo straightened his body. Took a deep breath. Kaioken, triple. A red aura exploded from his body. The sand on the beach was blasted upward by the shock wave, carving a half-meter deep pit beneath his feet. 6 months of training allowed his body to endure the load of triple Kaioken more steadily, no longer the tearing of every muscle like the first time. A battle power of 150. The red light reflected on the sea. Chun Mo pushed off the ground and charged chi flooding into his right fist, his waist driving the motion as he hurled a punch at the turtle hermit's chest. He saw the turtle hermit didn't move. No defensive stance. No intention to dodge. Just standing there. Chun Mo's fist connected. Boom. The shockwave spread, sand flying. Chun Mo's knuckles pressed against the turtle hermit's palm. The turtle hermit had caught his full power strike with one hand. No step back. No trace of displacement in the sand beneath his feet. Even the hem of his floral shirt hadn't stirred. Chun Mo's eyes widened. The turtle hermit grasped his fist and swept it aside. A force transmitted through the palm. Not strong, but the angle was absurdly precise. Chun Mo lost his balance entirely, his body uncontrollably tilting to the right. He tried to stabilize with his left foot, but the turtle hermit's foot had already hooked his ankle. A gentle flick. Chun Mo fell onto the sand face up. The red aura hadn't dissipated yet. The turtle hermit stood beside him looking down. Kid. The turtle hermit wiped his sunglasses with his sleeve. Do you know what mistake you just made? Chun Mo's head was buried in the sand. A full power punch at 150 battle power caught with one hand. Was my timing off? No. The angle? No. Then what? Your mistake was looking at the scouter. Chun Mo was stunned. The turtle hermit crouched beside him. You did the math. You at 50 triple Kaioken at 150. I was at 139 when I blasted the moon. So you thought you were stronger than me. Right. The math was wrong. The turtle hermit raised a finger. First, that 139 was from years ago. Did you think I hadn't trained in over 20 years? Chun Mo opened his mouth. Second, battle power measures total chi and physical condition. But fighting isn't about total chi. It's about control, experience, judgment, and timing. When you threw that punch at 150 battle power, I saw your setup, your direction of force, your shift in center of gravity, when you would strike, and how your body would lose balance after the punch. You saw all that. To me, you're as transparent as glass. The turtle hermit stood up. High battle power doesn't guarantee victory. When Goku fought Vegeta back, then Vegeta's battle power was 180, while Goku's base was only 8000. With 4 times Kaioken, he pushed it to 3200. The numbers said he won. But that fight nearly killed Goku. Because Vegeta had far more combat experience. Saiyans grew up fighting across the universe. How many battles had he fought? How many years had Goku spent farming on Earth? When two people with the same numbers fight, the one who knows how to fight always wins. Even if one's number is double, the better fighter might not lose. Chun Mo sat up from the sand. The red aura dissipated. Then what's your current battle power? The turtle hermit glanced at him. You have a scouter. Measure it yourself. Chun Mo pulled out the scouter and aimed it at the turtle hermit. A number appeared on the screen. Chun Mo saw that number. Then he flipped the scouter over to check the back, confirming it wasn't broken. He scanned the turtle hermit again. The number didn't change. 139. 130. Don't trust your eyes, the turtle hermit said. His expression didn't change. Then he moved slightly. No exaggerated motion. Not like the Kaioken's full body red aura explosion. He just stood there breathing a little deeper. The number on the scouter began to jump. 139. 280. 400. 600. The number kept rising. 800. 1000. When it reached 1200, there was still no sign of stopping. The turtle hermit withdrew. The sea surface returned to calm. The sand settled back to the ground. He was still that short old man in a floral shirt. His sunglasses were slightly askew. His white beard fluttered in the wind. But the look in Chun Mo's eyes had completely changed. 1,200. He had suppressed it to just 139 before. Nearly a tenfold increase. I haven't taught a student in over 20 years. The turtle hermit straightened his sunglasses. Doesn't mean I haven't trained in over 20 years. He bent down, set the folding chair back upright, sat down, and picked up his fishing rod. When Krillin died, I was on this island. The turtle hermit's voice was flat. When Tien Shinhan died, I was on this island. When Yamcha died, I was on this island. They were out there fighting for their lives against the androids. I was sitting here fishing. He paused. Not because I didn't want to go. Going would have been useless. The androids had battle powers in the hundreds of millions. Going would have been throwing my life away. The turtle hermit tugged on his fishing rod. Don't trust your eyes. A martial artist's chi can change. Chun Mo stood still. He remembered what the turtle hermit had said on the first day. Everyone I've trained ended up going to their deaths. Back then he thought the turtle hermit had given up. Now he understood. This old man hadn't given up. He had just hidden the process of training. Behind fishing, behind magazines and nosebleeds, behind those crooked sunglasses. Master. Add the shell to 80 kilograms. The turtle hermit turned his head and looked at him. Then he smiled. 65. Your bones can't handle 80. 70. 65. 68. 65. I said 65, and it's 65. You think this is a market? Chun Mo, shut up. The turtle hermit cast his line and resumed fishing. The 8th month. Chun Mo learned the Kamehameha. The process wasn't as cool as had imagined. Master Roshi stood by the sea, his hands cupped together in that classic pose. Me, ha. A blue beam shot from his palms, skimming across the sea surface, and exploded into a waterspout hundreds of meters away. The waterspout soared about 30 meters high before crashing down in a torrent, drenching the sea turtle. See that? Yeah, I saw. Your turn. Chen took a deep breath. He pressed his palms together. He drew out his chi, channeling it through his arms to gather at his center. Master Roshi had taught him that the core of the Kamehameha wasn't the blast, but the gathering. Compress the chi within your body to a single point, then release it. Me, his palms glowed. A blue light about the size of an egg. Me, the orb of light shrank. It grew brighter. Compressing further. A blue beam shot from his palms. It was about as thick as a flashlight. It flew about 50 meters before splashing into the sea. The spray was just enough to wash one's feet. The sea turtle didn't even turn around. That's normal for a first try, Master Roshi said, pouring himself a cup of tea. The first time I fired a Kamehameha back in the day, I hit a fish. Did you kill it, eh? Scared it away? Then I'm worse than you. I didn't even scare a fish. Keep practicing. 100 shots a day. After that, practice chi control. 100 shots a day. For the first 3 days, Chen-mo ran out of chi after his 40th shot. He was so utterly drained, he could only lie on the beach staring at the sky, without even the strength to turn over. The sea turtle stepped on his face, leaving a trail of sand. On the 10th day, he could manage 70 shots. The quality was improving too. The beam thickened from a flashlight to a water pipe. The range extended from 50 meters to 150. On the 20th day, he completed a full 100 shots. The quality of the last 30 degraded severely. They were barely more than a spray of blue mist that hit nothing. But at least he fired them. Master Rose's demands were simple: don't chase power, first chase quantity and stability. Your chi pool is too small. A single Kamehameha drains a third of your chi. After 3 shots, you're an empty shell. How do I fix it? Practice. Enlarge your chi pool. At the same time, learn to control the output of each shot. You don't need to go all out every time. A Kamehameha at 70% power fired 10 times is more useful than 3 full power blasts. In a real fight, you might not always need a one-hit kill. More often, you need sustained output and suppression. Chen-mo remembered this lesson. The 9th month. Chi blasts. Simpler than the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha had a complete process of charging, compressing, and releasing. A chi blast was just funneling chi into your palm and flinging it out. Like throwing a stone. The advantage of a chi blast is speed, Master Roshi said, squatting to draw in the sand. The Kamehameha takes at least 2 seconds from charge to release. In a fight, 2 seconds is enough time to get punched 10 times. A chi blast doesn't need charging, you fire at the moment you raise your hand. And the power? About a fifth to a third of a Kamehameha. Depends on how much chi you pour into it. Can I rapid fire them? Of course you can. Master Roshi stood up and raised one hand towards the sea. Pop, 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 pop. 5 yellow orbs of light shot in rapid succession from his palm like a machine gun. They struck the sea surface, creating 5 water spouts in a neat row. Chen-mo looked at his own hand. Then he raised it. Pop. A chi blast flew out. It hit the sea, kicking up a spray of water. It was bigger than the Kamehameha, but not by much. He flung 2 more. The second one went wide, flying off to the left. The third was even worse, nearly hitting a folding chair on the beach. Terrible aim. Master Roshi moved the folding chair 2 meters away. A chi blast doesn't need immense power, but it must be accurate. A chi blast that misses is just a firework. How do I train? He'll toss coconuts into the sea. You hit them. Over the next month, Chen-mo shattered about 300 coconuts. His accuracy rate climbed from 15% to 60%. Master Roshi mentioned that when Krillin was at this stage, his accuracy was 85%. Chen-mo decided he would never ask about Krillin's stats again. The 10th month. Flying. The Bukujutsu. This was the skill Chen-mo had anticipated most. It's simple, Master Roshi said, sitting in his folding chair. Release chi from the soles of your feet to propel yourself upward. Same principle as a chi blast, just with the direction reversed. You can fly, eh? Master Roshi shot him a look. Your master here is the mutant Roshi after all. No. I thought you couldn't fly. You never flew in any of the tournaments. Can't be bothered to. Walking is fine, you can see the scenery. What's there to see flying so high? Clouds. Besides, the wind is too strong up there. It messes up my beard. Chen-mo looked at Master Rose's long white beard. It probably would get messy. Can you show me? Master Roshi sighed. He stood up from the folding chair, pressing lightly with his feet. Then he floated up. He just floated. No special effects. No aura. No light. A short old man in a floral shirt rising slowly like a helium balloon to a height of 2 meters. Then he crossed his legs in midair, pulled out a magazine, and started reading. That's it. That's it. What did you expect, an incantation? Chen-mo closed his eyes. He channeled chi to his feet. Released it. He felt a force pushing downward from his soles. His body felt lighter. Then he left the ground. About 3 centimeters. He held it for half a second. Then he fell. Landed on his rear. Sand got into his pants. Control the amount. You released too much chi just now, blasting it all out at once. Output must be stable. Like a faucet, turn it down a little, don't open it all the way. Chen-mo tried again. This time he managed to hover for 2 seconds. The height was about 10 centimeters. Then he tilted his body, leaning left. He quickly increased the chi from his right foot, but he overdid it, and his whole body flipped over to the right. He fell again. The learning process of the Bukujutsu was more painful than the Kamehameha, because every failure came with physical injury. From 10 centimeters to 1 meter took 5 days. From 1 meter to 5 meters took another 5 days. From 5 meters to a stable hover at 20 meters took half a month. During this time, Chun Mo fell about 200 times. He fell face first. He fell on the back of his head. Once he suddenly lost control at a height of 10 meters and plummeted straight into the sea. Luckily, the water was deep enough that he didn't die, though he choked down a bellyful of salt water. 1 month later, Chun Mo could fly. He wasn't fast, about as fast as a jet car. His directional control was still a bit rough. His body would tilt when turning. But he could fly at least. He stood on the beach of Kame House, releasing a current of chi from his feet, and slowly ascended to 30 meters. The sea breeze blew over him. Master Roshi was below small as an ant. That folding chair was as tiny as a matchbox. This was the first time since had crossed over that he could see such a distant view. Not the red sky glimpsed through the cracks of ruins. It was blue. The sea and the sky were both blue. Don't just stand there daydreaming. Master Roshi shouted from below. Come down and keep practicing your punches. Chun Mo retracted his chi and descended from the air. He bent his knees slightly upon landing. He didn't fall. Progress. The 11th month. Master Roshi began teaching him the final technique. The afterimage technique. Master Roshi spread his hands, pressing them to the sides of his face. A brilliant flash of light burst forth. Chun Mo's eyes went blind instantly. He couldn't see a thing. His vision returned after 3 seconds. Master Roshi was already standing behind him. This isn't a fighting technique. It's a survival technique, Master Roshi said. When you face an opponent you can't beat, use this move to buy time to escape. You're teaching me to run. I'm teaching you to live, Master Roshi said, his tone flat. Those who know how to run live long enough to become strong. Goku ran when he faced opponents he couldn't beat too. Who did he run from? Taya Pai Pai. Chun Mo recalled the encounter on the highway. Taya Pai Pai beat Goku. Beat him. Nearly killed him. Goku barely survived thanks to the ultra-divine water. Later when he got stronger he went back and one-shotted Taya Pai Pai. The point isn't that he one-shotted Taya Pai Pai. The point is that he ran first. Running made everything else possible. Chun Mo learned the afterimage technique and the solar flare. They weren't difficult. The essence was to instantly release a highly concentrated burst of chi light, blinding the opponent. It didn't require much chi control, but the timing was critical. Too early was useless, the opponent hadn't focused on you yet. Too late was also useless, the opponent had already struck. The best time was the moment the opponent's attention was locked on you right as they were about to attack. Master Roshi gave him a criterion. Watch the opponent's shoulders. The instant their shoulders tense up is when they're about to move. Your afterimage technique just needs to be faster than their fist. The 12th month. A full year. 365 days. Chun Mo pointed the scouter at himself. Numbers flashed on the screen. 100. With the Kaioken times 300. A battle power of 300 in the early Dragon Ball world was roughly around Goku's level when he fought King Piccolo. In the current timeline, Android 17 and 18 had battle powers in the billions. He wasn't even a fraction of their strength. But he had the Kamehameha Chi Blast, the Bukujutsu, the afterimage technique, half a year of sparring experience, chi control, and a stable Kaioken times 3. He was no longer the office worker trembling in the ruins. At least now he was a martial artist who trembled. Master Roshi was still sitting in his folding chair. A year had passed. The canvas seat of this chair had been replaced 3 times. The fishing rod had been changed twice. The sunglasses, however, had never been changed. My battle power has reached 100. I know. What are you going to teach me next? Master Roshi reeled in his fishing rod. He turned to look at Chun Mo. Behind the sunglasses, Chun Mo couldn't see his eyes. But after a year with this old man, he could read his mood from the curve of his lips. Nothing. What? There's nothing left for me to teach you. Chun Mo stood still. The fundamentals of the turtle school are all done. Weight training, chi control, martial arts, the Kamehameha Chi Blast, the Bukujutsu, the afterimage technique. Master Roshi counted on his fingers. Everything I could stuff into you I have. The rest isn't something I can teach. It's something you must realize for yourself in real combat. My foundation is still too weak. Your foundation is sufficient. What you lack now isn't foundation. Master Roshi stood up. What you lack is a higher level of power. What do you mean? Have you heard of Karen Tower? Chun Mo knew it. The place where Korin lived. The sacred land of Karen. The pillar that reached the heavens. The tower Goku climbed back then. There's something at the top of Karen Tower. It's called the ultra-divine water. Master Rose's tone was very light. Drinking it can unlock all the potential within your body. And the cost? Master Roshi glanced at him. You're clever. You know there's a price. The most expensive things are free. The ultra-divine water is a deadly poison, Master Roshi said. Those who drink it either have their potential fully unleashed or they die on the spot from the poison. In history besides Goku, everyone who drank the ultra-divine water died. Everyone. 14 people drank it. 13 died. Goku was the only survivor. Chun Mo was silent for 2 seconds. A mortality rate of 93%. You can choose not to drink it. Keep training. With your current talent, in another 2 or 3 years your battle power should reach 3 or 400. 2 or 3 years. 3 or 400. The androids were in the hundreds of thousands. How much of a boost does the ultra-divine water specifically give? Uncertain. It depends on how much potential you have within you. After Goku drank it, he went from just over 100 to nearly 200. But that was Goku. A Saiyans potential isn't something a human can compare with. What about a human drinking it? No human has ever survived drinking it. So there's no data. No need to decide right away. Master Roshi folded up his chair. Go to Karen Tower first. Talk to Corinne. Yajirobe should still be around there. Chun Imo nodded. You're not coming with me, eh? Master Roshi tucked the folding chair under his arm. I won't go. Why, oi? This old man has been on this island for almost 30 years. I don't want to go anywhere else. He walked towards the small house. He took 2 steps then stopped. Chun Imo. This was the second time in a year Master Roshi had called him by name. The first was when he accepted him as a disciple. Among the disciples I've taught, Goku had the highest talent. Krillin was the hardest working. Yamcha was the smartest. Master Roshi had his back to him. As for you, you are the most afraid of death. Being afraid of death is a good thing. Master Rose's voice drifted over. Those who fear death will find every way to survive. Goku wasn't afraid of death, so he died. Krillin wasn't afraid of death, so he died too. You are afraid of death, so you must live. Master Roshi didn't look back. He pushed open the door to the small house and walked inside. The door swayed twice in the sea breeze, then closed. Chun Imo stood on the beach. The waves lapped at his feet. The turtle shell was still on his back. 65 kilograms. He had worn it for a year and could no longer feel its weight. He unfastened the turtle shell and placed it on the sand. The canvas straps on the underside of the shell were frayed, stained with sweat and salt at the edges. Chun Imo bent down and propped the turtle shell upright by the door of the small house. Then he pulled out the scouter. He hadn't seriously checked Android 18's signal for a year. Before he would glance at it every night just to confirm the androids weren't moving towards Kame House. Over this past year, the signals of 17 and 18 had mostly been active in the northern and western regions. Occasionally, they would disappear for a few days, entering underground areas where the scouter couldn't pick up electromagnetic signals. Android 16's signal had been constant in the eastern region. He barely moved, probably watching birds somewhere. A year had passed since had last seen them. On the first day he crossed over, Android 18 had nearly killed him. She had said one thing. Come see me again when you've gotten a little stronger. From a battle power of 5 to 100. He wondered if this counted as a little stronger. Chun Imo glanced at the tightly shut door of the small house. Then he turned around, released a current of chi from his feet, and slowly rose into the air. He didn't look back. Looking back would make it hard to leave. He faced north, accelerating his flight. Target Karen Tower. Before Android 18 reached the southern coast, he had to drink the ultra-divine water. Whether he finished drinking it alive, or was poisoned to death, Chun Imo was flying. Truly flying. The kind where both feet left the ground. The sea breeze rushed past his ears, and clouds drifted beneath his feet. Turtle Immortal Island grew smaller behind him, shrinking to a dot before vanishing below the horizon. The sea spread out beneath his feet, sunlight shattering on the surface into shards of gold. Chun Imo accelerated, steady streams of chi emanating from his soles as his body pierced through a thin layer of clouds. Mist struck his face, cool and damp. After passing through the clouds, the vista opened up. The blue sky enclosed him from all directions. No boundaries, no ceiling, none of that suffocating claustrophobia from the ruins. Chun Imo couldn't help but spread his arms. Wind slipped through his fingers. Holy crap. He uttered the 2 most sincere words since his transmigration a year ago. He had been flying for about 10 minutes, his speed steady at roughly 200 kilometers per hour. About the same as a jet car, but a jet car lacked this visceral sensation. A jet car had a windshield seatbelts. Flying had none of that. It was just a person suspended in the sky, held up by that cluster of chi beneath his feet. The fear receded within the first 3 minutes, replaced by a very strange emotion. Exhilaration. Pure, unadulterated exhilaration. Chun Imo somersaulted in the air, flying face up for a stretch. Clouds swept past beneath him. He flipped back and tried accelerating. He increased his chi output, pushing the speed to 300. The wind grew louder, forcing his eyes half shut. He decelerated, steadying at 250. My combat power is 100 now, Chun Imo muttered to himself in the wind. With threefold Kaioken, that's 300. Kamehameha energy spheres, Bukujutsu afterimage technique. I've mastered them all. Back in the era of Demon King Piccolo, old Piccolo was only at 260. With my threefold Kaioken fully unleashed, I could go toe-to-toe with him. The strongest on Earth. He paused midair. No. Master Roshi was around back then too. He had all sorts of bizarre tricks. He hasn't even taught me the Mafuba yet. Alright, second strongest on Earth. He thought again. Tien was pretty formidable back then too. The Neo Tri-Beam was kind of unstoppable. Third strongest on Earth. Forget it'll stop ranking. Chun Imo adjusted his course, bearing slightly northwest. Karen Tower lay in the sacred Karen region to the north. According to the detector's coordinates, the straight line distance was still about 1,200 kilometers. At his current flying speed, he could make it in roughly 5 or 6 hours. The sea stretched out endlessly below. Occasionally, he spotted an island or two, some with remnants of buildings on them. The android's destruction wasn't limited to big cities. Even remote islands hadn't been spared. He had been flying for about half an hour. The sea gave way to land. He crossed the coastline, and below him lay a scorched black plain. It must have been farmland once, but now it was all burned. In the distance, the trace of a highway stretched like a gray scar. Chun Imo pulled the detector from his backpack, operating it one-handed as he scanned the area. Android 17's signal was to the northwest, roughly 800 kilometers away. Android 18's signal. Chun Imo stared at the screen for a second. Android 18's signal was due north distance. 40 kilometers. Chun Imo's flying speed instantly dropped by half. 40 kilometers. At an android speed that was mere seconds away. He glanced down at the detector. The signal wasn't moving. Android 18 was stationary parked somewhere. Chun Mo immediately descended. From 300 meters to 100 then to 50. The lower the better. A human-shaped target flying at high altitude was far too conspicuous. Stay calm. 40 kilometers. She's not moving. She's probably holed up in some city. They'll alter my course go around. The dot on the detector moved. Toward him. Incredibly fast. 30 kilometers. 20 kilometers. Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat. 10 kilometers. He didn't even have time to stow the detector. He banked hard, turning 90 degrees eastward. He maxed out his chi output, his speed rocketing to 350, his current limit. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Then the signal vanished. Not because she had moved away. Because she was too close. Within the detector's minimum range. Chun Mo jerked his head up. Android 18 hovered 30 meters directly ahead of him. Arms crossed, head tilted. Her short blonde hair swayed slightly in the air current. Still that denim vest, still those jeans. A year had passed, and she hadn't changed a bit. Androids don't change. She wouldn't age, wouldn't gain weight, wouldn't lose it, wouldn't get a pimple. Chun Mo stopped. He hovered in midair, facing off against Android 18. A straight line distance of 30 meters. 30 meters. Last time they met was outside the supermarket shelter. The time before that was in the ruins of West City. Every encounter had been at close range. Close enough to read her expression. Android 18's expression was intriguing. Her eyebrows were raised. Her lips parted slightly. In her icy blue eyes was something Chun Mo recognized well. A year ago when he first saw her in the ruins and she discovered he was alive, her face had worn the same look. Curiosity. You can fly now, Android 18 said. Chun Mo said nothing. His mind was racing. Run. Run where? Her speed was 10,000 times his. When he was flying at full speed earlier, she had caught up from 40 kilometers away in just a few seconds. A year gone. Android 18 drifted 2 meters closer. Learned quite a bit. She was studying him, looking him over from head to toe. Your boat has changed. She said. Used to be a beanpole. Now you're built. Her gaze lingered on his arms. You've trained. Chun Mo finally found his voice. You told me to get stronger. A flicker of change passed through Android 18's eyes. You remember. I remember. So you've been training all year. Android 18 tilted her head. The gesture was exactly the same as a year ago. Chun Mo even felt the angle of her tilt hadn't changed. How much stronger? Chun Mo hesitated for half a second. Then he made a decision. Kaioken times 3. A red aura erupted from his body. The shockwave of chi spread through the air, stirring Android 18's hair. A combat power of 300. The crimson light dyed the surrounding clouds. This was everything he had to offer. Android 18's eyebrows lifted again. Red aura. Much bigger than last time. She extended a finger, tapping her chin. Now that's a little interesting. Detected target, emotional fluctuation, curiosity, strong, appreciation, weak. Emotion points 15. A system prompt popped into his mind. Chun Mo had no time to look at it. The moment Android 18 said, a little interesting, his body was already moving. He turned and fled. Threefold Kaioken fully unleashed, speed maxed out. A crimson streak trailed long across the sky. His direction was due east. Not toward Karen Tower. Toward the direction farthest from Android 18. Detected target, emotional fluctuation, surprise, moderate, confusion, slight, interest, strong. Emotion points 18. Current emotion points 33300. Just as he thought. Chun Mo had pushed his speed to the limit. In his threefold Kaioken state, his flying speed could reach roughly 1,000 kilometers per hour. The ground receded rapidly beneath him, the wind so loud he couldn't hear anything else. He counted. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. She hadn't caught up. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Still nothing. 6. Android 18 appeared in front of him. She had teleported directly into his flight path. Chun Mo couldn't brake in time. He crashed straight into Android 18's embrace. The speed difference was too great. Hitting a stationary android at 1,000 kilometers per hour was like a bullet striking a city wall. Android 18 didn't budge an inch. Chun Mo was dazed and dizzy, his nose nearly smashing into her collarbone. Android 18 looked down at him. The distance between them was barely 5 centimeters. She didn't look angry. There was no killing intent either. The way she looked at him was like he was a very amusing toy. Running. Chun Mo's nose was stinging. Instinct. You run when you see me, eh? Survival instinct. The corner of Android 18's mouth curved. Last time you saw me, you ran too. But you kissed me before you ran. A year had passed, and she still remembered that. And this time, Android 18 said, not going to kiss me before you run. Chun Mo's mind went blank. Detected target, emotional fluctuation, teasing, strong, pleasure, moderate. Emotion points 52. Current emotion points 85300. Not talking. Android 18 extended a finger and poked his forehead. The force was very light. But Chun Mo's head still snapped back slightly. I'm organizing my thoughts, Chun Mo said. Organizing what? How to answer your question without getting killed. Android 18 looked at him. Then she laughed. Detected target, emotional fluctuation, pleasure, strong. Emotion points 50. Current emotion points 105300. Chun Mo made a judgment call. He needed to provoke another wave. Android 18. Did you go to the laboratory in the northern mountains this year? Android 18's expression cooled. How do you know? I told you. Dr. Jiro's laboratory, right? I went. Android 18's tone dropped a degree. Cell's incubation tank had been taken. The remote control blueprints were gone too. Taken by who? I don't know, but the lab surveillance records showed someone had entered 2 years ago, even earlier than when you told me. Shinmo's heart rate spiked. 2 years ago, 1 year before he had transmigrated. Someone had entered Jiro's lab ahead of time, taking Cell's incubation tank and the remote control blueprints. This wasn't a butterfly effect he had caused. This was something that had already happened. Who? Do you know who? Android 18 stared at him. No, Chunimo said truthfully. But I have a guess. Speak. Trunks. Android 18's eyes narrowed. That half-Saiyan brat. He's the only one with both the motive and the capability. He knew about Dr. Jiro and the danger of Cell. Android 18 was silent for 2 seconds. He's still alive? Probably. Interesting. Android 18 uncrossed her arms. You still know so much. Detected target emotional fluctuation alertness, slight curiosity, strong recognition weak. Emotion points 65. Current emotion points 170300. Shinimo took a deep breath. Android 18. What now? Have you ever wondered why Dr. Jiro chose to preserve your human emotions? The air went still. Android 18's expression didn't change, but something stirred deep within her eyes. He preserved Android 17's emotions too. Both of you, Chunimo said. Jiro could have turned you into pure killing machines. Like Android 16, a complete mechanical being. No emotions, no consciousness, just programming. But he didn't. He kept your memories, your personalities, your emotions. You still remember your name is Lazuli. You still remember you were once human. Why, oi? Android 18 stood in the air. The wind tousled her hair. She didn't answer, but Chunimo saw her hand. Her right fist clenched, then relaxed. Detected target emotional fluctuation turmoil, strong confusion, moderate anger, weak. Emotion points 130. Current emotion points 300300. Ding. Emotion points maxed. Infinite Kaioken system upgraded. Unlocked ability 4-fold Kaioken. Current base combat power 100. 4-fold Kaioken maximum output 400. A surge of information flooded Chunmo's mind. The usage method of 4-fold Kaioken, its endurance limit, and the allocation plan for the bonus burden. The difference from 3-fold wasn't just an extra multiplier, the entire circulation pattern of Chi had changed. A combat power of 400. When Goku used 4-fold Kaioken to directly clash with Vegeta during the Cell Saga, that was this multiplier. Of course Goku's base was 8,000. 4-fold made it 32,000. His base was 100. 4-fold made it 400. But at least he had taken another step forward. Android 18 didn't notice the change within him. She was still pondering his question from earlier. After about 5 seconds of silence. Are you done asking? Android 18 said. I'm done. Then it's my turn. Android 18 reached out and grabbed the back of his collar again. The exact same gesture as a year ago, lifting him like a chick. Chunmo's feet left their chi support point dangling in the air. Who are you? Android 18's voice was cold. You know about Jiro's lab. You know about Cell. You know about the remote. You know my name. You know about Android 16. You even know about Trunks. An ordinary human. With a little red chi. A year ago your combat power was like an ant's. Now you're just a slightly bigger ant. But you know more than anyone on this planet. Her icy blue eyes locked onto him. What the hell are you? Chunimo was suspended in midair. The collar was digging into his neck, causing a dull ache. The wind passed between them. He looked into Android 18's eyes. I'm someone who knows your past, Chunimo said. And right now on this planet, I'm the only one who wants to help you find the answers. Android 18 stared at him for 3 seconds. Then she pulled him a little closer. The distance between them shrank to 10 centimeters. Then you'd better pray, Android 18 said softly, that the answers you give are to my satisfaction. She didn't let go. She took off carrying him. The direction was due north. Chunimo was dragged along at high altitude, the wind so fierce it distorted his face. He had no idea where Android 18 was taking him. The wind speed was roughly 300 kilometers per hour. Chunimo was being carried by the nape of his neck by No. 18 as she flew at high altitude, his face contorted into various shapes by the gale. His lips were turned outward, his eyelids pulled taut to the sides. Androids had no need to consider passenger comfort. He had tried to struggle. No. 18's 2 fingers pinched the back of his collar with a force precise enough not to strangle him, yet impossible to budge even half a millimeter. He had tried to speak. The wind was too strong. The moment he opened his mouth, the cold air rushed straight into his lungs. He gave up. He hung from No. 18's hand like a tattered flag fluttering in the wind. They flew for about 20 minutes. The ground transformed from a charred plain into rolling hills. Further north, the outline of a city appeared. It was the wreckage of a city. No. 18 slowed down. She began to descend, passing through a dead forest belt, and stopped before a collapsed shopping mall. Then she let go. Chunimo fell in free fall. He dropped from 3 meters high onto the gravel-covered ground. He landed on his rear. A searing pain shot through his tailbone. You could have given some warning. Chunimo stood up, wincing. No. 18 landed softly before him. Her toes touched the ground first without a sound. There wasn't even a pressure wave from the wind. We're here. Chunimo rubbed his lower back, looking around. The city had been utterly destroyed. All the buildings had collapsed with rubble heaps and twisted steel beams everywhere. But the destruction was different from Shido. Shidu had been blasted by energy waves, leaving scorch marks from high temperatures everywhere. Here there were none. The buildings here looked as if they had been shattered by something. Many walls had penetrating holes 2 or 3 meters in diameter. Entire walls had been punched through from one side to the other by some entity. And there was something very wrong on the ground. Slime. Dried yellow-green slime. It coated the gravel and dirt, completely dried out like a layer of skin. Shinemo crouched down. The smell was foul. The stench of decaying organic matter mixed with the pungent irritation of chemicals. His hands began to tremble. Why did you bring me here? To show you something. No. 18 walked ahead. Follow me. Shinemo followed her through the ruins of several collapsed buildings. The traces of slime grew denser. In some places the rubble was completely covered in slime, making the soles of his feet stick as he walked. They entered a wide street. In the middle of the street was a large pit. It was irregularly shaped with edges rolled outward as if left behind by some massive creature burrowing out from underground. The walls of the pit were also covered in that yellow-green slime. No. 18 stopped at the edge of the pit. Look, she lifted her chin, pointing to the other side of the pit. Shinemo walked around. Then he saw it. It was a shell. Transparent. Enormous. A humanoid shell. To be precise, it was a shed skin. Like a cicada's shed, it perfectly preserved the original creature's shape. About 1.70 meters tall. There was a crack running from top to bottom on its back. The head had 2 large round eye sockets. The torso had clear segmented markings. At the tail end there was a long hollow tube-like structure. Shinmo's heartbeat accelerated. He recognized this shape. Cell. The shell left behind when it transformed from its first form to its second form. He had seen it in the anime. Seen it in the manga. Now it was right before him. A real object. Genuine. Still carrying not quittery slime and a putrid stench. But this was impossible. The cell of this timeline should still be in its incubation tank. It should still be an embryo. The tank had been taken away 2 years ago, even with accelerated development. No. Shinmo's mind started working. Do you recognize it? No. 18 spoke behind him. Yes. Speak. Shinemo didn't answer immediately. He crouched down, leaning closer to the shed skin, examining it carefully. Some parts of the shell surface were still damp. It wasn't in a completely dried state. The smell of the slime was so strong up close, it was almost dizzying. This shedding had occurred no more than a week ago. You told me before. No. 18 walked up beside him, also looking at the shell. Dr. Jero created something called Cell. To absorb me, and no. 17. No. 17, and I went to the lab. The incubation tank was gone. I thought it had been moved. 3 days ago I passed by this city. I found this. She looked down at the transparent, empty shell. Is this Cell A? Not exactly. Shinemo stood up. Explain clearly. Shinemo took a deep breath. For the cell of this time, even if the incubation tank was moved at a normal development rate, it couldn't have grown to need to shed its skin within 2 years. So, Shinemo looked at the shell, at the hollow tube-like structure at the tail. That was the organ cell used to absorb androids. In the original story, no. 17 was absorbed by that thing. So this cell might not be from this timeline. No. 18 turned her head to look at him. Elaborate. There's something called a time machine. It can travel through time to different timelines. Shinemo chose his words carefully. The cell from another timeline killed that timeline's trunk, stole the time machine. Then it traveled here, to our timeline. After it arrived here, it needed to evolve. This shell is what it left behind when it transformed from its first form to its second form. No. 18 was silent for 3 seconds. You're saying a monster from another timeline has traveled to our timeline? Perhaps. Its goal is to absorb me, and no. 17. Perhaps. And now it's already evolved once. Perhaps. Then what about the incubation tank in the lab? What about the embryo? Shinemo thought for a moment. 2 possibilities. First, the incubation tank was indeed destroyed by Trunks beforehand. Second, he paused. Second, it was destroyed by this cell that traveled here. It wouldn't allow another version of itself to exist. No. 18 said nothing. The wind blew through the ruins. The shed skin swayed slightly in the breeze. The transparent shell glinted in the setting sun, resembling a gigantic cicada shell specimen. It's in its second form now. Yes. How strong is it? Stronger than you alone. Shinemo said. But weaker than you and no. 17 combined. What if it absorbs no? 17. Then it becomes semi-perfect. Much stronger than you. Then it will come for you. Absorb you. Reach its perfect form. How strong is its perfect form? Shinemo hesitated for a second. Stronger than all 3 of you combined. No. 18's expression didn't change. You knew all this. No. 18's tone suddenly became flat, unsettlingly, so even more than coldness. You knew it a year ago. Yes. You knew something was coming to absorb me. You knew it was dangerous. You knew everything. And then you went off to train in martial arts for a year. Train for a year. What's your battle power? 100. 100. No. 18 repeated the number. Cell's second form battle power is conservatively estimated at 2 billion. You're at 100. How do you plan to help? With your head. Shinemo didn't reply. Because she was right. There was no reply to give. No. 18 walked up to him. Her hand pressed down on his shoulder. Shinemo was forced to his knees on the gravel ground. The strength in just one of no. 18's hands was enough to keep him in any position she desired. She bent down and took off her shoes. Left foot, right foot. Both sneakers were kicked onto a nearby pile of rubble. Her feet were white, very white. Her toes were slender, her nails a pale pink. One bare foot lifted and pressed down on Chunmo's chest. The force was very light. Chunmo was pushed onto his back on the gravel. The back of his head hit a concrete chunk, sending a flash of pain through his vision. No, 18's foot was planted right in the center of his chest. The sole felt cool against his skin, which was smooth. His battle power of 100 was as useless as decoration beneath that foot. You keep running. No. 18 looked down at him. Her short golden hair fell forward, covering half her face, revealing only one ice blue eye. The first time we met you ran. Her toes wiggled against his chest. The second time outside the shelter you ran too. Her soul added a little pressure. Chunmo's chest was compressed, his breath catching for half a beat. Just now in the air you ran again. Do you think you can outrun me? I can't. Chunmo's voice was muffled by the pressure. You know you can't, so why do you still run? Instinct. Your instinct is bad. No. 18 said. Change it. Her foot slid from his chest to his chin. Her toes pressed against his chin, forcing his head up, locking his gaze on her face. From now on, no running. Every time you run, it'll destroy a city. There aren't many cities left on Earth now. Her toes added a bit more pressure. Chunmo's words were cut off. Then it'll destroy the shelter. No. 18 said. That supermarket basement you were in before, there were dozens of people inside. What was his name? Old Zhang. And a woman. Chunmo's eyes narrowed. She remembered. She remembered everything. Don't give me that look. No. 18 withdrew her foot from his chin and placed it back on his chest. I'm just telling you the rules. You are my possession. Don't run off. Detected target: emotional fluctuation, possessiveness extreme, sense of control strong, obsession moderate. Emotion value 95. Current emotion value 95500. Chunmo lay on the ground. Gravel pressed into his back, a bare foot pressed on his chest. Above him was that face, so exquisite it seemed unreal. There was fear, but the system told him that no. 18's strongest emotion right now wasn't killing intent. It was possessiveness. An android treated as a monster by the entire world, created solely for slaughter. No one cared what her name was, who she used to be, or if this transformation was voluntary. Then suddenly a human appeared, who knew her name, knew her past, knew something was coming to kill her, and was even thinking of countermeasures for her. She didn't want to kill him. She wanted to hold him tightly in her hand, grip him so hard she'd never let go. All right, Chunmo said. No more running. No. 18 stared at him for 2 seconds. You agreed too quickly. Not trustworthy. Because your foot is on my chest. My bargaining power is 0. The corner of no. 18's mouth curled up. She was smiling. No. 18 lifted her foot from his chest. She crouched down beside him. Her stance was casual, one hand resting on her knee, her head tilted as she looked at him. About Cell, no? 18 said. Where is it now? Not sure. Chunmo sat up from the ground, rubbing his sore sternum. But the shed skin is here. It means it's been active around here at least. Can it find us? You have no key. Ordinary key detectors can't find you. Chunmo thought for a moment. But Cell is different. Jiro implanted a cell database into its body. It can sense the electromagnetic wave characteristics of your infinite energy reactors. The principle is similar to this detector of mine. He patted the detector in his backpack. No. 18's expression shifted. It can track us. In theory. Then can your device track it too? It has a bioenergy signal. It should be possible. But I need to confirm its energy frequency. Check now. Chunmo pulled out the detector and turned on the power. The screen lit up. He scanned around. No. 17's signal was to the northwest, about 600 kilometers away. No. 16's signal was to the east, stationary. No. 18's signal was right before him, appearing as an overlapping bright spot on the screen. Then he switched to life energy detection mode. Many small light points appeared on the screen. Survivors scattered in all directions. Among them was one light point, in the direction of north-northeast, about 200 kilometers away. That light point's energy reading was abnormally high, and it was moving, slowly moving south, towards their direction. Chunmo's fingers paused. What's wrong? No. 18 noticed his expression. Chunmo handed the detector to her. North-northeast, 200 kilometers. No. 18 took the detector. She glanced at the screen. Her expression didn't change, but she stood up. 200 kilometers, she said. It's approaching. Yes. No. 18 tossed the detector back to him. Chunmo fumbled to catch it. No. 17 is to the northwest. 600 kilometers. No. 18 said. We need to regroup with him first. She bent down, picked up her shoes from the rubble pile, and put them on. Then she looked back at Chunmo. You fly too slowly. My top speed is about 1,000. Too slow. She walked over and pinched the back of his collar again. Wait. Can you change how you carry me? You carried me like this for 20 minutes last time. My neck almost broke. No. 18 looked at him. Then she changed her grip. One arm wrapped around his waist, tucking him under her armpit. Like carrying a bag. Like this, see? It's not much better. No. 18 ignored him. She pushed off the ground, launching into the sky with Chunmo. The speed was faster than before. The wind was so sharp he couldn't hear anything. Chunmo was tucked under her arm, his face pressed against her side. The fabric of her denim vest rubbed against his cheek. He turned his head to look behind him. The sun had fully set. That ruined city shrank into a gray dot in the darkness. That shed skin was still there. A transparent empty shell standing alone on the deserted street. Like a warning. And 200 kilometers away, the thing that had crawled out of that shell was moving south, towards the direction they had come from. Chun Mo closed his eyes. He had to become stronger before Cell found no. 17 or no. 18. The Super God Water. The Super God Water atop Corin Tower. The Super God Water with a 93% mortality rate. No. 18. Chun Mo shouted into the wind. What? Before we find no. 17, I need to go somewhere first. Where? Corin Tower. No. 18's flight speed didn't change. But she looked down at him. To do what? To drink something, Chun Mo said. It might make me a lot stronger. Or it might poison me to death. No. 18 was silent for 2 seconds. Then her arm tightened. The pressure holding him increased slightly. I told you. Her voice came down from above, fragmented by the wind, but every word was clear. You are my possession. Don't you dare die. No. 18's flight speed remained at least 2,000 kilometers per hour. Chun Mo was tucked under her armpit, his face pressed against her denim vest, with only his lower back exposed, which felt as if it were being flayed by the wind. The sound of the wind changed because something new had appeared in the sky. Chun Mo's peripheral vision caught a shadow sweeping past from the upper right. It was not a bird. It was too large. Its silhouette was also wrong. It resembled a ship. A spacecraft. No. 18 saw it too. She made a slight adjustment to her flight path, maintaining her speed, but tilting her body. Taking advantage of this angle, Chun Mo finally got a clear look at the object. It was a spacecraft. Its hull was a violet gray with 4 landing struts at the base, a rounded cabin, and blue exhaust flames from its thrusters at the rear. It was not large, perhaps 15 to 16 meters long, like a flattened egg. That design language was not from Earth. Humans could not produce that kind of metallic texture. Nor that shape. Chun Mo's stomach churned. No. 18. I see it. No. 18's voice was very flat. She did not stop, continuing to fly forward. The spacecraft was about 300 meters to their side, descending toward the ground. Chun Mo turned his head to stare at the ship. His mind was rifling through a database. A rounded cabin. Violet gray paint. A 4-strut landing structure. Saiyan ships were not this form. Frisia's ships were not like this either. This specification and design style resembled something from a certain movie. The spacecraft landed on a barren plain below. The dust it kicked up formed a fan-shaped cloud. The landing struts deployed, and the hatch slowly opened. No. 18 stopped. She hovered in midair, looking down at the ship below. Aliens, no. 18 said. I can see that. Do you know them? Not sure. Let's wait and see. No. 18 did not fly down. She just hovered 500 meters in the air, holding Chun Mo watching below. After the hatch opened, 2 people walked out. The first was a middle-aged man. He was thin, wearing a dark set of Saiyan battle armor. His face was sinister with an old scar over his left eye. His hair was graying, but still stood up in the typical Saiyan style. At his waist hung a small remote control-like device. The second one. Chun Mo's breath stopped. Tall. Very tall. Close to 2 meters in height, but his build was not burly. He could even be described as slender. He wore white trousers and a simple cloth wrap on his upper body. Long black hair reached his waist, and a golden headband adorned his head. His expression was placid. His eyes were vacant. His hands hung at his sides, and he stood half a step behind the middle-aged man like a shadow. Chun Mo recognized them. He recognized both of them. The middle-aged man was Paragus. The tall young man behind him was Broly. The old version of Broly. Not the one from the alternate timeline who grew up on a desolate planet. It was the Broly from the Zera movie, the legendary Super Saiyan, suppressed by Paragus with a control device. Chun Mo's mind exploded. No. This timeline was future Trunks' timeline. All the Z fighters were dead. Broly had never appeared on this timeline. Even if he did appear, it would be in another space-time of frozen Broly. Furthermore, in the original Broly movie's plot, Paragus was ultimately crushed to death by Broly. In that parallel universe, Paragus was already a dead man. But now he was alive. Standing down there. Broly was there too. The golden headband on his head was still intact. It meant Paragus was still using the control device to suppress Broly's power. In other words, these two came from a point in time before Broly had completely lost control. And they had crossed over into this timeline. Every movie was a parallel universe. This realization took shape in Chun Mo's mind. He had vaguely considered this before. The world of Dragon Ball contained a multiverse. Trunks' use of the time machine had already proven the existence of different timelines. Cell had also crossed over from another line. But he had not expected that the movie universes would intersect with this timeline. If every movie was an independent parallel universe, then there must be some kind of passage between this future timeline and those universes. Cell had crossed over from another line. Now Paragus and Broly had come from theirs. A coincidence? Or was there something wrong with this timeline itself? What are you thinking? No. 18's voice came from above. Thinking about something very troublesome. Speak plainly. Those two down there are Saions. No. 18's movement faltered. Saions, she repeated. Aren't they all dead? The ones on Earth are dead. These two aren't from Earth, Chun Mo said, glancing at the angle from his scanner. They're from outside. No. 18 said nothing. She began to descend. Wait, Chun Mo quickly spoke up. That young one. Don't provoke him. Why, oi? He's incredibly strong. So strong you might not be able to beat him. No. 18's flight speed slowed a little. But she was still descending. Be specific. That young man is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. In his full power state, his combat strength is hard to estimate. No. 18 stopped at a height of 100 meters. But right now that headband on him is a control device. His father uses it to suppress his power and emotions. As long as the headband is on, he's pretty much normal. Very quiet. Maybe even timid. No. 18 looked down at the two people on the ground. Broly stood behind Paragus, bending over to look at a withered blade of grass on the ground. He reached out a finger and touched the tip of the grass. The grass broke. He pulled his hand back, his expression seeming a little sad. That's the strong one. No. 18's tone carried obvious disbelief. Yes. Don't be fooled by appearances. Paragus looked up. He had noticed the two figures in the sky. His left eye narrowed. His right hand pressed against the control device at his waist. He took half a step back, entering a state of alert. Who are you? Paragus' voice came up. It was hoarse, carrying a commanding pressure. It was the tone of someone accustomed to giving orders. No. 18 did not answer. She descended straight down, with Chun Mo landing 30 meters in front of the spacecraft. Only after landing did she set Chun Mo down from under her arm. Chun Mo's feet touched the ground, and he rubbed his ribs, which were numb from being clamped. Paragus' gaze swept between the two of them. His eyes finally settled on No. 18. People of this planet. Paragus said. Who are you? No. 18's tone was even colder than his. Paragus' eyebrow twitched. He was not used to being questioned like this. I am the Saiyan Paragus. He raised his chin. I have come to this planet to find Prince Vegeta. Chun Mo listened from the side. Vegeta, just as he thought. In the old movie, Paragus' goal had been to take revenge on Vegeta. His plan was to use Broly to kill Vegeta because years ago King Vegeta had exiled the newborn Broly to a desolate border planet. But that was the plot of Paragus' parallel universe. In this timeline, Vegeta had long since died. Vegeta. No. 18 tilted her head. The Prince of the Saiyans. Paragus took a step forward. I tracked a Saiyan energy signal to this planet. Vegeta should be here. No. 18 glanced at Chun Mo. Chun Mo shook his head slightly, meaning you tell him. No. 18 turned back. Vegeta is dead. Paragus' face froze. What? Dead? Killed by me? No. 18's tone was flat. About 4 years ago. Along with him, the Namekian, the Earth martial artists, a bunch of them. Paragus' expression twitched. Killed by you. You an ordinary human. Am not human, no. 18 said. Paragus' scouter flashed. He looked down at the data terminal on his wrist. Then his expression changed. He could not detect No. 18's battle power. But he could detect that her energy signature was not that of an organic life form. An android. Paragus chewed on the word. His face darkened. Prince Vegeta, one of the noblest Saiyan warriors, killed by an artificial creation. No. 18 did not respond. Paragus gritted his teeth. He stared at No. 18, a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. Anger. But not the grief-stricken kind for Vegeta. More like the anger of someone whose prey had been stolen. He had wanted to kill Vegeta, but someone else had done it. His revenge plan had come to nothing. I planned for 10 years, Paragus said, his voice very low. I crossed half the galaxy. I spent 3 years tracking the residual Saiyan energy to this planet. You're telling me he's dead? How many times do you want to hear it? No. 18 said. Paragus' face twisted. He turned to look at Broly behind him. Broly was still staring at the withered blade of grass. The grass had snapped. He crouched down, attempting to reattach the broken pieces. Broly. Paragus' voice turned cold. Broly's movements ceased. He rose slowly, his head bowed, avoiding everyone's gaze. This woman killed Vegeta, Paragus said. Teach her a lesson. Broly did not move. He stood there with his head lowered, hands hanging limp at his sides. His long black hair obscured most of his face. Broly. Paragus raised his voice. Broly's shoulders flinched. I don't want to. His voice was faint, low yet devoid of any aggression. It was like a child muttering under his father's scolding. Paragus' face turned completely dark. I said, teach her a lesson. Broly lowered his head even further. His entire body language was one of utter withdrawal. His arms were pressed tight against his sides, his shoulders hunched inward, as if he were trying to make himself smaller. The 2-meter-tall giant stood there like a wounded bamboo stalk. She didn't hit me, Broly said. Why should I teach her a lesson? Paragus' hand moved to the control device on his waist. Chun Mo noticed this movement. He knew the function of that device. It was connected to the golden headband on Broly's head, capable of sending intense pain signals into his brain to force obedience. In the movie, Paragus controlled Broly with this very thing. Like controlling a dog. Broly. Paragus finally spoke, his voice dropping even lower. I command you. Broly did not move. Paragus' thumb pressed the button on the control device. Broly's body stiffened abruptly. The golden headband flickered. A blue-white arc of electricity traced along the edge of the headband, burrowing into Broly's temples. Broly clenched his jaw. He kept his head down, his hands balled into fists, his knuckles digging into his palms. His entire arm was trembling. Chun Mo watched this, a wave of nausea turning in his stomach. Paragus released the button. Hit her. Broly lifted his head. For the first time, his eyes were green. A deep, profound green, unlike the eye color of any normal species. He glanced at Android 18. Sorry, he said. Then he moved. He was not as fast as Android 18. Far from it. He charged forward and threw a punch. Android 18 sidestepped, casually slapping him on the back. Broly stumbled a few steps, crashing into a nearby pile of rubble. Concrete fragments exploded outward. He stood up from the debris, his hair covered in dust, a shallow scratch on his face. Base form. Chun Imo muttered to himself, pulling out his scouter for a quick scan. Android 18's power level was undetectable. The energy of an infinite engine reactor was fundamentally different from organic ki. Broly charged again. This time Paragus pressed the control device twice. Broly halted mid-charge. His entire body convulsed, dropping to one knee, one hand bracing against the rubble, his head buried. A suppressed roar escaped his throat, like something was trapped inside, struggling to break free. Paragus, let go. Stand up. Continue. Broly stood up. His eyes had changed. The hint of green from before had sunk away. Something else had risen to the surface. Chun Imo couldn't quite name it, but his instincts told him that this man no longer felt like saying sorry. Broly charged at Android 18 once more. This time there was no hesitation. His fist exploded with ki, striking squarely against the defense of Android 18's crossed arms. Android 18 was pushed back half a step. A crack split the ground beneath her feet. She looked down at her arms, then back at Broly. Interesting, she said. Broly said nothing. He threw a rapid succession of punches, each landing with a deep booming report. Android 18 began to counter, firing energy blasts from her palms that struck Broly squarely in the chest. Broly was sent flying. He crashed into a ruined building, the entire wall exploding outward from the inside. He emerged from the wreckage, a hole burned in his clothes, but his skin was completely unharmed. Paragus pressed the control device again from behind. Chun Imo saw Broly's stride falter, his head tilting to one side, as if his neck had suddenly lost control. Then Paragus' voice rang out, full power. Broly was silent for a second. He lifted his head. Gold. It wasn't that his hair color changed. His entire being was engulfed in gold. An aura exploded from the ground, sending all the rubble airborne. The side of the distant spaceship was dented inward by the sheer pressure of the air. The screen on Chun Mo's scouter overloaded instantly. The numbers jumped to the maximum, reset to 0, and then began climbing again. Super Saiyan. Broly had transformed. Chun Imo calculated rapidly. Broly's initial Super Saiyan state, based on the movie, should have a power level over 1 billion. Android 18 had no exact data, but in this timeline, she could single-handedly fight Super Saiyan Trunks. They were probably evenly matched. The two were likely equals. A look of satisfaction appeared on Paragus' face. He stepped back a few paces, standing beside the spaceship. Broly did not attack immediately. He stood still, his golden aura churning around him. His eyes shifted from green to a blue-green. He looked down at his own hands. Then he turned to face Paragus. The expression on Paragus' face froze. Hit her. Paragus' voice wavered for the first time. Broly, I command you. He pressed the control device. The headband lit up. The aura swallowed the electric arcs. Broly raised his hand, grabbed the headband, and gave it a tug. The headband didn't break, but it was deformed. Paragus pressed the button 3 times in succession. The control device had no response. Overloaded. Chun Imo, having witnessed everything from the sidelines, had already quietly retreated 2 steps. Android 18 halted at Broly's side, watching the unfolding drama. She didn't take the opportunity to strike. She just hovered in midair, looking at Paragus. She saw very clearly that Paragus' control device had failed. You're in trouble now, Android 18 said to Paragus. Paragus didn't answer. He stared at Broly, his face pale. Broly turned to Android 18. In his Super Saiyan state, there was no trace of that sorry look from before in his eyes. He charged at her. This time his speed was on an entirely different level. Android 18 met his charge, an energy sphere glowing in her palm, and fired it directly at him. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Chun Imo 3 meters away, landing him on a pile of rubble with a solid jolt to his back. He ignored the pain. He scrambled up and looked at his scouter. 2 signals were moving at high speed. Colliding, separating, colliding again. The ground was trembling continuously. Chun Imo turned to find Paragus' position. The middle-aged man was retreating toward the spaceship, moving quickly, almost at the hatch. It was useless. The control device was broken. Broly was completely out of control, and Paragus himself didn't want to stay here. Chun Imo adjusted the scouter to the northwest. Android 17's signal was still 600 kilometers away, stationary. Then he scanned slightly northeast. That anomalous energy point. Cell. Its position had changed. 150 kilometers. It was still approaching. Chun Imo stuffed the scouter back into his bag and looked up at the battlefield. Android 18 and Broly had already taken their fight to the high altitudes. Energy blasts exploded within the clouds. Each collision sent a sound like muffled thunder rolling down from the sky. It was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The 2 signals were intertwined on the screen, impossible to track individually. Chun Imo stood in the ruins and took a deep breath. All right. Android 18 was busy now. Paragus had already climbed into the spaceship. The hatch was closed. Cell was still 150 kilometers away. He activated Bukujutsu, shooting vertically upward, and flew southwest. After about 30 seconds, he glanced back. The fight in the sky was still going on. The light from the energy explosions illuminated the dark clouds from within, expanding outward in rings. Android 18 probably couldn't sense that he had run away. Or if she did, she couldn't afford to care. Chun Imo turned his head forward, pushed his speed to the max, and flew toward the direction of Korin Tower. A prompt popped up in his mind. Detected host has left the monitoring range of the emotion collection target. Friendly reminder: the target's emotional value is currently in a high-intensity fluctuation zone combat state. Remote collection is impossible. It is recommended that the host return to the target's side as soon as possible. I recommend you shut up, Chun Imo muttered. This damn system is trying to get me killed. The wind rushed past his ears. Corinne Tower was still far in the distance. In his mind, he pictured that slender tower and the bottle of super god water on Corinne Tower with its 93% mortality rate. And that one sentence Android 18 had said, "Don't die." Shin Mo had never replied to that sentence. But now he was beginning to understand why she had said it. It wasn't because he was important. It was because in this world, he was the only one who knew her name was Lazuli, knew Cell was coming and knew her past. If he was gone, that knowledge would be lost. All right, Shin Mo muttered to himself in the air. Then let's not die first. He sped up. On the scouter screen, Cell's light point was still moving south. And at Corinne Tower directly to the west, there was an extremely faint stable signal. Not human, not an android. It was something else. A cat. Chun Mo stared at that light point, the corner of his mouth twitching. Before he could drink the super god water, he had to get past Corinne the sacred cat first. Shin Mo imagined the expression on Corinne's face. It was probably similar to the look Paragus had when he learned Vegeta was dead. Whatever had figured it out when he got there. Corinne Tower appeared on the distant horizon. Slender, piercing the cloud layer, its peak blurred and invisible in the mist. Shin Mo took a deep breath. The Corinta is finer than he imagined. Chun Mo flew horizontally from a height of 500 meters only to see the actual thickness of the pillar up close. The diameter appeared to be no more than 3 meters. The entire tower had no windows or external structures, just a bare white pillar that stood straight into the clouds. The top was invisible. The clouds were too thick. Chun Mo ascended, passing through the cloud layer. Humidity hit him, and visibility dropped to 0. Using the faint light point on the detector for positioning, he continued upward. At the moment he broke through the clouds, his vision exploded with light. Sunshine. He hadn't seen clean sunlight in a long time. The sky in the ruins was always gray or red. Here the sky was blue. The clouds spread out beneath him, shining white. The top of the Corinta appeared. A hemispherical platform. There were plants on it. Green vines climbed along the tower's body. In the center of the platform stood a giant tree with some fruits hanging from its branches. The fairy bean tree. Chun Mo landed on the edge of the platform. As soon as his foot touched the ground, a cane poked at him, pressing right against his Adam's apple. Stop. Chun Mo looked down. A white cat stood on its hind legs holding a wooden cane, the tip pressing against his throat. The cat was not large, about 60 centimeters tall. Its fur was pure white, eyes squinted with an expression that revealed no joy or anger. The Corinta fairy cat. Who are you? The cat's voice was deeper than expected. Chun Mo, disciple of Master Roshi. The cat's eyes squinted even narrower. The cane did not move. Is Master Roshi still alive? Yes, alive. On Master Roshi Island. That old man. Corinta's tone was somewhat complex. The cane withdrew from Chun Mo's neck. The cat turned around, leaning on the cane as it walked toward the center of the tower. Master Rose's disciple flew up here. Did he teach you the air dance technique? He did. Also the turtle-style Kamehameha, afterimage fist, and solar fist. Corinta glanced back at him. What's your combat power? 100. Corinta said nothing, continuing to walk. Chun Mo followed. After a few steps, he noticed the state of the fairy bean tree. Its leaves were yellowing, and there were dry cracks on its trunk. Only 3 fruits remained. 3 fairy beans hung on the highest branches, their colors dull, looking unripe. The fairy beans are running out. They're running out, Chun Mo said. Running out. Corinta stood under the tree looking up at the 3 beans. This tree hasn't borne fruit properly for 3 years. The climate has changed. The androids have blown holes in the atmosphere, increasing ultraviolet radiation by 3 times. The fairy bean tree can't take it. Yajirobe said you don't have much supply left here. Corinta turned his head. You met Yajirobe? I did. He even gave me a fairy bean. That little rascal. Corinta's whiskers twitched. He stole 3 of my last fairy beans. The 3 on the tree aren't ripe yet. He only gave me 1, keeping the other 2 for himself. Typical Yajirobe. Corinta sighed, leaning on his cane. He walked to a stone platform in the corner of the platform, jumped up, and sat down, the cane resting on his knee. So speak. What did you come here for? A disciple of Master Roshi running to the Corinta isn't just for sightseeing. I want to drink the ultra-divine water. Corinta's movements halted. Silence. The wind blew up from beneath the clouds, rustling the dry leaves of the fairy bean tree. Corinta stared at him. The pair of eyes that had been squinted opened slightly. What did you say? The ultra-divine water. I know you have it here. Corinta's expression changed. Who told you? Master Roshi. That old man is too talkative. Corinta's tail swished. Kid, do you know what the ultra-divine water is? I know. Drinking it can unleash all your potential. Do you know the mortality rate after drinking it? 93%. That's what my master said. Corinta jumped down from the stone platform, leaning on his cane as he approached Chun Mo, looking up at him. A cat looking up at a person should be quite cute, but Corinta's gaze was anything but cute. The ultra-divine water is not some miraculous elixir, Corinta said. It is, to put it bluntly, poison. Poison. Highly toxic. After drinking it, the toxins will attack every cell in your body. Heart, liver, kidneys, brain, all of it. Your body will fight desperately against the toxins to survive. In the process of resisting, your potential will be unleashed. Those who survive will be reborn. Those who don't survive, Corinta paused, won't even have a complete corpse. The toxins will dissolve you inside and out. Chun Mo's throat moved. In history, I remember 14 people who have drunk the ultra-divine water. 1 survived. Wukong. Corinta glanced at him again. You know that much. I know a lot, Chunimo said. For example, the ultra-divine water is not at the top of the tower. It's underneath the jar. Underneath the jar leads to another space. Those who drink the water must go inside to get it. Karinta was silent for several seconds. Master Roshi can't possibly know these details. He hasn't drunk it. It's not Master Roshi who told me. Then who? It's a long story, Chunimo said. Lord Karinta, I don't have time to explain slowly. Cell Saga is approaching. The androids are fighting a Super Saiyan. Everything on this timeline is accelerating towards collapse. My current combat power is 100. 100 can't do anything. I need the ultra-divine water. Karinta remained silent. The wind blew. A dry leaf from the fairy bean tree fell drifting to the edge of the platform and into the clouds. You mentioned Cell. Karinta's voice lowered. That thing created by Dr. Jero. Yes, it's getting closer. The androids are fighting a Super Saiyan. Where did the Super Saiyan come from? From the universe. To make a long story short, Karinta circled around Chun-Imo leaning on his cane. Are you afraid of death? Yes, Chun-Imo said, very afraid. But without drinking the ultra-divine water, I would die even faster. What about the toxins? A 99% mortality rate. What will you rely on to withstand it? Chun-Imo closed his eyes for a moment. The system had told him something on the way here. To be precise, 3 minutes after he flew away from the battlefield. Infinite Kaioken passive effect. While in the activated state of Kaioken, the host body cells are in a hypermetabolic mode. In this mode, external toxins will be broken down and expelled by the cell's rapid metabolic process. In simple terms, in the state of infinite Kaioken, toxins can't kill you, but the pain caused by the toxins will not decrease. The system's infinite Kaioken can even offset the overload of Kaioken, let alone the ultra-divine water. Chun-Imo opened his eyes. I have a way to resist the toxins. What method? I have a special ability that once activated greatly enhances the metabolic speed of my Bodis cells. When toxins enter, they will be broken down. Karinta stared at him. Are you sure? I am sure. Karinta's gaze lingered on him for a long time. Breaking down the toxins, but the pain won't lessen, Karinta said. Do you know how painful that is? When Wukong drank it, he rolled on the ground in agony for 3 days and nights. He is a Saiyan. His physical quality is dozens of times that of humans. You are the base of an ordinary person. Even if the poison doesn't kill you, just the pain could shatter your spirit. You could go insane, or be in so much pain that your heart stops. Chunmo's fist clenched. Lord Karinta, he said, there's something outside called Cell which can destroy the solar system in its complete form. There are 2 androids rampaging on Earth. A legendary Super Saiyan from another universe is going berserk. Any one of these could crush me 1,000 times. If I don't drink the ultra-divine water, I won't survive this month. If I drink the ultra-divine water, at least, I will have a slim chance. Karinta said nothing. He walked to the other side of the platform, where there was a stone rack. On the rack were several clay jars of various sizes and colors. Karinta jumped onto the rack, pushing aside the 2 jars in front to reveal a black clay jar behind. The jar was not large, about the size of a basketball. It was completely black with no patterns. The mouth of the jar was covered by a stone slab. Karinta pushed the slab aside. Chun-Imo walked over to look inside. The jar was empty. The bottom of the jar had no base. What he saw was not the bottom of the jar, but a vast dark space extending down from the jar's mouth, bottomless. Like a vertical well, but deeper than any well. Light disappears once it enters. This is where the ultra-divine water is located. Karinta stood beside the jar. Wukong also went down from here back in the day. What's down there? Everyone encounters something different, Karinta said. The trial of the ultra-divine water is not just about drinking poison. The space below will read your consciousness and create the opponent that poses the greatest threat to you. You must defeat that opponent while being eroded by toxins in order to obtain the ultra-divine water. What did Wukong encounter back then? He encountered a fake Master Roshi. He even fought with that fake Master Roshi, Karinta recalled. At that time, he was just a child and Master Roshi was the person he admired most. Fighting the person he admired most was the biggest psychological barrier for him. What will I encounter? I don't know. Karinta looked at him. Everyone is different. It could be your greatest fear. It could be what you care about most. Or it could be something you never even thought of. Chun-Imo stared at the black jar mouth. The abyss lay below. How do I come back after going down? After obtaining the ultra-divine water and drinking it, the trial ends, and you will naturally return. If you can't obtain it, your consciousness will remain down below forever. Your body will stay here, turning into an empty shell. Quite eco-friendly. You still have the mood to joke. Chun-Imo took a deep breath. He took off his backpack and placed it on the platform. The detector capsule and the fairy bean given by Yajirobe were all left outside. Help me keep these safe. Karinta looked at him. If I don't come back, Chun-Imo said, give these things to Yajirobe. The detector can track the androids and Cell's location. The capsule contains a jet car and a set of camping gear. Aren't you going to think it over? If I think too long, you'll hesitate. Chun-Imo walked to the jar's mouth. He placed both hands on the jar's edge. The black space lay below. No sound. No light. Like an open mouth. Kaioken. Red energy flames ignited around him. Double Kaioken. He couldn't use too high a multiplier. He needed to reserve some energy for the battle below. Red light shone into the jar's mouth. It was swallowed. The light disappeared after about a meter, like water poured into sand. Once I go in, can Kaioken continue to operate? Chun-Imo asked. Yes, Corinta said, the space below is a realm of consciousness, but your bodily functions are real. The effects of Kaioken on your body will remain intact, including the accelerated metabolism. Including. Chun-Imo nodded slightly. He flipped over his legs, entering first hanging on the jar's edge. His body hung in the darkness. Lord Corinta, moi, how long did Wukong stay down there? 3 days. He'll try to be quick. Chun-Imo let go. Darkness engulfed him. The feeling of falling lasted about 5 seconds before disappearing. Chun-Mo's feet touched the ground. There was ground. Hard. Like stone. He crouched down to feel it. Rough rock texture. Cool. He stood up and walked forward. The red light illuminated the path beneath his feet. The ground was flat like a corridor. There were no walls on either side. Or rather, the darkness itself was the wall. He walked about 30 steps. Light appeared ahead. Not red. It was white. Very faint, like a line at the edge of dawn. Chun-Imo quickened his pace. The white light grew closer. The space began to change. The darkness receded, revealing an open area. It was a square. Circular. About 50 meters in diameter. The ground was paved with white stone tiles neatly arranged. In the center of the square stood a stone platform. On the stone platform was a small bottle. Ultra-divine water. The bottle was right in the center. Chun-Imo did not rush forward. Too simple. To see the target just 30 steps after entering. Corinta said Wukong stayed in there for 3 days. He stood at the edge of the square, scanning the area. Empty. No one. Then he heard a sound. Footsteps. Coming from the other side of the square. Very light. Like a child's footsteps. A figure walked out from the edge of the white light. Short. About 1 meter 3. Dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, a blue belt tied around the waist. Its hair was black, standing up with a hairstyle like all Saiyans that defied reason. There was nothing hanging around its neck. It wore blue cloth shoes. It was a child. Chun-Mo's mind went blank for a second. The child looked up. A round face. Big eyes. The contours were exactly like those in the comics. But the gaze was wrong. Those black eyes were pure black. There was no boundary between the pupil and the iris. The entire eyeball was black. Like 2 black glass beads embedded in a child's face. The corners of the mouth turned up, smiling. But that smile was not that of a child. Hello, the child spoke. The voice was Wukong's voice. The voice of young Wukong. Clear and crisp. You came to find the ultra-divine water, right? Chun-Imo stared at him. This was the trial. Corinta had said that this space would read his consciousness and create the most threatening opponent. Wukong. The most threatening image created by the space from his mind was Wukong. But why was it Wukong when he was a child? And why did he look like this? Black eyes. An unsettling smile. You're not Wukong, Chun-Imo said. The child tilted its head. The movement was exactly like that of Android 18. I am, it said. I am Son Wukong. It took a step forward. The orange martial arts uniform was clean, with no wrinkles at all. You are the version of Son Wukong in your mind. It took another step. You are the version of Son Wukong that you understand the best. Another step. You are the Son Wukong that you fear the most. The child stopped next to the stone platform. One hand rested on the bottle of ultra-divine water. The black eyes stared straight at Chun-Imo. Come take it said. If you defeat me, I'll give it to you. Chun-Mo's heart raced. He knew the rules of the ultra-divine water trial. Defeat the opponent to obtain the water. But the opponent was Wukong. Even as a child, he was the same Wukong who had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The same Wukong who had stormed through the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. The same Wukong who had soared in combat power after drinking the ultra-divine water and defeated King Piccolo. And this Wukong was the Wukong from his mind. How much data did his mind hold about Wukong? He had read all the Dragon Ball comics, all the animations, all the movies. He had stored every battle, every technique, and every transformation of Wukong from childhood to adulthood in his mind. Those black eyes remained motionless in the white light. The child's lips moved again. You think too much, it said. Right now I'm just in a child's state. Come on. Chun-Imo did not move. Little Goku did not move either. The two stood on the plaza of white stone bricks 20 meters apart. Between them was the stone platform upon which rested the bottle of Super God water. Chun-Mo's mind raced. Young Goku, after defeating Demon King Piccolo and training in the Celestial Realm. At this stage, his battle power, according to the original work, was estimated to be around 200. His own base battle power was 100. The double Kaioken would make it 200. The quadruple Kaioken 400. Numerically, he had the advantage. Come on, he said. Little Goku spoke, his black eyes devoid of any superfluous emotion. Chun-Imo took a breath. Double Kaioken. A crimson aura exploded from his body, spreading 3 meters across the ground beneath him. His physical functions doubled, muscle fibers swelled, blood flowed faster. He charged forward. A straight punch. Little Goku tilted his head. It was not a dodge. It was an evasion that precisely allowed the sharpest line of the fist to pass by. Chun-Mo's fist grazed past his ear, striking only air. Then little Goku's foot arrived. A kick swept across Chun-Mo's ribs. Chun-Imo was sent flying sideways, crashing into the stone bricks at the plaza's edge, shattering 2 of them. He flipped over and climbed to his feet. A sharp pain shot through his ribs. That speed just now was no slower than his own. In fact, it was even faster. Their battle powers were supposedly the same. After the double Kaioken, he was at 200, and so was his opponent. So why did he feel like he was the one getting beaten? Little Goku was already pursuing him. A fist came in from the right side. The angle was tricky, not a straight line, but an arcing trajectory. Chun Mo raised his arm to block, stopping the fist. But the impact from the arm skewed his center of gravity. Then came the second punch. Left hand, aimed at the abdomen. Chun Mo sucked in his stomach to dodge and countered with a knee strike. Little Goku ducked low, slid under his leg, spun around, and struck him in the back with a palm. Chun Mo fell flat on his face. His cheek scraped against the stone bricks. A metallic taste seeped from the corner of his mouth. He executed a swift kip-up, springing to his feet and creating distance. 3 moves. Hit 3 times. He hadn't landed a single blow on his opponent. Their battle power was supposedly the same. No, it wasn't the same. The numbers were the same, but something beyond the numbers was different. This Goku, even if only a projection created within the consciousness space, had fully inherited all of Son Goku's combat experience from before the age of 13. He had fought Yamcha. He had fought Tien Shinhan. He had fought Demon King Piccolo. He had smashed through the entire Red Ribbon Army headquarters. He had sparred with Kami in the Celestial Realm. Chun Mo had trained for a year. 1 year against 13. You're slow, little Goku said, tilting his head as he stood 5 meters away. Chun Mo wiped the blood from his lips. The double Kaioken wasn't enough. Quadruple Kaioken. The crimson aura surged. His power doubled. 400. Twice that of his opponent. Chun Mo charged again. This time he was noticeably faster. His right fist, wreathed in crimson aura, smashed down directly. This time little Goku did not dodge. He sidestepped and caught Chun Mo's fist with his right hand. He caught it. Despite the twofold difference in battle power, he caught it. Chun Mo's wrist was locked by the other's 5 fingers. The grip wasn't strong, but it was positioned at an extremely precise angle. His fist was deflected off course, its power sliding away along that angle. Leverage. This brat was using leverage to redirect his strength. Little Goku's left fist came simultaneously. Chun Mo blocked with his left hand. This time he blocked it, and the opponent's power was clearly weaker than his own. The absolute power gap under the quadruple Kaioken was real, but little Goku's fist didn't stop after hitting his block. That fist slid up along his forearm, the palm twisted into a grabbing motion, locking onto his elbow. Then little Goku's body spun half a turn. Chun Mo was flung away entirely. His back slammed brutally into the stone bricks. Rubble flew. He lay on the ground, gasping for 2 breaths, staring at the infinite darkness above. Quadruple Kaioken. Battle power 400. His opponent 200. He was twice as strong as his opponent, but he just couldn't win. Every punch he threw was neutralized by the opponent's angles and timing. It was like striking water with a hammer. No matter how hard you hit, the water just splashes and you hit nothing. What was it that Master Roshi had said? Numbers cannot measure experience and technique. Back then he thought he understood. Now he knew he hadn't understood at all. Little Goku walked over. Unhurriedly. Both hands clasped behind his back as if taking a stroll. Your punches are heavy, little Goku said. But before you even throw them, I already know where you're aiming. You look at my eyes before you strike, little Goku said, crouching down. Your shoulder moves before you punch. Your center of gravity shifts before you kick. Chun Mo gritted his teeth. He stood up, adjusted his stance. Don't look at the eyes. Don't move the shoulder first. Don't shift the center of gravity. He charged again, a feint with the right fist. The real attack was a ki blast from his left hand. The Kamehameha, compressed to the size of a fist, shot directly from his palm. The distance was too close, a little Goku couldn't react in time. Little Goku took a step to the left. The ki blast flew past his ear, struck the plaza's edge, and blasted a crater. How did he know? Your fingers curl when you gather ki in your left hand, little Goku said. It's obvious. Chun Mo almost cursed out loud. He noticed something. Although that punch hadn't landed, little Goku's reaction time had decreased. He was beginning to perceive certain things. Like how little Goku always moved his right foot first. Like how he habitually dodged to the left. Like how his first counter was always a kick, not a punch. Chun Mo charged again. This time he didn't strike first. He closed in, entering close quarters, and then waited. Little Goku's right foot came kicking. As expected, a kick. Chun Mo's left hand was already positioned to block. He parried it. The force came through. Little Goku's power was only half his own. This time he blocked it solidly. Then Chun Mo threw his right fist. It landed. It struck little Goku square in the chest. Little Goku flew back 3 meters, his feet dragging 2 lines on the ground before he stopped. He looked down at his chest. A fist print was imprinted on his GI. Then he looked up. The smile on his face changed slightly. You learn fast. Chun Mo said nothing. He had predicted his opponent's attack patterns. He used his opponent's habits to arrange his own defensive positions. He exploited the power gap to land an effective blow. This wasn't something he learned on Kame Island. This was something his body remembered after being hit 5 or 6 times. Practical combat experience. Master Roshi had taught him a year of fundamentals. Techniques, key control martial arts. But when it came to actual combat, you couldn't learn it without getting hit. Goku had 13 years of fighting experience. Chun Mo was going to use this battle to make up for what he lacked. Continue, Chun Mo said. Little Goku smiled. This smile held a bit more than before. He charged. His speed increased. He unleashed his full battle power of 200. Every punch was aimed at the most vicious angle. Chun Mo blocked the first punch. The second punch struck his shoulder. He sidestepped the third. He blocked the fourth with his elbow while thrusting out a knee. Little Goku ducked low, evading the knee, and swept his leg. Chun Mo jumped over the sweep and fired a Kamehameha directly downward from midair. Little Goku rolled away. The ki blast hit the stone bricks, sending rubble flying. Afterimage technique. Chun-Emo shouted as he landed. His figure flickered and 3 afterimages appeared simultaneously around Little Goku. Little Goku's head moved slightly. He closed his eyes. Then he turned and punched through the afterimage to Chun-Mo's left, followed by a backward kick that struck Chun-Mizuri square in the abdomen. Chun-Emo doubled over. I know the afterimage technique too, Little Goku said. Close your eyes and sense with ki. Afterimages can only fool the eyes, not ki. Chun-Emo coughed a couple of times. He knew. In the original story, Goku had learned these basic techniques very early on. Afterimage technique, Kamehameha solar flare. These were as natural as breathing to Goku. So what about the Kamehameha? Chun-Emo brought his hands together and pushed them to his hip. Kamehameha. Little Goku mirrored the same motion. Huh. 2 blue beams of light collided. Chun-Mo's was a Kamehameha amplified by the quadruple Kaioken. Its energy was twice that of his opponent's. The center point of the collision was pushing towards Little Goku. Chun-Emo gritted his teeth and increased his output. He pushed it through. The center point crossed the midline. The ratio shifted from 50-50 to 70-30. Little Goku's feet carved 2 grooves into the ground. He was being pushed back by his own ki blast recoil. Little Goku's voice came from behind the beam. You're stronger than me. Then he released. He let go of his hands and sidestepped. Chun-Mo's Kamehameha blasted straight past, disappearing into the darkness behind the plaza. Little Goku had already switched techniques from the side. He raised his right hand index and middle fingers together, pointing to the sky. A golden ki sphere coalesced at his fingertips. It wasn't the Kamehameha. Chun-Mo's mind raced through his memory. This motion, this posture, index and middle finger together, ki gathering at the fingertips. A golden ki sphere shot from his fingertips. Not just one. It split into a dozen. A golden barrage swept down like a curtain. Each sphere had a different trajectory. Some were straight, some arced, some went up before coming down. Chun-Mo's body reacted instinctively. He dodged left. The first sphere grazed his right shoulder. The second struck his thigh. A burning sensation. He swatted the third away with his arm. The fourth, fifth, and sixth arrived almost simultaneously. He couldn't block them all one by one. He crossed his arms to shield his head and chest. The golden spheres pelted his body. Thump, 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 thump. Each individual sphere wasn't very powerful, but combined the effect was entirely different. Chun-Emo was driven back 5 steps. His arms were covered in red marks. A section of his GI sleeve was burned away. Little Goku withdrew his hand. Learned this in the celestial realm. You split your ki into many spheres, each one independently controllable. It won't kill you, but it can seal off all your movement routes. Chun-Emo steadied himself. He stared at Little Goku's right hand. The heaven-splitting piercing wave. He hadn't learned this technique on Kame Island. Master Roshi didn't know it either. This was taught by Kami, but he had seen the principle behind its release just now. The ki sphere coalesced at the fingertips. It wasn't released all at once, it was gathered first, then dispersed. When gathered, it was one sphere. At the moment of release, you mentally split it into many, each maintaining an independent ki thread, controlling its trajectory with your mind. The principle wasn't complex. The execution was extremely difficult, because you had to control over a dozen ki threads simultaneously. It required extremely fine control over ki. But Chun-Emo had spent an entire year on Kame Island training his ki control. 100 Kamehamehas every day, 2 hours of meditation daily, daily ki control, and lifting exercises. His ki control had been honed by Master Roshi using the most basic brute force methods. Do it again, Chun-Emo said. Little Goku tilted his head. You're still standing. Use that technique again. Little Goku looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he raised his right hand, index and middle finger together. The golden ki sphere formed again. This time Chun-Emo didn't dodge. He stared at that sphere. He watched the entire process from its formation to its dispersion. At the moment of splitting, he saw it. When the sphere split into a dozen, there was an extremely brief separation phase. In this phase, the distance between all the small spheres was at its minimum. They were only about 10 centimeters apart from each other. Only after that did they fly apart, each taking a different trajectory. That meant if he intercepted before they separated, the spheres flew towards him. Chun-Emo charged forward. Not backward. Not to the side. He charged straight ahead. Quadruple Kaioken at full power. He raised his right hand, index and middle finger together. A motion identical to Little Goku's. A crimson ki sphere gathered at his fingertips. Copying me. Little Goku's voice came from behind his own spheres. Chun-Emo didn't answer. He fired his ki sphere. One sphere. It didn't split. He couldn't split it yet. But he accomplished something else. His single sphere struck the exact center of Little Goku's sphere swarm. Right at that separation phase. The precise moment when the dozen small spheres had just separated and were at their closest. The crimson sphere plunged in. A chain reaction explosion. All the golden spheres detonated in midair. Crimson and gold light mixed. The shockwave blasted both combatants apart. Chun-Emo was pushed back 3 steps. Little Goku was pushed back 5. The smoke cleared. Little Goku looked at his own right hand. The fingertips were still smoking. You saw the weakness, he said. One final move, Little Goku declared. He raised his right hand again. This time it wasn't index and middle finger together. It was a full fist clenched tight. A golden aura rose from his fist. Its density was higher than anything before. All his ki was concentrated into that single fist. No dispersion. No barrage. One punch. All power compressed into one punch. Something flashed through Chunmo's mind. Dispersion was the heaven-splitting piercing wave. Compression was the Dragon Fist. No, not quite the Dragon Fist yet. The Dragon Fist was a technique Goku developed later. This was the prototype of the Dragon Fist. The reverse application of the heaven-splitting piercing wave, using the technique of dispersing control in reverse to compress and amplify a single-point attack. Little Goku charged. One punch. Golden. A punch compressing all 200 points of battle power into its striking surface. Shinemo also clenched his right fist. Quadruple Kaioken. 400 points of battle power. Not dispersed. All compressed into it. A crimson light ignited on his right fist. The two met hidden in the center of the plaza. Crimson and gold clashed directly. Fist against fist. The shockwave erupted from between their fists. The stone bricks shattered from the center point, outward ring after ring like a stone dropped into water. The stone platform was overturned by the blast. The bottle of super god water flew into the air. Chunmo's fist pushed forward an inch. The power gap was real. 400 against 200. Absolute power made the difference in the final moment. Little Goku's fist was pushed back. His body flew backward. He was launched like a cannonball into the darkness at the plaza's edge. He vanished. Chunmo's right fist remained extended in its striking posture. The crimson aura flickered on his body twice before extinguishing. The quadruple Kaioken's time limit was up. He collapsed to his knees on the shattered bricks. Every part of his body ached. The bottle of super god water landed 3 steps away. It rolled twice and stopped. Chun-Mo crawled over. One hand supporting himself on the ground, the other grabbing the bottle. The liquid inside was transparent. It looked no different from plain water. Chun-Mo pulled out the stopper. The liquid was odorless. He tipped his head back and drank it down. 1 second. 2 seconds. The 3rd second. Chun-Mo's body curled up. Kaioken. The crimson aura reignited. The poison entered his bloodstream. The hypermetabolic state of his cells was activated. The poison was broken down. Expelled. Broken down. Expelled. But the pain did not diminish. The system had said the poison couldn't kill him, but it wouldn't lessen the pain by even a fraction. Chun-Mo curled into a ball on the shattered bricks, biting his own sleeve. His teeth tore through the fabric. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It wasn't from the poison. It was from his own bite. The white plaza began to disappear. Darkness surged in from all sides. Fragments of stone bricks sank one by one into the blackness. The consciousness space was collapsing. He had won. The trial was over. The pain was not over. Chun-Mo's consciousness floated upward amidst a surging tide of agony. Finally, he felt the wind. Real wind. The wind above the clouds at the top of Korin Tower. Sunlight struck his face. He was lying on the platform of Korin Tower. Next to the black clay pot. Korin the cat stood above his head looking down at him. "You're back," Korin said. Chun-Mo opened his mouth. No words came out. Pain. Every single cell in his body was in agony. But he was alive. Korin looked at his condition, then at the black clay pot. "Do you know how long you were down there?" Chun-Mo shook his head slightly. 9 hours, Korin said. "Goku took 3 days back then. You took 9 hours. He paused. "Maybe it's because you knew the rules of the trial in advance. Or maybe it's because you're more afraid of death than Goku." Chun-Mo wanted to laugh, but the mere twitch of his lips sent a spike of pain through him. "The poison?" Korin asked. "You vomited a lot of stuff down there. All of it black. That's the residue after the poison is broken down. Normally, a person who drinks the super god water needs 3 to 7 days lying down to recover. But your body is continuously metabolizing." Korin leaned in to look at his complexion. "Your metabolic rate is abnormal. Alarmingly fast. At this rate, you'll probably be able to move in about 6 hours." Chun-Mo closed his eyes. 6 hours. He had no idea what was happening with the battle outside. Whether Android 18 and Broly had finished fighting. Where Cell was. Whether Paragus had escaped. "Don't move," Korin's voice came from above. "Moving right now is just shortening your lifespan." Chun-Mo didn't move again. He lay on the top of Korin Tower. Sunlight shone on him. The clouds were beneath him. Pain was in every inch of his body. But the index and middle fingers of his right hand twitched slightly together. A wisp of crimson ki emerged from his fingertips. Very faint. Almost invisible. But the shape, the trajectory. It was the starting form of the heaven-splitting piercing wave. He had learned it. After being hit so many times in the consciousness space, he had finally mastered that technique. Korin noticed the movement of his fingers. The old cat's eyes narrowed slightly. "You learned something new down there." Chun-Mo had lain atop Korin Tower for 5 hours. He had awakened twice. The first time, every bone in his body felt as if it had been dismantled and reassembled. The second time he awoke, the bone pain was gone, replaced by muscle soreness. From his toes to his scalp, every muscle fiber was twitching. At the 6th hour, he sat up. Karen crouched 3 paces away, watching him while leaning on his staff. The old cat's expression was complex. "Your chi has changed," Karen said. Chun-Mo looked down at his hands and clenched his fist. It felt different. Before, when he clenched his fist, he could feel strength squeezing out of his muscles bit by bit like wringing a towel. Now when he clenched his fist, the power surged from his bones. It didn't need to be squeezed out, it came out on its own. He stood up. His legs were steady. His center of gravity was 2 centimeters lower than before. "Try it." Karen pointed to the edge of the platform. Chun-Mo walked to the edge, facing the sea of clouds. He raised his right hand palm outward. Chi gathered. A white energy wave shot from his palm. It wasn't the Kamehameha. There was no charging process. It was just the most basic energy wave. The energy wave pierced through the clouds, tearing a rift in them. Looking down, the rift stretched for at least 2 kilometers. Chun Mo withdrew his hand. The scouter. Karen handed the scouter over. Chun Mo activated the self-check function and aimed it at himself. The numbers on the screen flickered a few times. It stabilized. 1,200. Base battle power 1,200. Previously it was 100. A 12-fold increase. Chun Mo stared at the number for 3 seconds. Happy? Karen asked. No. Why? Chun Mo turned off the scouter. 1,200. With the 4-fold Kaioken, that's 4,800. On Kame Island I thought that number was astronomical. He paused. But back then, before Goku went to King Kai's planet, his battle power was only a few hundred. After training under 10 times gravity on King Kai's planet, he left with 8,000. Then training under 100 times gravity in the spaceship before Namek, he reached 900 by the time he got there. Plus the Zenkai boost from being a Saiyan, when he fought Frieza, it skyrocketed to 3 million. Karen's whiskers twitched. You even know all this. I know a lot, Chun Mo said. And I also know that 1,200 is nothing now. Android 18's battle power is in the tens of billions. Cell's current first form is at least on that level. And Broly's Super Saiyan state goes without saying. 1,200. It's not even worthy of polishing their shoes. Karen was silent. Chun Mo switched the scouter to tracking mode. Android 18. To the northeast. Her position had moved. She was no longer in the area where the previous battle had occurred. She was moving south. Broly, due north. He had also moved. Northward away from the battlefield. The two signals had separated. It's over, Chun Mo muttered, staring at the screen. Android 18's signal strength was fluctuating. Unstable. Broly's signal was also fluctuating. A stalemate. Both had retreated. It seemed Broly hadn't completely lost his mind, yet otherwise in his legendary Super Saiyan state, both Android 18 and Earth would have been obliterated. A draw, Karen said, leaning in to look at the screen. The android and that Super Saiyan fought to a draw. Android 18 killed all the Z fighters in this timeline. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. The two are on a similar level. Chun Mo continued scanning. A third signal. Cell. Location. Chun Mo's hand froze. Cell's dot was moving. Direction southeast. Fast. And its trajectory. Chun Mo mentally drew a line between Android 18's position and Cell's position. The two lines were intersecting. Cell was approaching Android 18. This is wrong, Chun Mo said, his voice changing. He adjusted the scouter's precision to maximum. The fluctuation in Android 18's signal strength was significant. Weaker than normal. She was injured. Fighting Broly for so long, even if it was a draw, she couldn't have come out unscathed. Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan. The destructive power of a single punch in his Super Saiyan state was on a planetary level. Android 18's infinite energy reactor had no limit, but her body did. She was injured now, and Cell was approaching her. The original manga panels flashed through Chun Mo's mind. Cell. First form. That cockroach-like creature. The tip of its tail had a syringe-like structure, used to absorb androids. If Cell absorbed Android 18, he would evolve into semi-perfect form. Then absorb Android 17 to become Perfect Cell. Perfect Cell. The monster capable of destroying the solar system. Lord Karen, Chun Mo turned around. Moi. How do I get to the lookout? Karen squinted. You want to go to the lookout. The hyperbolic time chamber. Chun Mo said, I need the hyperbolic time chamber. Karen was silent for 2 seconds. You know about the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day inside, 1 year outside. No, it's 1 year inside, 1 day outside. The environment inside is extreme. Temperatures cycle from -40 degrees to +40 degrees. Gravity is 10 times that of the outside. When Goku and Gohan went in, Goku broke through from Super Saiyan to the limits of Super Saiyan. Vegeta broke through to Super Saiyan grade 2 after going in. Chun Mo looked at Karen. My base battle power is 1,200. I have the Kaioken. If I train for a year under 10 times gravity with only a day passing outside, my improvement will far exceed training in a normal environment. Goku trained from a few hundred to 5,000 under 10 times gravity on King Kai's planet. My foundation is better than Goku's was back then. The ultra-divine water has fully unlocked my potential. If you give me a year of 10 times gravity. He didn't finish, but Karen understood. The lookout is above Karen Tower. Karen said, just fly straight up and you'll reach it. But what? The Guardian is dead, Karen said, his voice low. Piccolo is dead too. The Guardian and Piccolo were one and the same. Piccolo was killed by the androids. The Guardian vanished along with him. I know. The lookout is empty now. Mr. Popo is still there keeping watch. The hyperbolic time chamber should still be usable. But without the Guardian overseeing it, no one knows if the temporal rules inside are still functioning correctly. They'll take the gamble, Chun Mo said. Karen looked at him. You're in a hurry. Cell is approaching Android 18. Chun Mo turned the scouter screen to show Karen. Android 18 is in a wounded state. If Cell catches her right now. He didn't finish. Karen didn't speak either. They stared at each other for 3 seconds. Go, Karen said. Mr. Popo is a good man. If you go, he will help you. Chun Mo stuffed the scouter into his backpack. He grabbed the Senza bean that Yajirobe had given him. Don't eat the Senza bean yet, Karen said. Your body has no fatal injuries right now. Save the Senza bean for a critical moment. You only have one. I know. Chun Mo walked to the edge of the platform. A prompt appeared in his mind. Detected host has completed the Ultra Divine Water Trial. Base battle power updated 1200. Current available multipliers 2-fold, 3-fold, 4-fold Kaioken. Battle power when 4-fold Kaioken is activated 4800. Warning emotional collection target Android 18. Current status is abnormal. Signal strength is continuously declining. It is recommended that the host return to the target's side as soon as possible. Damn it all. Chun Mo stared at the last line. Signal strength continuously declining. He clenched his fist. Then he relaxed it. Lord Karen. Moi. Thank you. He leaped off the platform. Activating Bukujutsu. He flew upwards. The top of Karen Tower was not the end. There was still a distance above. Passing through another layer of clouds, the lookout would appear. Wind blew up from below. As he flew, Chun Mo glanced at the scouter. Android 18 signal was moving. Slower now. Cell signal was also moving. Its speed hadn't changed. The distance between the two dots was shrinking. 100 kilometers. 80 kilometers. Chun Mo gritted his teeth. He flew faster. The lookout came into view. A massive floating platform in the sky. There were buildings on the platform. White. Colonnades, arches, stone brick floors. It looked exactly like the illustrations in the manga. Chun Mo landed on the edge of the platform. A dark-skinned, plump man stood at the main gate. A red vest. White pants. A white turban wrapped around his head. He held a watering can in his hand. Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo's eyes were round and black. When he saw Chun Mo, the watering can stopped. Who are you? Chun Mo. A disciple of Master Rashi. Lord Karen sent me up. Mr. Popo's expression didn't change. It seemed like it never changed. Master Rashi is still alive, huh, Mr. Popo said. It's been a long time since I heard that name. Mr. Popo, I need to use the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Popo put down the watering can. The hyperbolic time chamber. Yes. Do you know what the hyperbolic time chamber is? Yes. 1 year inside, 1 day outside. Gravity is 10 times temperature is extreme, the air is thin. Mr. Popo blinked his round eyes. No one has come here since the Guardian passed on, Mr. Popo said. The hyperbolic time chamber has been in used for a long time. The last time someone entered, he thought for a moment. A long time ago. Can it still be used? It can. The hyperbolic time chamber doesn't need the Guardian's maintenance. That space exists independently. As long as the door isn't broken, you can enter. Mr. Popo turned and walked deeper into the building. Chun Mo followed. They passed through a colonnade and crossed a garden. The flowers in the garden were all in full bloom. At this altitude in this apocalyptic world, the flowers were still blooming. Mr. Popo had been tending them all along. After 2 turns, a wooden door appeared at the end of the corridor. A very ordinary wooden door. No markings. Mr. Popo pushed the door open. Behind it was a small room. A bed. An hourglass. A dining table. Beyond that was an endless expanse of white space. No horizon. No sky. No reference points. White stretched from underfoot into infinity. The moment the air entered, Chun Mo felt the change in gravity. His feet suddenly felt heavy. 10 times gravity. He had worn a 20-kilogram turtle shell on Kame Island for a year. That weight under 10 times gravity would be 200 kilograms. But his current body was one that had drunk the ultra divine water. Base battle power 1200. 10 times gravity was heavy, but not enough to crush him. There is food and water inside, Mr. Popo said from the doorway. The hourglass is the timer. When the sand runs out, 1 day will have passed outside. You must come out before that. What happens if I exceed 1 day? The door will vanish. You will be trapped in there forever. Chun Mo glanced at the hourglass. The sand hadn't started flowing yet. The hourglass only starts timing after I go in. Yes, the moment you step into the white space. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Mr. Popo, moi. If someone is badly injured and being chased by another monster. If I stay inside for a year, only 1 day will have passed outside when I come out. Yes, that monster will catch up to her in 3 minutes. Mr. Popo looked at him. 3 minutes, Chun Mo said. 3 minutes outside. How long is that inside? Mr. Popo thought for a moment. 1 day equals 1 year. 3 minutes is probably about 15 hours inside. 15 hours. Training for 15 hours under 10 times gravity. Then come out. How much could his battle power increase? Not enough. 15 hours was nothing. Chun Mo stepped into the white space. The hourglass began to flow. 10 times gravity pressed down on him. He stood in the endless white. Took 10 steps forward. Looked back at the door. The door was still there. Small. Like a matchbox in the white space. The system displayed a prompt. Detected host has entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Current environment 10 times gravity, extreme temperature, cycling air, oxygen content reduced to 1/4 of the outside. Unlimited Kaioken can be used normally in the current environment. Warning signal from emotional collection target has been lost. The hyperbolic time chamber is an independent space and cannot receive external signals. Signal lost. He couldn't see Android 18 anymore. Chun Mo stood under 10 times gravity. The white space was silent. No wind. Nothing. He didn't know what was happening outside. He didn't know if Cell had caught up to Android 18. He didn't know if she had escaped. He knew nothing. Damn it. Chun Mo cursed under his breath. Then he began to train. The 4-fold Kaioken unfolded under 10 times gravity. The red aura was pressed down by the gravity, clinging to the surface of his body. Every movement was 3 times heavier than outside. Punches, kicks, Kamehameha, the heaven and earth piercing wave. He repeatedly practiced the techniques he had learned from young Goku in the White Void. Energy bullets condensed at his fingertips released split and controlled. 1 split into 2. 2 split into 4. With 4 the energy lines started to tangle. Start over. 1 split into 2. 2 split into 3. 3. Controlled. Manipulating 3 energy lines simultaneously changing the direction of 3 energy bullets at once. Under 10 times gravity controlling chi required 3 times the mental effort. He didn't know how long it had been. The temperature began to change. From room temperature it plummeted to below 0. The sweat on his body froze into ice crystals. He continued training. The temperature changed again. From below 0 to 50 degrees above. The ice crystals melted and evaporated. The air became dry and hot. He continued training. He didn't know how many minutes had passed outside. He didn't know what was happening to Android 18. A scene kept flashing through his mind. Cell's tail. The syringe-like tip. Piercing into Android 18's body. He trained even harder. Punches. Full power punches under 10 times gravity. The air at the tip of his fist was compressed producing a sharp sound. Right index and middle fingers together. Heaven and earth piercing wave. 1 split into 4. For energy lines. He controlled them for 2 seconds. On the 3rd second one line broke. The energy bullet went out of control flew off and exploded on the white ground blasting a crater. Start over. He didn't know how long it had been. A few hours perhaps. Perhaps a dozen hours. There were no reference points in the hyperbolic time chamber. The perception of time was compressed by gravity and fatigue. His body was getting stronger. He could feel it. With every punch his power was slightly greater than the last. With every chi control his precision was slightly higher. The potential unlocked by the ultra-divine water was the foundation. 10 times gravity was the catalyst. The Kaioken's hypermetabolism was the accelerator. An unknown amount of time passed again. Shinemo stopped. Had 3 minutes passed. Had 5 minutes passed. Had 10 minutes passed. Android 18. He turned and ran towards the door. After 20 steps the door appeared. He rushed through pulling it open. Mr. Popo was still standing at the entrance, his posture unchanged. You're out. Mr. Popo said, it's only been. How long has it been outside? Mr. Popo glanced at the sun in the sky. About an hour. An hour. Inside that meant he had been in there for about half a month. Chun Imo rushed to his backpack and grabbed the scouter. He turned it on. Scanned. Android 18 signal. He scanned once. Scanned again. Android 18 signal. It was there. But it was overlapping with Cell's signal. The 2 dots were superimposed. Chun Mo's hand froze. Overlapping. The 2 signals were at the same location. Cell had caught Android 18. Chun Imo stared at the screen. The system displayed a prompt. Detected emotional collection target Android 18 in a captured state. Target's current emotions, anger, fear, struggle. Emotional value is surging dramatically. Remote collection is not possible. The host must reach the target's side to collect emotional value. Warning: if the emotional collection target is absorbed by Cell, the system will permanently lose the collection target. At that time, the unlimited Kaioken system will cease operation. Chun Mo's eyes narrowed. Permanently lost. System termination. That meant he would not only lose Android 18, he would also lose the Kaioken. Lose everything. In this apocalyptic world, he would be dead for sure. Mr. Popo. Moi. How high is the lookout from the ground? Probably. At the top of the troposphere. Chun Imo walked to the edge of the lookout's platform. He looked down. The clouds were beneath his feet. Android 18 and Cell's location was to the east-southeast. Straight line distance. He took a last look at the scouter. Fourfold Kaioken. The red aura erupted from him. After spending over half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, his base battle power was now 5,000. He had already reached the average level of the Saiyans during their invasion of Earth. He leaped from the edge of the platform. In midair, his red aura trailed a long line. A streak of crimson aura tore down through the clouds. As Chun Imo landed, his knees crashed into the rubble of the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lifted his head. 50 meters away, a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall stood at the very center of the devastation. Its skin was green, marked with black stripes, with a row of carapace ridges behind its head. Its tail coiled behind it, the needle-like tip glinting under the sunlight. Cell. First form. Even larger than the manga had depicted. Android 18 was to its left, held firmly in its grasp. Cell's hand clamped around Android 18's wrist. Her feet dangled half a meter off the ground, her whole body suspended. Her training suit bore several tears from the battle with Broly. Her hair was disheveled, golden strands scattered across her face. She struggled, but Cell's strength far surpassed hers. As he landed, her eyes turned toward him. Those blue eyes swept over him, sizing him up from head to toe, then her expression shifted. It was something Chun Imo found difficult to describe. Where have you been? Android 18's voice was flat. Chun Imo stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. Went out to take care of something. Only then did Cell shift its attention from Android 18. It turned its head to look at Chun Imo. Compound eyes. Red, divided into many tiny facets like the ocular structure of an insect. Chun Mo had read descriptions of such eyes in the original work, but being stared down by them in reality was an entirely different sensation. It felt like being observed under a microscope. Interesting, Cell spoke, its voice deeper than he had imagined, carrying a resonant echo, as if emanating from deep within its chest. The Z fighters should have been completely annihilated. A combatant of this caliber still exists on this planet. You must be Cell. Cell remained motionless. The one created by Dr. Jero. Chun-mo continued, the one meant to absorb androids 17 and 18. Cell tilted its head slightly. You know my purpose. I know more than that, Chun-mo said, standing his ground. I know you came here in a time machine. The wind in the ruins lifted dust from the rubble, swirling between them for a moment before dissipating. Cell's compound eyes fixed on him, unblinking. Then it said, what did you say? Its tone dropped half a degree in gravity. Chun-mo thought to himself, hooked. He didn't rush to elaborate. A time machine, he repeated. The kind that comes from another timeline. In your original timeline, something went wrong, didn't it? You couldn't come to Earth anymore. Cell remained silent, but the force of its grip on Android 18's wrist loosened. Just a fraction. Android 18 landed on her feet. Her feet touched the rubble, steadying herself. She stood there, her eyes fixed on Chun-mo, that strange expression still lingering on her face. Chun-mo had no time to ponder Android 18's expression. He pressed on. You're not the Cell of this timeline. The one from this timeline is still in some underground base, hasn't emerged yet. We found the shell you shed in the ruined city. That shell is yours, not the one from this timeline. Cell's tail twitched. The tail traced an arc behind it, the needle-like tip shifting direction. You know a great deal, Cell said. Knowing a lot is an advantage, Chun-mo said. And also a disadvantage. For instance, right now, since I know too much, you definitely won't let me live. Cell's mouth curved upward slightly. It wasn't a human expression. It's been a long time since a human on Earth spoke this much to me, Cell said. Among the Z-fighters, the one who talked the most was Krillin. He died while saying stop it. Chun-mo. Alright, thanks, that's as good as saying nothing. You know about the time machine. Cell redirected the conversation. That fact alone should be unknown to anyone in this timeline. It took a step forward. The rubble ground trembled slightly beneath its foot. Who told you? Chun-mo thought for a second. Tell the truth. Say I'm a transmigrator carrying a head full of knowledge from another universe. Cell would most likely dismiss it as the ravings of a madman. But that wouldn't make it spare him. Dr. Jero's surveillance robots, Chun-mo said. He tracked the Z-fighters for years. His data records are very comprehensive. The robots captured the time machine. Cell paused. Jero's robots, it repeated. He actually let that data leak out before he died. It wasn't a leak, Chun-mo said. I went looking for it. If you're interested, that lab is in the northern mountains 3 levels below the old Red Ribbon Army headquarters. The remaining data archives are still there, though Android 18 and 17 have already torn the place apart. Cell didn't respond. It was thinking. Chun-mo stood his ground, appearing calm on the surface, but his toes curled inside his boots. You couldn't rush when talking to Cell. Its intelligence ranked among the highest of all villains. Speak too fast, and you'd expose a flaw. Speak too slowly, and you'd be dismissed as noise. How did you get to Earth? Chun-mo asked. Where is the time machine? Cell's compound eyes scanned him. You're asking me. And you're asking me, Chun-mo said. A fair exchange of information. You won't lose. Why would I exchange information with a human whose combat power is only 20,000? Because I know things you don't, Chun-mo said. You know how you got here. You don't know what happened in this timeline to make your plan go awry. For example, that Super Saiyan, he paused. Even in your perfect form, you might not be a match for his limitless growth. Cell actually stopped. It had been in this ruined city longer than Android 18. If it had detected Broly's battle aura, it would have known that intensity was wrong. The aura of the legendary Super Saiyan was on an entirely different scale from an ordinary one. Outsiders, Cell said. More than one outsider has appeared in this timeline. Correct, Chun-mo said. A multiline convergence. This planet is very lively right now. Cell was silent for a few seconds. Its gaze shifted from Chun-mo, sweeping across the surroundings. Ruins. Crumbling walls. A gray sky. Then its eyes landed on Android 18. Only for a second. Chun-mo heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Current emotion of the target: anger, sustained alertness, high curiosity, rising. Emotion value collection and progress. Curiosity. Who was she curious about? Cell. It didn't seem so. Note the target's attention is focused on the host, duration exceeding 3 minutes. Chun-mo. Can this system just shut up for a moment? Cell spoke. I want to know, it said, exactly where you obtained Dr. Jero's data. The precise location and specific contents. An exchange, Chun-mo said. You first tell me where the time machine is parked and when you arrived in this timeline. Cell's compound eyes stared at him. You're negotiating with me. Yes. With your current combat power. Yes. There was silence for about 3 seconds. Then Cell made a sound. It wasn't quite a laugh. More like air being forced out of its chest cavity. Interesting, it said. The last human on Earth to say interesting in a way that actually makes it interesting for me. Its tail retracted. The needle-like tip, which had been angled toward Android 18, shifted direction. It wasn't aimed at anyone. Cell stood in the center of the ruins. Above in the gray sky, a bird flew past in the distance, quickly disappearing behind a broken wall. The time machine, Cell said, is in an underground bunker southeast of this city. I arrived in this timeline 12 days ago. I've given you the information you asked for. Its compound eyes locked onto Chun-mo. Now yours. Chun-mo took a deep breath. This verbal sparring was easy to start, but hard to sustain. He had to think carefully about what information to give and what to withhold. Give too little and Cell would deem it worthless. Give too much and Cell would have no further use for him. The balance was a tightrope, and he was walking it. Before Dr. Jero died, Chun-mo said he encrypted and sealed away part of his core files. They weren't in the lab's main computer. They were in a separate external storage device. That storage device is in my hands now. Cell said nothing. It waited for him to continue. Chun Imo swallowed the rest of his sentence. He patted his pocket. Inside was a scanner, not some storage medium belonging to Dr. Jero. He had just lied. But Cell didn't know that yet. Emotion value of the target anger decreasing, alertness, sustained curiosity rising. New emotion detected, possessiveness, initial detection. Cell's compound eyes fixed on him, his abdominal carapace contracting rhythmically, once like some creature holding its breath. Chun Mo's pocket held the detector. There was no storage medium at all. Take it out, Cell said. Chun Imo reached into his pocket in slow motion. His fingers touched the hard shell of the detector. Solar flare. Taught by Master Rashi. Not a combat skill. An escape skill. What had Master Rashi said back then? Tien Shinhan's move. It has no real killing power, but it can save your life. Timing is everything. The timing was now. Wait, Chun Imo said, looking up. Before I give it to you, I want to confirm one thing. Cell said nothing. Waiting. Chun Mo's right hand clenched into a fist. Chi gathered between his fingers. This move is called Solar Flare, Chun Imo said. Stupid name, great effect. Cell's compound eyes narrowed. Too late. White light exploded from Chun Mo's fist. Pure light brighter than the midday sun, detonating a white sphere amidst the ruins. Cell's compound eyes were multifaceted structures, their sensitivity to light an order of magnitude higher than ordinary eyes. He took it full in the face. Ag. The sound tore from Cell's chest. Chun Imo was already running. He dashed toward Android 18, accelerating to full speed, and grabbed her wrist. Go. Android 18 froze for half a second. Chun Imo didn't wait for her reply. He pulled hard, dragging her into the air. What the? No time to explain. Fly. The two shot up above the ruins. Chun Imo didn't head for any cover. He went straight south toward the sea, pushing his speed to the max. A dull rumble came from the ruins behind them. The ground shook. Cell's vision had returned. Chun Imo didn't look back. The detector was in his bag. Without even checking, he knew Cell's signal was climbing. Where are you going? Android 18 tugged at him. Android 17 is. Cell knows where Android 17 is too, Chun Imo said through gritted teeth. Flying that way now is just feeding yourself to him. Android 18's wrist twitched, but she didn't shake him off. They flew south for about 4 minutes. The sea appeared on the horizon. Gray vast waves crashing against distant reefs. Chun Imo angled downward. Down. Into the sea. You're an android. You don't need to breathe. Sinking to the bottom is fine, Chun Imo said. I can hold my breath. If I can't, I'll use a chi barrier. Android 18 looked at him. Chun Imo said, you have no chi. Cell can't track you by sensing it. They'll suppress mine completely and vanish too. You can suppress it completely. I've been training for a year, Chun Imo said. Master Rashi taught me. Android 18 said nothing more. The two of them plunged into the sea. The surface closed above them, cutting off the light. Everything turned a murky green. Pressure pressed in from all sides. Chun Imo dispelled the Kaioken ×4. He pushed his internal chi deeper layer by layer, compressing it into his very marrow, not letting a single wisp leak out. Silence. The sound of the sea isolated everything. They continued deeper. 5 meters. 10. 20. The sand on the seabed was white, visibility poor. Chun Imo glanced back at Android 18. She followed him, her steps slow, her hair drifting in the water, golden strands floating in the dark green. Her eyes were blue. At this depth, the color merged with the surrounding water, making it impossible to tell where she ended and the sea began. A white sleeveless vest, denim shorts, bare feet on the white sand. Chun Imo thought, what the hell is this situation? What kind of mood is this to find this scene? What a beast I am. He crushed the thought. Emotion collection, target status, alert, high suppression, rising anger, sustained. Android 18 was looking at the surface. Chun Imo followed her gaze upward. A dark silhouette was on the sea. Cell had landed on the water. He stood on the surface, his second form larger by a full size after shedding his shell, feet resting on the crests of waves, his gaze sweeping. Chun Mo's heartbeat quickened. He slowed his breathing to the barest minimum. Chi completely sealed. Still, the two of them stood on the white sand 20 meters deep, looking up at the shadow moving slowly overhead. Cell swept his gaze around, moved a few meters left and right. He couldn't find the signal. Chun Mo's hand found a reef rock. He grabbed it and slowly moved east. Android 18 followed without a word. There was a wound on her ankle, likely from fighting Broly. In the seawater, the edges of the wound bled a faint red, quickly diluted. Chun Imo glanced down. Android 18 noticed him looking and shifted her ankle away. Chun Imo said nothing and continued walking. Above, Cell's shadow was still there. He began sweeping back and forth across the surface. No pattern. He was actively scanning with electromagnetic waves. Chun Imo could feel it. A subtle pressure like something brushing against his skin, then gone. Cell's scan passed over their location but detected nothing. The seawater was interfering. The two continued walking on the seabed. About 10 minutes passed. Chun Mo's lungs began to ache. He drew a thin thread of chi from within, formed a delicate layer around his mouth, and nose squeezed out a bubble and exchanged air. Slow but sufficient. Emotion collection, target emotion values, anger decreasing, alert, sustained suppression increasing. New emotion, unease detected, intensity rising. Chun Imo glanced sideways at Android 18. Her face was expressionless, but her hand was gripping the edge of a reef rock with considerable force, a crack forming under her fingers. Android 18, lazuli underwater in a situation of being hunted showed unease. Chunimo thought for a second, then reached out and placed his hand over the one gripping the rock. Android 18 stopped moving. She turned her head to look at him. Chunimo couldn't speak underwater, so he pointed at Cell's direction, then shook his head, then pointed at the seabed stretching ahead and made a keep-going gesture, meaning he hasn't found us yet. Move. Android 18 stared at him for 2 seconds. Then she let go of the reef rock. They continued walking. Emotion collection target emotion fluctuation unease decreasing. New emotion dependence initial detection. Above Cell's shadow was moving east. He had changed his search direction. The two walked on the seabed for about 40 minutes. Chunmo's legs were starting to feel heavy. Not from a lack of strength, but from holding his breath too long. The sensation of oxygen deprivation was creeping in. He diverted a little chi to sustain himself, but this consumption was rapid. Then Android 18's hand reached out. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him toward a cluster of nearby reefs. Among the reefs was a hollow covered by rocks and coral like the entrance to a cellar. Android 18 led him inside. There was a pocket of air inside. Not large, enclosed by the reef, sealed, containing a layer of atmosphere. Just enough for one person to stand. She pushed him into the air pocket. Chunmo's head entered the bubble, and he took a deep breath. The salty taste of the sea, but it was oxygen. He looked back at Android 18. She was outside the bubble in the water, leaning against the reef wall. An android doesn't need to breathe. She didn't need this air pocket. She gave it up for him. Emotion collection target emotion fluctuation possessiveness extremely strong obsession moderate protective instinct rising. Large-scale emotion data collection in progress. Current emotion value cumulative threshold breached. Unlock progress. The system window scrolled in his mind, the progress bar spinning. Chunimo leaned against the reef wall, took a few more breaths, then stabilized his chi, reformed the chi layer around his mouth and nose, and submerged his head back into the water. He looked at Android 18. She was right in front of him, less than half a meter away. Water pressure and currents played through her hair, golden strands plastered against her cheeks. Her eyes had turned a deep blue at this depth, completely blending with the color of the sea, their boundary indistinguishable. She was looking at him. Directly. No pretense, no averting her gaze, just staring at him. Chunimo didn't look away. The two of them were in a crevice of the reef 20 meters deep on the seabed, with Cell still searching for them overhead, surrounded by rocks and undercurrents, nothing else. The system chimed in his mind. Infinite Kaioken emotion collection has reached the threshold. Multiplier unlocked Kaioken times 10. Combat power upon activation 50,000. Chunimo stared at that number for 2 seconds. 50,000. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 50,000. He opened his eyes. Android 18 was still looking at him. Chunimo leaned in a little closer near her ear. Sound decays underwater, so he compressed his chi into a thin line and used vibration to send his voice. A crooked technique head derived from the Kamehameha. Thank you. He was referring to the air pocket. Android 18's lips moved, but no sound came through the water. But he was close enough to read her lips. She said, "You owe me." The shadow above was slowly moving east. Cell hadn't given up. He was still searching. Chunimo quietly took out the detector, pressed it against the reef wall, set it to its lowest power, and took a reading. Cell's signal. Still on the surface. Moving northeast. But slower, like he was circling. He wasn't certain of this direction, but he hadn't completely given up either. Chunimo put the detector away and leaned back against the reef wall. Water flowed through the gaps. The reef wall was cool with seaweed clinging to it. He and Android 18 were in this crevice, shoulders almost touching the proximity, forced by the rocks, neither of them moving away. The system fell silent. The seabed was silent too. Only the sound of the current and the lingering shadow of the figure overhead that hadn't yet dispersed. The shadow above moved. Chunimo leaned against the reef wall, feeling the pressure of that electromagnetic wave sweep over them once more. Weaker this time. Cell was pulling away. He activated the detector against the reef crack at its lowest power. Cell signal. Northeast. Accelerating away from the surface. Chunimo watched for 3 seconds, confirming the direction. Cell wasn't heading southeast. He was going northeast. Android 17's direction. Cell had given up on finding them. He had chosen the easier target. Chunimo switched off the detector, leaned back against the reef wall, and let out a breath. Android 18 was also looking at the surface. The shadow overhead had completely vanished. Sunlight once again filtered down from the surface, dappling the dark green water with scattered light. Safe. Temporarily. Chunimo didn't move immediately. His body was still in this seabed crevice, shoulder against the seaweed-covered rock wall, Android 18 to his left. Her injuries weren't light. Chunimo glanced sideways. Android 18 was leaning against the opposite reef. Beneath the torn fabric of her left shoulder was a deep gash, the edges purple, like a bruise from a heavy blunt force. Not an ordinary scrape. The force of a single punch from Broly in his Super Saiyan form could crater a city. How long had Android 18 held out? Her complexion was very pale. Not the normal pale of an android's skin, but a pallor indicating a lack of circulation. Androids have perpetual energy, machines limitless power, but half of her body tissue was human. That half could be injured, could feel pain. How long have you been staring at me? Android 18's voice came through the water, attenuated but clear enough. I'm assessing your injuries. Done. The wound on your left shoulder is deep. At least 2 ribs are compromised. The cut on your right ankle isn't healed either. Android 18 lifted her ankle and looked at it. The wound had been soaking in seawater for nearly an hour. The edges were turning white. I want die. You want die? But you can't beat Cell right now. Android 18 didn't reply. She lowered her ankle and leaned back against the reef wall. Water flowed through the crevice carrying seaweed and fine sand. Her hair drifted in the water, golden strands clinging to her neck and collarbone. The collar of her uniform slightly open in the current. Chun Imo shifted his gaze back to the detector. Cell is going after Android 17, he said. Android 18's eyes moved. Android 17. Cell needs to absorb you both to evolve. He lost your trail, so he switched targets. Android 17 is easier to find. He can't suppress his chi, and Cell can track the perpetual energy machine's electromagnetic signal. Android 18 stood up straight. Water flowed past her waist. I'm going to find Android 17. Going to find Android 17 in your current state. Just let Cell take you both out in one go. Android 18 stopped. Chun Imo said, Android 17's combat power right now isn't lower than yours. He can hold his own for a while. How do you know? Because after you two killed all the Z fighters, you had no opponents for 4 whole years. Android 17 is different from you. You fight with technique. He fights by instinct. For years without an opponent, your technique wouldn't degrade, but his battle intuition has been growing constantly. Chun Imo paused. In Cell's timeline, the Android 17 he absorbed had lower combat power than the one in this timeline. Because in that timeline the Z fighters were still around. Android 17 didn't fight as many hard battles. Android 18 looked at him. You mean this timeline's Android 17 is stronger than Cell expects? Yes. Cell is going to have a hard time. 300 kilometers to the northeast. In the middle of a mountain range split in two. Cell landed on a pile of rubble in a valley. His compound eyes still flickered occasionally from the aftereffects of the solar flare. He was in a bad mood. A human with a combat power under 50,000, had blinded him with a solar flare and taken Android 18 away, right from under his nose. Cell's tail lashed behind him, shattering a 3-meter boulder into pieces. No rush. Android 18 couldn't escape. This planet was only so big. As long as her electromagnetic signal appeared in any area without interference, he could lock onto it. He would deal with Android 17 first. After absorbing Android 17 and becoming semi-perfect, his power would multiply. Finding Android 18 afterward would be much easier. Cell looked up. 5 kilometers ahead lay the ruins of a small town. Android 17's electromagnetic signal was there completely still. Cell flew forward. On the town square, Android 17 sat atop an overturned bus, legs crossed, holding a can of soda had scavenged from a ruined supermarket. He first spotted a green figure streaking across the sky. 17 crushed the soda can and tossed it aside. Another one. 17 stood up. Black hair, blue eyes. He resembled 18, but with sharper features. His GI was neater than 18's since he hadn't fought Broly. Cell landed at the other end of the square. 30 meters separated them. 17, Cell said. 17 stared at it. You know my name? I know everything about you. Cell took a step forward. I watched your design being completed. When Dr. Gero built you, I already existed. Your perpetual motion engine model, your combat programs, your weaknesses. I know it all. 17's mouth twitched. So don't waste time. Cell's tail emerged from behind the needle-like tip aimed at 17. You are part of my evolution. Accept that, and you'll suffer less. 17 shoved his hands into his pockets. The last person who told me to accept reality, 17 said, was the military commander of West City. After he said that, I blew up the entire headquarters. Cell's compound eyes narrowed. 17 pulled his hands out. 2 golden energy pillars shot from his palms, simultaneously blazing towards Cell at immense speed. An explosion. Dust and rubble surged into the air. Cell burst through the smoke, lashing out with its tail. 17 sidestepped, spinning to drive an elbow into Cell's abdominal armor. Crack. Cell skidded back 3 meters. It glanced down at its armor. Cracked. Cracked. 17 gave it no time to react. 3 consecutive punches. A left hook struck Cell's right carapace. A right fist slammed into its chest. The third was an uppercut connecting squarely with its jaw. Cell's head snapped back. As it swept its tail, 17 had already leaped away, landing 5 meters off. He shoved his hands back into his pockets. That's it, 17 said. Cell's compound eyes twitched. Something was wrong. This 17, in the timeline Cell came from, it knew his exact battle power. Dr. Gero's design data. Cell had reviewed it all. That 17, against its first form, should have the upper hand, but no overwhelming advantage. After 100 exchanges, Cell would use its tail to ambush him, completing the absorption. That was the script. But this 17's striking force. Wrong. Far too different. You're far stronger than you should be, Cell said, its tone shifting from condescension to scrutiny. Should be. 17 tilted his head. What are you talking about? In this timeline, the Z fighters are all dead, Cell said, its voice dropping. No one threatens you. No enemies force you to grow stronger. You should have stagnated. Who told you that? 17 slowly rolled up his sleeve. No enemies. Then I fight 18. If 18 won't fight, I tear down cities. One after another. His tone was casual. Know how many I've demolished. For years. Lost count. You think I'm playing? 17's lips curled. I am playing. But as I played, my touch changed. Cell's tail retracted slightly. 17 took a step forward. You're from another timeline. That version of me was probably a hothouse flower. But this version of me, 17 vanished. Before Cell's compound eyes could lock on, a foot slammed into the back of its head. Crash. Cell's entire body was driven into the ground. Rubble and dirt exploded outward. 17 stood at the edge of the crater, looking down at Cell buried 3 meters deep. No one sparred with me for 4 years. You came just in time. Under the sea, Chun-Mo leaned against a reef staring at his detector. 17's and Cell's signals overlapped. Violent fluctuations. Fighting. 17's signal is spiking, Chun-Mo said. But it's not weakening. Cell's signal is being suppressed instead. 18 stood beside him, seawater up to her waist. They had waded from the deep sea into shallow coastal waters. Over 40 minutes had passed since Cell left the surface. 18's injuries were healing. Android recovery was neither fast nor slow. The perpetual motion engine sustained bodily functions, but physical damage took time. The bruise on her left shoulder had shifted from purple to deep red. Her ribs were still mending. Can 17 win? 18 asked. Against Cell's first form, it can't beat the current 17, Chun-Mo said. But Cell won't be stupid enough to keep fighting. It'll run. Save its life and find another chance. 18 rested her hand on the reef, her fingertips scraping across the stone. That human was right, she murmured almost to herself. What human? 18 glanced at him. You, Chun-Mo. Oh, 18 stepped out of the shallow water. Seawater dripped from her GI. Her white tank top was soaked through, clinging to her body, clearly outlining the contours beneath. The edge of her denim shorts was also wet, hanging on her hips, a strip of skin above her waistline glistening in the sunlight. She walked a few steps onto the sand, then stopped. Turned around. Chun-Mo was packing up the detector. Where are you going? 18 said. The hyperbolic time chamber, Chun-Mo said. I spent half a month in there before. Not enough. I need to go back and continue. No. Chun-Mo looked up. 18 stood on the beach barefoot in the white sand, seawater still dripping from her hair tips. Her eyes were pale blue in the sunlight. That color was different from the deep sea. Underwater it was dark blue. Now it was light, bright. But the look in those eyes hadn't changed. You left me once before, 18 said. Above that city. You ran while I was fighting that Super Saiyan. Chun-Mo said nothing. Then you came back, 18 continued. When Cell grabbed me, you charged down. She took 2 steps forward. Ran away. Came back. Ran away. Came back. 18 walked up to him. Less than half a meter separated them. Her eyes locked onto his, holding something Chun-Mo knew well. It was there the first time they met. When she stepped on his chest. When she gave him the air bubble underwater. The same. You're mine, 18 said. You're not allowed to run anymore. Chun-Mo's mouth moved. If I don't run, what about Cell? My current battle power. 18 raised her hand. Her hand rested on his shoulder. Lightly. But Chun-Mo knew the strength in that hand. It could twist steel rebar into knots. You're weak, 18 said. But you know everything. You know about Cell. Broly. The time machine. My name. Her fingers tightened slightly on his shoulder. You know more than anyone else. I don't want anyone else to know these things. 18 leaned in close. So close that Chun-Mo could see the water droplets clinging to her eyelashes. Stay by my side. Don't go anywhere. Emotion collection, target emotion values, possession, extreme obsession, extreme, control, desire, high. New emotion, fear, latent, low intensity, cause analysis, fear of losing information, source, target person. Emotion values continuously collected. Chun-Mo stared into those pale blue eyes. Their owner could tear down a city with her bare hands. Could fight a legendary Super Saiyan to a draw. Could treat Cell's first form like a toy. Their owner was now telling him, you're mine. Chun-Mo quickly ran through his options. He didn't need the hyperbolic time chamber. He needed time. 10 times gravity. To push his base battle power from 5,000 upward. With 10 times Kaioken, he could reach 50,000. Still nothing in this timeline. But 18 wouldn't let him go. If he forced a run, 10 times Kaioken could buy some distance. But once 18 recovered and chased him, he wouldn't get a second chance to use solar flare. And if he ran, what about the system? The only emotion collection target. The system was bound to her. No collection, no upgrades. No upgrades. He could train in the chamber until he died. Still only at Cell Saga level. What use was that level? Cell required Super Saiyan level power to defeat. He needed 18. 18 needed what he knew. Fine, Chun-Mo said. 18's fingers loosened slightly. But there's a condition, Chun-Mo added. 18's eyes narrowed. He'll stay by your side. But you have to take me to the lookout. The hyperbolic time chamber is there. I go in to train, you wait outside. 1 year inside equals 1 day outside. You only need to wait a day. Why should I wait for you? Because you need me to get stronger, Chun-Mo said. Cell can't absorb 17 now. But it'll find a way. It's from another timeline, it already has methods to absorb you. Sneak attacks, dirty tricks. It'll use everything. You're injured now. 17 doesn't know Cell's secrets. I do. He looked into 18's eyes. Let me get a little stronger. They'll be out in a day and keep being your strategist. A fair deal. 18 stared at him for 5 seconds. Her hand slid off his shoulder down his arm to his wrist. Then she clasped it. Her fingers circled his wrist. Not tight. Like a lock. 1 day, 18 said. 1 day. More than a day and he'll tear the door off. The hyperbolic time chamber door isn't easy to tear off. Then he'll tear down the entire lookout. Chun-Mo figured she wasn't joking. The system quietly pinged a notification in his mind. Emotion value accumulated to threshold. 10 times Kaioken fully stabilized. Next stage, unlock target 20 times Kaioken. Required emotion value. Significantly increased. It is recommended that the host increase interaction intensity and duration with the collection target. Chun Mo mentally rolled his eyes at the text. Increase interaction intensity and duration. Why not just suggest I marry her? He was about to say something when the detector in his backpack beeped softly. A passive signal alert. Chun Mo unzipped the bag and pulled out the detector. A new dot appeared on the screen. Not Cell. Not 17. A third signal. Direction, due north. The battle power reading was jumping, rising, doubling every 3 seconds. Chun Mo stared at the screen, his fingers still. Broly's signal. It had paused earlier, disappearing to the north. Now it was back, and the signal intensity was an order of magnitude higher. 18 saw it too. Her hand was still locked on Chun Mo's wrist. That's Super Saiyan, she said. Chun Mo glanced at Broly's signal direction, then at the direction of Cell and 17's battle. 3 signals. 3 directions. All converging on this area. The control device was broken. Paragus couldn't control him anymore. Broly's signal was still rising. Still rising. Chun Mo stared at the detector, the number doubling every 3 seconds. From 50,000 to 100,000. From 100,000 to 200,000. 200,000 to 400,000. No sign of stopping. The legendary Super Saiyan. An infinite growth type, completely different from Goku and Vegeta's path of training. Broly's power gushed out from within him, like a well with no limit. In this version of Broly, the control device was broken. Paragus couldn't control him. Chun Mo turned off the detector and stuffed it back into his bag. He looked up. 18 stood on the beach, her back to him, facing the sea. Her GI was still wet. The white tank top clung to her back, the outline of her spine visible through the fabric vertebra by vertebra. Her waist tapered sharply, denim shorts hanging on her hips darker from the water. Her legs were bare, feet planted in the white sand, the wound on her ankle still there. But the edges of the wound were moving. Chun Mo froze. He stepped closer, bending down to look at the wound. The skin tissue at the edges was visibly closing in. Not scabbing. Not normal healing. Cells were reorganizing. Like someone was erasing the wound bit by bit. Your ankle. 18 glanced down and rotated her ankle. It's healed. Healed. Chun Mo crouched to inspect it. The wound was indeed gone. The skin was smooth, not even a scar. Then he saw 18's left shoulder. Where a purple bruise had been 10 minutes ago, only a faint pink remained. Just 10 minutes. Your perpetual motion engine. Eternal furnace, 18 corrected him. Chun Mo's mind raced. Eternal furnace. The manga only mentioned a permanent energy furnace, translated as perpetual motion engine. But 18 herself called it the eternal furnace. The eternal furnace's repair function, Chun Mo said as he stood up, was it this fast before you fought Broly? I'd never been this injured before, 18 said, tucking her wet hair behind her ear. Jiro never told us it could repair the body. I thought it only supplied energy. A chill ran down Chun Mo's spine. In the original story, 18 never showed this level of self-repair after the Cell Saga. She was still unconscious when Cell spat her out. She recovered normally after being knocked out in the Tournament of Power. Either this timeline's eternal furnace was different from the original, or, after a battle with a Super Saiyan of Broly's caliber, the eternal furnace had triggered some deeper function. Chun Mo thought of a possibility, and the chill on his back deepened. Saiyans had near-death power boosts. Every time they nearly died and recovered, their battle power skyrocketed. If the eternal furnace had a similar mechanism. What are you thinking? 18 turned around. Her injuries were almost gone. The bruise on her left shoulder had vanished. She pressed her ribs without wincing. The scrapes on her waist were gone. She had transformed from the battered state of 10 minutes ago into this pristine condition. The speed was unnaturally fast. I was thinking, Chun Mo carefully chose his words, your infinite energy furnace might be even stronger than Dr. Jiro himself realized. Obviously. Android 18 rolled her shoulders and twisted her neck from side to side, her joints emitting faint pops. That old fool Jiro couldn't even control Cell. What makes you think he understood what he created? Chun Mo remained silent. He mentally reassessed Android 18's threat level. In the original timeline, her combat power was roughly at Super Saiyan level, slightly weaker than Goku after his transformation. But the Android 18 in this timeline had never been gravely wounded by Broly, never triggered the deep-level restoration of the infinite energy furnace. This timeline's Android 18 had faced no rivals for 4 years. She had fought continuously during that time, battling Android 17, battling cities, battling every living thing. The infinite energy furnace had been running for 4 years. Now she had been severely injured by Broly again, and then fully repaired herself within 10 minutes. This infinite energy furnace was no longer the same as the one in the original story. Had your fill of staring. Chun Mo snapped back to reality. Android 18 walked up to him. Her wet hair was beginning to dry in the sea breeze, golden strands clinging to her neck, a few stray locks draped over her collarbone. Her crop top was still damp, the fabric clinging to her body. She raised her hand. It clamped onto the back of Chun Mo's neck. His body instinctively stepped back. Android 18 didn't let go. Her fingers tightened. I told you, she said, her voice flat. You're mine. We already discussed this. It's not over. Android 18 pulled him closer. The distance between them shrank to less than 10 centimeters. She was half a head shorter than him. She had to look up to meet his eyes. But when those pale blue eyes locked onto him, Chun Mo felt like he was the one looking up. You promised to stay by my side. Android 18 said. Yes. I said I'd go to the hyperbolic time chamber. The hyperbolic time chamber is fine, Android 18 interrupted. But before that, and after every single thing you do, every place you go you tell me first. Chunmo's mouth twitched. Are you setting rules for me? What do you think? Android 18 raised her other hand, placing it on his shoulder. 2 hands. One on his nape, one on his shoulder, forming a semi-enclosed cage. You ran twice, Android 18 said. The first time was when I was fighting that Saiyan. The second time was before that. You went to some Karen Tower. How do you know about Karen Tower? Your ki was different from before you left. It wasn't trained out. It was forced out by something. Android 18's eyes narrowed. What's on Karen Tower? Ultra divine water. Senza beans. Her observational skills. Both Chun and Mo didn't lie. I drank the ultra divine water. The Senza beans are gone. Corinne's bean tree withered. So while I was fighting you ran off to drink a potion, got stronger, and came back. That's one way to put it. And now you plan to run again. To the hyperbolic time chamber. Get stronger again. Come back. Yes. Android 18's fingers shifted on his neck. What do you take me for? Android 18 said. An experienced dungeon. You come back when you need something and leave when you're done. Shin Emo thought. That analogy was oddly accurate. No, he said. Then what? A partnership. Partnership. A corner of Android 18's mouth moved. It wasn't a smile. It was a dangerous curve. A weakling like you, what right do you have to talk about partnership? Her hand slid from his neck to his chin, gripping it. The pressure wasn't heavy, but Chun Mo could feel the power beneath those 5 fingers. Each one could crush steel rebar. You are my possession. Android 18 said. Not a partner. Not a teammate. Not a strategist. A possession. Understand? Chun Mo's chin was held, forcing him to meet her gaze. There was something very pure in those pale blue eyes. Something Chun Mo had only seen in a very few characters from the original story. Absolute possessiveness. You are mine, so you cannot leave. You cannot leave my sight. You cannot make your own decisions. Everything about you belongs to me. Emotion collection, target emotion value, possessiveness, extreme, breaking previous record, control, continuously, rising obsession, new detection. Large influx of emotional energy. The system was collecting. But Chun Mo had no mind for data now. Android 18, he began. Say my name. Lazuli. Android 18's fingers loosened slightly. Have you heard of the infinite growth type? Chun Mo said. What? Broly. That's Super Saiyan. He's not an ordinary Super Saiyan. His power has no limit. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. No ceiling. Android 18 was silent. How long did you fight him? Less than 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes you went from having the upper hand to being severely injured, Chun Mo said. Did you notice that in the last 10 minutes his punch force was twice as strong as before? Android 18's fingers stopped. She thought about it. Yes. It wasn't because he was holding back at first. Chun Mo said. It's because he got stronger during the fight. Every second you fought him, he was growing. Android 18's hand dropped from his chin. Your infinite energy furnace is powerful, Chun Mo continued. You can repair. You have infinite energy. But Broly also has infinite growth. You repair fast, but he grows faster. If you fight for an hour, you're still you, but he's multiplied 10-fold. If you fight for 2 hours, he multiplies 100-fold. If you fight for a day, he could crush this planet. The wind blew across the beach. Android 18 stood still, her toes shifting in the white sand. She was thinking. More terrifying than Cell. Cell has a limit, Chun Mo said. Perfect Cell is only at Super Saiyan 2 level. Strong but capped. Broly has no cap. His power can theoretically grow infinitely. The legendary Super Saiyan 1 in 1,000 years exists for this reason. Android 18 was silent for a few seconds. So I have to get stronger, Chun Mo said. Not to run. To survive against Broly. You too. Broly is out of control now. He doesn't recognize anyone. He won't spare any strong being on this planet. You Android 17 Cell, you're all his targets. Android 18 looked up at him. The possessiveness in her eyes hadn't faded, but there was a new layer beneath it. Very thin. Like a sheen of light on the ocean. What you said, Android 18 began. I might believe you, but you cannot leave me. I need to go to the hyperbolic time, I said. Android 18's voice dropped. You are not to leave me. She stepped forward. Chun Mo stepped back. Behind him was a reef. No more room to retreat. Android 18 planted her hands on the rocks on either side of him, caging him in. She leaned in so close that Chun Mo could see his own reflection in her eyes. The neckline of her crop top gaped open at this angle. Chun Mo's gaze involuntarily flickered down for a moment, then immediately snapped back up. Android 18 noticed. She said nothing. But the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Fight my battles for me. I don't need that, Android 18 said. Give me advice, think of plans, tell me who to guard against, who to fight. That's your use. Your use doesn't require you to get stronger. You just need to stay by my side. Be obedient. Be my possession. Chun Mo's temples throbbed. He was perfectly aware of his situation. Tenfold Kaioken fully active combat power 50,000. Android 18's combat power was conservatively estimated in the hundreds of millions. And with the terrifying restoration ability, the infinite energy furnace had just demonstrated her actual strength might be even higher. He couldn't escape. At least not Hedon. Fine, Chun Mo said. Android 18 stared at him. Fine. Whatever you say. Chun Mo said. He'll listen to you. Android 18 watched him for 3 seconds. Then she withdrew her hands from the rocks and stepped back half a pace. You agreed too quickly, she said. Because what you said makes sense. You're lying to me. I'm saving my life. Shinemo said. There's no difference. Android 18 looked at him. After 2 seconds, the corner of her mouth twitched again. Fine, she said. Remember what you said today. She turned and looked north, the direction of Broly's signal. The scouter was in Chunmo's backpack. He didn't take it out, but he knew that number was still rising. You said Cell went after Android 17. Android 18 set her back to him. How long can 17 hold out? Imperfect Cell can't beat Android 17, but Cell will run. Run where? Look for an opportunity. Wait for us to separate. Wait for Android 17 to be alone. Ambush him, Chinemo said. Cell is highly intelligent. He won't fight Heaton. Android 18 was silent. I'm going to find Android 17. Your injuries. Healed. Android 18 turned around. You're coming with me. Chinmo's mind was racing. Go find Android 17. Android 17 is fighting Cell. Broly's signal is also moving in that direction. 3 forces about to converge on one point. He was going to charge into that with a combat power of 50,000. That was suicide. But Android 18 wouldn't let him stay alone, nor would she let him go to the hyperbolic time chamber. She wanted to keep him tethered to her side, so he only had one window. On the way to find Android 17, Android 18's attention would be divided while flying. If the fight between Cell and Android 17 escalated along the way, or if Broly's signal appeared nearby, Android 18's focus would be drawn away. That was his chance. Let's go, Chunemo said. Android 18 approached. She didn't grab him by the scruff this time. She took his wrist, 5 fingers encircling his wrist bone like a handcuff. The two of them lifted off from the beach. The sea receded beneath them. Wind rushed in through their ears. Android 18's flight speed was far faster than his. His body was dragged forward, his shoulder joint bearing tremendous strain. Chunemo used fourfold Kaioken to keep up with her pace. Slow down. If you can't keep up, don't be dead weight. Chunemo gritted his molars and followed. They flew northeast for about 6 minutes. Chunemo could feel the change in the air. 300 kilometers ahead, the battle fluctuations between Android 17 and Cell were ongoing. Every few seconds, there was a powerful energy burst. But another signal, Broly, was cutting in from due north. Extremely fast. Faster than Android 18's flight speed. That signal was heading straight for the area where Android 17 and Cell were fighting. Broly's coming. Chunemo shouted. Android 18 sensed it too. Her flight speed suddenly surged. Chunmo's wrist was yanked painfully. His fourfold Kaioken was already at its limit. Then the sky ahead flashed with golden light. It wasn't a ki blast. It was pure energy overflow, like a sun igniting on the ground. Broly had made contact with Cell. Android 18 stopped. She hovered in midair, staring at the golden light ahead. The golden light was expanding. The energy shockwave reached them from 300 kilometers away, vibrating the air. Android 17's signal was fluctuating violently. Cell's signal was retreating. Broly's signal was still rising. Chunmo's heart raced. A 3-way brawl. This was it. Android 18's attention was completely focused ahead. Her hand still encircled his wrist, but her grip had loosened. She was assessing the situation, deciding whether to charge in. Chunemo didn't hesitate. He switched from 4-fold Kaioken to 10-fold Kaioken in an instant. A combat power of 50,000 exploded within him. He wrenched his wrist out of Android 18's grasp. Android 18's hand closed on empty air. She turned her head. Chunemo had already changed direction. Not forward. Not backward. Downward. Diving straight for the ground. You. Android 18's voice came from above. Chunemo didn't look back. 10-fold Kaioken fully open, he completely suppressed his ki, retracting it into his very marrow. He pushed his speed to the max, his angle to the lowest, skimming the ruins of the ground at full velocity. Low. Fast. He dove into a cluster of destroyed city ruins. The shadows of broken buildings and shattered walls fragmented his form. The golden light 300 kilometers away was still expanding. Broly's energy shockwaves came in waves, each wave stronger than the last. Android 18 had to make a choice. Chase him or go to Android 17. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. No pursuit. Chunmo's breath was ragged. He wove through the base of the ruins, not slowing down. A prompt flashed in his mind from the system. Detected intense emotional fluctuations from emotion collection, target rage, soaring, betrayal, first detection, killing, intent rising. Large influx of emotional energy. Warning, emotion collection, target moving towards Android 17's location. Not tracking host. She chose Android 17. Chunemo let out a breath. She would go confirm Android 17's safety first. Because Android 17 was her brother. Her real brother. No matter how cold Android 18 seemed on the surface, Android 17 was her only blood relative in this world. When Broly charged in, she couldn't ignore Android 17. That was what Chunemo was betting on. It was his only window. He adjusted his course, veering 90 degrees, heading due west. The lookout. The hyperbolic time chamber. He only had one day. No, he didn't even have a day. After Android 18 dealt with things over there, she would come for him. And this time she wouldn't be so lenient. Emotion collection, target added, emotion obsession extreme. Note, host is advised to be mentally prepared for the next meeting. Chunemo dismissed the system's prompt. Be mentally prepared. Fine. He accelerated. Behind him, the northern sky was torn open by a rift of golden light stretching from the horizon to the top of the clouds. Broly's roar echoed from 300 kilometers away. Broly's roars grew fainter behind him. Chun Imo skimmed the ground, the crimson aura of the tenfold Kaioken suppressed to its minimum, clinging tight to his skin. This was the limit of his current speed. Ruins flashed beneath him. Collapsed overpasses toppled residential buildings, farmlands scorched to blackened earth. The scenery was all the same. For years, the androids had turned Earth into this. He dared not fly high. Flying high would leave traces of his ki in the air. He wasn't sure how far Android 18's detection range extended, but her eternal energy core could receive electromagnetic signals. He had to stay as low, as fast, and as inconspicuous as possible. The lookout was due west-northwest. At his current speed, it would take about 20 more minutes. The system fell silent in his mind for a moment, then a notification popped up. Current status of a motion collection target in battle. Target is currently cooperating with Android 17 to fight the entity Broly. Cell has temporarily withdrawn from the battlefield. Target's emotional fluctuations persist: anger, high irritation, medium, murderous intent directed at host, escalating. Murderous intent directed at the host. Chun Imo took a deep breath, forcing the line out of his mind. Stop thinking. Get to the lookout first. Enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Train until he could withstand one of her punches, then worry about the rest. He continued flying low, skirting the edges of 3 ruined cities. As he approached the 4th city, he slowed down. He hadn't taken out his scouter, but his perception, honed during a year of training with Master Roshi, was already sharp for sensing basic ki. 2 kilometers ahead, there was a very faint life energy signature. Very weak. So weak it was almost fading. But the texture of that signature was wrong. An ordinary person's ki is scattered without cohesion, like smoke drifting from a stove. A cultivator's ki is condensed with a core, like a taut rope. The ki ahead was condensed. And within that core, there was something Chun Imo had never felt in Master Roshi. Thick, heavy, carrying a sense of oppression. Like a colossal power sealed within a tiny vessel, threatening to overflow, yet held down with immense force. Chun Mo's flight speed dropped. He rounded a building with only one wall left, turned the corner, and then he saw the person. A young man. Purple hair. A blue short-sleeve jacket. A sword scabbard hung at his waist, but the sword wasn't in it. His jacket was torn the entire right side, almost gone, revealing bandages wrapped in several layers underneath. The bandages were dirty, stained with blood from more than one wound, the colors varying in depth, some old, some new. He was leaning against the base of a wall, half sitting, half leaning down. His right hand pressed against his abdomen. Blood had seeped through the bandages there too. He was breathing heavily. Labored breaths. Chun Imo stopped. He hovered in midair, looking down at the young man on the ground. Purple hair. The sword not in its scabbard. The last Super Saiyan. Trunks. Chun Imo landed. His feet crunched on the broken concrete, making a sound. Trunks' body tensed instantly. He pushed off the ground with his left hand, springing back over a meter, his back against the wall in a defensive posture. But halfway through the motion, his face changed. Pale as death. The wound on his abdomen. Don't move, Chun Imo said. Trunks stared at him. His eyes were blue, very much like his mother Bulma. But now those eyes were filled with nothing but wariness. Who are you? Trunks' voice was hoarse, dry. Just passing through. Chun Imo raised his hands, signaling no hostility. I can sense your ki. You're a warrior. Trunks didn't relax. His eyes swept over Chun Imo. From head to toe. You can fly, Trunks said. Learned it. From who? Master Roshi. Trunks' expression changed. The wariness didn't completely vanish, but another layer was added. Master Roshi is still alive. Alive. On an island in the South Sea. Chun Imo crouched down to meet his eyes. Who gave you those wounds? Trunks was silent for 2 seconds. An android. Which one? 18. Chun Mo's breath hitched. When 3 days ago. Trunks leaned back against the wall, his hand still pressing his abdomen. I was heading south from the north, trying to reach Karen Tower. She ran into me halfway. 3 days ago. Chun Imo calculated the time in his head. 3 days ago, he was still in the sea near Master Rose's island. 18 had just finished fighting Broly, then cornered him on the beach. Her injuries weren't fully healed then. She was chasing him south and happened upon Trunks. Then she fought him casually. She didn't kill you, Chun Imo said. A corner of Trunks' mouth twitched. No. She finished and left. Said I was too weak. No fun. Chun Imo looked at the wound on his abdomen. So many layers of bandages and blood was still seeping through. 3 days. With a Super Saiyan's constitution, normal wounds would have healed by now. It hadn't healed yet. A testament to the force behind 18's attack. Where's your sword? Trunks glanced down at the empty scabbard. Broken. She kicked it, and it snapped. Chun Imo recalled the sword from the original story. Forged by Trunks' mother Bulma from a super alloy. It could cleave through Frisia's spaceship hull. Broken by a kick from 18. You were going to Karen Tower for Senza beans? Chun Imo asked. Trunks nodded, then shook his head. Senza beans. Or something else. Anything that can heal wounds. There should still be some stock on Karen Tower. His voice was getting weaker. But I can't walk anymore. Can't fly. When I use ki, the wound on my abdomen tears open. Chun Imo looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he reached into his backpack. At the very bottom beneath the scouter was a small cloth pouch. The pouch bore the mark of Karen Tower, given to him by Yajirobe, the last Senza bean. Chun Imo opened the pouch and pinched out the bean. Green. As small as a pinky fingernail. A faint luster on its surface. Trunks stared at the bean. Is that a Senza bean? Chun Imo said. One of the last on Karen Tower. Karen's bean tree withered. There won't be any new ones for a while. He held out the bean. Trunks didn't take it. You're giving it to me, eh? He looked up at Shinemo. You know this is the last one. I know. You don't want to save it for yourself? I'm not hurt right now. You are. Trunks looked into his eyes. He looked for several seconds. Then he reached out and took the senzu bean, put it in his mouth, chewed, swallowed. The effect was almost instantaneous. Trunks' complexion went from deathly pale to a normal skin tone. He glanced down at his abdomen. The wound beneath the bandages was closing at a visible rate. His ki was rising. The power sealed within that vessel began to recover. In less than 10 seconds, Trunks stood up. He rolled his shoulders, twisted his waist. The wound on his abdomen didn't reopen. Thanks, he said. His voice had changed too, no longer hoarse. Shinemo stood up. They faced each other. Trunks was half a head taller. Broad shoulders. The muscle lines on his arms were distinct. This was a body forged in constant battle. What's your name? Trunks asked. Shinemo. Shinemo. Trunks repeated. You learn martial arts from Master Roshi. I can sense the Kaioken's ki on you. You know the Kaioken? I read about it in the archives of the Lookout. Trunks paused. Also when you flew over just now, there was residual crimson ki aura. Faint, but I recognized it. This man's observational skills were impressive, but that was to be expected. Living for 4 years in a world ruled by androids, the slow-witted were long dead. I'm heading to the Lookout, Shinemo said without beating around the bush. The hyperbolic time chamber. Do you know of it? Trunks' eyes lit up. You know about the hyperbolic time chamber. A year inside a day outside. 10 times gravity. Extreme environment. Shinemo said. I've been in once before. Half a month. Not enough. This time I need to stay the full year. You've been inside. Trunks' expression shifted. When oi. A while ago. It's not important. Shinemo looked at him. Do you want to come? Trunks didn't answer immediately. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fist. The hyperbolic time chamber can only hold 2 people at a time, he said. So it's perfect. Trunks looked up. Why are you helping me? It's not really help, Shinemo said. You're a Super Saiyan. I need someone strong to train with. Practicing ki attacks and martial arts alone under 10 times gravity is too inefficient. Having a real sparring partner will speed up progress significantly. Trunks stared at him for several seconds. You know him as Super Saiyan. Of course. How do you know? Shinemo thought for a moment. Half Saiyan. Son of Vegeta. Purple hair. Carries a sword. Who else could you be? Trunks' expression was a mix of relief and even deeper confusion. You know a lot of things. Someone else told me the same thing, Shinemo said. Who? Android 18. Trunks' body tensed instantly. His hand instinctively moved to the empty scabbard at his waist, then lowered it. You've had contact with Android 18. More than contact. Shinmo's tone was calm. She caught me. Stepped on me. Carried me flying across half a continent. Almost kept me as a pet. Trunks' mouth fell open slightly. How did you get out alive? With my mouth. Shinemo tapped his head. I know things she wants to know. Cell. Dr. Jiro's experiments. Time machines. That sort of thing. She kept me alive because I was useful. Trunks was genuinely shocked this time. Time machine. You know about the time machine. Trunks. Shinemo cut him off. They'll explain on the way. Now is not the time for chatting. He looked up at the sky. The northern horizon was still flashing with golden light. Broly's energy fluctuations grew stronger with each pulse. What is that golden light? Trunks was looking too. Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan. The one born once in 1,000 years. Trunks' pupils contracted. The legendary. Right? Not an ordinary Super Saiyan. Infinite growth type. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. No upper limit. Right now 18 and 17 are fighting him. Cell is there too. A 3-way free-for-all. Shinmo's speech accelerated. Our window of opportunity is right now. Once that fight is over, 18 will come for me. Last time she hesitated for 10 seconds before letting me go. This time there won't be 10 seconds. Trunks processed this for 2 seconds. Let's go, he said. They both took off simultaneously. Trunks' flight speed after recovering was much faster than Shinmo's. He slowed down to match Shinmo's pace. They flew low over the ruins, suppressing their ki completely. After about 3 minutes, Trunks turned his head. You mentioned Cell earlier? What is that? One of Dr. Jiro's creations. A bioweapon. Cultivated from the cells of Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and Piccolo. Its goal is to absorb 17 and 18 and evolve into its perfect form. Trunks' flight path wobbled slightly. From my father's cells. And Goku's. And Frieza's. Shinemo said. Dr. Jiro's tracking robots collected battle data and genetic samples from all the Z fighters. From the Saiyan invasion of Earth all the way to Namek. Trunks was silent for a long moment. Is Bulma still alive? Shinemo asked. Trunks turned his head. Something flickered in his eyes. Yes. Where? Southwest. Sector 7 concentration camp. Trunks said. The androids herded survivors from several cities together. Mom is there. She's hidden communication equipment and some weapons underground. The camp's defense system is her design. Can it stop the androids? No. Trunks' voice flattened. But it provides early warning. When an android approaches, the system alerts us 10 minutes in advance. 10 minutes is enough for most people to hide in the underground shelters. 10 minutes. Against an android, 10 minutes was a lifetime. She's still working on the time machine, Trunks continued. Not enough materials. Not enough energy. Progress is slow. But she hasn't given up. Shinemo filed the information away in his mind. Bulma. Sector 7 concentration camp. Time machine. This information would be useful later. The outline of the lookout appeared above the clouds ahead. The slender pillar rose from the ground all the way to the sky. The platform at its peak was faintly visible through the mist. They accelerated. 3 minutes later, they landed on the floor of the lookout. Mr. Popo was already standing at the entrance. His round black body, white eyes. His expression softened for a moment when he saw Trunks. Mr. Trunks, it has been a long time. Mr. Popo. Trunks nodded. The hyperbolic time chamber, Chunimo said. For two. Mr. Popo looked at him, then at Trunks. Mr. Chunimo, it's only been a little over an hour since you came out last time. Time waits for no one. Mr. Popo said nothing more. He turned and walked inside. They followed, through the corridor across the courtyard until they reached the familiar white door. Chunimo paused in front of it. A line appeared in his mind from the system. Current emotional state of target anger extreme, betrayal escalating, possessiveness exceeding historical peak. New emotion detected, longing, first detection, abnormal intensity. Longing. Chunimo closed the door. The white void of nothingness unfolded before him. An endless horizon. No sun overhead. The tenfold gravity crashed down on him instantly. Outside this door from this moment on, time would flow at a rate of 365 to 1. The moment the door closed, 10 times gravity pressed down. Chunmo's knees bent slightly, but he didn't wobble like the first time he entered. After half a year of training under a turtle shell weight and the baptism of the super divine water, his body had adapted to this gravity multiplier. A white empty space. A horizon without end. The sky above was a hazy gray devoid of a sun, yet everywhere was bathed in uniform light. The temperature shifted. The area near the door was at a normal temperature. 10 steps deeper in, the temperature began to fluctuate. One moment it was scorching like beside a furnace, the next a bone-piercing cold set in. Trunks stood beside him, scanning their surroundings. He was unaffected by the tenfold gravity, standing perfectly straight. Of course, to a body with a battle power of 3,000,000, 10 times gravity was like wearing an extra layer of clothing. This is the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks said. Yes. Have you never been in before? No. Trunks took a couple of steps, gazing down at the white floor. Mr. Gohan mentioned this place. He said he came in here to train with his father when he was young. Mr. Gohan. Chunimo noted the form of address. Gohan. When did he die? Trunks' steps halted. He didn't turn around. He stood still, his back to Chunimo. His violet hair looked very quiet under that grayish-white light. Last month. Chunimo calculated in his mind. It had been about a year and 2 months since he had transmigrated to this world. In the original story, Gohan was killed by No. 17 and No. 18 working together. He died during a torrential rainstorm. Trunks found his body and transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time. Last month. That meant Trunks had become a Super Saiyan less than a month ago at most. How did he die, eh? Chunimo asked. Trunks turned around. His expression was very flat. Too flat. A child under 10 shouldn't have that look on his face. It was at this moment that Chunimo truly got a clear look at Trunks' face. When he had encountered him in the ruins earlier, he was covered in blood and wrapped in layers of bandages. Chunimo's attention had been entirely on his injuries. Now that the Senza bean had restored his body and the light was sufficient, he could see. Trunks' face was very young. It wasn't the face of the youth from the original story who had traveled back in time and stood before Frieza. That Trunks looked 17 or 18 with a worldly wise maturity in his eyes. This Trunks before him hadn't fully developed his jawline yet. There was still a bit of baby fat on his cheekbones. His eyes were large, the blue, and his pupils very pure. Under 10 years old. In the apocalyptic world ruled by the androids, under 10 years old. No. 17 and No. 18. Trunks' voice was steady. They both attacked at once. Mr. Gohan lost an arm. He was running with me, but they caught up. Mr. Gohan told me to go on ahead. Oh, he would hold them off alone. He paused. When I went back, it was raining. He was lying on the ground. He was already cold. Chunimo didn't respond. I lay down beside him. I kept calling his name. I called for a long time, and then I changed. Trunks raised his right hand, looking at his palm. My hair turned golden. My ki exploded out. It was hot, but I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel anything. The awakening of a Super Saiyan. Not through training. Not through breaking limits. Through anger. Through loss. Did Mr. Gohan teach you ki techniques? Chunimo asked. He did. Trunks lowered his hand. Basic ki blasts. Bukujutsu. Simple hand-to-hand combat. He only had one arm himself, so he couldn't teach anything too complex. Most of the time, he had me watch him fight, then practice on my own. How long did he teach you? 3 years. Starting when I was 6. 6 years old. Chunimo pressed his lips together. Starting at 6, he followed Gohan to learn how to fight. At 9, Gohan died. And then he was alone with the power of a Super Saiyan, living in a world ruled by the androids. In the original story, Trunks had trained alone for several more years after Gohan's death, reaching sufficient strength before boarding the time machine to go back to the past. But this timeline was different. This Trunks hadn't yet undergone those years of solitary tempering. His Super Saiyan state had only awakened a month ago. A battle power of 150 million sounded terrifying, but it was unstable berserk power, like a child who had just gotten a gun. He had a weapon in hand, but he didn't know how to aim. The androids of this timeline had appeared much later than in the original future timeline. That was normal. In the original future timeline, Majin Buu's appearance was also nearly 10 years later than in the Z timeline. When you said no. 18 hit you earlier, Chinemo began. Did you transform? I did. Trunks' tone was flat, but I couldn't maintain it. I transformed for about 30 seconds, then it faded. Then she kicked and broke my sword and beat me to this state. 30 seconds. He could only maintain the Super Saiyan state for 30 seconds. Chinemo nodded. He walked over to the small living area in the corner of the time chamber, a bed of water source basic food supplies. It was the same as the last time he entered. He put down his backpack, pulled open the zipper. The scouters were buried at the very bottom. He didn't take out a scouter. What he took out was the system panel. The panel materialized in his mind. Host's current status basic battle power 500 Kaioken multiplier limit 20x newly unlocked theoretical peak battle power 0 skills mastered Kamehameha Bukujutsu afterimage technique solar flare key blast note the emotion collection target has recently experienced intense emotional fluctuations. A large amount of emotional energy has flooded in. The 20-fold Kaioken has been automatically unlocked. 20 times. Chinemo stared at this number for 3 seconds. Last time it was 10 times. From 10 times to 20 times, he had originally thought it would require a long period of interactive accumulation. But then because he had run away no. 18's emotions had directly exploded. Anger, a sense of betrayal, possessiveness, breaking historical peaks, paranoia, murderous, intent, obsession. And that emotion marked by the system as first detection. Longing. These emotions combined directly filled the unlocking condition for the 20-fold Kaioken to the brim. The corner of Chun-Mo's mouth twitched. It meant that the more no. 18 hated him, the more she wanted to kill him, the more she wanted to bind him to her side, the stronger he became. What kind of twisted growth path was this? Other people's golden fingers were about leveling up by fighting monsters. His golden finger was about raising a Yandere. The more Yandere she was, the stronger he got. 5,000 times 20. 100,000. A battle power of 100,000. In the Saiyan invasion arc, he could go toe-to-toe with Captain Jinyu. But on this timeline, he was still an ant. At least he was a fast ant. What are you looking at? Trunks walked over. Doing math. Chun-Mo dismissed the panel. Figuring out the gap between you and me. What's your battle power? Base is 5,000. If I use the Kaioken at most I can reach 100,000. Trunks looked at him. He didn't show a look of contempt. This surprised Chinemo. If it were Vegeta from the original story hearing this number, he would have already sneered. But Trunks didn't. Your 100 Kaioken is what multiplier? 20 times. 20-fold Kaioken. Trunks frowned. Can your body handle it? Mr. Goku's Kaioken, his voice dropped. Mr. Gohan told me about it. The higher the Kaioken multiplier, the greater the burden on the body. Going over 3 times would tear muscle fibers. Going over 10 times the heart couldn't take it. Mr. Goku's later heart disease might also be related to long-term use of the Kaioken. I know, Chinemo said. But mine is different. He didn't explain why it was different. He couldn't explain. He couldn't tell anyone about the system. So your limit is 100,000, Trunks summarized. My base is around 3 million. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, it's unstable, probably around 150 million. But I can only maintain it for a very short time. How short? Last time 30 seconds. If I concentrate, maybe I can hold it for a minute. A minute of 150 million. And an unlimited 100,000. Chinemo thought for a moment. Then we start from here, he said. You're responsible for teaching me how to take a hit from a 150 million power level. I'm responsible for teaching you how to turn 30 seconds into 30 minutes. Trunks raised an eyebrow. You know how I don't know the technique, but I know the principle. Chinemo said. A Super Saiyan's transformation doesn't consume stamina, it consumes emotional tension. Right now, every time you transform you rely on anger, on remembering Gohan's death. But anger is a one-time fuel, once it burns out it's gone. What you need isn't a bigger rage. It's to make the Super Saiyan state as natural as breathing. Trunks stood still. He stared into Chun-Mo's eyes for a long time. Mr. Gohan said something similar. His voice was a little hoarse. He said one day I would become like the sun. Not an explosion, but a continuous steady light. Like the sun. Gohan had phrased it beautifully. Chun-Mo sighed inwardly. It was a pity that Gohan of this world wouldn't get to see that day. Your master was right, Chun-Mo said. Now you have to reach that step on your own. Trunks lowered his head. Then he lifted it. The hint of moisture in his eyes was suppressed. When do we start? Now. Chun-Mo stepped back 3 paces, standing on the white ground. He began to circulate his ki. The energy in his dantian started to spin. The meridians in his limbs felt as if they were electrified simultaneously. 20-fold Kaioken. He had never used it before. This was the first time. But the system said the infinite Kaioken had no side effects. He gave it a try. A red aura exploded from his body. It was completely different from the 10-fold Kaioken before. The red aura of the 10-fold Kaioken enveloped the Boda's surface like a coat of flames. The red aura of the 20-fold Kaioken seeped directly out of the pores. His whole body seemed bathed in red light. Power swelled within his bones. His muscle fibers were filled with energy. The blood flow in every blood vessel had more than doubled. 100,000. The feeling of a battle power of 100,000. Chun-Mo clenched his fist. The air was crushed by his fist literally. The moment his fist closed, the surrounding air pressure generated a ring of white shock waves. In this state, the 10-fold gravity was almost imperceptible. Come on, Chun-Mo said. Trunks looked at him. The red aura reflected in those blue eyes. Are you sure? Sure. Just your base form. Don't transform into a Super Saiyan. My base is 3 million. Trunks hesitated. Yours is 1,000,000. That's a 30 times difference. I know the difference. Shinemo said. Who do you think I trained with? Master Roshi had a battle power of 100, and I only had 150 then. That was an 8 times difference. He pinned me to the ground with one hand. He rolled his neck. A 30 times difference is the same. Taking hits is part of learning. Master Roshi taught me that. Shinemo didn't finish his sentence. Because Trunks had already moved. No warning. No starting stance. No buildup of power. He simply vanished from where he stood. Shinmo's body reacted faster than his mind. A year of training under Master Roshi had etched his instinctive reactions into his spine. As he twisted his waist to the left, Trunks' fist grazed past his right shoulder. The wind pressure sent him stumbling. Just the wind pressure from a passing blow. By the time Shinemo steadied himself, Trunks was already standing 3 meters away. Good reflexes, Trunks said. Shinmo's right ear was ringing. The airflow from that punch had impacted his eardrum. A 30 times difference. This was the feeling. Again, Shinemo said. Trunks moved again. This time Shinemo saw it. Not the movement itself, but the slight contraction of the shoulder muscles before the punch was thrown. Master Roshi had taught him this: look at the opponent's shoulders before they throw a punch. The shoulder is the starting point of the whole kinetic chain. The left shoulder dipped slightly. A left punch. Shinemo dodged to the right. He evaded it. But Trunks' right knee came up. Shinemo couldn't react in time. The knee slammed into his abdomen. He was sent flying over a dozen meters. He flipped twice in the air using his ki to stabilize himself before landing. His abdomen ached, but he wasn't injured. The body strength from the 20-fold Kaioken had withstood a pulled knee strike from Trunks' base form. You've got pretty good control. Shinemo said, straightening up and pressing his abdomen. Trunks walked over. You really aren't afraid of death, he said. I am, Shinemo said. Scared to death. But I'm even more afraid of going out there and not being able to beat anyone. Trunks looked at him. A 9-year-old child looked at him with eyes that shouldn't belong to someone his age. You're a bit like Mr. Gohan, Trunks said. Shinemo was stunned for a moment. He was afraid of death too. But he fought harder than anyone. The white empty space was silent for a moment. Then Shinemo chuckled. Don't put such a high hat on me. You're Mr. Gohan could beat 100 of me with one arm. That's exactly why you shouldn't be like him. Trunks' tone suddenly turned heavy. You're too weak. Don't go getting yourself killed like he did. Shinmo's smile faded. He looked at this 9-year-old child. I won't, Shinemo said. I'm much more afraid of dying than he was. Trunks didn't respond. He put some distance between them again. Again. This time I'll use 30% of my strength. Bring it on. Shinemo maxed out the output of his 20-fold Kaioken. The red aura burned fiercely in the white space. Their figures clashed together once more. This was the first day inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, less than 4 minutes had passed. At the same moment in the outside world. Above a ruined city 300 kilometers to the northeast. A golden pillar of light shot up from the ground into the sky. Broly's roar shattered every piece of glass within a 5-kilometer radius. His golden hair stood on end, his muscles bulged until his GI was completely torn and his body emitted an uncontrollable green aura. No. 17 stood on a half-collapsed bell tower, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He had single-handedly withstood 2 assaults from Broly and Cell. Cell had run. After being sent flying by one of Broly's punches, he had directly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. No. 17 didn't give chase. He couldn't. Broly wouldn't let him leave. This golden monster attacked anyone who stood before it. It didn't recognize people. It was unreasonable. It only knew destruction. Just as No. 17 was about to charge in again. A figure descended from the southern sky. Golden hair. A soaked white sleeveless vest. Barefoot. No. 18. She landed beside the bell tower. Her feet touched down on the broken tiles. She didn't look at Broly. She looked at No. 17. You're injured. Just a scratch. No. 17 shrugged. This guy's pretty strong. No. 18 turned her head, looking at Broly, who was still roaring in the distance. Her expression was very cold. Not the kind of cold from battle. It was a different kind of cold. No. 17 glanced at her. You're in a bad mood. No. 18 didn't answer. What about that human? No. 17 asked. Weren't you keeping him tied to your side all day, eh? No. 18's fingers twitched. He ran away. Ran away again. There won't be a next time. No. 18's voice was very soft. So soft that half of No. 17's smile faded. He knew his sister. When No. 18 was angry, her voice was loud. When her voice got soft, it wasn't anger. It meant she was serious. When I find him, No. 18 looked up a layer of something in her light blue eyes that No. 17 couldn't quite name. His legs won't be needed anymore. The corner of No. 17's mouth twitched. He decided not to speak up for that human anymore. Broly's fourth roar echoed from the distance. No. 18 turned around. Let's deal with this one first. She took a step forward and rose into the air. No. 17 followed. The 2 androids charged towards that golden light from 2 directions simultaneously. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Shinmo's back slammed onto the white floor. The 17th time he had been taken down by Trunks. There's a habitual gap in your left rib defense. Trunks stood beside him. Every time you punch with your right hand, your left hand is 0. 3 seconds slower coming back. Shinmo lay on the ground. His whole body ached terribly, but the recovery speed of the 20-fold Kaioken was also considerable. He got up. Again. The 18th time. The 19th time. The 20th time. Taken down. Got up. Taken down. Got up. Don't you get tired? Trunks asked. You don't need to know, Chunimo said. You just need to know that when I get out of here, the higher my base battle power is, the more terrifying the multiplied number will be. Trunks looked at him. What's your goal inside the time chamber? Chunimo thought for a moment. To raise my base to 50000. With 20 times, that's 1 million. 1 million. Is 1 year enough? Trunks asked. It has to be, Chunimo said, because the woman waiting for him outside was more terrifying than Frieza. Frieza only wanted to rule the universe. No, 18 wanted to cut off his legs. The system silently displayed a line in his mind: emotion collection, target latest emotional state update. New emotion calm abnormal under analysis. Note target's anger value has not decreased, but thought patterns have shifted to plan tracking. Target is memorizing all of the host's known activity locations. Chunimo dismissed the notification. Plan tracking. Great. She was making a list. He looked towards the end of the white space. 1 year. 365 days. He wondered if it would be enough to train himself to outrun a Yandere woman who was making a hunt list for him. The final sparring session in the white space. Chunmo's fist grazed past Trunks' ear. The wind pressure lifted strands of purple hair. Trunks sidestepped and swung his elbow back toward Chunmo's chin. Chunimo tucked his chin and blocked it with his forearm. The two forces collided and cracks spread 3 meters across the white floor from the point of impact. Chunmo's arm went numb, but he didn't retreat. 10-fold Kaioken. A base of 50,000 in normal state multiplied by 10 made 500,000. He caught that elbow. Trunks withdrew, took 2 steps back, and rolled his shoulder. Your reaction speed is 4 times faster than 3 months ago. Trunks said. You beat it into me. Chunimo shook his arm. 360 days of getting beaten. Had to get faster. The corner of Trunks' mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, but his expression was softer than when Chunimo first arrived. 1 year. A full year. Outside only a day had passed. In here, they had gone from strangers to partners. 16 hours of sparring each day, 8 hours of training separately. Chunimo worked on fundamentals. Martial arts. Key control. Compressed output of the Kamehameha. Switching Kaioken multipliers. Trunks practiced stabilizing his transformation. Key control in Super Saiyan state, and the combat techniques had only half learned from Mr. Gohan. The two of them traded moves in this white void. They traded blows. They traded insults. How much steadier is your Super Saiyan state than when you came in? Chunimo asked. Trunks raised his right hand. Golden ki flared from his palm, as stable as a candle flame. Not a flicker. I can maintain it for over 6 hours now. Trunks clenched his fist, and the golden aura receded. Before I'd be exhausted after 20 minutes at most. What about your power level? It hasn't increased. Trunks shook his head. Saiyan growth requires extreme stimulation. What I lack in here isn't training volume. It's near-death experiences. You can't kill me. Thanks for the honesty. Chunimo rolled his eyes. But my efficiency in using power has improved by at least 30%. Trunks said seriously. Before, 40% of my ki was wasted in transformation. Now it's under 10%. That means for the same power, actual damage output has increased by 30%. Chunimo nodded. That was enough. Trunks' base power in Super Saiyan state was around 150 million. About the same as Frieza's final form. Not enough to beat the androids. But in most of the universe, that number was already a ruling class figure. As for himself, Chunimo looked down at his own hand. When he came in a year ago, his base power was 5,000. Now 50,000. A 10-fold increase. An ordinary human. No Saiyan bloodline. No Namekian talent. No modifications by Dr. Gero. Purely the foundation laid by Master Roshi, the potential awakened by the ultra-divine water, and the experience ground into him by Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber. 50,000. On par with an average member of the Ginyu Force. On the Namek battlefield, he could already trade blows with genius men. In the Saiyan invasion arc, he could take on 10 Nappas single-handedly. If he opened the 20-fold Kaioken. 1 million. Frieza's first form level. A power level of 1 million could already dominate the universe. The strongest warriors on most planets couldn't even reach 100,000. When Frieza ruled the cosmos, his elite soldiers were only around 20 or 30,000. Of course, 1 million made you emperor of the universe. On this earth, it still made you a dog. But at least, no longer an ant. Time's almost up. Trunks walked to the white door. Chunimo followed. He glanced down at his body. A year in the hyperbolic time chamber had left real marks. When he came in, he had the lean build of an average adult male. Now the lines of his chest and abdominal muscles were faintly visible beneath his clothes. His arms weren't bulky but were dense with muscle, and his shoulders had broadened. This wasn't the kind of aesthetic muscle built in a gym. It was combat muscle forged from taking 300 punches a day. Trunks' change was even more dramatic. When he came in, he looked like a 9-year-old child. A year later, with the accelerated growth of a half Saiyan and the stimulus of intense training, he now looked like a teenager of 17 or 18. He had shot up in height, his shoulders were nearly adult width, and the lines of his face had hardened. His purple hair had grown a bit longer, falling over his forehead. If not for the heavy weight in his eyes, he would have looked like an ordinary high school student. But those eyes were far from ordinary. A 9-year-old child who had experienced more battles and deaths than most adults see in a lifetime. Ready? Trunks placed his hand on the door handle. Shinemo took a deep breath. Open it. The door opened. The tenfold gravity vanished. The air returned to normal density from its compressed state. The light shifted from white to normal daylight. The corridor of Camus Lookout appeared before them. Mr. Popo stood at the end of the hall. His round face showed little expression. But when Chun-Emo and Trunks walked out, his white eyes lingered on Chun-Emo for a moment. Mr. Chun-Emo, Mr. Popo said, your key has changed. How much? Mr. Popo tilted his head. Before you went in, your key was like a cup of water. Now it's like a well. Chun-Emo didn't respond to the metaphor. How long has it been outside? 1 day, Mr. Popo said. To be precise, 23 hours and 47 minutes. 1 day? Only a day had passed outside. What's the situation out there? Chun-Emo asked. Mr. Popo was silent for 2 seconds. Quiet. Quiet. Starting yesterday afternoon. Mr. Popo spoke slowly. Energy fluctuations in the north lasted about 4 hours. Then they suddenly stopped. 3 sources of power vanished at the same time. Since then, there have been no large-scale battle fluctuations across the entire planet. Chun-Emo and Trunks exchanged a glance. 3 sources of power. Broly. The androids. Cell. For hours of chaos. Then silence. What about Cell? Chun-Emo asked. That biological signal with a unique wavelength disappeared midway through the battle. Mr. Popo said. I suspect it went underground. It is very skilled at hiding. Cell had fled. Expected. First form Cell couldn't beat 17, let alone Broly. His strategy had to be to wait. Wait for an opportunity. Wait for 17 or 18 to be alone. Ambush. Absorb. Evolve. What about Broly? That golden signal left Earth's atmosphere 4 hours later, heading into outer space. And the androids? Chun-Emo pressed on. 2 signals. Mr. Popo said. One in the northeast stationary. The other is. He paused. The other is moving around. The trajectory is irregular. It seems to be searching for something. A chill ran down Chun-Mo's spine. Searching. No need to guess who. Where is the moving signal now? Its last position 30 minutes ago was near Karen Tower. Karen Tower. Chun-Emo let out a breath. She was retracing his movements. A line of text flashed from the system. Current state of emotion collection target calm high obsession extremely strong murderous intent stable. Target's activity path over the past 23 hours came House Yajirobe's stronghold, Route 44 Karen Tower. Note target is systematically checking all of the host's known locations. She had visited every place had been. Came House, Old Zhang's shelter, Yajirobe's stronghold, Karen Tower. One by one, Chun-Emo dismissed the system notification. Trunks watched his expression. What's wrong? 18 is looking for me. Chun-Emo said. She's checked everywhere I've been. She's at Karen Tower now. Trunks frowned. Then her next stop will be Camus Lookout. Not necessarily. Chun-Emo said. She might not know where Camus Lookout is. Dr. Zero's tracking robots recorded the Z-Fighters battle data, but Camus Lookout rarely appeared in the battle records of that era. And Mr. Popo's barrier. He looked at Mr. Popo. Can the barrier of Camus Lookout block the android's detection? It can block electromagnetic scans. Mr. Popo said. But if she flies up to look directly, I cannot stop her. Fine. It was a matter of time. We're leaving now. Chun-Emo made the decision. Where? Trunks asked. To your mother's place. Chun-Emo said. Trunks was taken aback. Sector 7 refugee camp. Bulma's place. Chun-Emo added. Didn't you say she's still working on the time machine? I need to talk to her. And you haven't been back in a year. Even if only a day has passed outside, she'll notice the changes in your body. Better to go back early and put her mind at ease. Trunks didn't argue. He nodded. The two of them walked out of the main hall of Camus Lookout. They stood on the platform outside. Below them were the clouds. Beneath the clouds was the Earth ravaged by the androids for 4 years. Chun-Emo took out the detector from his backpack. 3 dots on the screen. One in the northeast stationary. That was 17. One in the northwest moving slowly. 18. She had already left Karen Tower and was drifting west. The 3rd dot. Chun-Emo stared at the 3rd dot for 2 seconds. It was in the southeast. Very faint. Flickering. Cell. Hiding but not completely concealed. He was lying in wait. Waiting. Let's go. Chun-Emo put away the detector. Fly close to the ground. Keep key output to a minimum. Avoid 18's direction of movement. The two of them leaped off the edge of Camus Lookout. They broke through the clouds. The wind rushed in. Chun-Emo activated the 4-fold Kaioken to maintain flight. Now the 4-fold Kaioken was easier for him than breathing. A base of 50,000 multiplied by 4 was 200,000. He could maintain this state for an entire day without any sense of strain. Trunks flew beside him. The two of them skimmed over the ruins at a moderate pace. After about 10 minutes of flying, Trunks spoke. What's your plan? Plan for what? 18. Trunks lowered his voice. She's looking for you. You know what will happen when she finds you. Chun-Emo didn't answer immediately. He knew. He still remembered the line the system had displayed when he fled last time. We don't need to keep his legs. Those were 18's exact words. I'm thinking. Chun-Emo said. About what? About how to make sure she doesn't rip my legs off the moment she finds me. Trunks was silent. With your 20-fold Kaioken fully open, you're at 1 million. Trunks said. Her power level is at least 1.5 million. plus the repairability of the infinite energy reactor and the unknown growth after Broly provoked her. You can't beat her. I know, and you still want to see her. There's no option not to. Shinmo's tone was flat. She'll find me. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Rather than have her corner me somewhere and attack ID, rather show up on my own terms. At least when I show up I can choose the place. Choose the timing. Choose the topic. Trunks looked at him. Every time you talk like this I can't tell if you're brave or crazy. A bit of both. Shinemo said. Master Roshi taught me that only by fearing death can you live. But just fearing death isn't enough. You have to on the foundation of that fear do the things that keep you from dying. The two continued flying close to the ground. Southwest. Sector 7 refugee camp. After about 40 minutes of flight, the scenery below began to change. Ruins were still ruins, but something different appeared among them. Barbed wire. Temporary walls built from scrap cars and construction materials. A few watchtowers made from converted shipping containers. The outskirts of the camp. Trunks slowed down. We're here. He descended. Chun Emo followed. They landed in an open area about 500 meters from the camp's perimeter. Trunks stood there looking at the barbed wire and the container walls. His expression was complicated. You grew up here? Chun Emo asked. Not exactly grew up. Trunks said. When Mr. Gohan was alive I was out there with him. After he died I came back for a while. Then I left again. He took a couple of steps forward. He pulled something out of his jacket pocket. A very old communicator. He pressed a button on it. Mom, I'm back. The communicator was silent for a few seconds. Then a woman's voice rang out. It was very loud. Trunks, where are you? Are you hurt? Last time you contacted me was 3 days ago. You said you were going to Karen Tower. I'm fine. I'm outside. Wait there. Don't move. They'll have someone open the gate. The communicator went silent. Shinemo looked at Trunks. The tips of Trunks' ears were slightly red. 3 minutes later, an iron door in the wall opened. A woman rushed out. Short blue hair. A white lab coat. Her face was smudged with oil and marked by the straps of welding goggles. She was still holding a wrench. Bulma. She rushed out faster than an ordinary person could. A scientist shouldn't have that kind of stamina. But this was a scientist who had survived 4 years in an apocalypse. She stopped in front of Trunks. She stared at him. From head to toe. You? Bulma's voice caught. How did you get so tall? I went into the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks said. 1 year. Bulma's eyes went wide. The hyperbolic time chamber. How did you get in? Who took you? Trunks stepped aside. Chunemo stood behind him. Bulma's gaze shifted to Chunemo. She looked him up and down. Who is this? Chunemo. Trunks said. He saved me. A Sinzabine. The last one. The look in Bulma's eyes changed. She lowered the wrench. You gave him a Sinzabine. Bulma looked at Chunemo. The last one. He needed it. Chunemo said. Bulma stared at him for 3 seconds. Then she did something Chunemo hadn't expected. She walked over and hugged him. Tightly. Very tightly. The wrench pressed against his back, a little painful. Thank you. Bulma's voice was muffled against his shoulder. Thank you. Chunemo stiffened for a second, then gently patted her back. You're welcome. Bulma let go. She wiped the corner of her eye. Then she immediately snapped back to her usual brisk demeanor. Come inside. It's not safe out here. The three of them walked into the camp. The iron door closed behind them. The camp was larger inside than it appeared from outside. The main part was underground. Above ground there were only ventilation shafts and entrances disguised as ruins. Bulma led them into an underground entrance and down 3 flights of concrete steps. Below was a fairly large space. The lighting came from modified industrial lamps. The walls were plastered with blueprints and data printouts. Piles of parts and materials were stacked in the corners. In the center of the space, a half-finished mechanical skeleton. Chunemo stopped in his tracks. He recognized that shape. A circular cockpit. The upper half was a curved transparent cover. The bottom was a dense tangle of wiring and energy conduits. A time machine. Bulma's time machine. Only about a third of it was complete. Bulma noticed his gaze. You know what this is, eh? A time machine. Chunemo said. Bulma nearly dropped her wrench. How did you? He knows a lot of things. Trunks said from beside her. Far more than you can imagine. Bulma looked at her son, then back at Chunemo. Sit. She pointed to a stool made from an ammunition crate. Both of you. Start from the beginning and tell me everything. Chunemo sat on an ammunition crate, spending roughly 15 minutes piecing together the sequence of events. He began with Dr. Gero's tracking robots. Gero started monitoring Earth's powerful fighters before the Saiyan invasion. The tracking robots he deployed are minuscule, flying above the stratosphere, undetectable by ordinary key sensing. These robots recorded all combat data of the Z fighters from the Saiyan invasion through the Namek Saga. Chunmo's speech was measured, every word carefully filtered through his mind. I found a portion of the storage terminals in Dr. Gero's northern laboratory. Most of the data is encrypted, but some basic files are accessible. Personal information of the Z fighters' battle power growth, curve skill records, mutant Rashi Tien Shinin, Yamcha Kaiatsu, including Goku's growth records from childhood onward. Bulma sat across from him. She pushed her goggles up to her forehead, resting a wrench on her knee, listening in silence. I saw the technical parameters of the Kaioken in the data. It was originally taught to Goku by King Kai, but Gero's robots recorded the complete airflow movement pattern during the Namek battle. I figured it out myself based on the parameters combined with Mutant Rose's basic training. It took me nearly a year to barely learn it. The lie was as convincing as the truth. Mo's expression was flawless. He had practiced it countless times. The design blueprints for Cell No. 17 No. 18 The existence of the remote control, the concept of the time machine. All from those files. Dr. Gero was a madman, but his data organization was meticulous. Bulma finally spoke. You're saying you went alone to the Red Ribbon Army laboratory in the northern mountains and dug up Dr. Gero's storage terminals? Yes. When did you discover that laboratory? About a year and a half ago. How did you know its location? One of the tracking robot files marked the return coordinates, Mo said. I followed the coordinates to find it. Bulma stared at him for 5 seconds. You, she said in a tone that was neither praise nor reprimand. An ordinary man with a battle power in the single digits went alone to the Red Ribbon Army laboratory to dig through data. Do you realize what that means? It means I either find something useful or die on the way, Mo said. There wasn't much of a choice at the time. Bulma pursed her lips. She didn't press further. Her scientist's intuition told her there were gaps in the story. But she chose to accept it for now. Because this man had given her son the last senzu bean. When you mentioned Cell, you said its goal is to absorb No. 17 and No. 18. Bulma steered the conversation back. What level were Cell's design parameters from the files? First form. Roughly comparable to the stronger early Z fighters. Absorbing No. 17 leads to the second form, then absorbing No. 18 makes it perfect. The design ceiling of the perfect form. Mo paused. There were no specific numbers in the files. But Dr. Gero's note said surpasses all known combat power samples. Bulma leaned back in her chair. Then this thing is even more dangerous than you estimated. What do you mean? Bulma stood up, walked to the wall, and pulled a sheet from a pile of printouts. It was covered in dense energy curve graphs. Do you know how big the gap is between the androids in this timeline and the data you saw in the files? Mo straightened his back. What was the baseline battle power of Dr. Gero's original designs for No. 17 and No. 18 from the files? Bulma asked. According to the file projections. Around the Super Saiyan level or so, Mo said. Bulma shook her head. Not enough. Far from it. She slapped the paper on the table. Vegeta could already transform into a Super Saiyan half a year before the androids appeared. Mo froze. Trunks lowered his head beside him. After Goku died of the heart virus, Vegeta locked himself in the gravity room for 4 months. Bulma's voice was flat. He achieved the conditions for Super Saiyan transformation. I saw it with my own eyes. Golden hair. Green eyes. The gravity room walls cracked from his pressure. Her finger pointed at the curve graph. The day the androids appeared. Vegeta charged first. Super Saiyan state. Full power output. Bulma's finger stopped at a point on the graph where it plummeted sharply. No. 17 blocked all his attacks with one hand. Mo said nothing. One hand, Bulma repeated. Then No. 18 kicked and broke his spine from behind. It took less than 3 minutes. The basement was quiet. The hum of the industrial lights became distinctly audible. Later Gohan became a Super Saiyan. Bulma continued. He fought the androids for 3 years. 3 years. He was the only one who could stand before them for more than 10 minutes. But it was a loss every time. Every time he barely made it back alive. Until that one time. Trunks clenched his fists. Gohan went to protect me. Trunks' voice was low. That time he didn't come back. Bulma didn't look at her son. Her gaze was fixed on the curve graph on the table. So now you understand. No. 17 and No. 18 are far stronger than your projections from the files. Not just a little stronger. They're an order of magnitude stronger. There's a huge deviation between Dr. Gero's original design and the final product. I suspect he made at least 2 or more enhancement modifications before activating them. Mo processed this for a few seconds. Stronger than the original. Appearing later, Vegeta could already transform into a Super Saiyan and was still pinned down with one hand. He internally revised his battle power estimate for No. 18. He had previously thought No. 18 was around 450 million. Now it seemed that number needed to be adjusted upward. It was hard to say by how much. But the fact that Broly could fight No. 18 to a standstill indicated the gap wasn't overwhelming. Broly was an infinite growth type. No. 18's eternal furnace had a similar deep repair mechanism. Both were monsters that grew stronger the more they fought. About Cell, Mo steered the topic back. You said it happened yesterday. Bulma's expression changed. Yes. Yesterday. She walked to the workbench and picked up a deformed metal plate. It had burn marks and residue of some kind of slime. Yesterday afternoon, around the middle of the big battle in the north, a green creature flew in from the east. Cell. Yes. It was in bad shape. Its body had extensive burns and lacerations. It must have been caught in the crossfire. When it flew over the camp, the early warning system went off. Bulma put the metal plate down. It landed on the outskirts. Started walking into the camp. I saw it on the monitor. It looked like a giant cockroach. A green shell. A long tail. The tip of the tail was hollow. An absorption structure. Mo knew. It walked about 50 meters. Then it stopped. Why did it stop, eh? The corner of Bulma's mouth twitched. No. 16. Mo blinked. No. 16 stopped it, Bulma said. He arrived here 3 days ago. Came out of nowhere. A big guy with red hair wearing Dr. Gero's lab uniform. He said he was android No. 16. Said he didn't like harming life. Then asked if he could look at the birds around the camp. Trunks also turned his head. You let an android live in the camp. He's different, Bulma said with certainty. I did a full body scan on him. He's purely mechanical. No bioenhancement modifications like Jero used on No. 17 and No. 18. His core drive had a deleted but not fully overwritten command eliminate Son Goku. But Goku is dead. That command became dead code. The remaining behavior patterns are all self-learning. He chose not to harm life. What's his battle power? Shinimo asked. The scanner can't measure it accurately. His energy output is different from No. 17 and No. 18. But judging from yesterday's performance. Bulma took a deep breath. He punched off Cell's left arm with one blow. Chunmo's eyelid twitched. Cell's regeneration comes from Piccolo's cells. The arm would grow back. But No. 16 didn't give it time. He output continuously for about 2 minutes. He blasted Cell into the ground, creating a 10-meter deep crater. Cell tried to absorb him with its tail, but No. 16 is purely mechanical. No bioenergy. Can't be absorbed. A perfect counter. Cell's absorption function was useless against a purely mechanical being. Then what? Cell burrowed underground. No. 16 chased it for a while, but couldn't catch up. Cell surfaced and flew straight up into the sky. Flew out of the atmosphere. Out of the atmosphere. Chun-Mo frowned. Yes. It left Earth. Bulma walked to another wall and pulled down a whiteboard. A rough star map was drawn on it with several points circled in red. I tracked a signal for a while using a tracking system I cobbled together from satellite wreckage. Cell's flight path was toward the North Galaxy area. There are several planets with life forms there. Chun-Mo understood instantly. Cell had gone to outer space to absorb life energy. It couldn't absorb No. 17 or No. 18 on Earth. No. 16 was purely mechanical and unabsorbable. It had changed its strategy. It went to the universe to find other organisms to absorb. Although absorbing ordinary life forms was far less efficient than absorbing android, Cell had Namekian regeneration and Frisia's cosmic survival abilities. It could survive in space. One more thing, Bulma said. About 10 minutes after Cell left the atmosphere, another energy signal also left Earth. Golden. Very strong. Broly. That legendary Super Saiyan you mentioned. Bulma nodded. He chased after it. The two signals intersected once outside the atmosphere, then moved together into deep space. After that they were beyond my tracking range. Broly had gone after Cell. Chun-Mo's mind raced. Broly hated Cell. That made sense. Broly's battle instinct would drive him to pursue a powerful ki. Cell had cells from both Goku and Vegeta. The ki of two Saiyans. To Broly, Cell's scent was like a red flag waved in front of a bull. Two monsters had left Earth. One went to the universe to find things to absorb. The other went to hunt it. So now on Earth. It's quiet, Bulma said. No. 17 is in the northeast. No. 18 is wandering in the west. No. 16 is in the camp watching birds. Cell and Broly are both off Earth. She leaned against the whiteboard, crossing her arms. This is the quietest day in 4 years. Chun-Mo and Trunks fell silent simultaneously. The only sound in the basement was the hum of the ventilation ducts. 4 years of apocalypse. Survivors hiding underground, living like cockroaches. And now, due to a chain reaction, Chun-Mo had revealed the lab's location. No. 18 had awakened. No. 16. Broly had descended from outer space. Cell had been forced to leave Earth. This planet was temporarily left with only 3 androids. One of them was watching birds. Where is No. 16? Chun-Mo asked. Upstairs. Bulma pointed at the ceiling. He doesn't like being underground. Says there's no bird song down here. Chun-Mo stood up. He'll go see him. Bulma looked at him. You're not afraid? No. 16 doesn't harm life. You said so. I said that's his current behavior pattern. I didn't say I was 100% sure. Then he'll take the gamble. Chun-Mo walked toward the stairs. I've gambled enough times. One more won't make a difference. He climbed the concrete steps, passed through 3 levels of underground structure, pushed open the camouflaged iron door on the surface. Sunlight hit his face. The sun of the apocalypse was no different from the sun of the normal world. The sun didn't care whether the people on the ground were alive or dead. It rose as usual. The surface area of the camp was a semi-open space, a yard enclosed by scrap building materials. A few survivors were sorting supplies in a corner. When they saw Chun-Mo emerge from underground, they shot him wary glances. Chun-Mo ignored them. He followed his ki sense east for about 200 meters. Then he saw No. 16. Red mohawk hair. Over 2 meters tall. Dr. Jero's lab's dark blue uniform. A massive physique. He was crouched under a dead tree beside the camp's outer fence. A gray sparrow was perched on his finger. No. 16's other hand was raised in front of him, blocking the western sun, casting a small shadow over the sparrow. The sparrow tilted its head on his finger. Pecked at his fingernail. No. 16 didn't move. Not even a breath. A purely mechanical being didn't need to breathe. He just crouched there motionless like a statue. The sound of Chun-Mo's footsteps startled the sparrow. It fluttered away. No. 16 looked up. His eyes were blue. Unlike No. 17 and No. 18, there was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Not coldness. It was calm, like a lake without wind. You are a new human, No. 16 said. His voice was low, deep, but without menace. Chun-Mo said. I know your name. Bulma just mentioned it. No. 16 stood up. When fully upright, he was a full head taller than Chun-Mo. You saved Trunks. Just a matter of convenience. No. 16 looked at him. For a long time. You have an electromagnetic marker from No. 18 on you. Chun-Mo was startled. It's very faint, No. 16 said. But my sensors can detect it. She placed a tracking marker on you. Chun Mo's expression changed. A tracking marker? No. 18 had placed a tracking marker on him. When? How? Probably implanted during skin contact. No. 16 seemed to read his expression. A microelectromagnetic pulse, embedded in the epidermal tissue. Won't affect your health, but she can track your location at any time. Chun Mo took a deep breath. No wonder. No. 18 could so precisely search every place he had been. It wasn't because she was tracking his movements. It was because she had always known where he was. Can it be removed? Yes, but it requires precision instruments. Bulma's equipment should be able to do it. Chun Mo stood there for a few seconds processing this. Then he made a decision that surprised No. 16. Leave it for now. No. 16 tilted his head. She knows where I am, Chun Mo said slowly. But she hasn't come here now. That means she's waiting. Waiting for what I don't know. But if I suddenly disappear from her, tracking her reaction would be even more unpredictable than if she finds me. It was a gambler's logic. No. 16 didn't quite understand, but he didn't press further. The sparrow returned. It landed on the dead tree branch and chirped twice. No. 16's attention was immediately drawn to it. He crouched down again, extended his finger. The sparrow hesitated, then flew back to his fingertip. Chun Mo watched the scene. A combat weapon that could shatter Cell's arm with one punch, crouching in the ruins of the apocalypse feeding a bird. No. 16. Why did you stop, Cell? No. 16 didn't turn his head. His gaze was fixed on the sparrow. It was going to kill the people here. You don't know these people. I don't need to know them, no. 16 said. They are living things. Living things shouldn't be killed casually. His finger moved slightly. The sparrow tilted its head to look at him, but didn't fly away. Birds too. People too. Bugs too. Chun Mo looked at his profile. Dr. Jero had called No. 16 a defective unit. A personality flaw. Disobedience. Perhaps it wasn't a flaw. Perhaps he was the only part on the entire assembly line that wasn't broken. Chun Mo stood under the dead tree for a while. The wind blew in from outside the camp walls, carrying dust and the lingering smell of scorched earth from some distant place. The evening breeze whistled faintly through the camp's barbed wire fence. The sparrow on No. 16's finger finally flew away, disappearing into the darkening twilight sky. The twilight had completely descended. The industrial lights of the concentration camp flickered on one by one, casting beams of light through the ground's ventilation openings resembling dim yellow stars. When Chun Mo returned to the third underground level, Trunks was already asleep on the military cot in the corner. 1 year. A year inside the time chamber. To the people outside, only a day had passed, but both Trunks' body and mind had endured 12 months of intense consumption. No matter how good the Saiyan hybrid's physique was, there were limits. He slept deeply, breathing evenly with his purple hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his right eye. Chun Mo did not disturb him. He found an empty military cot to sit on and took out a detector from his backpack. The distribution of light spots on the screen had not changed much. To the northeast, No. 17, stationary. To the northwest, No. 18. She stopped. The light spot that had been moving continuously was now stationary. Chun Mo stared at that light spot for 10 seconds. She had stopped. But she wasn't coming this way. Was she resting? Or thinking about something else? The system displayed a line of text. Current status of emotional collection, target calm, medium, contemplative, high possessiveness, sustained. Chun Mo turned off the detector. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. The thought processes of No. 18 were beyond his predictions. He needed to think about something else now. Base power of 50000. With full power of the Kaioken X20, it would be 1 million. It sounded impressive. But the lower limit of No. 18's combat power was 350 million. What Bulma had said earlier made him adjust his estimate upwards, possibly even higher. Not to mention a fight. With just a snap of her fingers, she could bury him in the ground. No need to mention No. 17. As long as these two were still on Earth, humanity would forever live in their shadows. Cell had gone to outer space. But it would come back. It would definitely return. After absorbing enough cosmic life, it would become stronger. By that time, if it succeeded in absorbing No. 17 or No. 18. Chun Mo dared not think further. He needed more power. But he had exhausted all the means he could use. The basic training from Master Roshi. The super divine water. The time chamber. A year of hard training. He was an ordinary human. Without the near-death enhancement of a Saiyan, nor the potential activation of a Namekian. A base combat power of 500 might already be the ceiling of his lifetime. Unless an external force intervened. What kind of external force? He closed his eyes. His mind raced through all the pathways from the original work that could make someone stronger. The potential liberation of the old Kai. That required being on King Kai's planet, and the old Kai was sealed in the Z-Sword. The ritual of the Super Saiyan God. He wasn't a Saiyan, so he couldn't use it. The Super Dragon Balls. Impossible. The Namekian Dragon Balls. Chun Mo opened his eyes. The Namekian Dragon Balls. Purunga. 3 wishes. His mind began to race. The Namekians had migrated to a new planet after the Frisia incident. New Namek. The Dragon Balls were still there. Grand Elder Guru was still there. Purunga was still there. If he could go to New Namek, find the Dragon Balls. Wish to resurrect all the Earth warriors killed by the androids. Gohan, Vegeta, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Piccolo. If Piccolo were resurrected, the Dragon of Earth would also be restored. If Gohan were resurrected, Wait, Goku died of a heart disease not killed by the androids. Can Purunga resurrect someone who died of illness? In the original work, Purunga could resurrect the same person multiple times after Grand Elder Guru leveled up, but someone who died of illness. Let's not think about Goku for now. Just having Gohan would be enough. Gohan was already a Super Saiyan before he died. Given his potential with more time, achieving Super Saiyan 2 was not impossible. Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan before he died. 2 Super Saiyans plus Trunks. 3 Super Saiyans. Plus no. 16. Adding in Piccolo's combat power after his resurrection. The solution to this equation would be entirely different. But the question is, how to get to New Namek? Can't sleep. A voice came from the stairway. Bulma walked down with 2 cups in hand. She had changed out of her dirty lab coat into a sleeveless dark gray tank top and black sweatpants. Her hair was wet. She had just washed it. Chen-Mo instinctively looked at her again. Then he froze for a moment. The Bulma from the anime was a paper doll. 2-dimensional. No matter how you draw it, it's just lines and patches of color. The Bulma in front of him was 3-dimensional. She was alive. Her blue short hair clung to her neck due to moisture, and the lines of her collarbone were very clear under the light. The neckline of her sleeveless tank top was neither too high nor too low, but when she bent over to hand him the cup, the curve in front was evident. Chen-Mo averted his gaze. It wasn't that he wanted to look. It was just that the amount of information was too overwhelming, and his eyes reacted faster than his mind. The Bulma in the comic was at most voluptuous. The one in front of him had a real human structure. Her frame was small, but the proportions where they mattered far exceeded normal. Her waist was tightly cinched, and her legs were unreasonably long compared to her hips. Her skin was very pale, the kind that hadn't seen sunlight for 4 years underground. She looked nothing like a woman who had survived 4 years in a post-apocalyptic wasteland living off canned food and recycled water. Genetics were unexplainable. Would you like some? Bulma pushed the cup towards him. Substitute coffee. Made from the camp's stock beans. The taste is average, but it can perk you up. Chen-Mo took it. He took a sip. It was incredibly bitter. Bulma sat down opposite him holding her cup without drinking, spinning it in her palm. Your son is asleep, Chen-Mo said. I know. Bulma glanced at the military cot in the corner. He looks like he has grown 8 years since he left. A year passed in the time chamber. His body grew along with it. I know the principle. Bulma's voice softened slightly, but knowing the principle and seeing the result are 2 different things. He was still a child when he went out in the morning. He returned in the evening as a teenager. Her fingers traced a circle around the rim of her cup, just like his father. This statement was light. Chen-Mo did not respond. Some things did not require a reply. They fell silent for a few seconds. Bulma gathered her emotions back. She switched gears quickly. I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Bulma stood up and walked to a cabinet in the far corner of the workbench. She took out a small box from inside. A silver metal box palm-sized with the Capsule Corporation's logo on it. She opened the box. Inside lay a light blue capsule. Do you know what this is, eh? Bulma asked. Chen-Mo looked at the capsule. The color was wrong. Ordinary universal capsules were white or light yellow. Light blue indicated a special product. A spaceship, Bulma said. Chen-Mo's hand froze. Designs left by my father before he passed. He started researching miniaturization for interstellar travel after the Namek incident. The original blueprints were based on modifications of the Namekian spaceship's power system. Bulma placed the capsule box on the table. 3 years ago, I found the backup blueprints he hid in the ruins of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. It took 2 years to build this spaceship using all the materials scavenged from the concentration camp. She tapped the capsule with her fingernail. Single seat can squeeze in a maximum of 2 people. Warp engine. Theoretical maximum speed is 600 times the speed of light. From Earth to New Namek, based on the coordinates I calculated, it would take about 34 days. Chen-Mo's breathing quickened. Where did the coordinates come from? King Kai, Bulma said. You heard me right. King Kai. North Kai. Yes. 6 months ago, while Trunks was training, I managed to establish a brief communication connection with King Kai's planet through an improved communication frequency. The signal lasted only 9 seconds. But it was enough. I asked one question. The coordinates to New Namek, right? North Kai provided me with the coordinates. In 9 seconds, he reported a string of cosmic coordinates. Bulma's lips curled slightly. I have a good memory. Chen-Mo stared at the capsule on the table. Spaceship. Coordinates. New Namek. Dragon Balls. This path is open. But there is one problem. Bulma's tone turned serious. Energy. Energy, Bulma nodded. The amount of energy required for the warp engine is 4,000 times that of a normal capsule engine. I spent 2 years using all the solar panels and remaining nuclear batteries in the concentration camp to gather just enough energy for a single trip. Single trip. Single trip. Going there, Bulma looked directly at him. The energy for coming back is not enough. Chen-Mo processed this for 2 seconds. There is no return. It's not that there is no return, Bulma said. Namek has the technology. If you get there, the Grand Elder or the scientists from Namek can help you replenish the energy. But that's a matter for after you arrive. When departing from Earth, you only have a one-way ticket. Chen-Mo looked at the light blue capsule. A thumb-sized object. Inside it was a spaceship. The spaceship contained the entire hope of Earth. Who do you plan to send? Chen-Mo asked. The original plan was Trunks, Bulma said, but after he came back today, I changed my mind. Why? Because he has gotten stronger. Bulma's gaze was clear. Trunks is currently the strongest combat force on Earth among humans. If he leaves, if Cell or Broly comes back, Earth will have no one who can fight. What about no? 16. I trust him. But I haven't trusted him enough to hand over the entire Earth to him, Bulma said. He is purely mechanical. What if he malfunctions? What if Cell finds a weakness? Trunks must stay as the last line of defense. So you want me to go? Bulma did not deny it. Your combat power is not high enough. But your brain is useful, Bulma said. Do you know the language of Namek? No, I don't. But you understand the habits of the Namekians. You know the Grand Elder. You know the rules of using the Dragon Balls. You know Porunga's 3 wishes. You know too much, Bulma tapped on the table, too much to be normal. But I don't care why you know it right now. I only care whether you can use those 3 wishes correctly. Shinemo remained silent for 10 seconds. He looked at the capsule. Then he reached out his hand. He'll go. Bulma's shoulders relaxed slightly. Not noticeably, but relaxed. But I want to take Trunks with me, Shinemo added. No way. I just said. Let me finish. Shinemo raised his head. Going to Namek is not just a matter of talking. What if we encounter space pirates on the way? What if there are remnants of Frisia's army near Namek? What if Porunga's guardian doesn't cooperate? My combat power alone isn't enough to handle any unexpected situations. Trunks in Super Saiyan form has 150 million. With him around, there aren't many in the North Galaxy who can stop us. Bulma opened her mouth. No. 16 stays to guard Earth, Chun-Emo said. He can defeat Cell's first form. No. 17 and no. 18 won't actively attack the concentration camp. Broly has already chased Cell into outer space. Earth is safe in the short term. And your time machine is still being built. If we go to Namek and encounter unforeseen circumstances and cannot return, you still have the time machine as a backup. Bulma stared at him for a long time. You are really annoying, she said. Because it makes sense. Because it makes too much sense. Bulma rubbed her brow. I couldn't find a point to refute. She pushed the silver box in front of Chun-Emo. 34 days to New Namek. Add in the time for finding the Dragon Balls and making wishes there. At best you will need 40 to 50 days. Can Earth hold out for 50 days? It held out for 4 years before. Bulma said. 5 more days should not be a problem. The issue is whether you can survive to get there and come back alive. Chun-Emo tucked the capsule box into his inner pocket. Close to him. I'll go talk to Trunks. Chun-Emo stood up. No need. Bulma said. I will talk to him myself. He is my son. It's my responsibility to tell him about going on a long journey. Chun-Emo nodded. He took 2 steps towards the stairs. Then he stopped. Bulma. My. You are building a spaceship alone in this basement. You've been doing it for 2 years. Chun-Emo didn't turn around. How do you know someone will come to use it? Bulma did not answer immediately. 3 seconds passed. Because I am Bulma. Her voice was not loud but steady. I don't know who will come. But I know someone will definitely come. So I built it. Chun-Emo did not speak again. He climbed the stairs. It was 3 in the morning. Chun-Emo conducted a final check of supplies on the ground of the concentration camp. Detector substitute rations, water pouch, spare batteries. Bulma also provided 2 extra tool capsules and a set of space suits. Trunks was already awake. Bulma had talked to him for an hour. When he came up from underground, his eyes were a bit red, but his expression was calm. Departure time? Trunks asked. At dawn, Chun-Emo said. Before that I still need to discuss a few things with No. 16. No. 16 was not far away. Under the dead tree. He hadn't moved all night. Like a red pillar nailed in the darkness. Chun-Emo walked up to him. No. 16. Trunks and I will be leaving Earth for a while. Where to? To Namek. To find the Dragon Balls. To resurrect the fallen warriors. No. 16 looked at him. His blue eyes had a faint light in the darkness. That was the optical sensor in his pupils. If you leave now, 18 won't be able to find you. No. 16 said. Chun-Emo paused. She will be angry. No. 16's tone was steady and angry. No. 18 will hurt more people. So I need you to stay here. Chun-Emo said. No. 17 and no. 18 won't actively come to the concentration camp. But in case of an emergency, you are the last line of defense. I don't like fighting. I know. But I will protect the people here. No. 16 said this and turned back to look at the empty bird's nest on the dead tree. At 4:30 in the morning, a sliver of gray-white appeared on the horizon. Bulma stood at the iron gate of the concentration camp. When she handed Trunks the manual for the spaceship capsule, she hugged him tightly. It wasn't long, but it was a tight embrace. Come back, she said. Trunks' voice was muffled against her shoulder. Chun-Emo stood by waiting. He did not rush them. 10 seconds later, Bulma released him. She stepped back to look at her son and then at Chun-Emo. After the spaceship launches, it needs 15 minutes to warm up the engine. You should find an open area to unfold it. The coordinates have been preset. Once you enter warp, don't mess with the navigation panel. Understood. And Bulma's voice paused. Don't die? Chun-Emo chuckled. I'll try my best. He turned around. He and Trunks walked towards the open ground outside the camp. They stepped out through the iron gate. The gravel on the open ground crunched under their boots. Chun-Emo took out the capsule, pressed the button on the top, and threw it forward. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted. After the smoke dissipated, a silver spaceship approximately 10 meters long appeared on the ruined ground. Aerodynamic. The bottom had 4 support legs. The hatch opened automatically, and orange light shone from within. Chun-Emo was about to step up. The detector in his pocket vibrated violently. His movement froze. He took it out. The light spot on the screen, the one that had been stationary to the northwest, was now moving. At a high speed. Direction. Due south. Heading straight for the concentration camp. The system displayed a warning. Warning. The emotional collection target is approaching at high speed. Estimated arrival time 90 seconds. Current emotional state of the target: excitement, very high, possessiveness, extremely strong, joy, abnormal. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Chunmo's back. Trunks. I can feel it. Trunks' voice suddenly dropped. His hair had begun to take on a golden hue. In the eastern sky, the dawn just tore open the first light. In the northwest sky, a streamlined white silhouette was approaching at an untraceable speed. 60 seconds. 40 seconds. 20 seconds. A figure stopped 50 meters above the concentration camp. Golden short hair. Ice blue eyes. Black knee-high socks and a denim miniskirt. The wind lifted her hair, revealing her fair neck. No. 18 looked down at the ground. Looking at the spaceship. Looking at Chunmo. She tilted her head slightly. The corners of her mouth curled up. Are you going out? Her tone was very light. Very casual. Like asking a neighbor if they are going to the supermarket today. But Chunmo heard it very clearly. The underlying weight in that tone. The system displayed one last line of text. The total emotional volume of the emotional collection target has overflowed the collection limit. New emotional category detected: jealousy, target spaceship escape possibility. Suggestion: do not run. Chunmo slowly raised his head, looking at the silhouette against the light in the sky. No. 18 slowly descended from the air. Her boots landed on the gravel ground without making a sound. She stood between the spaceship and Chunmo. Extending a finger, she tapped the silver shell of the spaceship. You're not going to say goodbye? She smiled. Just planning to leave? No. 18 descended slowly from the sky. Her boots landed on the gravel without making a sound. She stood between the spaceship and Chunmo. She extended a finger and tapped the silver hull of the ship. Leaving without a word, she chuckled. Think you can just go? Chunmo stood motionless. Trunks' hair had fully turned gold. The aura of a Super Saiyan rose in the dawn, the heat wave pushing the gravel outward in a ring. No. 18 didn't even glance at him. Kid, your mother's behind you, she said, her gaze fixed on Chunmo. Don't make me hit you in front of her. Trunks clenched his fists but didn't charge. The year in the hyperbolic time chamber taught him one thing: impulsiveness solves nothing. Chunmo took a deep breath. Then he turned and ran, not toward the ship, but east of the camp, toward the withered tree. No. 18 raised an eyebrow. She didn't chase. Arms crossed, she leaned against the ship's hull, watching Chunmo with interest. No. 16. Chunmo nearly stepped on an ant as he reached the withered tree. He skidded to a halt, panting, gripping the trunk for support. No. 16 remained crouched, unmoving, all night. His blue eyes shifted from the sparrow's empty nest to Chunmo. Protect me, Chunmo said bluntly. No. 16 tilted his head. She's here. No. 18. Over there. Chunmo thumbed over his shoulder. She wants to take me away? Stop her. No. 16 stood up, his 2-meter-plus frame casting a long shadow in the morning light. He looked past Chunmo at the blonde woman leaning against the ship, arms crossed. Then he turned back. Is she destroying Earth? Chunmo was stunned. Not now, but... Is she hurting anyone here? Not now, but she did before. I protect Earth. I protect the people here. No. 16's voice was flat and deep. She's not doing those things. I want fight her. Chunmo opened his mouth, then closed it. He stared at No. 16's expressionless face for 3 seconds. 1,000 words swirled in his mind, but none escaped his throat. No. 16, you brilliant fool. Your logic is flawless. You're right. Reasonable. Impeccable. But can't you bend the rules just a little? She's taking me away. Chunmo lowered his voice. After she takes me, she might. Did she say she'd kill you? No. No. 16 crouched back down and looked at the empty bird's nest. The conversation was over. Chunmo stood still as wind blew in from beyond the wall. No. 16's behavioral logic was clean to the point of obsession. Protect life. Do not initiate combat. Since No. 18 wasn't killing, he wouldn't intervene. Dr. Jero called him a defective product. Now Chunmo understood Jero's frustration. Footsteps sounded behind him. No. 18 approached. She stopped 2 meters away. She tilted her head, glancing at the crouching No. 16 and then at Chunmo, asking him for help. Her lips curved. Did you pick the right guy? Chunmo didn't turn around. No. 18 circled to his side, her gaze sweeping over No. 16. No. 16. Jero's leftover stock, she said. Heard you beat Cell yesterday. No. 16 looked up at her. You were made by Jero too, he said. Yeah, so we're colleagues. No. 18 crouched to meet his eyes. Colleagues have an understanding. Give him to me. No. 16 looked at No. 18, then at Chunmo. He doesn't want to go with you. I know No. 18 smiled. But he's my thing. People aren't things. Fine. He's my person. No. 18 rephrased with a pleasant demeanor. Is that better? No. 16 was silent for 2 seconds. Will you hurt anyone here after you take him? No, no. 18 said flatly. I'm not interested in anyone else. I just want him. Give him to me, and I won't touch this camp, this city, or this entire planet. Deal? No. 16 stood up. He looked down at Chunmo, his blue eyes devoid of apology, for he felt no wrongdoing. She says she won't hurt Earth, no? 16 said. I choose to believe her. Chunmo inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Internally, he cursed no. 16 in a dialect from his past life, extremely foul. Roughly translated, you tall, red-haired, simple-minded giant. Your kindness is genuine, but your stubbornness is equally genuine. Dr. Jiro was right to keep you sealed in that tank for 20 years. But Chunmo's face betrayed, nothing knowing curses were useless. No. 16's logic was self-consistent. His world had no gray areas. If someone was killing, he acted. If not, he watched birds. Chunmo turned around. No. 18 stood a meter in front of him. The morning light shone through her back, illuminating the pale golden halo around the edge of her ice-blue eyes. She was smiling. A beautiful, dangerous smile. So, she said, hooking a finger into Chunmo's collar, coming with me. Chunmo stepped back half a pace. His mind raced. The situation was clear. No. 16 wouldn't help. Trunks couldn't beat no. 18 of Bulma was in the basement, and the ship wasn't warmed up. He was trapped. But he still had one thing. No. 18 wanted him because he knew too much. She was curious. She wanted to control the information source. Possessiveness drove her every action. Time to use that. He'll go with you, Chunmo said. No. 18's finger paused midair. But I have conditions. No. 18 waited. I wasn't running away. Chunmo pointed at the ship behind him. I'm going to a place. Namek. Another planet in the universe. No. 18's expression didn't change. That planet has something called Dragon Balls. Gather 7, summon the dragon, and make 3 wishes. Any wish. No. 18's eyes flickered. Any Chunmo said. Resurrect the dead. Change your body. Gain power. Anything within the dragon's ability. No. 18 slowly lowered her arms, listening. I'm going to Namek to use the Dragon Balls to revive the Earth warriors you killed. Chunmo's tone was flat. No. 18's smile faded slightly. Why revive them, she asked. So they can fight me again. Earth has Cell and Broly. They're in space now, but they'll return eventually, Chunmo said. I'm reviving those warriors to deal with them, not to cause you trouble. No. 18 stared at him for 5 seconds. 3 wishes, she said. You use 1 to revive them. What about the other 2? Chunmo had been waiting for this. They're yours. No. 18's eyes lit up. Chunmo silently noted this. The other 2 wishes are yours, Chunmo said. Wish for whatever you want. Become fully human again. Upgrade your eternal furnace. Remove all of Jiro's modifications. Anything. No. 18 didn't answer immediately. She turned her back to Chunmo. The wind blew through her short golden hair. The camp's barbed wire hummed in the breeze. 10 seconds later, she turned back. I'm coming with you. Chunmo nodded. Fine. It's not a negotiation, no. 18 corrected. It's a notice. Is the ship big enough? Well, squeeze. Then we squeeze. No. 18 took 2 steps toward the ship, then stopped, and looked back at Chunmo. And one more thing. Say it. When we get to that planet, don't try any tricks. No. 18's voice turned cold. 3 wishes. The first is yours to revive people. The second and third are mine. Deal. If you dare make a wish without my knowledge. She didn't finish, but her right index finger lifted, pointing toward the camp. The meaning was clear. Chunmo felt a chill down his spine. I won't, he said. No. 18 lowered her finger, her smile returning. Then let's go. Trunks had been standing by the ship the whole time. His Super Saiyan golden hair swayed slightly in the morning breeze. He had watched the entire negotiation without uttering a single word. Now as he watched No. 18 approach, his lips pressed tight. Mr. Gohan died at her hands. Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Hirurin, Piccolo, all killed by her, and No. 17. And now he had to share a spaceship with her. Trunks, Chunmo whispered, moving close. Endure. Trunks' jaw tightened. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his golden hair reverted to purple. The Super Saiyan aura dissipated. I know, Trunks said. No. 18 glanced at him as she passed. You've grown up, she said. Last time I saw you, you were a crying little brat. Trunks didn't respond. No. 18 didn't provoke him further. She stepped to the ship's hatch and climbed in as naturally as if entering her own home. Chunmo turned to Bulma. She stood at the camp's iron gate about 30 meters away. She had seen everything. Chunmo walked over. The plan changed, he said. I saw, Bulma replied, her voice calm. You're taking the person who killed my husband to find the Dragon Balls. Chunmo didn't avoid her gaze. I had no other choice. Bulma took a deep breath. 2 wishes for her, she repeated. Do you know what she could do with them? I know. What if she wishes to become stronger? That's still better than her tearing me apart right now, leaving no one to go to Namek. Bulma pressed her lips together. She looked at the ship. No. 18 was already inside, sitting in the co-pilot seat, legs crossed, curiously examining the dashboard. If she breaks my ship, it'll kill her, Bulma said. The threat from a human woman with a single-digit power level carried no weight. But Chunmo didn't laugh. Because when Bulma said it, the seriousness in her eyes mirrored her husband's exactly. They'll bring them back, Chunmo said. Gohan, Vegeta, everyone. Bulma's hand tightened, then relaxed. Go. Chunmo turned and walked toward the ship. After a few steps, a voice came from the east. Wait. No. 17. A black figure streaked in from the northeast, stopping beside the ship. Black hair, blue eyes, and orange scarf. Standing next to No. 18, their resemblance was uncanny, like 2 castings from the same mold. You're going to space? No. 17 looked at No. 18. Yeah, no. 18 said. Finding the Dragon Balls. Coming. No. 17 shook his head. Cell is still alive, no? 17 said flatly. I don't like things that want to absorb me. Going after it. No. 18 leaned out of the hatch. Chasing it down to kill it, no? 17 said. That Super Saiyan is already hunting it. I don't mind joining in. 3 against 1. Quick and clean. Broly won't cooperate with you. Shinimo couldn't help interjecting. No. 17 glanced at him. Who said anything about cooperation? No. 17's lips curled. He fights his fight. I fight mine. Cell gets pummeled from both sides. More efficient. Shinimo fell silent. No. 17's logic was also sound. Paragus ship is still there, no? 17 said to no. 18. He'll use that. It has enough energy for interstellar travel. Be careful, no. 18 said. Just 2 words, but no? 17 understood. You too. No. 17's gaze shifted from no. 18 to Shinimo. Keep an eye on your pet. Don't let him run. Shinimo took a deep breath. Pet. He silently added another mark against no. 17. Without another word, no. 17's figure flashed northeast and vanished over the horizon. His speed was so great that not even an afterimage remained. The camp's clearing fell silent. Shinimo looked at no. 16. The red mohawk giant still crouched beneath the withered tree. Somehow a sparrow had appeared on his finger again, perhaps the same one. No. 16. Shinimo called out one last time. No. 16 looked up. Earth is in your hands. No. 16 nodded once. No further words. Shinimo turned and walked toward the ship. Trunks was already inside, seated in the pilot's chair, checking the navigation panel. No. 18 was in the co-pilot seat, legs crossed, poking a red button on the dashboard. Don't touch that. Shinimo slapped her hand away. That's the engine emergency brake. No. 18 looked at him, then reached out to poke it again. Shinimo grabbed her wrist. No. 18 didn't pull away. She tilted her head, her ice blue eyes inches away. You're holding me, she said. Shinimo let go. No. 18 smiled. The hatch closed. The engine began to warm up, a low hum emanating from the ship's base. 15 minutes later, the silver ship rose slowly from the camp's rubble-strewn ground. It pierced through the clouds, through the atmosphere. Earth shrank in the cabin window. Blue, round, covered in gray-white clouds that veiled the scarred continents. The moment the warp drive activated, the stars stretched into white streaks. Shinimo sat in a folding seat in the back, staring out the window. Beside him was an android who both wanted to kill him and didn't. Ahead was a Super Saiyan who wished he could tear no. 18 apart, but had to endure. 34 days. In this cramped ship with 3 people who distrusted one another. Flying to New Namek. Gather 7 Dragon Balls. Make 3 wishes. The first wish, revive the Earth Warriors. The second and third, no. 18th. What would she wish for? Shinimo didn't know. A line of text appeared in his system. Emotion collection, target, current state, anticipation, extreme excitement, high possessiveness, sustained. New emotion category, longing. Longing. A killing machine from the apocalypse looking forward to making a wish. Shinimo leaned back in his seat. Closed his eyes. 34 days. Either he would return triumphant with the revived warriors, or he would be trapped in a ship face-to-face with a Yandere android for over 1,000 hours. Either way, it sounded lethal. Outside the window, starlight was pulled into long threads, stretching infinitely behind them. Back on Earth, beneath the withered tree in the camp, the sparrow on no. 16's finger tilted its head, chirped twice, for the first time in 4 years. No explosions in the sky, no energy blasts, no aftermath of destruction. Only the wind, and the birdsong. No. 16 gently moved his finger. It's quiet now, he said. No one heard him, but the sparrow did. On the 3rd day of warp travel, Shinimo awoke from the folding seat, his back aching to the point of numbness. The interior of the spaceship was even smaller than he had anticipated. Bulma had said it could theoretically accommodate 2 people. Now 3 were crammed in the driver's seat, the passenger seat, and the folding seat in the back. The aisle was just wide enough to squeeze through sideways. Even worse was the restroom. The entire ship had only one collapsible sanitary cubicle, less than a square meter in size. Once the curtain was drawn, the soundproofing was virtually non-existent. When Shinimo walked in, Android 18 was sitting just 2 meters away from the curtain, legs crossed, staring at it. Can you stop staring? I can't see anything. Android 18's voice came from outside. What are you nervous about? I can hear you laughing. My mouth just naturally curves upward. Shinimo fell silent. When he emerged from the cubicle, Android 18 had already turned her head to gaze at the starry sky outside the porthole. Outside, the starlight was stretched into white lines by the warp speed. There were no points of reference, no sunrise or sunset. The concept of time became blurred within the ship. Trunks sat in the driver's seat, his purple hair slightly disheveled. He had been on the night shift for 3 consecutive days, not because navigation required constant attention. Once the warp drive was activated, the ship was essentially on autopilot. He wasn't sleeping because Android 18 was there. He dared not sleep. Mr. Gohan had died at her hands. All those people had perished at hers and Android 17's hands. He sat upright in the driver's seat, back straight, ready to transform at any moment. 3 days had passed without a single blink of sleep. Shinimo handed him a packet of rationed food. Trunks took it, his fingers trembling slightly as he tore open the package. No matter how resilient a half-Saiyans physique, 72 consecutive hours without sleep would push anyone to their limit. Android 18 stood up from the passenger seat. She stretched casually, but in such a confined space her elbow nearly brushed Shinimo's face. Too cramped. Android 18 said. Shinimo did not respond. She walked to the back and bent down to retrieve something from the storage compartment under the floor. A cylindrical semi-transparent pod about 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. A hibernation pod. Bulma had installed a spare medical hibernation pod in the ship. It was used for sustaining the wounded in emergencies. The low-temperature circulation system could induce a deep sleep while maintaining basic vital signs. Android 18 set the pod upright and glanced at Trunks. Get in. Trunks' hand froze midair. You haven't slept in 3 days. Android 18's tone was flat. If you keep going, you'll be useless. Then when we get to that planet, you won't be able to fight. If you can't fight, you're useless. Useless things take up space. Trunks looked up at Shinemo. Shinemo was silent for 2 seconds. She's right. Shinemo said. You need sleep. In the pod, she can't touch you. The life support system operates independently at low temperatures, and it can't be opened externally. This was said for Trunks to hear, but also for Android 18. She raised an eyebrow, but did not refute. Trunks stood up. He was a bit taller than when he left Earth. He walked to the pod, turned back to look at Shinemo. Once I'm inside, you'll be alone. You'll be fine, Shinemo said. Trunks opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. He lay down in the pod. The hatch closed. Low-temperature gas injected from nozzles on both sides. A thin layer of frost formed on the semi-transparent wall. Trunks' breathing slowed from normal to 4 times per minute within 30 seconds. His eyes closed, purple hair plastered to his forehead. Android 18 pulled a hoi poi capsule from her pocket. She pressed the button on top. Pop. The 2-meter-tall pod shrank into a thumb-sized capsule, falling into her palm. She put the capsule into the pocket of her denim miniskirt and patted it. All right, Android 18 turned around. It's not cramped anymore. Shinemo stared at her pocket. Trunks was inside. A Super Saiyan packed into a capsule stuffed in Android 18's skirt pocket. A fleeting sense of absurdity crossed his mind. Him and Android 18. Alone. In a 10-meter-long sealed spaceship. 31 days. A line of text popped up from the system. Current emotional state of the collection: target satisfaction, extremely high possessiveness, extremely strong pleasure, continuously rising. Android 18 sat back in the passenger seat. She propped her legs up on the dashboard, ankles crossed, a strip of thigh skin visible above the edge of her black knee-high socks. She tilted her head to look at Shinemo. Sit. Shinemo sat in the driver's seat. The distance between the 2 seats was about 40 centimeters. In a normal aircraft, that distance was just right. But now it wasn't normal because the person sitting next to him could pierce him through with a single finger. You're nervous, Android 18 said. No, I'm not. Your heart rate is up. I can hear it. Shinemo didn't deny it any further. Because denial was useless. Android 18's auditory sensitivity was hundreds of times beyond human limits. Her heartbeat probably sounded like a drumbeat to her. Ask you something. Android 18 pulled her legs off the dashboard and turned to face Shinemo. Go ahead. That Dragon Ball. You said it can grant any wish. Within the Shinron's capabilities. How broad is that scope? Porunga's scope is wide. Resurrecting the dead, teleporting across planets, altering body structure. Basically, it can do anything except kill someone stronger than its creator. Android 18 was silent for 3 seconds. Turning back into a human. Shinmo's hand paused. You want to turn back into a human? Android 18 didn't answer. She turned back to look out the porthole. The starlight drawn into white lines reflected in her pupils, blending with that icy blue. I didn't say I wanted to, she said. I asked if it could. Theoretically, yes. Shinemo chose his words carefully. Dr. Gero's modifications were based on your human body. If Porunga's power is precise enough, it could reverse the process. But your infinite energy reactor is the source of all your current strength. Turning back into a human means becoming useless. Becoming an ordinary person. Android 18 let out a laugh. Same thing. She stopped asking. Shinemo didn't press further. Android 18's train of thought was erratic. One moment, she was asking about the Dragon Ball's wish scope. The next, she cut off the topic. On the 5th day of warp travel, Android 18 began to feel bored. Androids don't need sleep. The infinite energy reactor provides limitless power, and her brain doesn't experience fatigue. This meant that during the 8 hours Shinemo slept each day, Android 18 was completely awake. Alone and awake. In a ship filled only with starlight and the hum of the engine. On the morning of the 5th day, when Shinemo woke up, he found Android 18 crouching beside his folding seat. Very close. So close that the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was her face. You were dreaming, Android 18 said. What? You said 2 things in your sleep. The first was unclear. The second was a name. Android 18 tilted her head. Lin Ku. Who? It took Shinmo's brain 2 seconds to shift from sleep mode. Lin Ku. The woman who had given him food in the shelter. A survivor, Shinemo said. I met her in a shelter before. She gave me a few biscuits. Female. Yeah. Android 18 stood up, her expression unchanged. But when she walked to the porthole, she tapped her finger on the frame 3 times. A line of text appeared from the system. New emotion detected from the collection: target jealousy high. Emotion points 820. Shinemo made a mental note. From now on, he would bite his tongue to stay conscious before sleeping. Talking in his sleep in front of Android 18 could genuinely get him killed. Listen up, Android 18 said without turning around. From now on, you're not allowed to think about other women. I can't control what I dream about. Then don't sleep. I'm human. Humans die without sleep. Android 18 turned her head. Then choose. She said. Either be killed by me for calling another woman's name in your sleep, or die from exhaustion by not sleeping. Shin-Emo took a deep breath. He'll try not to dream. That's more like it. On the 8th day of warp travel, Android 18 opened the ship's emergency side hatch. Shin-Emo was eating a ration. The moment the hatch opened, the ship's internal pressure alarm blared wildly. Red warning lights flashed. The engine automatically switched from warp to sublight cruise. Android 18 stood at the hatch. After the warp was disengaged, the outside was a normal starry sky. Black. Boundless. A few stars emitted faint light in the distance. What are you doing? Shin-Emo grabbed the seatbelt fastened to his seat. The air inside the ship was leaking out. His eardrums buzzed from the sudden drop in pressure. Android 18 glanced back at him. Getting some fresh air. Space is a vacuum. There's no air to get. I don't need to breathe. After saying this, she floated directly out of the hatch. She hovered outside the ship. Her golden short hair spread out in zero gravity. Black knee-high socks, denim miniskirt, white t-shirt. Clothes fit for shopping on Earth, floating in space. The energy field from her infinite energy reactor formed an invisible barrier on her skin's surface. It insulated her from the vacuum radiation and extreme temperatures. An android could survive in space. No need for oxygen or a spacesuit. Shin-Emo fumbled to press the emergency seal button. A backup hatch popped out from the inside, sealing the breach. The pressure began to rise again. He panted for 30 seconds. Then he looked out the porthole. Android 18 was outside. She had floated to a position about 200 meters in front of the ship. They're a small, gray, rocky planet about a few dozen kilometers in diameter. No atmosphere. No signs of life. A dead star. Android 18 raised her right hand. She extended her index finger. A faint pink light gathered at her fingertip. The light shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The rocky planet exploded from within in a single second. Debris scattered in all directions. Silently. There was no air in space to transmit sound waves. Shin-Emo only saw the light. An intensely bright light. Then an expanding sphere of rubble and dust. Android 18 turned around, looking at the ship's porthole from 200 meters away. She smiled. Shin-Emo couldn't make out her mouth shape, but he knew she was. She chuckled. The system displayed text: current emotional state of the target, pleasure, extremely high, release, high possessiveness, sustained. Emotion points 1450. 10 minutes later, no. 18 drifted back from the emergency hatch. Shin-Emo had already put on his spacesuit and lowered the cabin pressure to the minimum before letting her in. The hatch closed. Pressure restored. No. 18's hair was slightly disheveled due to zero gravity. She smoothed it with her fingers. Nice texture, she said. That's a planet. A dead planet. There's nothing on it. No. 18 sat down in the co-pilot seat. I didn't blow up one with people. Shin-Emo found he couldn't argue. She had indeed blown up a dead star. No life. No civilization. Only rocks. Could you at least say something before you go out next time? Shin-Emo took off his spacesuit. When you opened the hatch, I almost got sucked out. You just need to wear the spacesuit. I didn't have time. Then wear it all the time from now on. Shin-Emo fell silent. Day 12 of warp travel. No. 18 proposed a fight with Shin-Emo. A fight, Shin-Emo repeated. Yes, she said. No. 18 stood in the corridor, cracking her neck. I'm too bored. You fight me. This is a spaceship. If we fight, it'll fall apart. Then we go outside. You wear the spacesuit. Shin-Emo looked at her. My combat power is 50,000. Yours is at least 350 million. Do you think there's any point in this fight? Don't you have that technique? No. 18 extended her hand, drawing a circle in the air with her index finger. The red one. The Kaioken. Go max. Even at full power, the 20-fold Kaioken only reaches 1,000,000. To you, that's like a tickle. I like being tickled. Shin-Emo was speechless. 5 minutes later, Shin-Emo in his spacesuit floated outside the ship. No. 18 was 10 meters opposite him. Her hands were in her pockets. Her short golden hair gently drifted in the zero-gravity environment. Around them was the starry sky, boundless, infinite darkness. Only a few distant stars provided faint illumination. The ship hovered behind them in sublight cruise mode. Come no. 18 said. Her voice transmitted through the eternal furnace's energy field vibrations directly into the receiver of the spacesuit. Shin-Emo activated the 20-fold Kaioken. A red aura burst from the outer layer of the spacesuit. The suit's material was Bulma's special elastic alloy fiber capable of withstanding high-intensity energy impacts. But the red light still seeped through the seams, shining like a burning red flare in the dark void of space. Shin-Emo charged forward. The first punch, a straightforward strike at full power. No. 18 tilted her head. The force of the punch brushed past her ear, lifting a few strands of golden hair. Slow, she said. Shin-Emo spun around, sweeping his right leg. No. 18 raised her left hand, catching his ankle and gripping it. The power is decent, she said, but it's too rigid. Your ki distribution is uneven. You've infused your right leg with 30% more energy than your left. She let go. Shin-Emo retreated 2 meters, adjusting his ki distribution. He charged again. This time he used the combo rhythm taught by Master Roshi. A feint with the left fist, a horizontal elbow strike, followed by a knee thrust, a 3-hit combo. No. 18 blocked the first 2. For the third, the knee thrust, she didn't block. Shin-Mo's knee slammed into her abdomen. It felt like hitting a wall. No. 18 looked down at the spot where she had been struck. She said. I felt that a bit. Then she moved. Not fast, at least not for her. She probably used only 1% of her speed. But for Chen Mo, it was the limit of his reaction time. Her right hand struck his chest. Chen Mo was sent flying backward 30 meters. The spacesuit's cushioning layer absorbed most of the impact, but the air in his chest was still knocked out of him. He tumbled several times in zero gravity. He steadied himself. No. 18 was already behind him. Don't stop, she said. Chen Mo turned and threw a punch. No. 18 didn't dodge. The fist landed squarely on her left shoulder. Her body retreated half a step. Her eyes lit up. Again. Chen Mo threw a flurry of punches, left-right alternating. Each punch was infused with the full output of the 20-fold Kaioken. Though the punches made no sound in the vacuum, the energy shockwaves created visible halos between them. No. 18 took them all. She took every single one. She didn't dodge or evade. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, letting Chen Mo land blow after blow on her arms, shoulders, and abdomen. With each punch, she retreated half a step. But after that half step, she stopped and waited for the next one. She was enjoying it. The system frantically displayed text: current emotional state of the target, excitement, extremely high pleasure, extremely high battle lust, sharply rising. Emotion points 2,100. Emotion points 1,800. Emotion points 2,400. After No. 18 took 30 straight punches from Chen Mo, she suddenly reached out and grabbed his fist. Her 5 fingers wrapped around his entire fist, gripping tight. Enough, she said. She pulled Chun Missouri close until the visor of his spacesuit nearly touched the tip of her nose. You've gotten stronger, No? 18 said. Much stronger than you were on Earth. I trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. More than that, No. 18 tilted her head. That red thing on you, its upper limit has increased. I can feel it. Chunmo's heart skipped a beat. She could sense the change in the Kaioken's limit. Don't be nervous, No? 18 released his fist. I don't care how you got stronger. I only care about one thing. What? No matter how strong you get, it's useless, No? 18 said softly. You can't escape. She turned and floated back toward the ship. Chen Mo remained suspended in place. There were 5 shallow indentations on his spacesuit where she had grabbed him. The shape of fingers. The system displayed one final line: the total current emotional value has exceeded the threshold. Kaioken multiplier limit unlocked 22 times. Base combat power 5000 22 11000 1,100,000. That was 10% more than the 1 million on Earth. It didn't sound like a huge increase. But Chun Mo knew that the difference between 20 times and 22 times wasn't just a number. With each additional multiplier, the strain on the body grew exponentially. An ordinary person using the 20-fold Kaioken would die instantly. He could withstand it because the system eliminated the physical burden. But no, 18 was right. 1,100,000. To her, it was still just a tickle. Day 15 of warp travel. No, 18 went out again. This time she flew even farther. Chun Mo tracked her electromagnetic signal through the detector and found she had drifted to the edge of a small star system 800 kilometers from the ship. Their 3 rocky planets orbited a red dwarf star. 10 minutes later, the red dwarf flashed 3 times. 3 planets. No, 18 had blown up all 3. When she returned, there were some rock dust particles in her hair, grayish-white like a light snowfall. There were things on those 3, No? 18 said, patting the dust from her hair. Some bugs. They moved. Not sure if they counted as life. Chun Mo's heart sank. There was life, and you still blew them up. They were just bugs, No? 18 sat down. You humans don't react this strongly when you step on ants on Earth. Chun Mo opened his mouth. That's different. How is it different? No. 18 looked at him. Tell me, how is it different? Chun Mo couldn't answer. Because from No. 18's perspective, a human stepping on an ant and her blowing up bugs on a planet really weren't that different. Different levels of power led to different moral standards. This was the underlying logic of the Dragon Ball world. As a transmigrator, he couldn't change that. Don't blow up planets with intelligent life, Chun Mo finally said. That's the bottom line. No. 18 looked at him for 3 seconds. Fine, she said. He'll listen to you. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief. But you have to fight me, No? 18 added. Every day, at least an hour. Deal. The system displayed text: new emotional category added for the target, compromise, faint, dependence, low. Dependence. Chun Mo stared at those 2 words for a long time. An android with a combat power of over 350 million, an existence that could casually destroy planets in the universe, had developed a feeling of dependence toward a human with a combat power of 50,000. Did that make sense? No. But no. 18's emotional logic was never reasonable to begin with. Dr. Jero had preserved the human emotional modules when he modified her into an android. The eternal furnace gave her infinite power, but not the ability to process emotions. She didn't know how to get along with people, so she chose the most primitive way. Possession. Control. Don't run. The system displayed another line. Emotion collection estimate based on the current collection rate before arriving at new Namek. The Kaioken multiplier limit is expected to reach 25 to 28 times. Chun Mo leaned back in his seat, staring at the starlight stretched into lines outside the porthole. 28 times the Kaioken. Base of 50,000. Total combat power of 1,400,000. Still 250 times away from No. 18's 350 million. The road was still very long. He closed his eyes, forcing himself into a light sleep amid the hum of the engine and under No. 18's quiet, watchful gaze. 31 days. Him and a Yandere android. In a sealed space of 110 cubic meters. Either they reached Namek and got the Dragon Balls, or he died on the way. There was no third option. No. 18's voice rang out just as he was about to fall asleep. Chin mo. You said that Dragon Ball thing. Can it really grant any wish? There was a 5-second silence. Then can it grant one wish? No. 18's voice was very, very soft. To make someone, only like me. Chin Mo's eyes snapped open. In the corner of his vision, the system displayed a red warning. The target has developed a new high-risk emotion obsession, extremely high. Warning: this emotional category may lead to unpredictable behavior from the target. Chin Mo didn't answer. No. 18 didn't wait for his answer either. She pulled her legs up onto the seat, hugged her knees, and tilted her head to gaze at the boundless sea of stars outside the porthole. Her ice blue eyes reflected the starlight, stretched into lines. That expression, Chin Mo couldn't quite describe it. It didn't belong to a killer. Not to an android. Not to a doomsday weapon that destroyed cities. It was more like an 18-year-old girl in the middle of a long journey, thinking about something she herself couldn't quite understand. On the 19th day of warp travel, Chin Mo awoke from a light slumber to find No. 18 nibbling on his ration bar. You don't need to eat. I want to taste it. She took a bite, chewed twice, then spat it into her palm. Disgusting. That was my last 3 portions. Then eat less. Chin Mo took a deep breath and dropped the subject. Continuing would only lead to 2 outcomes. 1 had win the argument, and No. 18 would toss all the rations into space. 2 had lose, wasting his breath. He reached under the seat, grabbed his canteen, and took a sip. Recycled lukewarm water. After 19 days it tasted of nothing. The scanner sat on the dashboard, its screen pure black. In warp, the scanner's range was compressed to its limit, detecting only objects within 50 kilometers of the ship. Typically, deep space held nothing within 50 kilometers. But today was different. A hum. The scanner beeped. Chin Mo's eyes left the canteen and fixed on the screen. A faint light that was moving toward the ship. Something's there. Chin Mo set down the canteen. No. 18 didn't move. She placed the bitten ration bar on the dashboard and glanced at the screen. Small, she said. Combat power is small too. Chin Mo stared at the dot for 3 seconds. Its trajectory was steady. Not a meteor. It had propulsion. Decelerate. Chin Mo pressed the warp disengage button. The ship shifted from warp to sublight cruising. Outside the porthole, starlight stretched into white lines, then scattered back into points. The dark universe unfurled once more. The scanner's range instantly expanded to 500 kilometers. The dot sharpened. Not 1, 4. An extremely weak energy signal led with 3 stronger ones trailing. The 4 dots moved in formation. Aircraft. Chin Mo pulled up the optical zoom. The image advanced. 500 kilometers away, a flat orange-yellow ship drifted slowly through the void. Its design was bizarre, like a crouching toad with a hemispherical transparent dome on top. 3 creatures followed outside. 2 were insectoid dark green carapaces, multiple legs, eyes atop their heads. The third was a red-skinned humanoid. It was bulky with 2 curved horns on its head. Inside the transparent dome sat a small figure. Yellow skin wrinkled. A white pointed hat perched on its head. Its body was only half the height of an average human. Long slender fingers clutched a scepter. Chin Mo's pupils contracted. Babidi. Archmage Babidi. The instigator who unleashed Majin Buu in the original story. Vegeta's son. A cosmic schemer who used dark magic to control minds. Chin Mo quickly sifted through his memories of the original lore. In the story, Babidi came to Earth to gather energy to unseal Buu. His strongest subordinate was Demeanor, the king of the Dark Demon Realm. Demeanor had been enslaved by Babidi's magic, becoming his most loyal enforcer. But this Babidi had no Demeanor. Of the 3 creatures with him, the strongest, the red-horned one, had a battle power of around 20,000 according to the scanner. The 2 insectoids combined were under 10,000. Nowhere near the Jinyu Force's level. Chin Mo understood instantly. In this timeline, Babidi hadn't found Demeanor yet. He was wandering the cosmos, searching for powerful warriors to subdue or exploit. Buu's seal might already be buried on Earth, but without Demeanor's energy, Babidi couldn't break it. So he was drifting around, looking for muscle, like a player with 0 SSR cards frantically pulling gacha across the universe. That ugly thing, No. 18's voice came from beside him. You know it. I know him, Chin Mo said flatly. A famous mage in the universe. Name's Babidi. His father's even more famous. Is he strong? He himself isn't. Almost 0 combat power. But his magic can control minds. Chin Mo stared at the toad-shaped ship on the screen. The more darkness in a heart, the easier he controls it. That's got nothing to do with me. No. 18 leaned back into her seat. Go around. Chin Mo was about to adjust the course when Babidi's ship suddenly changed direction on the scanner. It was heading toward them. He's found us. Chin Mo frowned. Though Babidi's ship was shabby, a mage's perception of energy fluctuations worked by different rules. He didn't sense battle power, he sensed the mental fluctuations of living beings. The ship held 2 living things, 1 human, 1 android with retained human emotions. To Babidi, they were 2 lamps glowing in the dark. 3 minutes later, Babidi's ship stopped 200 meters directly ahead. The 3 minions fanned out, the 2 insectoids flanking the red-horned creature in the center. The transparent dome opened. Babidi floated out. his scepter planted in the void. A smile twisted his yellow, wrinkled face, inducing physical discomfort. Chun Mo killed the engine. The ship halted. No. 18 stood up. He'll go out. Wait. Chun Mo tugged her sleeve. Let me talk to him first. Talk about what? He doesn't know us. But I know him. Let me feel him out. No. 18 looked at Chun Mo for 3 seconds. 1 minute, she said. If he's not gone in 1 minute, I fight. Chun Mo nodded. He grabbed a spacesuit from the emergency locker. After putting it on, he opened the side hatch. Once the pressure equalized, he floated out. Babidi was 200 meters away. The tip of his scepter glowed with dark purple light. The visual signature of dark magic. Oh. Babidi's voice was shrill, transmitted via magical energy vibrations. A human. Out here. Interesting. Very interesting. He tilted his head, studying Chun Mo. Then his eyes lit up. Your mental fluctuation is peculiar. Babidi raised his scepter, pointing it at Chun Mo. There's fear in it. Obsession. Greed. And other things. Very complex. Hee. Lord Babidi loves complex minds. Chun Mo remained silent. He waited for Babidi's next move. Papalapapa. The dark purple light at the tip of Babidi's scepter swelled. An invisible wave shot through the vacuum, slamming directly into Chun Mo's skull. Mind control. Babidi's signature skill. It targeted the target's consciousness directly. No contact. No medium. Crossing space to reach the mind. Chun Mo's head buzzed. The starry sky warped for half a second. A strange force tried to burrow into his consciousness. In that instant, he felt a bizarre urge: stop thinking, Neil, obey. Then the urge vanished. The system flashed a line of text. External mental interference detected. Infinite Kaioken system has auto-purified. Note, this system is bound to the host's core consciousness. Any external mind control is ineffective. Chun Mo's mind cleared. Before he could react, he heard the hiss of air pressure behind him. No. 18 had exited the ship. She wore no spacesuit. The energy field of the eternal furnace enveloped her. Her golden short hair drifted in zero gravity. Ice blue eyes locked onto Babidi, 200 meters away. 1 minute was up. What did you do to him? No. 18's voice was cold. Babidi froze. His perception fell upon no. 18. Then his expression changed. Unbelievable. This energy. This mental fluctuation. Babidi's eyes widened. Powerful. Too powerful. If I could make you Lord Babidi's subordinate. Papalapapa. He didn't hesitate. His scepter pointed straight at no. 18. The dark purple magic wave released at full power. Mind control. Full force version. The dark purple radiance enveloped no. 18. It lasted 0.3 seconds. Then no. 18 vanished. Babidi only saw a white afterimage. Then a slap landed on his face. No. 18's palm struck Babidi's yellow wrinkled face. She didn't hold back. Babidi was blasted from his spot. His body shot in a straight line in the direction of the slap, so fast that his 3 minions didn't have time to turn their heads. He flew about 30 kilometers before stopping. The 3 minions were dumbfounded. The red-horned creature recovered first and charged at no. 18 flailing. The 2 insectoids flanked from both sides. No. 18 raised her right hand and flicked her index finger 3 times. 3 pale pink beams. The 3 minions vanished simultaneously. 30 kilometers away, Babidi stabilized himself. Half his face was swollen. Dark purple blood seeped from his nostrils and the corner of his mouth, forming small spheres in the vacuum. Monster. Babidi's voice trembled. He had lived for centuries, traversed countless galaxies, and subdued innumerable strong beings. Never had a creature sent him flying 30 kilometers with a single slap. And it was a completely indifferent slap, like a human swatting a fly. Babidi tightened his grip on the scepter. You think this is over, eh? His voice turned shrill. Lord Babidi is not to be trifled with. The dark purple light at the scepter's tip became viscous and murky. It was no longer mind control. It was something older, darker. A curse. The ultimate technique of dark magic. No contact required. No need for power suppression. As long as the caster was willing to pay the price. Papala. Babidi's body began to glow. Not the scepter, himself. Black-purple mist seeped from every pore. It condensed into a thin thread, crossing the 30-kilometer vacuum and pierced no. 18's temple. No. 18 paused. Her eternal furnace hummed within her chest. The energy field instantly expanded, tearing the black-purple thread from within. It snapped. Dispersed. The curse was broken. Babidi's eyes bulged. Impossible. My curse. I burned my lifespan for that curse. No. 18 vanished again. When she appeared before Babidi, she raised her hand. Babidi let out a piercing shriek. He'll remember you. He shot backward through space, pulling a black sphere from his robes. An emergency teleportation device. Lord Babidi will find the king of the demon realm. I will break the seal. Then you'll all die? All of you. The black sphere shattered. Babidi's body was enveloped in dark light. He vanished along with the toad-shaped ship. Space jump. He fled. The universe fell silent again. Only the ship's engine hummed lowly. Chun Mo floated outside the ship. The entire event from start to finish lasted about 40 seconds. He hadn't lifted a finger. No. 18 turned around. Behind his helmet visor, Chun Mo saw her face. Something was off. No. 18's expression was blurry. Her eyes were still ice blue. But their focus was loose. Her body swayed slightly in zero gravity. Normally no. 18's suspension in space was perfectly still. She swayed. No. 18, Chun Mo called. She looked at him and blinked. A little. Her voice came through the energy field's vibration a beat slower than usual. Something's in my head. The curse. The eternal furnace had broken Babiti's curse. But the one head cast by burning his lifespan wasn't ordinary magic. It targeted the consciousness. No. 18's eternal furnace could shatter any energy-based attack. But her brain was human. Dr. Jero had preserved her human brain. The furnace cleansed the curse's main body, but residual magic had seeped into her human brain tissue. Not enough to harm or control her, but enough to cause a brief disturbance in her consciousness. Like being tipsy. Chun Mo floated over in his spacesuit and reached out to steady No. 18's arm. She glanced down at his hand. She didn't shake him off. That was very wrong. The normal No. 18 would have said, "Who told you to touch me?" Back to the ship, Chun Mo said. No. 18 remained silent. She let Chun Mo guide her back into the ship. The hatch closed. Pressure restored. Chun Mo removed his spacesuit and turned. No. 18 stood in the middle of the corridor. Her head was slightly bowed. Golden short hair fell covering half her face. No. 18. How do you feel, No. 18 lifted her head. Her ice blue eyes looked at him. But the gaze wasn't its usual sharpness. There was a mist, a very faint one. My mind's slow, she said. Like, what's that word? Dizzy. Yeah, dizzy. No. 18 frowned. I've never been dizzy before. I hate it. Chun Mo checked the scanner. No. 18's electromagnetic signal was normal. Energy output stable. Physical functions were normal. Only her brainwave frequency was about 15% lower than usual. Your furnace purged the curse, Chun Mo said. But the residual magic affected your brain. The human brain has low resistance to dark magic. It needs time to metabolize. How long? Not sure. A few hours. Maybe a day or two. No. 18 was silent for 2 seconds. Then she walked to the pilot's seat. She didn't sit in it. Instead, she shoved Chun Mo onto the fold-down cot. Chun Mo's back hit the backrest. Before he could react, No. 18 lay down sideways. On the cot, squeezing in with Chun Mo, her arms slid around his waist, and her face buried itself in his chest. No. 18. Shut up. What are you doing? Sleeping. You don't need to sleep. I do now. No. 18's voice was muffled against his chest, slurred. Brain slow. Shutting down for a bit. Chun Mo's body stiffened. No. 18's body temperature was almost identical to a human's. The eternal furnace maintained a constant 37 degrees Celsius on her surface. Her hair brushed against Chun Mo's chin. It smelled of rock dust, leftover from when she had blown up a planet earlier. Let go. Go to the co-pilot seat. No. 18 tightened her arms. Chun Mo's waist was squeezed. Not very hard. But with No. 18's arm strength, not very hard, was enough to render him completely immobile. Try moving, No. 18 said. Chun Mo didn't move. The cot was about 60 centimeters wide. 2 people squeezed onto it required extremely close body contact. No. 18 lay on her side pressed against Chun Mo's right half. Her left arm circled his waist. Her right hand had somehow grabbed his collar. The system frantically flashed text. Emotion collection targets current emotional state, dependence, extreme need for security, high possessiveness, sustained drowsiness, abnormal non-systemative emotion. Emotion value 3200. Note targets drowsiness is a residual effect of external magic. Androids do not possess natural sleep functions. Current state is a passive hibernation response in the brain's human region. Kaioken multiplier cap unlocked 24 times. Chun Mo looked at the system panel. 24 times. Faster than expected. But he couldn't focus on the numbers now. Because No. 18's breathing was slowing. From 16 breaths per minute to 12, then to 8. Her arm still held his waist tightly, but the strength was fading. From a steel binding to the strength of an ordinary hug. Her eyes closed. Her eyelashes cast a small shadow under the cold white light inside the ship. This was the first time Chun Mo had seen No. 18 with her eyes closed at such close range. No sharp gaze. No dangerous smile. No, you can't escape pressure. Just a face. An 18-year-old face. Quiet. Relaxed. A little beautiful. Chun Mo killed that thought. He tried to move. No. 18's arm instantly tightened. Don't move, she said. Her voice was already very soft, carrying a drowsy, sticky quality. Nothing like the usual No. 18. I'm not running, Chun Mo said. Liar. I'm on the ship. Where would I run? No. 18 was silent for 3 seconds. You always run. On Earth you ran twice. Entering that time chamber was also running. You run whenever you get a chance. Chun Mo opened his mouth. He didn't argue. Because she was right. I want run this time, he said. No. 18 didn't reply. Her breathing rate dropped to 4 breaths per minute. She was asleep. An android powered by an eternal furnace. A doomsday weapon with a battle power exceeding 350 million. Asleep holding a human male with a battle power of 5000. Chun Mo couldn't move. Even in sleep, No. 18's arm strength was beyond his ability to break free. He could only maintain his current position. Lying flat on the cot held by No. 18 like a pillow, the ship continued forward in sublight cruise on autopilot. No manual control needed. The engine hummed. No. 18's breathing was shallow and even. Chun Mo stared at the ceiling. Babidi. That short yellow-skinned mage. He said he was going to find the king of the demon realm. Demeanor. In the original story, after Babidi subdued Dabura, his power surged to the level of perfect Cell. In this timeline, no. 17's power far exceeded the original. Cell was also evolving somewhere in the universe. Broly was adrift, location unknown. If Babidi found Dabura, if they returned to Earth, if they unearthed Boo's seal, Majin Buu, the pink monster that even Super Saiyan 3 Goku couldn't defeat in the original. Chun Imo closed his eyes, one wave after another, as if the bosses of this broken world were queuing up to appear. On the 25th day of warp travel, no. 18 awoke. To be precise, her brain had recovered from passive hibernation. The remnants of Babidi's magic had been completely metabolized by the eternal furnace on the 22nd day. Her brainwave frequencies returned to normal, yet she did not rise from the folding chair. She lay there for 3 more days. Chun Imo knew she was awake, because her breathing rate had returned from 4 breaths per minute to a normal rhythm. Androids did not need to breathe, but Jero had retained human physiological habits, causing her to maintain a normal breathing rhythm while conscious. He did not call her out on it, because no, 18's arm was still wrapped around his waist. The pressure had shifted from a natural relaxed drape during sleep to a conscious, deliberate tightening after waking. The difference was stark: loose when asleep, tight when awake. But she kept her eyes closed. On the afternoon of the 25th day, no, 18 finally opened her eyes. She sat up from the folding chair, smoothed her hair, and glanced at Chun Imo. How many days? You've been asleep for 6 days. I wasn't asleep. No. 18's tone was flat. I was repairing. Chun Imo did not argue. Repair or sleep, it was an established fact that she had lain beside him on a 6-centimeter wide folding chair for 6 days. The system had been flooding with notifications during this time. Emotional values poured in from various categories: dependence, a sense of security, possessiveness, lingering drowsiness, and even one labeled body temperature satisfaction. The Kaioken multiplier had already been unlocked to 26 times. A base of 50,000 multiplied by 26 equaled 1,300,000. No. 18 stood up and flexed her wrists. Boring, she said. Wanna fight? No. Chun Imo breathed a sigh of relief. He had been enduring daily hour-long sparring sessions for nearly 2 weeks. He had grown accustomed to being used as a punching bag by no. 18 while unleashing full 20 times Kaioken. A day of rest would be welcome. No. 18 walked over to the porthole. Under warp speed, starlight was stretched into white streaks. How many days until we arrive? Chun Imo glanced at the navigation panel. 9 days. No. 18 turned her head. So how many times have you worn that ugly suit? What? That? No. 18 tilted her chin toward the emergency locker. The one you put on every time you go out. The white one. The ugly one. The spacesuit. Yeah, that one. I wear it every time I go EVA. Why? No. 18 leaned against the porthole frame. Her arms crossed. Troublesome. What's troublesome? You have to put it on every time you go out. Then you go out, fight, and have to check if it's torn. If it's torn, you have to patch it. After patching, you wear it again the next time. No. 18's tone was like someone scolding a roommate who dawdled for an hour before leaving every day. It also restricts your movements when you fight. Your joint range of motion is reduced by at least 20%. Chun Imo opened his mouth. Inhuman. Humans die in a vacuum without a spacesuit. You know that, right? I know. Then why complain about it being troublesome? So we'll teach you something. No. 18 said. Once you learn it, you won't need to wear it anymore. Chun Imo was taken aback. What thing? No. 18 raised her right hand. Her palm opened. A faint blue light film almost invisible to the naked eye spread from her palm. It covered her entire hand and crept up along her wrist. Within 3 seconds, her entire body was enveloped in this light film. A barrier. No. 18 said. Chun Imo stared at the light film. He recognized it. No. 17 had used it. In the original work, no. 17's energy shield was a signature skill. It could block physical impacts, energy attacks, and even sustain life in a vacuum. Broly also survived in space using a similar principle, wrapping his body in ki to form an insulating layer. Isn't this exclusive to you androids? Chun Imo asked. No. No. 18 retracted the barrier. The essence of ki is the same for everyone. Release ki from inside your body to the surface, forming a thin film. Just maintain it. Human martial artists can do it too, but no one teaches them. She was right. In the original work, the Z fighters had briefly survived in space several times. Goku had endured for a while using ki protection when Namek exploded. Vegeta could also move briefly in space. The key wasn't whether it could be done, but how long it could be maintained. Your base combat power is 50,000. No. 18 walked up to him. Maintaining a minimal barrier consumes about 5% of your total ki. The duration depends on your ki control precision. Master Roshi taught me ki control. What he taught was Earth's ki control. No. 18 said, the environment in space is much more complex than on Earth. You need to block not just vacuum, but also radiation, extreme temperatures, micrometeoroids, and cosmic rays. Each one has to be dealt with separately. Chun Imo was silent for 2 seconds. Sounds complicated. It's not hard. No. 18's tone was casual. For a slow learner, 3 days. You should be fine in 2. Since when did your opinion of me get so high, eh? You're smarter than those bugs. No. 18 referred to Babidi's 2 minions. Compared to bugs, you're smart. Chun Imo decided not to dwell on the comparison. Start now. You want to wait until tomorrow? 5 minutes later. Inside the spaceship, Chun Imo stood in the middle of the corridor. No, 18 stood 1 meter opposite him. The corridor was about 70 centimeters wide. Standing face to face was cramped. First release key to the surface of your body, no? 18 said. Not an eruption. An ooze. Like water seeping out of your skin. Chun Imo closed his eyes and mobilized the key within him. Master Roshi had taught him the basics of key control. Focus it on a single point, then erupt. The Kamehameha worked on that principle. Now no. 18 demanded the complete opposite. No focus. No eruption. Evenly seep out from every single pore. Chun Imo gave it a try. Key surged from his dantian, spread through his meridians to his limbs and torso. He tried to push the key toward the surface of his skin. A faint red glow emerged from his body. It was uneven. The key was dense on his left arm, thin on his right leg. Brightest on his chest, almost absent on his back. No good. No. 18 reached out and poked his back with her index finger. Chun Imo's key scattered from that single poke. The glow over his body vanished. Your back was empty. In a vacuum, that spot would break first. You ducked. Chun Imo took a deep breath. Again. The second time, the distribution of ki was somewhat more even, but it was still thin below the legs. No. 18 circled behind him. Her palm rested on his lower back. Chun Mo's body trembled. What are you doing? Helping you feel the flow of ki. No. 18's palm was steady. Your ki splits at the waist with more going upward and less downward. The meridians in your lower body have greater resistance than those in your upper body. Her hand moved up 2 inches along his spine. Here. Your ki gets blocked here. Chun Imo focused his attention. Indeed, there was a subtle stagnation at the middle of his spine. When the ki flow reached this point, its velocity increased, but its volume decreased. Relax, no? 18 said. Don't force it. Let the ki flow by itself. Chun Imo adjusted his output method from pushing to releasing. Instead of forcibly channeling ki to his extremities, he allowed it to naturally overflow from his dantian and find its own path. The red glow reappeared. This time it was much more uniform. Still missing a spot. No. 18 withdrew her hand. The soles of your feet. Chun Imo looked down. The ki on the soles of his feet was indeed the thinnest. Normally, while standing on the ground, there was no need to release ki from the soles. But in space, the soles were also an exposed surface. He diverted a portion of his attention to his feet. Finally, a thin red light film covered his entire body. Hold it, no? 18 said. Chun Imo gritted his teeth. 30 seconds. The light film began to tremble. At 1 minute, a hole appeared on his left calf. At 1.5 minutes, the hole expanded. At 2 minutes, the light film shattered. Chun Imo gasped for air. 2 minutes. No. 18's assessment was concise. Not enough. A fight in space needs to last at least half an hour. It's my first time. You must do your best from the first time. No. 18 sat in the co-pilot's seat, crossed her legs. Again. Chun Imo wiped his sweat. Again. Third time, 3 minutes 10 seconds. Fourth time, 4 minutes 20 seconds. Fifth time, 6 minutes. But at the 6th minute, the light film on his right shoulder burst open. No. 18 flicked her finger. A tiny ki bullet flew out precisely past through that opening and struck Chun Mo's right shoulder. Ouch. That's what happens when the light film breaks in space. No. 18 said. A micrometeoroid passes through and punches a hole in your skin. Cosmic rays burn through your cells. Vacuum makes your bodily fluids boil. All three happen at once. You'd live about 5 seconds. Chun Imo rubbed his right shoulder. The force of the ki bullet was precisely controlled. It hurt but didn't injure, just reddened the skin. Thanks for the reminder. Not a reminder. No. 18 looked at him. It's a lesson. Chun Imo continued practicing. 10th time, 12 minutes. 20th time, 18 minutes. By the 30th time, Chun Mo's ki was nearly depleted, but the duration of the light film had stabilized at around 20 minutes. Enough. No. 18 stood up. Take a break. Continue tomorrow. Chun Imo collapsed onto the folding chair. No. 18. One question. Speak. The barrier can block vacuum and radiation. But if I'm fighting someone in space? Chun Imo stared at the ceiling. And they blow up the planet beneath me. Can the barrier withstand the impact of a planet exploding? No. 18 glanced at him. With your current ki capacity? Yeah. No. Chun Imo knew it. The energy released by a planet exploding is on a planetary scale. No. 18's tone was flat. With your base combat power of 50,026 times Kaioken, you hit 1.3 million. Maintaining a barrier while withstanding a planetary impact. Dream on. So when I fight in space, don't fight near a planet. No. 18 said. Or don't fight anyone who can blow up a planet. People who can blow up planets include you. When you fought me, I didn't blow up any planets, did I? No. 18 raised an eyebrow. You should. You should thank me. Chun Imo was indeed speechless. During their daily hour of sparring, no. 18 had never once used area effect attacks, only close quarters combat. She was controlling her strength, controlling her range, controlling every variable that could possibly harm Chun Imo. This kind of power control, precise down to the micron, was far more terrifying than unleashing a full-force barrage, because it meant she was constantly fighting him with merely 0.000% of her power. Well trained for another day tomorrow, no? 18 said, sitting back down. The day after, you should be able to maintain it stably for over half an hour. Before we reach Namek, you need to extend the duration to at least 2 hours. Namek. Call it whatever you want. Warp speed voyage day 27. Chun Mo's barrier maintenance time had broken through 40 minutes. No, 18's teaching method was not gentle. It was cold mechanical. The instant a flaw appeared in Chun Mo's light membrane, she would strike him with a ki blast. Each time it pierced precisely through the flaw, hitting bare skin. Not hard, but painful. Over 2 days, Chun Mo had gained about 40-odd red spots on his body scattered across the weakest points of his ki control. No, 18 called it marking the weaknesses. Chun Mo called it the human scoreboard. Last one for today, no, 18 said, standing outside the spaceship. Yes, outside. Chun Mo took a deep breath and opened the side hatch. This time he wore no spacesuit. A red light membrane covered his entire body. The Kaioken wasn't activated. He was purely relying on his base ki to maintain the barrier. The hatch opened. Air pressure leaked out. Chun Mo floated out. No spacesuit. Only a barrier formed from his own ki. A vacuum. He felt it. Outside the barrier was absolute nothingness. No pressure. No temperature. No sound. Nothing at all. If the light membrane broke, he would die. No second chance. No buffer. Soles of the feet. Steady. Left calf. Steady. Right shoulder. This spot had been hit most often by no. 18's ki blasts. His ki control over this area had become a conditioned reflex. Steady. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Chun Mo floated outside the ship surrounded by the boundless starry sky. No. 18 floated 3 meters beside him. Her hands were in her pockets. How does it feel, as she asked. Cold. The barrier's insulation layer is too thin. Make it thicker. Chun Mo increased his output slightly. The light membrane thickened. The cold sensation vanished. What else? Chun Mo took a moment to feel. Silence. The silence of space was different from the silence on Earth. Even in the quietest environment on Earth, there were sounds of wind, insects, and one's own heartbeat. In space, there was nothing. Sound waves couldn't travel in a vacuum. He could only hear the sounds within his own body. Blood flowing. Heart beating. Ki circulating through his meridians. It's very quiet, Chun Mo said. No. 18 glanced at him. I live in this kind of quiet every day. She said. For 13 years. Chun Mo turned his head. From the time Dr. Gero had modified her into an android until now. 13 years. She didn't need to sleep. Every night was spent awake. Every second of silence was audible. Is this the sound you've always had in your ears? Chun Mo asked. It's not a sound, no. 18 said. It's the absence of sound. Chun Mo said nothing more. He floated in space. The barrier operated stably. The light membrane covered his entire body. No. 18 floated beside him. Her short golden hair spread out in zero gravity. Her icy blue eyes reflected the distant starlight. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. 40 minutes. At 58 minutes, the light membrane on Chun Mo's soles began to thin. Go back, no? 18 said. Chun Mo didn't push himself. He drifted slowly back to the hatch, entered the cabin. The hatch closed. Air pressure restored. He withdrew his barrier. His entire body was drained of strength. He collapsed onto the floor. 58 minutes, no? 18 said, floating in through the hatch. Passable. What's the passing mark? 1 hour. 2 minutes short. 2 minutes short means you fail. No. 18 looked down at him lying on the floor. But you'll make it tomorrow. Chun Mo closed his eyes. However, this barrier had another problem. He had verified it during their subsequent sparring sessions. When he activated the Kaioken while maintaining the barrier, the two types of ki were in conflict. The Kaioken required ki to be infused into the body to strengthen muscles and bones. The barrier required ki to be pushed outward from the body's surface to form an isolating layer. Running these two opposing flows of ki simultaneously interfered with each other. The result was that the Kaioken's multiplier was compressed, dropping from 26 times to around 20 times. You can practice it, no? 18 said. Maintaining two opposing ki flows simultaneously is an advanced technique. No. 17 can do it. How long did he practice? He could do it right out of the factory. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Right out of the factory. The starting lines of androids and humans weren't even in the same dimension. Still, it was a path to take. He could work on it slowly later. No. 18. Thank you. There was a 3-second silence. What did you say? Thank you for teaching me the barrier. No. 18 turned her face away. It's not for you. She said. You're too slow every time you put on that crappy suit. It wastes my time. Teaching you the barrier was for my own convenience. The system displayed a message. New emotion detected from target, shame faint. Emotion points 440. Warp speed voyage day 31. Chun Mo's barrier maintenance time had stabilized at 1 hour and 40 minutes. Not enough for a major battle, but sufficient for normal activities in space. Exiting the ship's short distance movement and handling emergencies were all fine. No need to wear a spacesuit anymore. No. 18 was very satisfied. Her satisfaction wasn't because Chun Mo had grown stronger. It was because his egress time had changed from 5 minutes to put on a spacesuit to 3 seconds to activate the barrier. Much more convenient, she said the first time Chun Mo exited directly without a spacesuit. Chun Mo made a mental note. Just as he suspected. Her motivation for teaching him was that he was too slow. Warp speed voyage day 33. The readings on the navigation panel began to change. The gravitational field of the target star system was now detectable by the ship's sensors. The warp engine began to decelerate automatically. The white streaks outside the porthole gradually shortened. They became short lines, then turned into points of light. Starlight returned to its normal appearance. Chun Mo stood before the porthole. Ahead, a star. White with a bluish tint, slightly smaller than Earth's sun. Among the several planets orbiting this star. The third one, green. Namek. We're here. No. 18 walked up from behind and glanced at the porthole. We're here. Chen-Mo shifted his gaze to No. 18's skirt pocket. It's time to let Trunks out. No. 18 looked at him. Why let him out? We've arrived. He needs to know the situation before we land. I think he's fine in there. Doesn't take up space. Quiet. No. 18. All right. She took the capsule out of her pocket and tossed it to Chen-Mo. Chen-Mo pressed the button. Pop. The hibernation pod expanded in the corridor. The frost on the translucent walls slowly melted. Trunks' eyes opened. He sat up from the hibernation pod. His purple hair was plastered to his forehead. His gaze immediately swept towards No. 18. No. 18 leaned against the porthole. She had her legs crossed and didn't even look at him. Trunks' gaze shifted to Chen-Mo. How long was I out? 33 days. Trunks' eyes widened. 33 days. I slept for 33 days. Technically 30 days. You went in on the third day. Trunks stood up from the pod. He looked out the porthole. A green planet. Namek. We've arrived, Chen-Mo said. We'll be landing within 4 hours. Trunks took a deep breath. He glanced at No. 18, then back at Chen-Mo. Then he noticed the change in Chen-Mo. Your key. Trunks' brow furrowed. It's different. It's more profound than when you entered the hyperbolic time chamber. And the distribution is different. You have a layer of a barrier, Chen-Mo said. What else happened on the way? Trunks lowered his voice and asked Chen-Mo. Chen-Mo thought for a moment. Encountering Babidi. No. 18 slapping him 30 kilometers away. Holding him for 6 days after being affected by the residual curse. Fighting in space every day. Blowing up 3 planets infested with bugs. Nothing major. Chen-Mo said. Trunks clearly didn't believe him, but didn't press further. The ship began entering Namek's high orbit. The green outside the porthole grew closer and closer. The planet's surface texture was becoming visible. Blue-green oceans. Emerald-green landmasses. The colors were purer than Earth's. An unpolluted planet. 3 suns hung in different positions in the sky. Namek had no night. Chen-Mo looked at the navigation panel. Less than an hour until landing. The plan once we land. Chen-Mo turned to face the 2 of them. Find the Namekians. Find the Dragon Balls. Summon Purunga. Make the wish. There are 7 Dragon Balls on Namek. Each one is guarded by an elder. We need to persuade them one by one to hand them over. Persuade. No. 18's tone was off. Yes. Persuade. Chen-Mo looked at her. The Namekians are a peaceful race. The Dragon Balls are sacred objects to them. You can't take them by force. Why not? Because if you kill the guardian of a Dragon Ball, it turns to stone. Lin-Mo fabricated casually. No. 18 was silent for 3 seconds. Then well persuade. He'll do the talking. Don't you make a move. He'll see. Trunks stood nearby. His gaze darted between No. 18 and Chen-Mo several times. He had spent a year with Chen-Mo in the hyperbolic time chamber. He understood Chen-Mo's way of thinking. Calm. Calculating. Skilled at using information asymmetry to create an advantage. The ship decelerated as it entered the atmosphere. The heat shield on the hull began to glow. The high temperature from friction dyed the view outside the porthole a fiery orange. After breaking through the cloud layer, the view opened up. Green plains. Blue lakes. No cities. No industrial pollution. Only nature. Scattered Namekian villages dotted the plains. Domed white buildings. The spaceship descended beside a blue-green lake. When the landing gear touched the ground, the entire vessel shuddered. Then all the lights on the console went dark. Energy was depleted to 0. Bulma had said it was a one-way trip. Chen-Mo cast a final glance at the residual data on the navigation panel. Power output 0. 0. Fuel reserve 0. 0. Propulsion system status offline. It's over, Chen-Mo said. What's over? Android 18 was already standing at the hatch. The ship's out of fuel. Wasn't it supposed to be one way? It was said, but now that it's come to this, it's still a bit. You talk too much. Android 18 kicked the hatch open. The air of Namek rushed in. Clean air carrying the scent of vegetation. Chen-Mo pressed the compression button on the side of the ship. The entire vessel shrank into a capsule the size of a fist landing in his palm. He tucked the capsule into his pocket. A ship with no fuel. It could serve as an ornament. Trunks followed behind, stepping out. He took a deep breath of Namek's air, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. 3 suns. A planet without night. The sky was a purplish blue. The lake was so clear he could see the rocks at the bottom. The grass was a dark green, deeper and richer than Earth's. Just as Mr. Gohan said, Trunks murmured softly. Gohan had told him about Namek when he was a child. That was Gohan's first time leaving Earth, his first real battle. Namek was the starting point of Gohan's growth. For Trunks, this was the place where he would bring his teacher back. Let's go. Chen-Mo activated the detector. Sparse dots of light appeared on the screen. Life energy reactions scattered within a radius of 200 kilometers. Very few. Far fewer than he had imagined. Chen-Mo frowned. According to the original story, when Frieza invaded Namek, the entire planet had hundreds of Namekian villages. Later, the planet exploded. Purunga granted the wish to send all Namekians to Earth, and then the Earth's Dragon Balls were used to find new Namek, where the entire race relocated. This new Namek should have had a civilization's full population, but the dots on the detector. He counted them. 23. Within 200 kilometers, only 23 life reactions. Something's wrong, Chunemo said. What's wrong? Android 18 was already floating in the air, her short golden hair blown by Namek's wind. There are too few people. Namekians were never that numerous, Trunks said. It's not about being few, Chunemo stared at the detector. It's almost none. 23. Within the range I can detect only 23 life reactions on the entire planet. Trunks' expression changed. The detector's range is limited. Maybe elsewhere. It was modified by Bulma, Chunemo said. Effective detection radius is 200 kilometers, and it can also pick up high combat power reactions beyond that. This planet's diameter is about 3/4 of Earth's. Even if I've only covered part of it, extrapolating by density, the global Namekian population shouldn't exceed 100. 100. A civilization reduced to 100 people. Android 18 landed standing beside Chunemo. What do I care, she said. Whether there are many or few as long as the Dragon Balls are here. Find the Dragon Balls, make a wish, and leave. That's the problem, Chunemo said, looking at the nearest dot on the detector. There are too few Namekians. Whether the elder who can guard the Dragon Balls is still around is uncertain. The three moved toward the nearest village. Android 18 flew the fastest. Chunemo followed using Bukajutsu. Trunks brought up the rear. 5 minutes later, a Namekian village appeared in their sight. White dome buildings, just as described in the original story. But the scale was much smaller than Chunemo had imagined. Only 3 buildings. One of them had half its roof collapsed. 2 Namekians stood at the village entrance. Green skin antennae on their heads, pointed ears. Distinct muscle lines. But both were very old. Deep wrinkles on their faces, slightly hunched backs, wooden staffs in their hands. One of them trembled as the 3 landed, nearly dropping his staff. Are they aliens? The other old Namekian stepped forward, assuming a defensive stance. But his hands were shaking. Combat power. Chunemo glanced at the detector. 42. 38. 2 old men, their combined power less than 100. Weaker than old King Piccolo. We are not enemies, Chunemo said, raising his hands. We come from Earth. We seek the Grand Elder. Earth? The 2 old Namekians exchanged glances. Do you know Earthlings? Chunemo asked. Of course we do. One of the old men lowered his defensive stance. Many years ago, our entire race lived on Earth for a time. The Earthlings were very kind to us. He looked at Chunemo, then at Trunks behind him. Then his gaze fell on Android 18. And this one? Mine, Android 18 said. The old Namekian was taken aback. She means she is my companion, Chunemo quickly interjected. The 3 of us came together. I need to see the Grand Elder. It concerns Earth's survival. The old Namekian was silent for a moment. The Grand Elder is to the north. Elder Muri. He pointed in a direction. About a 40-minute flight from here. But, he hesitated. But what? The old Namekian sighed. You'll understand when you get there. Chunemo didn't ask further. The 3 took off again, flying north. Along the way, they passed 3 villages. Each village showed the same scene. Old people. Only old people. No young people, no children. Some houses were intact, others damaged. The fields were planted with Namekian ajuin trees. Some trees thrived while others had withered. Did you notice? Trunks flew beside Chunemo, lowering his voice. No young people. Not a single one. I saw. What happened? I don't know, Chunemo said. He truly didn't know? In the original story, Namek shouldn't be in this state at this time. After the Frisia incident, the Namekians rebuilt their civilization on the new planet and developed peacefully. Later, during the Majin Buu saga, Purunga even helped Earth with a wish. But this was the future timeline. The butterfly effect had already changed too many things. Broly had come, Cell had appeared early, and Babidi had also emerged. He had no reference for what had happened to this planet. 40 minutes later, a complex of buildings much larger than the other villages appeared ahead. At the center was a huge domed hall about 30 meters high, surrounded by several smaller auxiliary buildings. 4 Namekians stood at the entrance of the hall. Also old, but more robust than the ones they had seen before. They wore battle gear and held long staffs. Combat power. Chunemo took a look. 1,200. 1,500. 1,800. 2,100. Guards. And they were Namekian warrior-type Namekians. Although old, their foundation remained. The 4 old warriors raised their staffs simultaneously as the 3 landed. Halt. State your identities. From Earth, Chunemo said. We seek Grand Elder Muri. Earth. The leading old warrior scrutinized Chunemo. Your key is indeed of the Earth martial artist type. But these 2 beside you. He looked at Trunks. Half Saiyan. Then he looked at Android 18. The old warrior's expression changed. She has no key, he said, his voice lowered. But there's a very unpleasant energy fluctuation. What is this woman? My possession, Chunemo blurted out. Android 18 turned to look at him. Chunemo saw the corner of her mouth twitch. A very slight movement. She is an android, not an enemy, Chunemo added. We are here for the Dragon Balls. Earth needs Purunga's power. The Dragon Balls. The expressions of the 4 old warriors darkened simultaneously. The leading one was silent for 5 seconds. Come in. The Grand Elder has been expecting you. Expecting us. The Grand Elder foresaw the arrival of Earth visitors 3 days ago. He instructed us not to stop you. The interior of the hall was spacious. Light filtered through the gaps in the dome. The floor was made of a cyan-colored material resembling Namekian rock. At the far end, a Namekian sat on a massive chair. Muri. He was older than any other Namekian they had seen. His skin was layered with wrinkles. His antennae drooped. His eyes were half open. His body was shrunk into the chair, making it seem even larger. But the aura emanating from him. Chunimo held his breath and glanced at the detector. The reading fluctuated. It wasn't a fixed value, it was oscillating. At its lowest, it showed 8,000. At its highest, the detector flickered and the number vanished. It couldn't read it. Grand Elder Muri raised his head, his murky eyes fixed on the three Earthlings. His voice was slow as if each word required great effort. You are too late. Chunmo's heart sank. Are the Dragon Balls in trouble? Mori nodded slowly. 7 Dragon Balls. 6 have already been taken. Trunks stepped forward. By whom? Mori's gaze shifted to the window. The light of Namek's 3 suns streamed into the hall. Sugura. Chunmo's mind raced. Shula. A character from the original theatrical version. A super Namekian. Like the great demon King Piccolo on Earth, he was an aberrant mutation born from Namek. Long, long ago, Namek once experienced an anomalous climatic catastrophe. During that disaster, most Namekians were nearly wiped out. Among the survivors emerged a rare few individuals with extraordinary talents, mutated anomalies. These individuals were known as Super Namekians. The great demon King Piccolo on Earth was one. The Guardian was also one. Their original form, the Namekian Kata, expelled his inner evil to become the Guardian of Earth. The evil side became the great demon King Piccolo. The good side became the Guardian. But Kata was not the only Super Namekian. Shula was another. In the original setting, Shula was an evil Super Namekian exiled from ancient Namek. Discovered by his people to possess dangerously immense power and a malevolent nature, he was banished into the depths of the cosmos as an infant. He wandered the universe for centuries, amassing terrifying strength, and eventually led an army to invade Earth. That was the story from the theatrical version, a fragment from a parallel universe. Like Broly, the theatrical characters were being absorbed by this timeline. Chun-Emo clenched his molars. Shula is back. Mori glanced at Chun-Emo, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You know of him. I know he is a Super Namekian exiled from Namek. Long ago, he was sent away from this planet for being deemed inherently evil. Mori slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again. Not entirely, he said. Shula was just an infant when the elders exiled him 300 years ago. He survived alone in the cosmos, growing strong by relying on his Super Namekian constitution and plundering resources from other planets. 2 years ago, he returned. 2 years ago, he said he wanted to come home. Mira's voice was bitter. He stood in the sky looking down at our village. Looking at our children. He said, I've come to take what's mine. Trunks clenched his fists. His battle power. Chunimo asked. Mori stated a number. 60 million. The hall fell silent for 2 seconds. He took 6 Dragon Balls. Mori said each one was seized from the elders. He didn't kill anyone. He didn't need to. Mira's voice dropped. He just stood there releasing his ki. Our warriors couldn't even stand. The elders handed over the Dragon Balls. Because if they didn't, the entire village would be annihilated. Chunimo was silent. The last one is with you. It is with me. Mori nodded. He hasn't come for it. Why? Mori raised his hand. A faint pale green light emanated from his palm. It wasn't ordinary ki. It was magic. The Dragon Clan magic of the Namekians. The power used to create Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon. I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, Mori said. The Dragon Balls are linked to my life. If I die, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. To obtain functional Dragon Balls, he cannot harm me. But he also knows that if he approaches with brute force, I will use my final magic to teleport the Dragon Ball to some corner of the universe. He can't risk it. So it's been a stalemate for 2 years. 2 years. Mira's eyes were filled with utter exhaustion. He built a lair at the planet's north pole. The 6 Dragon Balls are there. He comes periodically, stands outside the hall, says nothing, just watches, then leaves. Chunimo took a deep breath. The young ones. He asked. Your warriors and children. Mori was silent for a long time. Sent away. Sent away. All of them, Mori said. In the first year Shula came, I made a wish with the Dragon Balls. I transported all the young Namekians and children to safe planets scattered across the universe. Dispersed them. No 2 young ones were placed on the same planet. Trunks opened his mouth. Why scatter them? Because if they were gathered together, Mira's voice was flat, Shula would find them and wipe them all out in one go. Scattered, even if he finds a few, the rest can survive. The embers won't die out. Chunimo stared at Mori. This old man had used his final Dragon Ball wish to cast his entire race's future into the cosmos, leaving himself and a group of elders to guard the last Dragon Ball, waiting for death. So now only the elderly remain on this planet. The old have lived long enough. Mori said, dying doesn't matter. The young and the children must live. Android 18 had been leaning against a pillar in the hall, arms crossed. She hadn't spoken a word the entire time. Now she spoke. 60 million, she said. Everyone looked at her. Her expression was unchanged. You said this Shula guy has a battle power of 60 million. Mori nodded. Yes. Android 18 was silent for a second. Then she smiled. Is that all? Mira's eyes widened. 6 Dragon Balls are at the North Pole, right? Android 18 stood up straight from the pillar, smoothed her hair. He'll go get them. Android 18, Chunimo called out. What? Don't be rash. Who's being rash? Android 18 was already at the entrance of the hall. Wait. Chunimo caught up. You going alone? Android 18 stopped. Turned around. Her blue eyes looked at him. What if that Shula has some ability you don't know about? Super Namekians can assimilate other Namekians to strengthen themselves. Shin-Emo suddenly shut his mouth. He had said too much. Android 18 stared at him for 3 seconds. There you go again, she said. Just how much do you have stored in that head of yours? A lot. So you need to hear me out before you act. Android 18 leaned against the doorframe. Talk. Make it quick. Shin-Emo walked over to Mori. Great Elder. Has Shula assimilated any other Namekians in these 2 years? Mura's body trembled. How do you know Namekians can? Please answer my question. Mura's hands gripped the armrests of his chair. Yes, he said. In the first year, he captured 3 warriors who hadn't managed to evacuate, and then devoured them. Did his battle power change after devouring them? It grew stronger. Mori said, noticeably stronger. Shin-Emo looked back at Android 18. Hear that? Android 18's smile faded slightly. He might be more than 60 million now, Shin-Emo said. He was 60 million 2 years ago. Absorbing 3 Namekian warriors definitely increased that number. Plus, Super Namekians have the ability to train themselves. 2 years is enough time for him to grow stronger. Android 18 was silent for 5 seconds. Still doesn't matter. Android 18, I said it doesn't matter. Android 18's tone turned cold. I flew you for 33 days to get to this godforsaken place. You said we were looking for Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls were stolen by some ugly green monster. What are you trying to say? That I should wait. That I should just watch. She walked up to Shin-Emo. Very close. Those 2 wishes are mine, Android 18 said. Anyone who takes what's mine I'll kill. 60 million or 600 million, it makes no difference. The system displayed text. Emotion collected rage, intense possessiveness, extreme battle spirit erupting. Emotion value 1280. Shin-Emo took a deep breath. He knew Android 18's personality. The more you try to stop her, the more she'd push. Time for a different strategy. Fine. Go. Shin-Emo said. But I'm coming with you. Android 18 raised an eyebrow. What for? To be a burden. To be your intelligence support. If that Shula has any hidden tricks, I can warn you in advance. Android 18 stared at him. You just want to follow me? Yes. Afraid you'll get into trouble alone. I'm afraid you'll shatter the Dragon Balls. Android 18's eyes narrowed. Fine, she said. Follow. But don't get in my way. Trunks walked over. I'm coming too. No, you're not. Android 18 didn't even look at him. This isn't your Trunks. Shin-Emo cut him off. You stay here and protect the Great Elder. Trunks' face darkened. Are you serious? If Shula finds out we're going to the North Pole for the Dragon Balls, he might send someone to take the last one. Shin-Emo looked at the Great Elder Mori. Does he have subordinates on this planet? Mori nodded. A small army. About 200 men. Their battle powers range from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Hear that? Shin-Emo said to Trunks. You stay. Protect the last Dragon Ball. If anyone comes for it, you can hold them off. Trunks' lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't want to cooperate with Android 18. But he trusted Shin-Mo's judgment. Fine. Be careful, Trunks said in a low voice. Don't let her get you killed. Shin-Emo patted his shoulder. Relax. I won't die. Android 18 had already flown out of the hall. Shin-Emo turned and followed. The Great Elder Mura's voice came from behind him, ancient and heavy. Young man. Shin-Emo paused. Shula is not just terrifying in battle power. Mori said. He possesses a special ability of the Super Namekians. He can turn the sky of a planet black. Create eternal darkness. In the darkness, his power swells further. Shin-Mo's pupils contracted, creating darkness. In the original theatrical version, Shula indeed had this ability. He used sorcery to blot out the sun, plunging Earth into darkness and cold. In a dark environment, his power as a Namekian mutant greatly increased. But Namek had 3 suns. This planet never knew night. Can he block out 3 suns? Shin-Emo asked. Mori did not answer. He just looked at Shin-Emo, his eyes filled with the fear and exhaustion accumulated over 2 years. That look was the answer. Shin-Emo stood in the center of the hall, his mind rapidly filtering through information. What about himself? His base combat power was 50,000. With the Kaioken at 26 times, it reached 1,300,000. 1,300,000 against 100 million. A difference of nearly 100-fold. Going there would make him a burden. No, not even a burden, just a stone by the roadside. The kind that shatters with a single kick. Shin-Mo's gaze fell upon Elder Mori. The old man was shriveled in his massive chair, his skin parched. His antennae drooped as if he could die at any moment. Yet his aura fluctuated, from 8,000 to an unreadable level. This elder still possessed strength. A sudden image flashed through Shin-Mo's mind. Namek, the Frisian arc. Krillin kneeling before the Grand Elder, who placed his hand on Krillin's head. A surge of light poured into Krillin. Potential unlock. Krillin had trained on Earth his whole life, with a base combat power just over 1,000. After the Grand Elder drew out his potential, it soared to over 10,000. Tenfold. An ordinary human who had trained for over 20 years on Earth harbored 10 times the latent potential never unearthed. Shin-Mo's heartbeat quickened. What had he done on Earth? A year of grueling training under Master Roshi. The Ultra-Divine Water Trial. 2 sessions in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Weight training. Chi control meditation. Sparring matches. The repeated tearing and rebuilding of his body through the Kaioken. The intensity of his training far surpassed that of Krillin in his day. Far surpassed. Over this past year, his body had been repeatedly destroyed, reshaped, destroyed again, and reshaped again. Every Kaioken overload, every metabolism of ultra-divine water toxins, every collapse and recovery under tenfold gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber. All of this was potential, locked within his body, never drawn out. Elder, Shinemo said, his voice steady. Mori raised his murky eyes. Do you know potential unlock? Silence fell in the hall for a second. Mori stared at him. You know of this. The Namekian Grand Elder possesses the ability to unlock the latent potential within a life form, Shinemo said. Long ago, a martial artist on Earth named Krillin had his potential unlocked by the then Grand Elder. The effect was remarkable. Mura's expression didn't change. That was the ability of the previous Grand Elder. You have it too. Mori fell silent for 3 seconds. I do, he said. But my power is nearly spent. Maintaining the existence of the final Dragon Ball has already drained most of my magical energy. Unlocking your potential. I can do it. But only once. And after it's done, I'll need at least 3 days to recover. Once is enough. Mori stared at Shinemo. Are you certain? Yes. The effect of potential unlock depends on how much latent power sleeps within you. Mori said, if your potential has been fully tapped through training, then there's nothing I can do. Shinemo shook his head. My training method is special, he said. I use the Kaioken, a technique that boosts combat power by momentarily burning through life force. Each use places immense strain and damage on the body, but my body recovers quickly. This cycle of destruction and reconstruction accumulates vast amounts of unreleased potential within me. He wasn't lying. The essence of the Kaioken was overexertion. But his system rendered the Kaioken burden-free. This meant that with every use his body was strengthened without true depletion. The strengthened parts stacked continuously yet had no outlet, all locked within his body, like a reservoir with an open inlet. But the outlet was blocked. The water level kept rising. Now he needed someone to open the floodgate. Mori regarded him for a long moment. Come here. Shinemo stepped forward. Mori extended a withered, wrinkled hand and pressed it atop Shinmo's head. Android 18 leaned against the hall's doorframe. Her arms crossed, watching the scene. What's he doing? She asked Trunks. Trunks didn't answer. He stared at Mura's hand. A pale green light seeped from Mura's palm, enveloping Shinmo's head. Then it spread downward over his scalp, neck, shoulders. Chest. Shinemo felt it. A heat surging from deep within his bones. Something deeper than chi. Like every cell held a compressed ball of energy, and now someone had lifted the lid. Mura's hand trembled. His expression shifted from calm to surprise, then from surprise to shock. This? His voice cracked. What's happening? Trunks stepped forward. Mori didn't answer. His hand remained on Shinmo's head, the pale green light growing brighter. It shifted from dark green to bright green, then to an almost white radiant green. The entire hall was illuminated. 4 elderly warriors rushed in from outside. Grand Elder. Mori raised his other hand, signaling them to stop. His face was pure disbelief. Your body. Mura's voice quivered. How can there be so much? How much? Shinemo asked. His voice trembled too, not from pain, but because he could feel something inside him being released. Like a mountain flood. Like an avalanche. Unstoppable. Too much, Mori said. I have performed potential unlock for countless Namekians. Young warriors. Prodigies. Dragon clan descendants. None had a potential density like this. You are an earthling. What kind of training have you endured? Shinemo didn't answer. He could no longer speak. Because the potential was erupting. From the inside out. Every muscle. Every bone. Every meridian. Shinmo's scouter hung at his waist, screen facing outward. Trunks saw the numbers on it. His face paled. The numbers jumped. 60,000. 80,000. 120,000. The pace of the jumps quickened. 180,000. 250,000. 300,000. Impossible, Trunks muttered. Android 18 saw it too. She straightened up from the doorframe. Her blue eyes fixed on the scouter's display. 350,000. 400,000. 450,000. Mura's hand left Shinmo's head. The old man leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily, his face pale. But the numbers kept rising. Because the release of potential no longer needed an external push. Mori had opened the floodgate and the torrent was pouring out on its own. 480,000. 490,000. 500,000. It stopped. The number stabilized at 500,000. No one in the hall spoke. Shinemo stood still. He looked down at his own hand. He clenched his fist. Without force. Just a normal clench. The air compressed with a dull thud, like a small bomb being crushed in his palm. 500,000. Base combat power 500,000. Equivalent to Frisia's first form at its normal state. He had gone from a waste with a power level of 5 to standing on the same starting line as the Emperor of the Universe. No, he still had the Kaioken. Through extensive training and emotional value accumulation during the hyperbolic time chamber and space travel, the Kaioken's multiplier cap had been pushed to 30 times. 500,000 times 30. 15 million. 15 million. What did this number mean? Frisia's final form, 120 million. It was a number that meant he could survive on the battlefield. You? Trunks stared at Shinemo, his mouth hanging open, unable to close. He had trained with Shinemo in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. A year ago, Shinmo's base power was 5,000. A year later, it had become 50,000. He thought Shinmo's ceiling was near there. 500,000. A tenfold increase. Just because an old man placed his hand on his head. So you were hiding all along, Trunks said. Not hiding, Shinemo replied. It was locked. Now it's opened. Shin-Mo turned to Mori. The old man was slumped in his chair, his breathing still uneven. Thank you, Grand Elder. Mori waved a hand. Don't thank me, he said. That potential was always yours. I merely opened the door. He paused. But in over 300 years of life, I have never seen a being from a non-combat race harbor potential of this magnitude. Your body has been repeatedly forged by something. Not ordinary training. Shin-Mo didn't explain. Some things couldn't be said. These elements combined had turned his ordinary earthling body into a goldmine of potential. Mori had merely opened the mine. Android 18 had remained silent. From the moment the numbers started jumping, she stood at the hall's entrance motionless. Now she spoke. 500,000. Shin-Mo looked at her. 18's face showed no expression, but there was something shifting in her eyes. The system displayed text. Emotion harvest shock intense reevaluation deep possessiveness sharp rise unease faint. Emotion value 2400. Kaioken multiplier cap updated 30x. 18 walked over. She stopped before Shin-Mo. Very close. She reached out and poked his chest. But Shin-Mo felt the force in her fingers, probing. Sensing the change in his bodis density. Not bad, 18 said. Just not bad, eh? Don't get cocky. 18 withdrew her hand. 500,000. It's something to look at, but not enough to fight with. I still have the Kaioken. How many times does that red trick of yours multiply? Currently 30. 18's movement paused. 500,000 times 30. 15 million. Yes. 18 was silent for 2 seconds. Then she smiled. Not bad, she said, her voice lowering. You've finally become worthy of a second glance. The system displayed text again. Emotion harvest recognition rare desire rising possessive conflict intensifying. Emotion value 1600. Shin-Mo ignored the system. He turned to Trunks. Leave the Dragon Ball matter to me and 18. Stay and guard the last one. If Skull's army comes, don't hold back. Towards the North Pole, 3 suns hung simultaneously in the sky. Shin-Mo followed behind No. 18 as they flew. The speed was considerable, but No. 18 had noticeably slowed down. She was waiting for him, though she would never admit it aloud. Skull's lair is in the Arctic, Shin-Mo said as he flew. According to Elder Mura's description, it should be located on an ice sheet. The polar regions of Namek have low temperatures and harsh climates. Ordinary Namekians don't go there. So he chose that place for a reason. Away from people. Undisturbed. And it prevents the Dragon Balls from being stolen. You mean there's a trap? Not necessarily a trap. But he's been operating there for 2 years. That place isn't easy to get into. No. 18 flew ahead the wind, blowing her golden hair back. You got stronger back in the hall, she suddenly said. 500,000. Yes. Plus that red trick of yours. 15 million. Yes. No. 18 didn't look back. It looks much better than before. Shin-Mo was taken aback. What? When you fight, no? 18 said. Before that red light of yours would flash and go out. Like a firefly. Now it should be able to stay bright a little longer. Was that a compliment or an insult? Shin-Mo didn't reply. He was thinking about something else. Skull. 60 million. That was data from 2 years ago. Having absorbed 3 Namekian warriors plus 2 years of self-cultivation, a conservative estimate now would be at least 80 million to 100 million. 15 million against 100 million. The gap had narrowed, but it still wasn't enough. No. 18. When we get there, don't start fighting directly. None of your business. He'll help with intelligence assessment. If you just charge in, he might activate sky cover immediately. No. 18's flying speed slowed for an instant. Sky cover. He has the ability to create eternal darkness. In darkness, his power swells. Mori said so. He can cover even 3 suns. Yes. No. 18 was silent for 5 seconds. Then he'll just hit him fast enough. This woman's train of thought was always a straight line. Shin-Mo took a deep breath. Forget it. Trying to discuss strategy with No. 18 was like talking about martial ethics with Teopai. Pointless. They flew for about 20 minutes. The color of the ground began to change. The green receded. Grayish-white ice sheets appeared. The temperature plummeted. Shin-Mo's detector started beeping. A signal source. Extremely powerful. Directly ahead. I see it, No. 18 spoke first. Shin-Mo saw it too. At the end of the ice sheet. A colossal building rose from the ground. It wasn't a Namekian-style domed hall. It was an organic structure. Like a giant tree stump that had grown out from beneath the earth. Its surface was covered in dark purple carapace with veins like blood vessels. The entire structure was at least 200 meters tall. The ice at its base had melted from the heat, forming a ring of black water with steam shrouding the surroundings. He built it using his own cells, Shin-Mo said. What do you mean? Super Namekians can control their own cell division and regeneration. This layer is an extension of his body. No. 18 raised an eyebrow. Disgusting. The two landed 500 meters in front of the lair. The ice was slippery. But Shin-Mo's feet planted firmly. A physique of 500,000 was no joke. The numbers on the detector jumped. The reading from that signal source flickered continuously. Shin-Mo stared at the screen. The number stabilized. His breath caught for a beat. Not 60 million. Not 80 million. 120 million. 120 million. The same as Frisia's final form. What's wrong? No. 18 saw his expression. He's stronger than expected. How much? 120 million. No. 18 was silent calculating. She was figuring out what 120 million meant for her. Shin-Mo wasn't sure of No. 18's exact combat power, but judging from her fight with Broly, her eternal furnace should be able to output several hundred million or more. So for No, 18 120 million wasn't the problem. The problem was the sky cover ability. Let's go No. 18 took the first step. Chun Mo followed. The two walked towards the massive dark purple lair. When they reached 100 meters, a crack split open on the lair's surface. A figure stepped out from the crack. A Namekian, but unlike any Namekian Chun Mo had ever seen. He was tall at least 3 meters. His body was covered in dark purple armor. His face was that of a Namekian and tinny green skin, but rougher with harder lines. His eyes were entirely black, no whites, two pure black orbs embedded in their sockets. Skull. He stood at the lair's entrance looking down. His gaze first fell on No. 18. Paused for a second, then moved to Chun Mo. Paused for less than a fraction of a second, then immediately shifted back to No. 18. Earthling. Skull's voice was very deep, resonating from his chest. No, you're not completely organic. He was talking about No. 18. From start to finish, he didn't even give Chun Mo a proper glance. Chun Mo's hand clenched. 6 Dragon Balls No. 18 spoke. You have them. Skull lowered his head looking at No. 18. Yes. Give them back. Yours. They are now. Skull's black eyeballs shifted. You came from Earth. None of your business. I've lived on this planet for 2 years, Skull said, as if stating an undeniable fact. No living being has ever spoken to me in that tone. The last one who dared to stand and meet my gaze was Mori. That was because I needed him alive. He paused. And you? Do I need you alive? No. 18 laughed. Are you trying to see who's more arrogant? Skull didn't laugh. His gaze finally returned to Chun Mo, like looking at a superfluous stone on the ground. That. Skull pointed a finger at Chun Mo, not even bothering with a form of address. What is that thing? No. 18's expression turned cold. My man. Yours. Can't you understand? Skull's black eyes blinked. Too weak to bother bringing along. Chun Mo ground his molars. He stepped forward. Skull. Those completely black eyeballs finally looked at him properly. You know my name? I know more than just your name, Chun Mo said. 300 years ago you were exiled, because the elders deemed you inherently evil. You wandered the universe for over 200 years, surviving by devouring other life forms and the resources of planets. You returned to this planet 2 years ago. Skull's expression didn't change at all. So exactly how many Namekians have you absorbed? This question chilled the air. Skull was silent. You're testing me. I'm asking you. 3. Skull said. Wrong. Chun Mo shook his head. Mori said 3. But Mura's intelligence is outdated. You couldn't have only eaten 3 in 2 years. Before this planet sent away the young, there were at least 100 warriors. Mori said 3 didn't get evacuated in time, but his perception range doesn't cover the entire planet. You're in the Arctic. He's at the equator. Half a planet lies between you. Skull gave Chun Mo a serious look for the first time. It was brief, but it was serious indeed. You're not like an ordinary earthling. I'm not. But your strength is. Skull's gaze retracted. Energy around 500,000. Doesn't even rank in the top 100 on this planet. Chun Mo didn't refute him, because it was the truth. 11. Skull suddenly said. Chun Mo's heart sank. What? You asked how many I've absorbed. 11. 11. Mori knew of 3. The actual number was 11. 11 Namekian warriors had been absorbed. Each one would have made Skull stronger. No wonder the reading was 120 million. Your expression changed, Skull said. You wanted to use your intelligence advantage to negotiate with me. But you found that the information you possess isn't enough. Chun Mo didn't speak. Because Skull was right. That was exactly his plan. To use the information gap of a time traveler to seize the initiative. But Skull wasn't Cell. Cell had secrets, weaknesses, the fear of being exposed. Skull didn't. He was a monster who had wandered the universe alone for 300 years. No secrets to threaten him. No weaknesses to exploit. Everything about him was laid out in the open. The ice beneath their feet shattered. The cold wind was pushed aside by the surge of energy. A pillar of red light shot up into the sky. No. 18's hair was blown back by the shockwave. She tilted her head, watching the red light on Chun Mo's body. It was different from before. Before, the red light was a thin layer of flame. Now it was solid, like a red suit of armor covering his body. The light was steady, no longer flickering. Skull looked down at Chun Mo. 15 million, he stated a number. Then he extended one finger. Literally one finger. The index finger of his right hand. Not enough. Chun Mo moved. The speed of 30 times the Kaioken. The combat instincts honed through a year of sparring with Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber. All the techniques taught by Master Roshi. The predictive ability learned from the projection of Goku during the Ultra Divine Water Trial. All compressed into this single punch. His fist hurtled towards Skull's chest. The red aura traced an arc through the air. The ice surface was shaved off a layer by the air pressure. At the moment of impact, Chun Mo's fist stopped. Not of his own accord. Skull had touched it with that single finger right on his knuckles. One finger held back the full force of a 30 times Kaioken punch. Chun Mo's arm was vibrating from fist to shoulder, like hitting a mountain. Your technique is not bad. Skull's evaluation was flat. If your foundation were 50 times higher, this punch might have tickled me. Then that finger flicked. Chun Mo's body flew backward as if hit by a truck. He bounced 3 times on the ice. Each bounce cratered the ice sheet. He finally crashed into a pile of ice shards 300 meters away. He pushed himself up from the ground. Blood at the corner of his mouth, but no broken bones. The basic physique of 500,000 had held up. If he had taken this hit half a year ago, he'd be shattered. Skull stood in place, retracting that finger. There was no emotion in his black orbs. Chun Imo wiped the blood from his lips. Master was right. Numbers were indeed deceiving. But the reverse was also true. When the gap was too large, even the best technique was useless. Is your performance over? Skull looked at No. 18. Control your pet. If he comes near me again, I won't use just one finger. Emotion collection, anger, critical outburst, killing, intent, rapidly rising, protectiveness, extreme activation. Emotion points, 3,200. No. 18 took a step forward. What did you just say? Her voice was very flat. Unnaturally flat. Skull finally looked at her squarely. I said control your No. 18 moved. She was far faster than Shinimo. So fast there wasn't even an afterimage. A fist slammed towards Skull's face. This time Skull didn't use his finger. He sidestepped. No. 18's fist grazed his cheek. The shockwave shaved a layer of carapace off the layer's surface. The two exchanged 3 blows at the entrance of the layer. The ice sheet cracked. The ice for a kilometer around shattered simultaneously. Black seawater surged up from the fissures. On the 4th punch No. 18 landed a hit. Her fist smashed into the armor on Skull's chest. The armor cracked, but Skull only took a single step back. He looked down at the crack on his chest. Then he looked up. For the first time, a ripple appeared in his completely black orbs. Interesting, Skull said. You are stronger than every warrior on this planet. No. 18 didn't respond. She was preparing for a second round of attacks. Then the sky went dark. Not a gradual dimming, not an eclipse, not cloud cover. It was instantaneous, complete, absolute darkness. 3 suns extinguished simultaneously. The sky of Namek turned from triple daylight to pure black in 1 second. Like someone had flipped a switch and turned off the lights for the entire planet. Shinmo's pupils constricted. He can turn a planet's sky black, creating eternal darkness. In the darkness, his power swells further. He had been prepared. He had been waiting for this moment. He had been waiting since No. 18 threw her first punch, and Chun Imo had failed to stop it. In the darkness, the screen of the detector lit up. The number on it was changing. Skull's reading. It started jumping from 120 million, 150 million, 200 million. Still climbing. Chun Imo stood on the broken ice in the darkness. The red light of the Kaioken was the only source of illumination for hundreds of meters. He heard Skull's voice, coming from all directions, as if the darkness itself was speaking. 300 years, Skull said. I drifted in the universe for 300 years. Do you know what true darkness is? The depths of space. No stars, no light, no sound, only me, growing from an infant to what I am now. The number on the detector was still climbing. 300 million. Darkness is not my weapon. 400 million. Darkness is my home. The number stopped at 500 million. No. 18's figure was completely invisible in the darkness. But Chun Imo could sense her presence. Still there. Still in a combat stance. She hadn't retreated. 500 million. 4 times the original. Then Skull spoke his final words. Now. In the darkness, those completely black eyes lit up, emitting a dark purple light. It was the only color in this darkness besides the red on Chun Mo's body. Let me see if you're even worth a second glance. Nothing could be seen. Chun Imo stood on the shattered ice. The crimson glow of the Kaioken illuminated only 2 meters before him. Beyond that there was only pure, boundless darkness. All 3 suns had been extinguished. Shigula's voice echoed from every direction. You're still standing there. Chun Imo did not move. He was listening, not with his ears, but with his chi. Master Rashi had taught him the first lesson in controlling chi was not output, it was perception. He sensed the fluctuations of other life forces in the air. A combat power of 15 million could not defeat a monster of 500 million, but he could tell where that monster was. Upper left, about 400 meters away. The aura was moving fast, circling around. Chun Imo opened his mouth to speak, but a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. The grip was firm. It was Android 18. Where are you? Her voice came from beside him. Chun Imo froze. She was asking where he was. She was standing right next to him, holding his hand, and still asking where he was. She wasn't asking where Chun Imo was. She was confirming that he was still there. I'm here, Chun Imo said. Android 18 did not let go. I can't see him, she said. Chun Mo's mind raced. Android 18 could not see Shigula. That was wrong. Her combat power was in the hundreds of millions. How could she not see him? Then he understood. Android 18 was an artificial human. Her perception system relied on vision and electromagnetic wave detection. What about chi? Android 18 could not sense chi. She had never needed to. Her power crushed everything on this planet. She never needed to sense chi. She saw, she struck. If she couldn't hit, she blew it up. Strength and speed were her everything. But in this darkness, strength and speed had no target. A monster with a power of hundreds of millions had become blind in absolute darkness. Yet an ant with a mere 15 million power was the only one who could see the enemy. He's upper left, Chun Imo whispered. 400 meters. Moving clockwise. Android 18's fingers tightened. How do you know? I can sense his chi. Silence. 1 second. 2. You can sense him all the time. Yes. Android 18 released his wrist. Then she shifted her position. Her hand grabbed the back of Chun Mo's collar, lifting him like a cat. Tell me the direction. Before Chun Imo could answer, Shigula's attack came crashing down from directly above. Chun-Emo felt it the moment the aura appeared. Above. Android 18's reaction was faster than sound. She was already moving. With one hand holding Chun-Emo, she swung the other upward. Boom. The shockwave flattened a kilometer of ice. A miss. Shigula's aura had already vanished in another direction. 8 o'clock 600 meters pulling away. Chun-Emo called out. Android 18 pursued with him in tow, moving at incredible speed. In the darkness, only the red light of the Kaioken traced a long streak. 300 meters. 200. He stopped. No, he's turning. 11 o'clock. Android 19 halted abruptly, twisting her body. She kicked out. A wave of energy swept through. Still a miss. Shigula's voice drifted from the depths of the darkness. Interesting. The weak one is guiding you. Android 18 ignored him. Keep going, she said to Chun-Emo. 2 o'clock. 8,000 meters out. He's observing. Android 18 did not charge. She stood still holding Chun-Emo. Can he hit me? Android 18 asked. At his speed, yes, Chun-Emo said. But he's choosing to harass. That means that kick of yours made him cautious. He doesn't want a direct fight while you have the darkness advantage. Then what does he want? To wear you down, Chun-Emo said. Your infinite energy reactor is endless. But your human brain tissue gets tired. He's waiting for your focus to drop. Android 18's fingers pinched the back of his collar. I don't get tired. You do. Babiti's curse wasn't that long ago. Your brain tissue hasn't fully healed. Shut up. Fine. Shut up. Shigula moved again. Faster this time. His aura closed to within 100 meters in an instant. Dead ahead. 100 meters. He's coming. Android 18 released Chun-Emo and threw a punch forward. The force of that blow shook the entire ice field. A white shockwave radiated outward from Android 18 in the darkness. But Shigula abruptly changed direction at 50 meters. His aura flashed from directly ahead to the side, evading the attack. Then his counterattack came. Chun-Emo felt a terrifying pressure bearing down from the right. Right. Before his voice faded, his body was yanked away by a hand. Android 18 pulled him behind her, crossing her right arm in front to block. Bang. Her body slid back over a dozen meters, her heels carving 2 furrows in the ice. I'm fine, Android 18 said. Her voice was steady. But in the darkness, Chun-Emo felt her aura waver. She had been hit. Injured. Then they both fell back into the stalemate within the darkness. Shigula retreated. This rhythm repeated over a dozen times. Shigula approached. Chun-Emo called out the direction. Android 18 countered. Shigula dodged. Occasionally she grazed him. Sometimes she didn't. Chun-Emo gradually found a pattern. Shigula's movement path wasn't random. He was circling around his nest. Because the nest was an extension of his body, his perception range was wider near it. He always attacks from the direction of the nest. Chun-Emo whispered. The nest is behind him. He won't charge from the front. So, back to the nest facing outward. He can only come from the sides and above. He'll narrow it down to 3 directions. You'll react faster. Android 18 adjusted her stance. The next time Shigula cut in from the left, Android 18's counter was 3/10 of a second faster. She hit him. Boom. A dull explosion erupted in the darkness. The air vibrated violently. Shigula's aura rapidly retreated, stopping only after 2,000 meters. I hit him, Android 18 said. You hit him, Chun-Emo confirmed. But the damage isn't great. His aura hasn't dropped significantly. Then he'll hit him more. Your plan only ever has one move. Because it works. In the time that followed, Chun-Emo lost track of how long it had been. In absolute darkness, there was no concept of time. Without the 3 suns rising, it would be night forever. He could only estimate by his own physical exhaustion. Around the 6-hour mark, Chun-Mo's throat was dry. Although the 30-fold Kaioken placed no burden on him, maintaining the state of perception for so long kept his mind intensely strained. Shigula's attack frequency decreased. From once every few minutes, it became once every half hour. He too was assessing. Although Android 18's blows could not severely wound him, every solid hit was still painful. And his advantage in the darkness had not turned into an overwhelming victory. Because that human with a mere 15 million power was acting as Android 18's eyes. 8 hours. Chun-Mo's legs were already trembling. It wasn't the strain of the Kaioken. It was pure mental fatigue. Maintaining chi perception for 8 consecutive hours exceeded any training he had ever done in the hyperbolic time chamber. You're shaking. Android 18's voice came from beside him. I'm fine. Liar. Really? I can hold on. Android 18 said nothing, but her hand moved from his collar to his waist, steadying him. It's not because I care, she said. If you fall, I lose my eyes. Chun-Emo didn't retort. He saved his strength. 10 hours. Shigula's voice rang out from the darkness again. That human. Chun-Emo didn't answer. What is your name? He was asking for his name. Chun-Emo remembered their first meeting. Shigula had pointed at him and said, what is this thing? He hadn't even bothered to ask for a name. Now he was asking. Chun-Emo. Chun-Emo. Shigula repeated. You are the weakest opponent I have ever faced, but also the most annoying. Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. I know. Silence. Then Shigula said, you want to take the Dragon Balls? Not today, Chun-Emo said. Not tomorrow either. Nor the day after. Then the day after that. How long do you plan to stand in the darkness? How long do you plan to block out the sky? Shigula did not answer immediately. After about 10 seconds, he said, I can keep it blocked forever. Then keep it blocked, Chun-Emo said. With the sky blocked, the Dragon Balls in your nest are useless. Do you think Elder Mori will wait forever? His life is nearing its end. Once he dies, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. 2 years of your planning will be wasted. A long silence in the darkness. This time truly long. Shin Mo estimated it was 2 minutes. Are you threatening me? I'm stating a fact. How long can Mori live? I don't know. A month. A week. Tomorrow. Shin Mo said. You know better than I do. You've watched him for 2 years. Another silence. 12 hours. Shigula did not attack again, but he did not dispel the darkness either. Shin Mo stood on the ice. Android 18's hand was still at his waist. He could feel Shigula's aura had returned to the nest. It did not emerge again. He's gone back, Shin Mo said. Pursue. No. Why? Going into his nest is like entering his body. He can manipulate the environment there at will. Entering means certain death. Android 18's fingers moved against his waist. Then what? Shin Mo thought for a moment. Go back. Find the elder. Think of another way. You want me to retreat. It's a tactical withdrawal. I don't retreat. You fought for 12 hours and didn't kill him. Another 12 hours won't change that. He's faster than you in the dark. You can't see him. My guidance only gives you a general direction. The precision isn't enough. Android 18 fell silent. This was what she hated most. Admitting there was something she couldn't do. Shin Mo turned to face her in the darkness, though he saw nothing. Android 18. You are strong. Perhaps the strongest on this planet. But being strong doesn't mean you can do everything. You can't defeat the darkness. No one can. Because darkness isn't an opponent you can beat. So you're saying we give up. I'm saying if the front door is blocked, take another path. We don't have to beat him to get the Dragon Balls. Android 18 was silent for 5 seconds. Let's go. Her hand moved from his waist to his wrist. She pulled Shin Mo into the air. Flying in the darkness, Shin Mo used his chi perception to navigate, avoiding a few residual auras left by Shigula. 20 minutes later, the edge of the darkness appeared. On one side of the line was absolute black. On the other side was the daylight of 3 suns shining simultaneously. Android 18 carried Shin Mo across that line. The light struck his face, stinging his eyes painfully. He squinted for a long moment before adapting. He looked down at himself. His clothes were covered in ice shards and bloodstains. Most of it was his own, a few wounds from the shockwaves. Android 18 stood beside him. Her denim jacket was torn in a few places, her blonde hair slightly disheveled, but her spirit was far better than Shin Mo's. You look terrible, Android 18 said. You look beautiful, Shin Mo blurted out. Then he froze. Android 18 froze too. After 12 hours of absolute darkness, the first thing he saw when light returned was Android 18 standing in the sunlight. Golden hair, blue eyes, 3 suns shining on her at once. She was indeed beautiful. Android 18 did not respond. She turned around. Let's go. Her voice sounded a bit different. Shin Mo dared not dwell on it. The two flew south. When they returned to the Elder's Hall, Mori was still sitting in that large chair. Trunks was guarding the door. Seeing their condition, his face changed. What happened? A fight. 12 hours, Shin Mo said. A draw. A draw. You against 120 million. 500 million. Shin Mo corrected. After he blocked the sky, his power is 500 million. Trunks' face paled. And it wasn't a draw, Shin Mo said, walking into the hall. He sat down on the floor. He wasn't going all out. He was testing Android 18's limits. Android 18 couldn't find him in the dark. I helped her locate him. But the precision wasn't enough. We could only avoid being killed by a sneak attack. Mira's eyes turned to Android 18. You couldn't see him. Android 18 leaned against the doorframe. Arms crossed. I don't have that Kai-sensing thing you people do. As she said this, her expression was very calm. But Shin Mo could hear it. She was angry. Not at anyone else, but at herself. Mori closed his eyes. He didn't pursue. Mori said. He won't, Shin Mo said. He tested Android 18's strength and knows a direct fight isn't a sure win. But he also knows she can't hit him in the dark. So he doesn't need to take risks. He just guards the nest and the Dragon Balls, where the attackers are at a natural disadvantage. Mori nodded. And I said something to give him pause, Shin Mo said, looking at Mori. I told him your life is nearly over. Once you die, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. The 6 he spent 2 years collecting would all be wasted. Mira's expression didn't change. You spoke the truth. So now he's anxious too. He needs to gather all 7 before you die. The last one is here. He'll come eventually. I know. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Shin Mo leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Mental fatigue weighed heavily on his mind, but he couldn't sleep. He had to think of a way. A monster of 500 million. Invincible in darkness. Android 18 couldn't beat the darkness. He himself was even weaker. What to do? He opened his eyes and looked at Mori. Elder, is there a way to teach Android 18 how to sense chi? Mori shook his head. Her body is not purely organic. Chi perception relies on the meridian system of a living being. Her meridians have been modified by machinery. She cannot sense it naturally. Shin Mo thought for a moment longer. Then is there a way to stop Shigula from blocking the sky? The elders of 300 years ago never found a way. The hall fell silent for a long time. Shin Mo leaned against the wall, his thoughts racing. He couldn't win in a direct fight. That was the truth. No, 18 was blind in the darkness. Though his chi perception could locate enemies, its precision was insufficient. After 12 hours of fighting, he could only ensure survival. Then a frontal assault was out of the question. Master Roshi once said, if you can't win, run. If you can't run, find another way. Another way. Chunmo's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball clutched in Mura's hands. 7 Dragon Balls. 6 were in Slug's possession. 1 was here. As long as 1 was missing, the set couldn't be completed. An incomplete set was useless. Slug had spent 2 years gathering them. If Chun-Emo took this one away, Slug's 6 would become worthless. Great Elder Chun-Emo spoke. Mori opened his eyes. What if I take you and the last Dragon Ball off this planet? Mori remained silent. Trunks reacted first. Take them. Where? Earth. The spaceship is wrecked, Trunks said. Bulma's ship only had enough fuel for a one-way trip. How are we getting back? Not with that ship, Chun-Emo said. Well, take another. From where? Chun-Emo didn't answer directly. He turned to Mori. Great Elder. When Frieza invaded Namek, didn't his army leave a base in orbit? Mura's expression shifted. You mean Frieza's space battleship? Yes. When Frieza came to Namek with his army searching for the Dragon Balls. After he died, the army should have retreated. But Frieza's forces control most of the northern galaxy. There must be remnants of their outposts in this star sector. Mori was silent for a few seconds. You're right. On the outer edge of this planet's star system, there was a Frieza force transit station. I can sense ships passing by that direction occasionally. Not frequent, but never stopping. They're still operational. After Frieza's death, his army didn't completely collapse. The remnants maintain loose control over various star regions. This area is on the edge of the northern galaxy of little value, so only small patrol fleets remain. Chun-Emo stood up. I have a plan. Everyone looked at him. The remnants of Frieza's army are still waiting for his resurrection, aren't they? Mori nodded. Frieza had absolute control over his army. Even after all these years dead, those soldiers still act in his name. Then what if someone told them there were Dragon Balls on Namek? That gathering all 7 could grant a wish, to revive Lord Frieza and King Cold. The hall fell silent. Trunks was the first to react. You want the Frieza force to fight Slug? It's attrition, Chun-Emo said. The Frieza force's overall combat strength isn't high. Their individual soldiers are leagues below Slug. But the Frieza force's greatest advantage has never been individual combat power. What is it? Numbers. Variety. All sorts of bizarre abilities. A string of names flashed through Chun-Mo's mind. Jinyu. Body swap. Bulldo. Time stop. That was the Jinyu force. But the Frieza force had hundreds of thousands of soldiers recruited from countless planets with diverse skills. Freezing abilities, illusions, parasitism, toxins, spatial folding. The universe was too vast. Any ability could exist. Slug's dark power counters vision-based fighters. But what if the opponent didn't rely on sight? What if someone could freeze space? What if someone could disrupt his mind? Among the Frieza force's motley crew, there might be a few who could actually contend with him. Trunks frowned. But the Frieza force won't listen to us. They don't need to listen to us, Chun-Emo said. We just need to tell them one thing: the Dragon Balls are with Slug. If they want to revive Lord Frieza, go get them from him. No. 18 had been leaning against the doorframe silent. Now she spoke. You want to use a borrowed knife to kill? Chun-Emo glanced at her. Something like that. Then what? They fight, and you swoop in to pick up the scraps. No. I want pick up scraps. They'll take the Great Elder and the last Dragon Ball and leave for Earth. As long as this one isn't on this planet, the 6 in Slug's hands are just stones. When the Frieza force arrives and finds the Dragon Balls unusable, they'll either fight Slug to the death or retreat. Either way, it's none of our concern anymore. And then back to Earth. The Great Elder lives, so the Dragon Balls can still be used. We'll gather them slowly on Earth. The Namekian Dragon Balls were created by the Great Elder. As long as he's alive, even if we change planets, the Dragon Ball's function won't disappear. Mura's eyes shifted. You want me to leave this planet? Yes. This is my people's planet. Your people have already been sent away. There are no Namekians left on this planet except you and a few elders. Staying here has only one outcome: Slug will eventually come for the last Dragon Ball. What will you use to stop him then? Mori fell silent. Chun-Emo continued. Come back to Earth with us. When we're strong enough, we'll return. Or use Earth's resources to help you resettle. Mura's hand brushed over the Dragon Ball on his lap. I am old, Mori said. Too old to fly. You don't need to fly. We have a spaceship. You said the spaceship was wrecked. A Frieza force ship won't be wrecked, Chun-Emo said. We just need to find their patrol fleet in this star sector and hijack one. Hijack? Trunks glanced at No. 18. A slight curve touched No. 18's lips. They'll handle that job. Chun-Emo turned to Mori. Great Elder. Exactly which direction is the Frieza force transit station? Mori closed his eyes, sensing for about 10 seconds. Northwest. Outside the atmosphere. About 2 astronomical units from this planet. There's a small space station. At least 3 medium-sized warships. Life signs. Several hundred. Most are very weak. The strongest one is around. Mori thought for a moment. 50,000. 50,000. A corner of Chun-Mo's mouth twitched. That was Jinyu force level. His own base power was 500,000. But he had the 30-fold Kaioken. 15 million. And No. 18 was even stronger. That was a mere appetizer. The plan is set. Chun-Emo straightened up. Step 1. No. 18 and I go outside the atmosphere, find the Frieza Force Patrol fleet, and hijack a ship. Step 2. Spread the word. Tell the Frieza Force remnants that the Dragon Balls are on Namek and can revive Lord Frieza. Step 3. Take the Great Elder and the last Dragon Ball back to Earth. What about me? Trunks asked. You stay and guard the Great Elder until we get back with the ship. Trunks nodded. He had no objections. No. 18 straightened up from the doorframe. How far? 2 astronomical units. At your speed about 20 minutes outside the atmosphere. Is your chi enough? That barrier thing. Enough? You taught me well. No. 18 looked at him. She didn't respond. As she reached the hall's entrance, no. 18 paused. Do you really think those Frisia lackeys can beat that purple monster? No, Shin-Emo admitted honestly. But they don't need to beat him. They just need to annoy him. Distract him. Shift his attention away from us. And then, and then we go back to Earth. Get stronger. Come back. No. 18 turned her head looking at the white sky with its 3 suns. You're always like this. Like what? Can't win so you run. Run away then come back. Come back still can't win. Run again. Surviving is what matters most. Pathetic. Surviving is achievement enough. No. 18 said nothing more. She walked out of the hall. Chun-Emo followed. The two ascended, piercing the atmosphere. The cosmos was silent, a sensation Chun-Emo never quite got used to no matter how many times he experienced it. Namek's 3 suns cast a soft green-white glow behind them. Ahead lay deep space. Chun-Emo covered his body with chi. The trick no. 18 had taught him. It maintained breathing and body temperature in the vacuum. The scanner's screen glowed. The direction Mori had indicated northwest. After flying for about 15 minutes, Chun-Emo saw it. A gray metal structure floating in the void like a half-eaten donut. 3 warships were parked around it. All were standard Frisia Force issue. Purple paint. Disc-shaped. The Frisia Force emblem was still mounted on the space station's outer wall. That emblem had once represented absolute terror across the universe. Now it looked like nothing more than a rusty sign. This is it. No. 18 glanced at it, her tone, as if she were looking at a roadside trash heap. This is it. Can't I just blow it up? No. We need one that can fly. No. 18 sighed like a routine complaint before starting work. They approached the space station. Chun-Emo scanned it with his device. 423 life signs. The strongest was indeed around 50,000 concentrated in the station's core area. They'll go in first, no? 18 said. You wait outside. No. I have to go with you. I need to find the communications room. Communications room. Spreading the word requires their communication network. The Frisia Force has a galaxy-wide communication array across the northern galaxy. If we broadcast from this node, the entire remnant force will receive it within days. No. 18 paused for a second. Your mind works too fast. Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. They entered through a cargo hatch on the station's side. No. 18 punched the hatch open. The airlock alarm blared, but no one came to check. The corridor was dark with flickering lights. Rust and traces of dried liquid stained the walls. The air carried a sour, rotten smell. A Frisia Force transit station. After its master had been dead for so many years it had decayed to near ruin. Around 2 corners they encountered the first group. 5 alien soldiers from different races. Some looked like lizards. Others like insects. Some Chun-Emo couldn't even name. They wore standard Frisia Force battle armor, but it was old, some pieces even patched. The moment they saw Chun-Emo and no. 18, the 5 froze. Then one with a lizard face drew a blaster. No. 18 raised her hand. A single energy sphere. The 5 soldiers along with the wall behind them vanished. Can you not finish everything in one move? Chun-Emo said, looking at the hole in the wall. I need a live one. Then say so earlier. I did. I said I needed to find the communications room. Finding it requires asking for directions. Asking requires someone alive. No. 18 rolled her eyes. The next group they encountered had 8 soldiers. This time no. 18 knocked out 7 and spared 1. A blue-skinned creature with 4 eyes. Chun-Emo crouched down and patted the soldier's face. Where's the communications room? All 4 eyes went wide, staring at no. 18. The soldier's mouth trembled. I'm asking you. Communications room. Where? 3rd floor. Left turn, 7th room. Who's in charge here? Captain Opus. In the command center. 5th floor. Combat power. 50,000. No, I don't know. Please don't kill me. Chun-Emo stood up. Let's go. First, the communications room. The communications room was easy to find. 3rd floor, left turn, 7th room. The door was unlocked. Inside were only 2 technicians. When they saw no. 18 enter, they immediately prostrated on the floor. Chun-Emo sat down at the communications console. He couldn't understand the Frisia Force interface, but the technician lying beside him could. Get up. Help me send a full-frequency broadcast. The technician scrambled up trembling and sat at the console, fingers flying across the panel. What's the message? Chun-Emo thought for a moment about the wording. Dragon Balls discovered on New Namek. 7 Dragon Balls can grant any wish, including reviving Lord Frisia and King Cold. Currently 6 Dragon Balls are held by a Super Namekian named Slug. This individual possesses extremely high combat power. A large number of elite troops are required for coordinated operations. Coordinates attached. In the name of Lord Frisia, summon the entire force to assemble here. The technician's 4 fingers paused over the panel. He turned back to look at Chun-Emo. You're telling the truth. Can Lord Frisia really be revived? Chun-Mo's expression didn't change. The Dragon Balls can grant any wish. That's a fact. What do you think Lord Frisia's army will do when they hear this news? The technician's eyes lit up. Not with fear. With fanaticism. The Frisia Force. Even after all these years, their worship of that name was etched into their very bones. Send it. All frequencies. Highest priority. The technician began operating. No. 18 leaned against the communications room wall, arms crossed. You're mobilizing an army using a dead man's name. Yes. Frieza won't be revived. They don't know that. What happens when they finish fighting and find out the Dragon Balls are useless? That's their problem. I just need them to cause trouble for Slug. Even if it only delays him a few weeks, that's enough to get the Great Elder back to Earth. No. 18 looked at him for a few seconds. You're getting more devious. Learn from you. I never taught you to deceive. You taught me how to survive. No. 18's gaze lingered on his face. She didn't look away. The message was sent. A full-frequency broadcast covering the entire Frieza Force communication network across the northern galaxy. The technician said the signal would take 3 to 5 days to reach all nodes. Nearby outposts might react in 2 days. That was enough. Next step. Shinemo stood up. Let's go steal a ship. 5th floor. Command center. When no. 18 kicked the door open. Captain Opus inside was drinking some kind of purple beverage. When he saw no. 18, the cup dropped to the floor. He stood up. 3 meters tall, covered in red carapace with golden eyes. Who are you, no? 18 walked over. She raised her hand. A single slap. Captain Opus' body embedded itself in the wall. His golden eyes rolled back unconscious. One move. Shin Emo glanced at his scanner. Before no. 18, it was just a single slap. The ship's key is on him. Shin Emo pulled a diamond-shaped metal device from Opus' waist. Let's go. They returned to the docking bay. Among the 3 warships, they chose the newest. Disc-shaped. Purple paint. A standard Frieza Force medium warship. It could carry 50 people equipped with a warp engine and life support system. Shin Emo sat in the cockpit. He still couldn't understand the interface. But the system's labels showed where the controls and throttle were. That was enough. 10 minutes later, the warship detached from the space station and turned toward Namek. When it landed outside the Great Elder's hull, Trunks' face was full of shock. This is a Frieza Force warship. Hijacked, Shin Emo said, stepping out of the hatch. It can fly. It can jump to warp speed. Enough to get us back to Earth. Mori, supported by Trunks, walked out of the hull, clutching the last Dragon Ball. He looked up at the purple warship, then back at Shin Emo. You're sending Frieza's army to fight Slug? Yes. Mori was silent for a moment. Slug will kill them. Probably. But the Frieza Force has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. There are bound to be a few who can give him trouble. At least it buys time. Don't you think this is cruel? Using others' lives to buy your own time. Shin Emo didn't answer immediately. He thought about it. Great Elder. I'm an Earthling with a combat power of 500,000. Facing a monster of 500 million, I have no other choice. Mori looked at him. There were many things in those aged eyes. Finally, he nodded. Let's go. Trunks helped Mori onto the ship. Shin Emo placed the Dragon Ball into the cockpit's safe. No. 18 was the last aboard. She paused at the hatch, turning back to glance at Namek's sky. On the northern horizon, a patch of sky was black like a blot on the white canopy. That was Slug's dark domain. Next time I come, no? 18 said, her voice very soft. I'm going to tear that black patch apart. The hatch closed. The warship ascended, breaking through the atmosphere, entering deep space. Shin Emo input Earth's coordinates into the navigation system. The warp engine engaged. Starlight stretched into lines. Trunks sat in the rear cabin, tending to Mori. No. 18 sat in the co-pilot seat, legs propped on the console. How long until Earth? Shin Emo checked the navigation. This ship is faster than Bulma's. About 12 days. 12 days, no? 18 repeated. Then she turned to look at Shin Emo. 12 days. You can't run away. Shin Emo didn't respond. 12 days of deep space travel. With no. 18. In a Frieza Force warship. He suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for the days of running with a turtle shell on his back at Master Rose's island. The day after the spaceship entered hyperspace. Shin Emo sat in the cockpit. Before him lay a tapestry of starlight stretched into lines. He only recognized the steering wheel and the throttle of the Frieza core control panel. He hadn't touched any of the other buttons. What if he accidentally pressed the self-destruct? Trunks was in the rear cabin with Mori. The old man's body was very weak. After leaving the atmosphere of Namek, his breathing became intermittent. Trunks placed his jacket behind Mura's back and found a blanket to cover him. The Dragon Balls were locked in the safe of the cockpit. Orange light filtered through the gaps, reflecting on the metal wall. Android 18 sat in the co-pilot's seat. Her legs rested on the control panel, eyes closed. But Shin Emo knew she wasn't asleep, as her toes would twitch every few seconds. Your toes are keeping time, Shin Emo said. Android 18 didn't open her eyes. Are you watching my feet? I have nowhere else to look. Look at the stars. The stars are stretched into lines. Staring too long makes me dizzy. Android 18's toes stopped moving. Then she switched legs. 12 days, she said. Locked in a broken ship for 12 days. Standard medium warship of the Frieza core. Hyperspace engine. Life support system. And hot water. Not exactly broken. Broken. All right, broken. Shin Emo leaned back in his chair, staring at the only lit navigation screen on the control panel. The coordinates of Earth flickered at the center of the screen. There was still a long way to go. Do you think they will come? Android 18 suddenly spoke. Who? Frieza's minions. They will, Shin Emo replied confidently. Frieza has been dead for so many years. The core has been surviving on the brink. Without a target. Without a core. Each stronghold governs itself. You saw that at the space station. The equipment is rusty. Soldiers wear patched-up battle suits. They need a reason to regroup. Reviving Frisia? Exactly. Regardless of whether this reason is true or not, they will come. Because they need it too much. Android 18 opened one eye to look at him. How do you know they need it? Because people are the same. Chun Emo replied. Whether they are Earthlings or aliens, once they lose the object of their loyalty, they become scattered sand. The Frisia core maintains order through fear. When the source of fear is gone, order also vanishes. But faith remains. If you tell them there is a chance to revive that source, they will go wild. Android 18 opened both her eyes and looked at him for a few seconds. What do you do on Earth? I work. What kind of job produces a mind like yours, eh? Chinemo thought for a moment. Over time, Android 18 fell silent. She placed her feet down from the control panel. She turned halfway around in her chair to face Chinemo. That thing you mentioned about sensing chi. Chinemo looked up. Android 18's expression was very calm. But when she asked this, her voice was a little lower than usual. That, sensing chi, I really can't learn it. Chinemo paused for a moment. He knew what this question meant. Android 18 rarely asked such questions. She didn't need to consult anyone. Her power crushed everything. But in the darkness of Shigula, she had become blind. A monster with combat power in the millions moved before her, and she couldn't even touch its shadow. That sense of powerlessness. For Android 18, it might be unprecedented. Theoretically, it can't be learned. Android 18 turned back, facing the lines of starlight. Then you can be my eyes. You can't escape anyway, Android 18 added. Chinemo did not answer this question. He looked at the navigation screen. 12 days had passed. 1 day was gone. 11 days left. The all-frequency broadcast had been sent for over 24 hours. The signal spread at superluminal speed through the Frisia core communication arrays. The nearest stronghold may have already received it. It was uncertain how they would react. In fact, the response was much faster than Chinemo had anticipated. Northern Galaxy. The 79th star system. The base of the 32nd fleet of the Frisia core. This was a large space station hanging in an asteroid belt. It was 10 times larger than the transit station that Chun-Mo and the others had seized. 6,000 remnants of the Frisia core soldiers were stationed inside. Command center. A green-skinned officer with horns was watching the broadcast record. He watched it 3 times. Then he stood up. Call all squad leaders over. 15 minutes later, the command center was filled with people of various shapes and races. Some were less than a meter tall. Some were over 5 meters. The styles of battle suits varied widely. Some were brand new. Others were patched up. The green-skinned officer projected the broadcast content onto a large screen. New Namek. Dragon Balls. 7 of them. Can grant any wish. Including the resurrection of King Frisia. The command center fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded. King Frisia can be resurrected? Dragon Balls. They are the Dragon Balls of Namek. King Frisia went to Namek for this. Coordinates. Where are the coordinates? Did you send them? Attached. The coordinates of New Namek. 14 hyperspace days away from us. The green-skinned officer slapped the table. Quiet. Everyone fell silent. The broadcast states that 6 Dragon Balls are occupied by a super Namekian called Shigula. His combat power is extremely high, the green-skinned officer said. This is not a tourism mission. It is a combat task. A burly purple-skinned man raised his hand. How high is the combat power? The broadcast did not specify a number. It only said extremely high. Is it higher than Dodoria's? Dodoria is only 22,000. King Frisia's guards had a power level of 530,000. If it can be called extremely high. The command center fell silent again. This time for 10 seconds. What are you afraid of? Someone in the corner spoke up. Everyone turned around. The speaker was a small gray creature less than a meter tall, with 3 eyes, wearing an old battle suit that had turned white. A few thousand or millions in numbers, that's a matter of direct confrontation. We are not Scions. The gray creature stepped out of the corner. What did King Frisia use to conquer the universe? Was it brute force? No one spoke. It was brains. It was strategy. It was the special forces of various planets. The gray creature said, I am from Ballas. What is our entire clan's ability? Spatial rifts. I can tear open a spatial crack within a 3-meter range. Anything that touches it will be cut in half regardless of its combat power. The green-skinned officer glanced at him. The gray creature continued, the 17th fleet has the Ilian race. They can create visual interference, making the target see the exact opposite scene within 10 seconds. The 41st fleet has parasitic beings from Kibo. They can invade the nervous system through wounds. Also, there are those with time-stopping abilities like Gildo. The Jinyu force may have been wiped out, but there are many with similar abilities in the universe. The atmosphere in the command center shifted. The green-skinned officer sat back down. What you mean is? United, the gray creature said. Spread the news. It's not just our fleet going. It's every fleet we can contact. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Each planet's troops are different. Their abilities are bizarre. If a monster can't be defeated hidden, there are 1,000 ways to kill it from the sides. For King Frisia. The gray creature's 3 eyes sparkled. Not with fear, but with fervor. Just as Chun-Mo had predicted. Similar scenes unfolded in the following 72 hours across 17 Frisia core strongholds in the northern galaxy. Some strongholds departed immediately. Some took 2 days to assemble their teams. Some strongholds confirmed the authenticity of the coordinates and forwarded the broadcast to more distant strongholds along with their combat power assessments and lists of special forces. The communication array lit up like a spider web. One node after another was illuminated. The name of Frisia was like a spell sealed for over a decade. At the moment it was unleashed, its power still made the entire northern galaxy tremble. The first fleet to arrive at New Namek was the 19th Fleet, which was the closest. For warships, 800 people. When they jumped out of hyperspace, what they saw was a green planet illuminated by 3 suns, just as described in the files. But to the north a patch of sky was dark, like a rotten patch. What is that? The fleet commander frowned. The scout scanned. A large area of energy obscuration, a radius of 2,000 kilometers. The light of the 3 stars is completely absorbed in that area. Inside, can't scan. No signals can get through. The fleet commander was silent for a few seconds. The Dragon Balls are inside there. He glanced back at the 800 soldiers behind him. Various races, various sizes. Their combat power ranged from 1,000 to 30,000. There were more people coming behind. Let's scout first. Wait for the 32nd Fleet to arrive before taking action. They didn't know that in the deepest part of that darkness, Shigula had already sensed them. In his lair, on the icy throne, his purple eyes opened. A few bugs have come, Shigula murmured. He could sense the life responses outside the atmosphere. Hundreds of them. Very weak. The strongest was only 30,000. Not worth mentioning, but he sensed more life forces approaching from farther away. From all directions. Like sharks smelling blood. Someone led them here. Shigula's purple eyes glimmered in the darkness. That human called Chinemo. He remembered this name. Not because of combat power, but because this guy with only 15 million combat power had created a problem that even 500 million couldn't solve. Day 5 of the spaceship's journey. Chinemo saw a set of data on the cockpit's detector. An unusually dense communication activity appeared in the electromagnetic wave frequency band towards Namek. He switched to the Frisia core communication channel. Although he couldn't understand the text, the number of channels had increased from 3 at departure to 17. Someone had arrived. And not just one group. What are you laughing at? Android 18's voice came from beside him. Chinemo realized he was smiling. He closed his mouth. Nothing. Just saw some good news. What good news? Shigula is going to have a headache. Android 18 didn't react much. She leaned back in her chair, absent-mindedly fiddling with a metal nut she had brought from the space station. That purple one, Android 18 said. Next time we meet, I want to tear him apart myself. You have to learn to find him in the dark first. So you can't die? Android 18 turned to look at him. Her blue eyes shone brightly in the light of the control panel. You are my only eyes. If you die, who will help me see the way? Chinemo opened his mouth wanting to say something, but couldn't think of what to say. Android 18 turned back to fiddle with the nut. And her voice was soft as if she were talking to herself. In the dark you hold my hand and tell me the direction. That feeling. She didn't finish her sentence. The nut slipped from her fingers and fell to the metal floor, making a crisp sound. It was particularly clear in the quiet spaceship. Chinemo bent down to pick up the nut and returned it to her hand. When his fingers touched hers, Android 18 didn't pull away. She simply tightened her grip on the nut. Day 7. Trunk's urgent voice came from the rear cabin. Chinemo, the elder. Chinemo jumped up from the driver's seat. He rushed to the rear cabin. Mori was leaning against the wall, his eyes half open, breathing weakly, almost inaudible. He was still holding that Dragon Ball. Gray spots appeared on his green skin. Elder. Mura's lips moved slightly, his voice like the wind passing over paper. Don't shout. The old man is hard of hearing, but he isn't deaf yet. Chinemo squatted down. How are you? Old Mori said, just as he had before. This body can still hold on a little on Namek, but leaving the home planet, aging accelerates. Chinmo's heart sank. The elder was the creator of the Dragon Balls. If he died, the Dragon Balls would turn to stone. The one in his hand was no exception. How long can you hold on? Chinemo asked. Mori thought for a moment. To the Earth you mentioned. Should be no problem. But after that, it's hard to say. Once we reach Earth, I will find a way. Mori looked at him. In his aged eyes there was a calm light. You always say you will find a way. Mori said. Young man, some things cannot be solved just by finding a way. Some things can. Mori smiled faintly. Very lightly. Then he closed his eyes. Chinemo stood up and walked back to the cockpit. Android 18 watched him sit down. Is the old man dying? It should be fine until we reach Earth. After that it's hard to say. Then what about your Dragon Ball plan? Speed it up. Once we reach Earth, gather all 7 as quickly as possible. To make the wish while he is still alive. You only have 1. You still need 6 more, which are in Shigula's hands. So, I need the Frisia core to hold him off. Hold him off until I have the ability to go back and retrieve them. Android 18 didn't say anything. Chinemo glanced at the navigation. 5 days left. Time was running out. He looked down at the detector. The communication channels towards Namek had increased to 29. The density of the electromagnetic waves was still rising. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets were arriving one after another. What Chinemo didn't know was that at the same time he was looking at the detector, 11 Frisia core warships had already docked in the orbit of New Namek. The green-skinned officer of the 32nd Fleet stood on the command platform of the flagship. The holographic projection in front of him displayed the boundaries of that dark area. Has the reconnaissance team of the 19th Fleet gone in yet? They went in 3 hours ago. A 5-man team Have they returned? The communications officer paused for 2 seconds. No. The green-skinned officer's expression darkened. What about the signal? All interrupted. All communications cut off after entering the dark area. The gray, three-eyed creature approached. I said it before. Going in Hedon is seeking death, he said. We wait. Wait for more people to arrive. Wait for special forces to come. Then compress the dark area little by little from the outside. How to compress it? Light, the gray creature said. Create light. The Frisia core has planet-level illumination shells. They were used to ignite the surfaces of planets without atmospheres. As long as the brightness is sufficient, it can counteract his darkness. At least weaken a portion of it. The green-skinned officer thought for a moment. Have the parasitic beings from the 41st Fleet arrived? They will arrive tomorrow. Wait for them. The green-skinned officer turned around looking at the holographic projection of that black patch. King Frisia. He whispered. We are coming. And in the deepest part of that darkness, on the icy throne, Shigula opened his purple eyes. He felt it. More and more life responses were gathering in the orbit of this planet like bugs. 1 fleet. 2 fleets. 5 fleets. More. He stood up. His silhouette was cast on the icy walls of the lair. Tall, purple, and different. Come on. His voice echoed in the darkness. No matter how many come, this darkness is mine. Day 11 of the spaceship's journey. Shin Mo was awakened by a sharp alarm. He jumped up from the driver's seat. A red indicator light was flashing wildly on the console. Android 18 sat up straight as well. What's happening? Shin Mo glanced. It was the communication system. Someone was calling this ship using the Frisia core encrypted channel. He hesitated for a moment and opened the communication. A voice came from the speaker. Hoarse, deep, with an accent Shin Mo couldn't quite understand. Calling battleship K-7734. This is the Northern Galaxy Dispatch of the Frisia core. Please report your identity and location. Shin Mo and Android 18 exchanged glances. Your ship is stolen, Android 18 said. They found out. The voice in the communication sounded again. K-7734. We have detected your hyperspace trajectory diverging from the direction of Namek. The entire core has entered a state of assembly. All warships must converge on new Namek. Repeat. All warships. Shin Mo turned off the communication. Ignore them. Can they catch up? They can't catch up. We are faster than them. And we are almost at Earth. Android 18 leaned back in her chair. Shin Mo looked at the navigation screen. Less than 20 hours left to Earth. After closing the communication from the Frisia force, Shin Mo redirected his attention to the scout device. A small star map was displayed on the bottom right of the navigation screen. It showed the distribution of celestial bodies within 3 light-years of the current route. Most were uninhabited star systems. Gray dots unmarked. But one dot was different. It was located slightly below and to the left of the course about 0.3 astronomical units from the current position. Not far. With this ship's speed, it would take 20 minutes to reach after dropping out of warp. The life signal on the scout was very faint. Only one. Combat power reading 470000. Shin Mo stared at the number for 3 seconds. 470000. On a desolate small rocky planet at the edge of this universe, there was a being with a combat power of 47000. That number would be considered top tier back on Earth. But by his current standards, it was just a fraction. Shin Mo didn't care about the combat power. He was focused on another set of data next to the scout. The atmospheric composition of that rocky planet was abnormal. Oxygen levels were extremely high, far exceeding normal inorganic planets. Moreover, a massive plant community signal was detected on the surface. On a barren star, such a thing shouldn't exist. Unless someone had planted something there. A name flashed through Chinmo's mind. The Spirit Tree. He glanced again at the combat power number. 470000. Tulls. A low-class Saiyan warrior. He looked exactly like Goku. In the original movie, he traveled the universe with a bunch of grunts planting spirit trees, draining planets of their life force, and harvesting the fruit. His original combat power was just over 3000. After eating the spirit tree fruit, it skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands. That was many years ago. Now after all this time, Tulls had boosted his power to 4700 by repeatedly consuming the fruit. The Saiyan physique was naturally suited for such things. For a low-class warrior relying on external resources to stack numbers, this was his ceiling. But the spirit tree fruit itself was meant for gods. Not for warriors. Not for Saiyans. It was fruit for the divine. Kai. Supreme Kai. Beings of that level. What would happen if an Earthling ate it? Shin Mo didn't know. But he knew one thing. His current training had hit a bottleneck. His base combat power was 5000, and the rate of improvement through conventional training was slowing down. He had already consumed the ultra-divine water. He had used the Elder's potential unlock. He had entered the hyperbolic time chamber twice. Conventional methods were almost exhausted. And the spirit tree fruit was a path beyond the ordinary. Shin Mo looked up and glanced at the passenger seat. Android 18 had her eyes closed, breathing steadily, still clutching that nut in her hand. He stood up quietly. He walked to the rear cabin for a look. Trunks was dozing beside Muri, whose chest rose and fell faintly, still alive. Shin Mo returned to the cockpit. He adjusted the navigation system, slightly altering the course toward that rocky planet at a small angle. Then he activated the ship's deceleration program. The warp engine emitted a low hum. The starlight, once stretched into lines, reverted to points. Android 18 opened her eyes. Why did we stop? Passing by a planet, Chinemo said. I'm going to stretch my legs. Been cooped up in the ship for 11 days, my boat is stiff. Android 18 looked at him. Stretch your legs. Yeah, go down for a run. Practice some punches. You'll be back in an hour. You're going alone. It's just a barren planet. Nothing on it. Android 18's gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds. Chinemo kept a relaxed expression, controlling his heartbeat within a normal range. This was experience gained from over a year with Android 18. She could hear heartbeats, so he couldn't be nervous when lying. 1 hour, Android 18 said. 1 hour. If it's more than an hour. Android 18's voice was flat. I know. She said nothing more. She put her legs back on the console and closed her eyes. Chinemo walked to the cargo bay, put on a key barrier, and opened the side hatch. The rocky planet lay below. On its gray-brown surface was a large patch of incongruous green, visible even from orbit. Chinemo leaped out of the hatch, free-falling in the vacuum for a few seconds, then adjusted his angle and dove toward the surface. As he neared the ground, the green became clearer. It wasn't ordinary green. It was a tree, a ridiculously massive tree. The trunk was hundreds of meters thick, and the canopy covered most of the visible horizon. Purple roots like blood vessels embedded themselves into the surface, extending outward in all directions. Where the roots reached, rocks shattered and the ground cracked. All minerals and trace elements were drained dry. The spirit tree, a cosmic parasitic plant. After taking root, it drains the entire planet's life force and then bears fruit. Chinemo landed about 500 meters from the trunk. His feet touched the cracked rock. The air was thin but still breathable. The oxygen produced by the spirit tree maintained a minimal atmosphere. He looked up at the canopy. Among the highest branches there were several fruits, golden fist-sized, emitting a soft glow. That was it. Just as Chinemo was about to take off, a figure dropped from the canopy. It landed 30 meters in front of him, shattering the rock. Dust flew. As the dust settled, a man stood in the crater. Black hair spiked up, a face identical to Goku's. But the expression was completely different. Cold, arrogant, with a long-standing sense of superiority over the weak. He wore a dark purple Saiyan battlesuit. The armor had scratches and repair marks. A brown tail was wrapped around his waist. Tulls. Tulls tilted his head. He looked Chinemo up and down. An earthling. Chinemo said nothing. Tull's scouter beeped. He glanced at the old-style combat power scouter on his left ear. Tulls raised an eyebrow. Interesting. An earthling. How did you end up in a place like this? Just passing through, Chinemo said. Just passing through, Tulls repeated. His gaze swept past Chinemo. The purple Frisia Force ship in orbit was clearly visible. Riding a Frisia Force ship. Passing through my territory. Tulls chuckled. Are you taking me for a fool? Chinemo studied him. A combat power of 470000. About the same as his base value. But he had the 30-fold Kaioken. 150000 versus 470000. A crushing victory. No technique needed. But Chinemo didn't strike immediately. He was looking at the fruit on the canopy. How many fruits has your spirit tree borne? Chinemo asked. Tull's expression shifted. You know about the spirit tree? I do. A cosmic parasitic plant. After taking root, it drains a planet's life force. The fruit contains the essence of the entire planet. Food for the gods. Tull stared at him. What are you really? Just a passing earthling. I want to buy a few of your fruits. Tulls was silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. The laughter was loud, echoing across the empty wasteland. Bye. Tulls doubled over with laughter. Are all earthlings' brains broken? Do you know how much a single spirit tree fruit is worth? Frisia once put a bounty on these things. So you won't sell? Why would I sell to you? Tull stopped laughing, his tone turning cold. And you, an earthling, eating a spirit tree fruit. Can your body even handle it? Whether I can handle it or not is my concern. Tulls tilted his head, watching him for a few seconds. Interesting. Darius tilted his head, staring at Chinemo for a few seconds. The old-style detector beeped once more. Darius lowered his gaze to scan the readings. Then he looked up. The expression in his eyes when he looked at Chinemo had changed. 500,000, he declared, his voice a half-step lower than before. A human from Earth. 500,000 combat power. He repeated it, as if confirming he hadn't misread. Chinemo stood still. The chi flowed naturally across his skin, neither suppressed nor intentionally released. He simply stood normally. 500,000 was just 500,000. Darius' tail loosened from his waist, hanging behind him, the tip swaying gently. I have been on this planet for 6 years. Darius spoke, his tone different from before. The condescension was gone, replaced by a layer of vigilance. 6 years. I consumed 37 fruits from the spirit tree, raising my combat power from just above 30,000 to 470,000. I thought I was the strongest in this star domain. Then a human from Earth fell from the sky, stronger than me. Chinemo looked at him. You've been hiding here for 6 years just to avoid the Frisia Force. Darius' expression stiffened for a moment. Avoid? He scoffed. I am a Scion, a low-class warrior. Do you know how low-class warriors are treated in the Frisia Force? Cannon fodder. Even not worth dying for. His voice carried a long-suppressed weight. When planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, I was on a mission. When I returned, my home was gone. My entire race was wiped out. The Frisia Force told me it was due to a meteor strike. Darius' mouth twisted slightly. I'm not a fool. Chinemo said nothing. Darius continued. I ran away, taking stolen spirit tree seeds from the Force's warehouse. I fled to a place where no one could find me, planted the seeds, ate the fruits, and grew stronger. He glanced up at the golden fruits in the canopy. As long as I keep eating. 500,000. 1 million. 5 million. Sooner or later, I will surpass Frieza. I will surpass everyone. This universe will be mine. Chun Emo listened. He looked at Darius for 2 seconds. You don't know Frieza is dead? Darius froze. What? Frieza? Dead. Over a decade ago. He was killed on Namek by a Super Saiyan. Later he went to Earth to seek revenge. He was shattered into pieces by another Super Saiyan. A complex expression appeared on Darius' face. Chun Emo continued. You've been hiding on this barren star eating fruits for 6 years. The person you seek to surpass was a corpse over a decade ago. Darius fell silent. A few seconds of silence passed. Then he laughed. The laughter was dry like rocks scraping against each other. Dead. Frieza is dead. Yes. A Super Saiyan killed him. Yes. Which Saiyan? Kakarot. Darius' laughter ceased. Kakarot. He repeated the name, his gaze sharpening. The son of Bardock, a low-class warrior. The infant sent to Earth. You know him? I've seen him once. Darius' tone turned cold. The useless one who looks like me. He became a Super Saiyan. He did. And then he died. Heart disease. Darius fell silent again. After a few seconds he took a deep breath. So these 6 years for me. Darius' voice was light. It's a joke. Pretty much. Darius suddenly looked up. His expression had completely changed. The previous mix of loneliness and vigilance vanished, replaced by pure killing intent. You Earthling. You have quite a sharp tongue. I'm just stating facts. Facts. Darius' anger began to rise. The rubble beneath his feet trembled. I've endured 6 years of hardship on this planet, and you dismiss it with a single joke. You can disagree, Chun Emo replied. But the facts won't change just because you disagree. Frieza is dead. Those 6 years you spent to surpass him are indeed meaningless. Darius' rage exploded. A purple aura surged up from him. The ground beneath cracked. The roots of the spirit tree shook, breaking several. All 470,000 of his combat power was unleashed. I'll kill you first, Darius said in a low voice. Then I'll continue eating fruits regardless of whether Frieza is dead or not. The ruler of this universe can only be me. Chun Emo did not activate the Kaioken. He adjusted his breathing, calmly releasing his power. 500,000. Nothing more. No red aura. No overwhelming pressure. Just standing there releasing his normal base combat power. 500,000 against 470,000. The difference was only 30,000. Almost negligible. Chun Emo was very clear that if he activated the 30 times Kaioken, his 1,500,000 combat power could easily pierce through Darius. But that would be meaningless. What he lacked was not numbers, but fighting experience. He had trained with Trunks for a year and fought against Goku's illusions. He had endured attacks from Android 18 passively, but he had never fought equally against an opponent close to his own combat power. Darius. 470,000. A Saiyan. With combat experience. With blood on his hands. The perfect sparring partner. Darius moved. His speed was fast. Saiyan physical prowess had an inherent advantage at equal power levels. He vanished in an instant and appeared at Chun Mo's left side the next moment. His right fist struck with a cyclone. Chun Emo tilted his head. The punch brushed past his ear, the airflow cutting through his skin. It was close. Chun Emo swept his right elbow, colliding with Darius' forearm. The two forces clashed. The shockwave shattered the rocks beneath their feet into dust. Darius leveraged the force to retreat. He landed and glanced at his forearm, which had turned red where he had been hit. You managed to block it, Darius said. Your shoulder moves first when you punch. Chun Emo replied. The hint was too obvious. Darius narrowed his eyes, then laughed. Interesting. Darius charged at him again. This time it wasn't a single punch, but a series of combination attacks. A feint with the left fist, a knee strike with the right, body rotation, and a tail sweep. The Saiyan's fighting instinct was displayed vividly in that moment. Each strike was not isolated. The momentum from the previous strike naturally led into the next, forming an unbroken offensive. Chun Emo blocked, dodging and countering. The two of them began to fight on the wasteland. The speed increased. Shockwaves expanded outward layer by layer. Several roots of the spirit tree were shattered. Distant rocks were flattened by the shockwaves. Chun Mo's mind raced at high speed. Each exchange was accumulating data. Darius' punching habits. The angles of force, the rhythm of footwork, the gaps in defense. 500,000 against 470,000. The difference was too small. So small that it couldn't be crushed by numbers. He had to rely on technique, prediction, and on-the-spot reactions to secure every hit. This was precisely what Chun Emo needed. Darius kicked at Chun Mo's crossed arms. Chun Emo was sent flying by the kick, bouncing twice on the ground before rolling and stabilizing himself. Earthling, Darius caught up, throwing a punch at Chun Mo's face. Chun Emo sidestepped, countering with an energy blast that exploded against Darius' side. Darius grunted, his body sliding sideways, creating distance. He looked down at the burn on his side. His battle suit had torn. You're not from the Frieza Force, Darius said. In the brief pause of fighting, his breathing was a bit ragged. The Frieza Force doesn't have Earthlings of this caliber. No. Then where did your combat power come from? Darius wiped his mouth. 500,000. The highest combat power in the entire Frieza Force is Jinyu at 12,000. You are 4 times stronger than Jinyu. I trained for it. Trained. Darius' expression was one of disbelief, as if he had heard a cold joke. An Earthling reaching 500,000. On that trash planet, where the average combat power is single digits. Yes. Darius fell silent for a second, then suddenly accelerated. He grabbed Chunmo's wrist with his left hand, throwing a right fist. Chunmo did not dodge, instead meeting the punch heating with his forehead. Bang! Both of them stumbled backward. Darius' fist was bruised. Chunmo's forehead was swollen. You clearly could have dodged that, Darius frowned. I was testing the strength of your right hand. Chunmo said. It's 15% weaker than your left hand. Your right arm has been injured. Darius' expression changed. His right arm indeed had been injured. 3 years ago it had been bitten off by a native beast of this planet while working on the spirit tree. It only grew back thanks to the fruits of the spirit tree, but its power had not fully recovered. This earthling, just after a few minutes of fighting he could see it. A person like you. Darius stared at Chunmo. Shouldn't only have 500,000. Chunmo did not respond. He rolled his neck. Taking a Saiyan's punch to the skull was indeed uncomfortable, but his bones were fine. His body, modified by the super divine water, could still withstand it. Darius's killing intent began to wane. In its place arose something else. Frieza is dead, Tarbal said slowly. You come to my territory with this news, seeking to buy the fruit of the sacred tree. His gaze swept over Chunmo. What exactly are you playing at? Chunmo did not answer immediately. He was observing Tarbal. A battle power of 470000. At this point in time, it was neither high nor low. It was stuck in an awkward position. Killing him would be easy, but it held no meaning. Chunmo understood one thing clearly: the sacred tree was no ordinary plant. Its planting, cultivation, and ripening required a unique resonance between chi and a planet's life force. He had searched through the system's entries, but found no records regarding the art of cultivating the sacred tree. Outsiders could not learn it, and Tarbal was the only known person who mastered the cultivation of the sacred tree. Killing him would sever a stable resource line. Better to keep him alive. Let him pioneer, plant the tree, and bear the risks. All he needed to do was harvest periodically. Chunmo had already formulated his words. Your sacred tree, only one can be planted per planet. The yield is limited. Your path to enhancing battle power through it will soon reach its end. Tarbal did not refute, because it was the truth. The number of fruits from the sacred tree depended on the total life force of the planet. This rocky planet was barren to begin with. The remaining fruits on the canopy were the last batch. After consuming them, he would either find another planet to replant or stagnate at this number. 47000, Chunmo said. In the current universe, this number amounts to nothing. Tarbal's face twitched. Frieza is dead. The Super Saiyan has emerged. There are even stronger entities roaming the cosmos. What if you stack your battle power to 1 million with the sacred tree's fruits? 2 million. So what? Chunmo looked at him. The reason Saiyans are formidable has never been their starting point. It is recovery near death and combat growth. You hide here feasting on fruits, safer than a Saiyan's meal. Your body has never experienced its limits. Tarbal fell silent. His tail coiled back around his waist. His combat stance dissolved. What exactly are you trying to say? The fruits on the sacred tree. All of them, give them to me, Chunmo said. Tarbal's eyelid twitched. You're dreaming. Hear me out. Chunmo raised a hand. The fruits all go to me. You take the seeds. They'll tell you a place 100 times more valuable than this broken planet. Once you get there, replant. From the new trees yield, keep enough for yourself. Give me 30% each season. Tarbal stared at him intensely. Why should I? 50000 against 47000. We fought for so long, and you didn't gain the upper hand, Chunmo said evenly. And I'll tell you something else. I wasn't using my full strength earlier. Tarbal's eyes narrowed. The reading on the scouter had consistently shown a 500 with no fluctuation. If this earthling was telling the truth, then he still had a hidden card. What is your full strengths? Tarbal asked. Chunmo did not answer. He simply looked at Tarbal. Then he did something. Something very small. Deep in his eyes a faint gleam flashed briefly. But in that instant Tarbal's scouter emitted a sharp screech. The screen flickered violently, and the number jumped. The reading dropped to 0. Then jumped back to 50000. The entire process took less than 0.3 seconds. But Tarbal's back was drenched. His body was more honest than his mind. The Saiyan combat instinct made a judgment in those 0.3 seconds run. That judgment was suppressed by reason. But adrenaline had already surged. What did you just do? Tarbal's voice was low. Nothing, Chunmo said. Just a little trick. His tone was light. But Tarbal's Adam's apple bobbed twice. The scouter dropping to 0, what did that mean? The energy in that instant had exceeded the scouter's measurement range. The scouter's upper limit was 18000. Tarbal dared not think further. What is your full strength? He asked again, his voice drier than before. You don't need to know, Chunmo said. You only need to know that I want the fruits. This isn't a negotiation. I'm offering you a dignified way out. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Tarbal's fists clenched, then relaxed. Where is this place you speak of? New Namek, Chunmo said. That planet's life force is 10,000 times greater than this one. If you plant the sacred tree there, the quantity and quality of the fruits will be incomparable to this broken planet. Tarbal's pupils contracted. And Chunmo added, there's a super Namekian with a battle power of 500 million occupying that territory now. But soon tens of thousands of Frieza's remnants will besiege him. If you have the guts, you can scavenge. Tarbal fell silent. He stood still, his tail swaying gently behind him. 500 million. That number was far beyond his comprehension. But tens of thousands of Frisia's forces attacking, if both sides were crippled. The Saiyan instinct screamed in his mind. Battlefield. Chaos. Scavenging. Near-death recovery. Growth. This was the path a Saiyan should tread. Not hiding on a barren planet eating fruits. And this planet was already drained. The fruits hanging on the canopy were the final yield. Keeping them was useless. Better to trade them for an entirely new path. Tarbal took a deep breath. They'll give you all the fruits, he said. But you must give me the coordinates of that planet. All the intel. The monster with 500 million battle power. The movements of Frisia's army. Everything. And the seeds, eh? Shinimo asked. They'll keep the seeds myself, Tarbal said, patting a metal container at his waist. I still have 7 seeds of the sacred tree. Once I reach New Namek, I'll just replant. Shinimo made a quick calculation in his mind. 7 seeds. New Namek's life force was extremely abundant. One sacred tree could yield at least a dozen fruits. 30% each season. That meant 4 to 5 fruits. And Tarbal would keep growing stronger, planting trees on more planets. This industrial chain was far more profitable than doing it himself. Deal. Tarbal stared at him for a few more seconds. Then he turned, his aura exploding as he flew toward the canopy. This time he flew for a long while. Weaving through the massive branches, he plucked every single fruit. Nearly 2 minutes later, he landed back, holding a makeshift pouch woven from bark. Inside lay 9 golden fruits, varying in size. The largest was the size of 2 fists, the smallest as big as an egg. Their surfaces glowed with a warm luster. Up close, an indescribable fragrance emanated. Not like flowers, not like fruit. It was a scent that made every cell cry out. The energy contained in the sacred tree fruits was not only for battle power. It also benefited cultivation. This was an unexpected bonus. His expression remained impassive. Tarbal placed the pouch on the rock before Shinimo then removed the metal container from his waist. He opened it and glanced inside. 7 dark brown seeds, their surfaces etched with fine patterns like miniature roots squirming. Still alive. Tarbal closed the container and resecured it at his waist. The coordinates. Shinimo pulled a scouter from his pocket, adjusted the coordinates of New Namek. He handed it over. Tarbal scanned and recorded the coordinates with his own scouter, then stared at the star map on the screen. This distance. 10 warp days, he murmured. Frisia's forces are already there, Shinimo said. If you're going to do it soon. Tarbal put away his scouter. He looked at Shinimo. You're strange, he said. An earthling with 5000 battle power. You know how Frisia died. You know about the Super Saiyan, the sacred tree, the coordinates of New Namek. And that moved just now. A new layer appeared in his eyes. Not fear, but a wariness mixed with a certain reverence. What exactly are you? Someone who wants to survive, Shinimo said. Tarbal was silent for a moment, then he laughed. There's an old saying among Saiyans, he said. If you can't kill a man, do business with him. There's also an earth saying, Shinimo said, picking up the pouch and weighing it in his hand. Friendship first, business second. Tarbal didn't understand, but he said nothing more. He took a seed from the container at his waist, glanced at the cracked earth beneath his feet, then looked up at the now barren giant tree. This tree is no longer needed. There was no sentimentality. Saiyans do not mourn spent tools. His aura enveloped his body as he soared into the sky. Mid-flight he paused and looked back. Earthling. Moi. What's your name? Shinimo. He'll remember, Tarbal said. Next time we meet, I won't be just 47000. He'll be waiting, Shinimo said. Don't forget my 30% then. Tarbal let out a scoff. Then he was gone, disappearing into the gray-brown sky. Shinimo watched the direction. He left his gaze calm. It wasn't releasing a tiger back to the mountain. It was herding. A herder doesn't kill his best sheepdog. He sends it to richer pastures to drive back more sheep. Tarbal had ambition. He had means. He had the art of cultivating the sacred tree. More importantly, he was a Saiyan. He would grow stronger, fight, and survive the chaos of the universe. A man like that, dying would be a waste. Using him as a weapon was his greatest value. As for how far Tarbal would grow, Shinimo looked down at his own hand. The depth of cultivation could not be measured by a scouter. Tarbal would never know what he experienced in those 0.3 seconds. Nor would he ever catch up. He untied the pouch. 9 golden fruits lay quietly inside, varying in size and luster. Each one felt like a compressed star pulsating with weight. Shinimo picked up the largest one and held it in his palm. He gently probed its internal energy structure with his cultivation. Pure, deep, without impurities. And it indeed resonated with the spiritual energy in his dantian. 9 fruits. If he absorbed them, all the boost to battle power was one thing. But the gain to cultivation was what truly stirred him. Yet he couldn't rush. Consuming too many at once might overwhelm his body. He had to absorb them in batches, guided by cultivation, refining them slowly. Shinimo stored the fruits properly, placing each one into a pocket close to his body, with the 3 largest in the innermost layer. He glanced down at the scouter. 43 minutes had already passed. 17 minutes remained. Shinimo departed from Dale's, that dying, desolate star. He swept his gaze across the star chart. He locked onto a nameless rocky planet 3 warp minutes from his current position. No atmosphere. No signs of life. No valuable mineral signatures. It was merely a massive boulder drifting in the void. Perfect. He enveloped his body with chi, forming the vacuum shield that No. 18 had taught him. Then he flew at full speed. 3 minutes later, Chun-Mo landed on a grayish-white rocky plain. He crouched down and untied the pouch at his chest. 9 spirit tree fruits lay neatly arranged before him. A golden luster flowed under the starlight, as if something alive breathed beneath the peel. The largest one was the size of 2 fists. The smallest was still larger than an egg. Each one was weighty, their mass utterly disproportionate to their volume. One fruit was the condensed life force of a planet. Chun-Mo pulled out the capsule case from his pocket. He opened it. 6 empty capsules remained inside. He sealed 8 fruits into capsules, pressing the storage button. One by one, they shrank to the size of pills. He placed them back in the case, snapped the lid shut, and tucked it into his inner pocket. He kept one out, the largest one. Chun-Mo held it in his palm. Dales had consumed 37 of these, jumping from just over 30,000 to 470,000. That averaged about 12,000 per fruit. But that was Dallas' absorption efficiency. A Saiyans physique is formidable, yet their cultivation base is virtually non-existent. He relied purely on brute physical consumption. A tremendous amount of energy was wasted. It was like catching rain with a leaky bucket. No matter how large the bucket, more leaked away than was retained. Chun-Mo was different. He had a body refined by super god water, a foundation in chi cultivation laid by Master Roshi, and the experience of a year of arduous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He had all his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, along with the accelerated metabolism of the unlimited Kaioken. For the same fruit, his absorption rate should far exceed Dallas. Chun-Mo gazed at the golden fruit in his hand. To be honest, he wasn't certain. In the original story, there were no detailed settings for this item. It flashed by in the movie how Dales ate it, and grew stronger. Goku ate it, and grew stronger too. The specifics of how it worked, whether there was a limit or any side effects, none of it was explained. But Chun-Mo had no room left for hesitation. He opened his mouth. He took a bite. The peel was thin, breaking easily at the touch of his teeth. The moment the flesh entered his mouth, Chun-Mo's mind went briefly blank. An indescribable sensation of fullness, starting from the tip of his tongue, it surged down his esophagus as if someone had poured a raging river directly into his body. Every single cell was expanding. Chun-Mo dropped to one knee on the rocky ground, his fingers digging into the stone. His body was glowing, a faint golden light seeping out from beneath his skin. This was the life force of a planet, concentrated by the spirit tree from the soil into a fist-sized fruit. And now he had bitten it open. All that life energy surged into a human body. Chun-Mo continued to eat. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. He finished it. There wasn't even a core. He devoured the entire fruit cleanly. Then, the true transformation began. Chun-Mo felt his body undergoing a restructuring. Not the toxin-refining alteration of super god water. Not the gradual strengthening from training in the hyperbolic time chamber. This was something more fundamental. Genes. He could sense it. Those potential nodes unlocked by the Grand Elder. Those meridian channels stretched to their limits through arduous training. Those muscle fibers and skeletal structures reshaped by super god water. All of it was flooded by the energy of the spirit tree fruit. And then it broke through. It was like every floor of a building having a ceiling. His previous training was about jumping as high as possible within each floor. What the spirit tree fruit did was simply tear down the ceiling. The barriers between floors vanished. Energy flowed unimpeded through his body. Chun-Mo's chi was skyrocketing. On the rocky plain. With him at the center, cracks spread in every direction. The ground lifted in chunks. Rubble floated in midair, propelled dozens of meters high by the wave of chi. The golden glow grew brighter, then slowly receded, withdrawing back into his body. It retreated from the surface of his skin, sinking into his bones, into his cells. Chun-Mo opened his eyes. He looked down at his hand. A fine layer of golden powder clung to his skin like scales shed by a snake. He rubbed his hand, and the powder scattered. Beneath it was pristine new skin. It wasn't just his hand. He moved his shoulder. The bruise on his ribs from the kick head taken during the fight with Dales. It was gone. No pain at all. He focused inwardly to sense his condition. The accumulated hidden injuries from the long periods of intense training in the hyperbolic time chamber. The wear on his right knee, the old injury in his left shoulder, even the dull ache at the back of his head where no 18 had slapped him. All of it was gone. Completely clean. The life restorative function of the spirit tree fruit. The condensed life force of every organism on an entire planet. Healing a human's injuries. It was superior to senzu beans. Senzu beans provide rapid healing, restoring damaged parts to their original state. The spirit tree fruit elevates the entire Bodhi's condition to a brand new baseline. Chun-Mo stood up. His body felt light. He clenched his fist. His joints let out a crisp sound. He could feel the chi within him. It was utterly different from before. Chun-Mo took out the scouter. He pointed it at himself. He pressed the scan button. A number appeared on the screen. 2,000,000. 2 million. From 500,000 to 2 million. 1 fruit. A 4-fold increase. 2 million. A base battle power of 2 million. If he used the 30-fold Kaioken. 60 million. Chun-Mo took a deep breath. 60 million. This number was already brushing against the threshold of Frisia's final form. But he didn't immediately take out a second fruit. He couldn't rush. His body needed time to adapt to this new energy level. Breaking through the genetic limit wasn't just a matter of a number jumping. Cells needed to stabilize. Meridians needed to readjust to the new volume of chi. Muscle fibers and bone density needed to match the new combat power. If he ate another one now while his body hadn't yet digested the energy from the first, a new wave of energy would pour in. The two forces would clash. At best it would be wasteful. At worst his body would explode. The reason Dallas' absorption efficiency was so low was likely because he ate too quickly. One fruit after another, his body had no time to digest, and most of the energy was wasted. Shinemo wouldn't make the same mistake. Eat one. Digest. Train. Stabilize. Once his body fully adapted to the baseline of 2 million, he would eat the second. 9 fruits. Absorbed in batches. Combined with training. Maximizing efficiency. That was the correct way to use them. Shinemo put away the scouter and stretched his limbs. He performed a few basic punches and kicks, feeling the power output of his new body. Fast. Extremely fast. Reaction speed. Punching speed. The flow speed of chi. All of it had been elevated by a full tier. The explosive power he could only achieve before with the 30-fold Kaioken was now nearly matched in his base state. If he activated the Kaioken, Shinemo suppressed that thought. This wasn't the time for testing. He glanced at the time on the scouter. 11 minutes had already passed. 6 minutes left. He had to go back. Shinemo enveloped himself in a chi barrier and lifted off from the rocky plain. He flew at full speed back to the coordinates of the spaceship. 2 minutes later, he landed beside the ship. He restrained his aura, suppressing his base power back to a fluctuation range around 500,000. He pushed open the hatch and walked inside. The lights in the corridor were a bit dim. No, 18 wasn't in the cockpit. Shinemo walked further down the corridor. As he passed the hibernation pod, he glanced at it. Trunks' capsule was still safely placed on the shelf. It hadn't been touched. He walked to the rear cabin. No, 18 was sitting there, leaning against the bulkhead, one leg bent, the other stretched out. In her hand was the scouter Shinemo had left on the control panel. She was looking at the screen. Shinmo's footsteps halted. No. 18 raised her eyes to look at him. Where did you go? Shinemo leaned against the hatch, not answering immediately. No. 18 held his scanner at screen facing her. The display was hidden from view. But since she had taken the scanner, she must have seen the flight log. The time the ship exited warp, the time it re-entered, the interval between. The docking coordinates. All recorded. Lying was pointless. Took a trip to a nearby barren star, Shinemo said. Stretch my legs. Been cooped up in the ship too long. No. 18 watched him. Her gaze slid from his face to his shoulders to his hands to his waist. It was like inspecting a personal belonging to see if anyone had touched it. Stretched your legs, she repeated the phrase. Alone. Just me. No. 18 lowered the scanner. She placed it face down on her knee. Your aura has changed. Shinmo's heart skipped a beat. He had already suppressed his base combat power back to a fluctuating range of around 500,000. But no, 18 didn't rely on the scanner to sense strength. Her eternal furnace had its own way of judging energy fluctuations. Did some training, Shinemo said. That aura shield technique you taught me. I practiced a few sets in the vacuum. Maybe my chi control improved. No. 18 stared at him. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Then she looked away. Next time you go out, tell me. Okay, Shinemo said. No. 18 tossed the scanner back to him. Shinemo caught it. How long until Earth? No. 18 asked. Shinemo glanced at the navigation panel. 20 hours. Too slow. No. 18 stood up. Walked to the cockpit. Pressed a few buttons on the console. The engine's hum suddenly rose a full octave. She had manually pulled the warp multiplier to 1.5 times the safety threshold. Shinemo opened his mouth to say the engine would overheat. But seeing no. 18's expression, he swallowed his words. She wanted to go back. 14 hours later, the ship's engine burst out of the warp channel with a piercing, high-frequency shriek. The blue planet appeared in the porthole. Earth. Shinemo stood at the window, gazing at the blue sphere rotating against the black backdrop. A faint white halo glowed at the edge of the atmosphere. He had been gone for 35 days. The ship pierced the atmosphere. The thermal barrier burned a layer of orange-ered light against the hull. Decelerating. Decelerating more. The landing point was an open area outside the 7th District concentration camp. The moment the hatch opened, Shinemo smelled earth and grass. The air of Earth. He took a deep breath. No. 18 casually tossed out Trunks' capsule. It popped open with a bang. The hibernation pod restored itself, its lid opening automatically. Trunks sat up groggily. Arrived, Shinemo said. Trunks jumped out. The moment his feet hit the ground, he froze. He closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding key. No. 16, Trunks said, opening his eyes. Only no. 16's key. To the east. Very calm. Shinemo nodded. His scanner also showed only one signal source. No. 16. In the direction of the camp. No. 17. No cell. No Broly. Earth was quiet. Shinemo helped Elder Muri out of the ship. Mori's body was already very weak. He gasped with every step, but his eyes were bright as he looked at the blue sky above. So this is Earth, Muri murmured. Warmer than our planet. Shinemo didn't reply because no. 18 was watching him. I'm going to the lab, no? 18 said. Shinemo turned to look at her. Which lab? That old coot Jiro's. The one in the north. No. 18's tone was casual. Last time was too rushed. There were some things I didn't get to see. Shinemo thought for a moment. What about no? 17. Do you know where he is now? No. 18 pulled a small communicator from her pocket. Left him one before we left. She pressed a couple of buttons. A few lines of text appeared on the screen. Shinemo leaned in to look. The communication log was very short, all from no. 17. No. 18 hadn't replied to a single one. First message. Timestamped the 3rd day after they left Earth. Cell got away, heading for the edge of the galaxy. I caught up. Second message. Day 8. This thing is stronger than last time. It's absorbing life on planets. Gets bigger with each batch. Disgusting. Third message. Day 15. Combat powers almost catching up to mine. No big deal though. Can't beat me. Technique is trash. Fourth message. Day 19. Ran into a short purple-skinned guy. Said something about controlling my mind. I kicked him into an asteroid belt. Boring. The corners of Chun Mo's mouth twitched. Babidi. Beaten up again. Fifth message. Day 23. That green monster ran onto a planet with tons of bugs. Absorbed tens of thousands. Doubled in size. Now he's about my level. Trouble. Sixth message. Day 28. Good news. That big guy with the golden hair showed up again. Doesn't like Cell's smell. Chases him down every time they meet. Cell absorbs for a day, gets beaten up by him, and spits out half. Seventh message. Day 32. The last one. Not coming back for now. Can't just leave this thing alone. Am keeping an eye on it. Chun Mo finished reading the log, making a quick calculation in his mind. Cell had been absorbing alien life forms across the universe, and his power was nearly catching up to No. 17's. No. 17 from this timeline had a combat power of at least 4 to 500 million. Cell was probably around that level now too. But Broly was a wild card. Cell had Saiyan cells, Vegeta's Goku's. A significant amount. Broly had an instinctual hostility towards Saiyan Ki. Every time he ran into Cell, he beat him within an inch of his life. In a way, Broly had become No. 17's best assistant in hunting Cell, though those two would never admit it. No. 17 is fine, Chun Mo said, handing the communicator back to No. 18. I'll keep an eye on Cell. Broly will help keep Cell's growth in check. No. 18 took the communicator and stuffed it back in her pocket, her expression blank. But she didn't argue, which meant she agreed with the assessment deep down. I'm going to the lab, No. 18 said again. She turned to leave. Wait, Chun Mo called out. No. 18 stopped. She tilted her head. Chun Mo chose his words carefully. Can you put things on Earth on hold for a bit? No. 18 raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to say? Stop destroying cities, Chun Mo said. Stop killing people. At least until the Dragon Ball issue is resolved. No. 18 turned to face him. Her expression was faint, but a subtle shift flickered in her eyes. Are you telling me what to do? I'm not telling you, Chun Mo said. Making a wish on the Dragon Balls requires a prerequisite of good intent. If you're massacring cities while searching for them, Purunga might not grant your wish. That was a lie. Purunga had no such requirement. But no, 18 didn't know that. There aren't many people left on Earth. If more die, this planet will truly be empty. Chun Mo looked at her. Once we get the Dragon Balls back, you can make whatever wish you want, turning back into a human or something else. Both wishes are yours. I meant what I said. No. 18 was silent. The wind blew from the direction of the ruins, sweeping her blonde hair to one side. Humph. Then she flew away, without agreeing, and without refusing. Chun Mo watched her figure disappear on the horizon and let out a breath of relief. She hadn't said no. In No. 18's dictionary. That was already a huge concession. Your relationship with her is strange, Muri said, weakly leaning against the ship. Don't ask, Chun Mo said. No. 16's figure appeared on the distant horizon. He wasn't flying. He was walking step by step. He walked at a steady pace, followed by a few stray cats emerging from the ruins. You're back, No? 16 said. Chun Mo nodded. How has Earth been these days? Very quiet. No. 16's gaze fell on Muri. And this is the Grand Elder of Namek, Chun Mo said. His health is poor. He needs to be settled somewhere safe. No. 16 was silent for a moment. Then he crouched down. He looked Muri in the eye. Hello, No? 16 said. Welcome to Earth. Muri smiled. Weakly but genuinely. You have no malice. None at all. That's very rare. I am No. 16. I know, Muri said. I can feel it. You have no life, but you are gentler than many who do. No. 16 did not respond to that. Trunks walked over. Chun Mo, the Grand Elder, needs to be settled. And the safety of the last Dragon Ball is also a problem. Take him to the lookout, Chun Mo said. It's the safest place on Earth. Mr. Popo is there. He can take care of the Grand Elder. He'll go too, Trunks said. He'll visit Mom once things stabilize. The Grand Elder is more urgent. Chun Mo glanced at No. 16. What about you? He'll stay on the ground, No. 16 said. These cats are still nursing. He pointed at a mother cat crouching by his feet. Her belly was round. Chun Mo had Trunks pick up Muri. The two of them rose into the air simultaneously. They flew toward the lookout. Corinne's tower appeared in the distance. The white pillar pierced the clouds. At its top was Corinne's domain. Further up through the sea of clouds lay the lookout. They passed through the clouds. The white platform of the lookout came into view. Mr. Popo stood at the temple entrance holding a watering can. Seeing the two fly up, he blinked. Oh, you're back. Mr. Popo's tone was as calm as ever, as if they had just returned from a short stroll. Mr. Popo, Chun Mo said, landing on the platform. This is Grand Elder Muri of Namek. He's very weak. Could you arrange a room for him? Mr. Popo looked at Muri, put down the watering can, and walked over. Grand Elder, Mr. Popo said with a slight bow. I am Popo, servant of the former Earth Guardian. This is the lookout. Mori, supported by Trunks, sat down on the steps. His breathing was heavy, but his spirit was still strong. Thank you, Mori said. Let me rest here for a while. That will be enough. Mr. Popo nodded and began making arrangements. Chun-Mo was about to follow him inside when his peripheral vision caught a figure leaning against a pillar in the side corridor. Bald head, sunglasses, floral shirt, a cup of tea in hand. Master Rashi. Master. Chun-Mo froze. What are you doing here? Rashi looked at him from above his sunglasses. Yo, so you finally came back. He swayed over with his teacup, his gait lazy. But Chun-Mo noticed his steps were steadier than a year ago. Each footfall made no sound on the tiles. His aura was so deeply concealed, it was almost imperceptible. That old cat Corinne told me. Rashi said, taking a sip of tea. You went to space. Took an android with you. Your guts are getting bigger. He set down the teacup and took off his sunglasses. The old man's gaze suddenly changed. He was no longer the lecherous, lazy island hermit. He was a martial arts master who had trained for over 300 years. He scrutinized his disciple seriously. Rashi looked at Chun-Mo for a long time. Then his brow furrowed. Your key, Rashi said, his voice dropping half a tone. It's completely different from when you left. Chun-Mo tensed up. Rashi took a step closer to him. The old man raised his hand, pressing 2 fingers lightly against Chun-Mo's chest. The force was very gentle, lighter than ringing a doorbell. But Chun-Mo felt it. The instant those 2 fingers touched his skin, an extremely subtle stream of chi seeped in through the fingertips. Rosa's expression changed. His brow went from slightly furrowed to tightly knit, then from tightly knit to relaxed. Finally, it settled into a very complex look. It was hard to say whether it was relief or surprise, probably both. You little rascal, Rashi said, withdrawing his fingers. How long have you been gone? Chun-Mo said nothing. Your base combat power was 100 when you left. Rashi stepped back and looked him over again. What is it now? Chun-Mo hesitated. A bit higher than 100. A bit. Rashi let out a chuckle. You call this a bit? He turned, walked over to the temple pillar. Bent down to pick up his teacup and took a slow sip. Your chi channels have been reshaped. More than once. The underlying structure is completely different from when you left. The meridian pathways are at least dozens of times wider. The density of your chi is so high I had to focus to discern it. Rashi put down the teacup. Your base combat power, conservatively estimated, is over 2 million. Trunks, hearing this number from the side, was stunned. He knew Chun-Mo had grown stronger, but he didn't know to what extent. When they trained together in the hyperbolic time chamber, Chun-Mo's base power was still 50,000. After coming out, Chun-Mo had been deliberately suppressing his aura, and Trunks hadn't probed deeply. 2 million. Base combat power of 2 million. Trunks' own peak power as a Super Saiyan was between 100 and 200 million. If Chun-Mo used the 30-fold Kaioken, 60 million. Still not as strong as a Super Saiyan form. But this growth rate defied all common sense. Master Rashi, Trunks spoke up. How could you tell? He's been suppressing his aura. Rashi glanced at him. Kid, you can suppress your aura, but you can't fool the body. His muscle fiber density, bone hardness, meridian width, residual energy traces in the channels. These things are written on his body. They can't be suppressed. Chun-Mo listened without denying it. Rashi was the one who taught him how to control his chi. The old man knew every meridian in his body better than Chun-Mo did himself. Master, Chun-Mo said, I have a lot to tell you. Hold on, Rashi said, raising a hand to stop him. Let me ask you something first. What? Since my ki? Chun-Mo was taken aback. He instinctively extended his ki perception toward Rashi. Then he stopped. There was nothing. Rashi stood just 3 meters in front of him. Floral shirt, bald head, sunglasses hanging from his chest pocket. His small frame leaned against the pillar. He was clearly there. His eyes could see him, his ears could hear his breathing. But in his ki perception, that spot was empty. Completely empty. At the level of ki perception, there was nothing there at all. It was as if Master Rashi had completely vanished from the world of ki. You sensed it? Asked the turtle hermit. No, said Chun-Mo. I can't sense anything, Master. How did you? The turtle hermit took a sip of tea. 3 months after you left, Mr. Popo came to me. Chun-Mo glanced at Mr. Popo, who was watering flowers in the distance. Mr. Popo showed no expression, simply continuing his task. He told me something. The turtle hermit's tone grew flat. Earth no longer has a god. Piccolo is dead. He died after merging with Kami. The lookout still stands. Mr. Popo remains. But the seed of God is empty. A thought flashed through Chun-Mo's mind. It has been empty for over 4 years. The turtle hermit continued. Over 4 years without a god. No one to govern the order of the lower world. The Dragon Balls turned to stone. The entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber grew unstable. The barrier of the lookout has been slowly decaying. Mr. Popo cannot hold it alone. So he came to ask me, said the turtle hermit, if I was willing to take the position. Chun-Mo opened his mouth. I thought about it for 3 days. The turtle hermit's tone remained even. On the 4th day, I agreed. Trunks, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. The turtle hermit, Mutant Rashi, that lecherous old man who spent his days reading smutty magazines and playing dead on a remote island, had become Earth's god. Mr. Popo guided me through the ceremony of divine succession. The turtle hermit placed his empty teacup on the railing of the veranda. The entire process lasted 14 days. It was agonizing. Over 300 years of martial arts cultivation had to be completely shattered and rebuilt. Then it had to synchronize with the divine power core of the lookout. He looked at Chinemo. After the ceremony, my ki changed. It was no longer the ki of a martial artist. It became divine ki. If you probe with your conventional ki sense, you will of course find nothing, because they exist on two different dimensions. Chinemo took a few seconds to process this. He turned his head to look at Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo finally set down his watering can and walked over. The turtle hermit is the most suitable successor Mr. Popo has ever seen. Mr. Popo said, his martial arts foundation is deep enough. His heart and mind are resolute enough. And his feelings for this planet run deeper than anyone's. Over 300 years. The turtle hermit let out a self-deprecating laugh. I've lived too long, watching generation after generation of people on this planet die and be born, watching my students grow up, grow strong, and then one by one walk the path ahead of me. He lowered his head to look at his own hands. They were withered and wrinkled, but steady without a single tremor. Earth needs a god. Mr. Popo needs a master. All these years the living have needed someone watching over them from above. So you agreed, Chinemo said. An ant has its way of living. The turtle hermit looked up at him. And an old man has his. Chinemo was taken aback. Those were words he had said to Yajiro before their parting. He hadn't expected them to reach the turtle hermit's ears. Master, Chinemo took a deep breath. How much do you know about the situation on planet Namek? Mr. Popo told me a little. You took that android in Trunks to find the Dragon Balls. I don't know the specifics. Chinemo nodded. Then he recounted the entire affair on Namek from beginning to end. The state of Elder Muri. Slug seizing 6 Dragon Balls. The Eternal Darkness ability. A battle power of 500 million. The Frisia Force being used as his pawns. The final Dragon Ball was brought back to Earth. The turtle hermit listened, saying nothing. Master, I can't beat Slug right now, Chinemo said. But we can't abandon the Namekian Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder's lifespan can't last much longer. Once he dies, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone. Everything will be over then. This Slug you speak of, the turtle hermit began. He can reach 500 million in darkness. Yes. And he's constantly assimilating other Namekians. Each one he absorbs makes him stronger. The turtle hermit was silent for a moment. What if he comes to Earth? Chinemo was startled. Come to Earth? He wants the last Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball is on Earth. He will eventually come after it. The logic was sound. Chinemo had considered this possibility before. But for now Slug had to deal with the Frisia Force's harassment. He shouldn't have time for a while. If he comes, the turtle hermit picked up his teacup, found it empty, and set it down again. I have a way. Chinemo looked at him. You said. His ability is to create darkness to blot out the sun. His power doubles in darkness. Yes. The god of Earth, said the turtle hermit, governs the heavens. He covers the sky. I will clear it. The turtle hermit's tone remained calm, but it held a confidence forged over 300 years. The divine power of the god. One of its core functions is climate control. In simple terms, how many clouds are over this planet, whether it rains or not, whether the sun shines. That used to be Piccolo's call. Now it's mine. Chinemo understood. Slug's eternal darkness was in essence a massive-scale energy occlusion. On Namek, Elder Muri didn't have the power to break it, because Muri wasn't a god. But if the battlefield shifted to Earth, Earth now had a god, and that god happened to be the turtle hermit. He covers the sky, and you tear it open for him, Chinemo said. Exactly. On Earth his darkness won't hold, the turtle hermit said. Without the darkness boost, his power will drop back to his baseline. Baseline. 120 million. A 120 million Slug was still strong, but no longer invincible. Trunks alone could go toe-to-toe with him. Add Chinmo's 60 million with the Kaioken times 30. The odds were very good. However, the turtle hermit changed his tone. The divine power of a god is different from a martial artist's ki. It requires energy to maintain. The ceremony passed on to me the framework and authority. The substance needs to be accumulated by myself. Currently my divine power reserve is barely enough for 3 large-scale weather manipulations. Once I use them up, I have to start over. It's very slow. Is there anything that can speed up the accumulation? There is. The turtle hermit glanced at him. But not on Earth. Chinmo's heart stirred. He thought of the 8 capsules in his pouch. Master, Chinemo pulled out the Hoipoi capsule case from his inner pocket. Do you know of something called the Tree of Might? The turtle hermit narrowed his eyes. When I received the divine succession, Mr. Popo showed me an ancient record. The Tree of Might. An extremely rare divine-level plant in the universe. It takes root on a planet, drains its life force, and bears fruit. The fruit contains the concentrated life energy of an entire planet. The turtle hermit paused. The record was very clear. The essence of the Tree of Might's fruit is something for gods to replenish their divine power. An ordinary person can only absorb a fraction of it. Most of the energy is wasted. Only a being with a divine nature can absorb it completely. Chinmo's breath caught for a moment. He opened the capsule case. He took out a capsule and pressed the release button. Pop. A golden luster gleamed on the white stone floor. A fruit from the Tree of Might. It was the size of 2 fists. The patterns on its surface flowed slowly under the light of the lookout, as if something alive was breathing beneath the rind. The turtle hermit looked down at the fruit. He was silent for a long time. Where did you get this? He asked. Picked it up on the road, Chinemo said. A scion was planting a Tree of Might on a barren planet. I made a deal with him. 9 in total. I ate one myself. My base battle power went from 500,000 to 2 million. 500,000 to 2 million. The turtle hermit repeated. You're an ordinary human. You absorbed less than half the energy. The rest was wasted. What if it were a god? The turtle hermit didn't answer immediately. He bent down, picked up the fruit, and held it in his palm. If it were a god? The turtle hermit's voice was low. Theoretically, they could absorb it completely. Not a single bit wasted. All of it converted into divine power. Then will you eat it? The turtle hermit looked up at Shinemo. The old man's gaze was complex. This is very precious. You're just giving it to me. You are my master, Shinemo said. And now you are Earth's god. If you grow stronger, Earth becomes safer. This deal is a win no matter how you look at it. The turtle hermit was silent for another few seconds. Then he smiled. It was a very simple smile. The expression an old man wears when he is trusted by his student. All right. The turtle hermit opened his mouth and took a bite. The rind shattered. Golden juice trickled down the corner of his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed. Then, the lookout trembled. A resonance from within, as if the entire hall was responding to an influx of power. A faint golden light emerged on the turtle hermit's body. But it was different from when Chunemo had eaten the fruit. The gold on his body wasn't seeping out from beneath his skin. It was cascading down from above his head like an incredibly thin curtain of light. Intricate patterns appeared on the white stone floor of the lookout. They were ancient divine runes. Mr. Popo stepped back twice, a light he had never shown before flickering in his eyes. The turtle hermit stood still. The golden light grew brighter and brighter. Then it converged. It retracted, sinking into his body. The entire process took less than a minute. The turtle hermit opened his eyes. Good stuff, he said. The life of an entire planet, all in that one bite. Shin-Emo noticed that the air around the turtle hermit had changed. It wasn't a fluctuation of ki. It was something more fundamental. The few thin clouds that had been drifting above the lookout scattered the instant the turtle hermit opened his eyes. Sunlight shone straight down, illuminating the old man's bald head until it gleamed. How is it? Shin-Emo asked. The turtle hermit rolled his neck. It cracked audibly. Before my divine power reserve would bottom out after 3 large-scale weather manipulations. He raised his hand to look at it. Now, by a conservative estimate, over 30 times. And my recovery speed has increased by at least a factor of 10. 10 times. 30 weather manipulations. That meant, even if Slug came to Earth and repeatedly unleashed his eternal darkness, the turtle hermit could repeatedly tear it open for him. Over 30 times. Slug would run out first. And that's not all. The turtle hermit walked to the edge of the lookout and looked down. The god's duties aren't just about the weather. There's one more thing. He raised his right hand. Palm facing down. A soft white light radiated from his palm. It wasn't a ki blast. It had no destructive power. It was an incredibly gentle energy. It spread from the edge of the lookout through the clouds and descended towards the earth. Chun-Emo walked to the edge and looked down. In the distance on the ground, a region that had been a ruin was undergoing a transformation. Shattered pieces of buildings were moving slowly. Not flying, but as if time was flowing backward. Rubble returned to the walls. Broken steel beams rebent. Shards of glass pieced themselves back into window frames. Collapsed roofs were lifted by an invisible force and placed back into position. Cracks in the ground were healing. Upturned roads were being smoothed out. Fallen telephone poles were righting themselves. Even severed power lines were reconnecting. Trunks rushed to the edge of the lookout. He stared at the scene below, frozen solid. He had lived in ruins his entire life. The cities in his memory had always been in this state of dilapidation. The androids had destroyed everything. No one could fix it. No one had the energy left to even think about fixing it. But now, those ruins were being rebuilt. Not by human hands. Not by machines. By the power of a god. This is... Trunk's voice trembled slightly. Divine magic. The turtle hermit withdrew his hand. One of the core functions of Earth's god: restoration. Maintenance. Order. Before my divine power was too weak. I could only keep the lookout from collapsing. But now... He glanced at his palm. A faint white light still lingered on his fingertips. It's enough. Chun-Emo watched the urban district in the distance returning to its former state. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He had been in this world for over a year. All he had seen were ruins. Dead cities. Survivors huddled in basements eating canned food. The sky was perpetually gray. The scars of the android's destruction were everywhere. This was the first time he had seen restoration. A restoration moving in the right direction. Don't get too excited just yet, the turtle hermit said, as if reading his thoughts. I can only restore a small area at a time. About 1 city block. And it's just buildings and infrastructure. I can't revive the dead. Underground utilities, power grids. Those are outside the scope of divine magic. That's enough, Chun-Emo said. Having a place to live is enough. The survivors won't have to crowd into basements anymore. The turtle hermit nodded. They'll fix it slowly. 1 block a day. Starting from the areas around the most densely populated survivor camps. I aim to get the residential zones of the major cities back to a usable state within half a year. Mr. Popo approached holding a fresh cup of tea which he offered to the turtle hermit. Mutant Rashi, Mr. Popo said. Your divine power has now surpassed the level of the previous god. The turtle hermit took the tea and drank. Then he paused, suddenly turning his head to look at Chun-Emo. How many do you have left? 8. Keep them all. Don't eat them carelessly. The turtle hermit's tone became serious. You have an ordinary human constitution. You can't digest even half of the divine energy in a tree of might fruit. The rest will remain in your body. Eating too many will cause problems. I know. I plan to take them slowly one at a time. I'll digest one completely before eating the next. As for the rest. Chunemo looked at the turtle hermit. How many more can you eat? The turtle hermit thought for a moment. A god's constitution has no upper limit. In theory, I could eat them all, but I need time to digest. The effect of one fruit lasts about a month. I can only eat the next one after a month has passed. Master Chunemo said. The Namekian Dragon Balls. 6 of them are still in Slug's hands. Once 18 and I are ready. We'll have to go back for them. The Grand Elder can't hold on much longer. I know. The turtle hermit nodded. Go do what you need to do. Leave Earth to me. He held his teacup and walked back under the veranda, transforming back into that lazy old man. But as Chunemo watched his retreating figure, he felt something was different. That silhouette seemed much broader than it had a year ago. Master, Chunemo turned around. There's still one question from the elder. The turtle sage held a new cup of tea from Bobo. Speak. Mirror's lifespan is coming to an end. Once he dies, all the Dragon Balls on Namek will petrify, including the last one we brought back. Including the 6 in Shigula's hands. I know. The turtle sage blew on the steam rising from the tea. I was thinking about this matter when you mentioned it. Is there a way? The turtle sage did not answer directly. He walked to the inner side of the hall. Mori was placed in a white bedroom by Bobo. Leaning against the headboard, his breathing was heavy. Each breath seemed to painfully filter something from the air. The turtle sage stood by the bed for a moment. Then he turned to Chunemo. Give me a spirit tree fruit. Chunemo was taken aback. For the elder. Not for eating. His body can't handle that kind of energy. If he takes a bite, he will be gone. The turtle sage shook his head. He'll handle it. How will you handle it? The turtle sage placed the teacup on the windowsill. In the divine inheritance, there is a function called purification. It is meant to eliminate evil energy and pollution. But essentially it separates and refines energy. The spirit tree fruit contains the life energy of a planet. This energy is too violent. Ordinary people can only withstand a small portion. Most of it is wasted. Chunemo understood. You can extract the life energy separately. Yes. Strip away the violent outer layer, leaving only the purest vitality. Then inject it. The turtle sage approached Mura's bedside. The concentrated life force of an entire planet. Even if only 1/10 is refined, it would be enough for that old Namekian to live for several more decades. Mori opened his eyes. He had been listening. Earth's deity. Mura's voice was weak. Are you going to waste such a precious thing for me? Not a waste. The turtle sage squatted down, looking at Mori eye to eye. As long as you are alive, the Dragon Balls remain. With the Dragon Balls, the dead can return. This account is clear to anyone. Mori was silent for a few seconds. Besides, the turtle sage stood up. The divine energy stripped during the refining process will not go to waste either. I will digest it myself. One fruit shared by 2 people. It's a good deal. Chunemo did not hesitate. He took the second fruit from the capsule and placed it in the turtle sage's hand. The turtle sage cradled the fruit, his hands coming together. White light seeped through his fingers. The unique divine light of the deity. Gentle, quiet, but with a strong penetrating power. The golden skin of the fruit began to peel away in the white light. Layer by layer, like an onion being peeled by invisible fingers. Golden fragments transformed into points of light and dissipated. The interior of the fruit revealed a green light sphere. That was the life energy concentrated to the extreme. Fine beads of sweat emerged on the turtle sage's forehead. The separation continued, and another layer of golden energy peeled away from the green light sphere. That layer of golden light flowed up the turtle sage's arm, absorbed by his divine essence. What ultimately remained in his palm was a small emerald green light sphere about the size of an egg. So pure it was transparent. Inside, countless fine strands of light rotated slowly. All right. The turtle sage exhaled. He pressed the green light sphere against Mura's chest. Mura's body suddenly arched up. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Yet a layer of green halo appeared on the surface of his skin. It spread from his chest to his limbs. The halo lasted about 3 minutes, then gradually faded away. Mori lay back down. His breathing changed. Before it was heavy gasps. Now it was much more stable. The rise and fall of his chest became even. The deathly gray hue on his face also faded. Mori opened his eyes. His eyes were much brighter than before. This is... Mori raised his hand, looking at the skin on the back of his hand that had regained its fullness. The life force of a planet. Only a small portion. The turtle sage stepped back. Enough for you to last several more decades. Mori sat up. Thank you. Mori looked at the turtle sage. Earth's deity. Don't call me deity. The turtle sage walked to the window and picked up the teacup. Just call me Master Wutian. Deity sounds too harsh. Mister. Bobo stood at the door. Chunemo breathed a sigh of relief. The elder's life was saved and the Dragon Balls would not petrify. At least for the short term. No longer chased by time. Trunks had been standing in the corridor witnessing the entire process. He walked over to Chunemo. In a low voice. Master Wutian has really changed a lot. Mister. Gohan mentioned him to me before. He said he was a very strong but lecherous old man. Now he looks completely different. Chunemo thought for a moment. The lecherous part hasn't changed. Those magazines of his are still tucked in the compartment of my suitcase. Trunks twitched the corner of his mouth. By the time they left the Divine Temple, it was already afternoon. A rare peace on Earth. No androids flying in the sky. No Cell crawling on the ground. No Broly rampaging in some corner. Android 17 was watching Cell from deep in space. Android 18 went to the Northern Gallo laboratory. Android 16 was on the ground taking care of stray cats. Chun-Imo stood at the edge of the Divine Temple, looking down. In the distance, the area restored by the turtle sage reflected light under the sun. Go see your mother. Chun-Imo said to Trunks. Trunks nodded. Are you going to? Together. There are some matters to discuss with Bulma. About the spaceship. Also the progress of the time machine. The two took off from the Divine Temple, flying through the clouds towards the 7th District concentration camp. Half an hour later, the entrance to the underground laboratory of the concentration camp. Trunks landed first. A few survivors recognized him and greeted him from afar. Trunks nodded in response. Chun-Imo followed behind, walking down the metal stairs. A few of the fluorescent tubes on both sides of the corridor were broken, flashing in and out. The air was filled with a mixture of the smell of solder and machine oil. The laboratory door was open. Bulma stood with her back to the door at the workbench, holding a soldering gun, working on a circuit board. Her goggles pushed up on her forehead, her blue hair casually pinned back with a pencil, a few strands falling around her neck. She was wearing a dark gray work jumpsuit, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. The belt was loosely tied, outlining a neat silhouette. She turned off the soldering gun. Trunks. Bulma's expression brightened. She took off her gloves, quickly walked over and hugged her son. Trunks was taller than her. He lowered his head, allowing his mother to embrace him. You've lost weight again. Bulma stepped back, looking him up and down. How much suffering have you endured in space? Nothing. I'm fine. Fine. Are you kidding? Bulma reached out and pinched Trunks' cheek. You've lost all the flesh on your face. Trunks felt a bit uncomfortable being pinched. He stepped back a bit. Mom. Chun-Imo is here too. Only then did Bulma notice Chun-Imo standing at the door. She took off her goggles and hung them around her neck, walking over. Chun-Imo noticed that Bulma's gaze towards him was different from last time. You've changed. Bulma stood in front of him, not too far, not too close. Your temperament is different now. The last time I saw you, you looked like a wandering boy running around everywhere. Now, She tilted her head slightly. Her blue eyes slid from Chun-Mo's face to his shoulders, then to his arms. You've bulked up. Bulma concluded. Chun-Imo was not used to being scrutinized so directly, but he did not look away. Bulma was really beautiful. Different from Android 18's cold and aggressive beauty. Bulma's beauty was warm-toned. Her features were delicate, but her expressions were rich. Chun-Imo indeed felt a flutter in his heart. Then he suppressed the thought. Because Android 18 had implanted a tracking device on him. And Android 18's personality. If she knew he was having palpitations over another woman, the consequences would probably be a literal heart stop. How's the progress on the time machine? Chun-Imo spoke up, steering the conversation back to business. Bulma returned to the workbench, patting a large metal shell. That was the main frame of the time machine, much more complete than the last time he saw it. The outer armor was already mostly closed. The main structure is 70% complete. Bulma said. The core issue is still energy. The spaceship's engine has burned out. The only energy modules I can use are the backup batteries from the concentration camp. The power is insufficient. What level of energy do you need? At least to reach the output level of a peak martial artist at full strength. And it needs to be stable and continuous. It can't be the kind that just bursts and is gone. Bulma leaned against the workbench, her arms crossed. The spaceship that took you away last time used the last set of quantum batteries left by my dad. Now there really is nothing left. Chun-Imo thought for a moment. What if someone could directly charge the energy module with chi? Bulma raised an eyebrow. You mean, using a martial artist's chi as a battery? My current base combat power is 2 million. With 30 times Kaioken fully activated, it would be 60 million. Stability of output is not a problem. Kaioken is not a burden for me. Bulma paused for a moment. Wait, 2 million. Didn't you just? Long story. He'll explain later. Bulma stared at him for 2 seconds. Then suddenly smiled. You know the way you're speaking now. Bulma walked closer to Chun-Imo, taking a step closer than before. It reminds me a bit of Vegeta. Chun-Imo was caught off guard by this remark. How so? Just that kind of tone. Clearly saying something ridiculous, but with such a nonchalant attitude. Bulma laughed and shook her head. Vegeta used to be like that. When I asked him what he wanted to eat, he'd say whatever, then serve a feast that could feed 20 people. Mentioning Vegeta, Bulma's smile changed slightly. She was still smiling, but her eyes held something more. Chun-Imo did not follow up on the topic. Is the chi charging plan feasible? He asked. Bulma collected her emotions and returned to work. Theoretically feasible. I need to design an energy conversion interface to convert martial arts chi into quantum state energy that the time machine can recognize. Give me 3 days to draw up the blueprints. A week to make a prototype. Then you can come and test the charging. Okay. Well, see, Chun-Imo said. Right now things on Earth are temporarily peaceful. Android 18 has gone north. Android 17 is chasing Cell in space. Broly is also not around. But this window won't last long. Android 18. Bulma repeated the name with a subtle tone. What exactly is your relationship with her? Last time you left on a spaceship together. Trunks told me about it. Chun-Imo glanced at Trunks beside him. Trunks averted his gaze, pretending to study the circuit diagram on the wall. Traitor. A working relationship, Chunmo said. A working relationship. Bulma's tone was filled with obvious disbelief. She killed my husband. Killed everyone. You have a working relationship with her. A cooperative relationship. For the Dragon Balls. Oh, Bulma did not press further. But that was drawn out noticeably. She walked to the other side of the workbench, pulling out a stack of blueprints, spreading them out on the table, speaking as she organized the papers. By the way, about what happened in Space Trunks only gave me a rough idea. You should tell me the specifics. Chunmo walked over. Standing beside her, he began to explain. From the current situation on Namek to Shigula seizing the Dragon Balls to the Eternal Darkness to Frisia's army. Bulma listened while making annotations on the blueprints. Occasionally she would look up and ask a few questions. Her way of asking questions was very direct, hitting the key points accurately. Every time she hit just the critical points. When Chunmo spoke about using false information to lure Frisia's army to distract Shigula, Bulma stopped writing. Was this idea yours? Yes. Bulma looked at him for a moment. That gaze lingered longer than any previous ones. Smart, she said. Chunmo suddenly realized how close Bulma was to him. She was pointing at a specific spot on the blueprints. Her body naturally leaned in. Her shoulder almost brushed against his arm. There was a faint scent of machine oil mixed with the fragrance of shampoo in her blue hair. Look here. Bulma's finger pointed to a circular structure on the blueprints. This is the energy core of the time machine. If it changes to chi charging mode, the interface should be opened at this position. You need to place your hand here and maintain output for at least 4 hours. 4 hours? Is that too long? Bulma turned her face slightly close enough that Chunmo could see the curve of her eyelashes. During the charging you won't be fighting. Just stand there and inject your chi. It's very easy. It's not that it's too long. Then what are you looking at? Bulma's tone suddenly changed, carrying a hint of teasing. Chunmo came back to his senses. He realized that his gaze had unknowingly shifted from the blueprints to Bulma's face. The blueprints. The blueprints are on the table, not on my face. Bulma laughed this time with a very unrestrained laugh. You've been staring at me like that. Is your heart racing? Ms. Bulma, Chunmo stiffened. Your son is still right there. Trunks. Bulma did not even glance back. Get out. I was about to leave anyway. Trunks' voice came from the door, speaking quickly. I'm going to check on 16's cat. The door closed. Bulma laughed again. Just kidding. Don't be so tense. You really are a bit like Vegeta. He also does the same thing, keeping a straight face and not talking when I tease him. Chunmo sighed in relief. But only half relieved, because although Bulma had taken the joke out of her gaze. Alright. Bulma picked up the pen again. Back to business. He'll start working on the design for the energy conversion interface tonight. Come back tomorrow. Bring your detector. I need to measure the frequency band of your chi output for matching. Okay. Also, Bulma added. Thank you for bringing Trunks back. He's always in one piece. Chunmo nodded, turning to walk towards the door. He opened the door. Exiting the laboratory, he walked down the corridor towards the ground. When he reached the staircase, he stopped. Not due to any intuition, nor because his chi perception detected anything, but because his eyes caught a glimpse of something. The ventilation duct at the stairway. There was something moving in the gap of the metal shutter. Very small, less than a centimeter. If it weren't for Chunmo honing his senses to the extreme during the super water trial, and in the mental time room, he would never have noticed. He did not look up, continuing to walk up his pace unchanged. After exiting to the ground, he circled behind a low wall outside the concentration camp. He stopped. Taking the detector out of his pocket, he switched it to microwave scanning mode. The machine that Oolong gave him could detect electromagnetic waves. Bulma had modified it, and it was highly precise. The scanning results came out. Chunmo looked at the screen. The outline of that thing in the ventilation duct was drawn out. A round body about 8 millimeters in diameter with 6 extremely thin limbs. 2 transparent wings, a compound eye-style optical lens, and a tiny antenna at the tail. A bee. It was a miniature robot designed to resemble a bee. Chunmo's fingers tightened around the detector. He had seen this thing before. Not in this world, but in the original materials he had read in his past life. Dr. Gero's tracking robot. Specifically used for monitoring the Z-Fighters, a mini reconnaissance unit. Mimicking insects in appearance, equipped with high-definition cameras and remote transmission modules. It could transmit everything it captured back to the base in real time. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo. All their combat data, technique details, and weakness analyses were collected using these bees. Dr. Gero used this data to create the androids. Dr. Gallo's tracking robot. Chunmo stood behind a low wall, slowly releasing his grip on the detector. This thing should not be here. Gallo has been dead for 4 years. The laboratory was personally blown up by subjects 17 and 18. All equipment should theoretically have been destroyed. But this bee is still flying. Chunmo retrieved the scanning data and scrutinized it again. The frequency band of the bee's signal does not completely match the original data of Dr. Gallo stored in the detector. There have been modifications. The frequency has been re-encoded. The encryption method is crude but very effective. It is not Dr. Gallo's original control signal. Someone has taken over this bee. A cold sweat broke out on Chunmo's back. He recalled something. Subject 18 went to the Northern Gallo laboratory last month. She said she was going to take a look. Take a look at what? Chunmo's mind raced. Subject 18's combat prowess is a product of mechanical modification. The eternal furnace provides infinite energy. and her mechanical parts were originally creations of Dr. Gallo. Can she access Gallo's equipment? The answer is yes. Subject 18 is a product of that laboratory. Her internal system is inherently compatible with all of Gallo's devices, including the control protocol of the tracking robot. This bee was found and reactivated by Subject 18 in Gallo's laboratory. It was used to monitor him. Chun Mo closed his eyes. He has a tracking marker implanted by Subject 18. That marker can track location but cannot see images. It cannot hear sounds. Subject 18 is not satisfied with just knowing where he is. She wants to know what he is doing, who he is talking to, and what was said. So she activated the bee. The ventilation duct is positioned just right to capture the entire laboratory. That means everything that just happened in the laboratory. Bulma leaned over to look at the blueprint. Bulma smiled and asked, "Are you moved?" The look in Chun Mo's eyes while he was looking at Bulma. 18 saw everything. Ding! A system panel suddenly popped up with a message. Detected target Android 18 emotional fluctuation. Emotion type jealousy. Intensity extremely high. Ding! Emotion type anger. Intensity extremely high. Ding! Emotion type possessiveness. Intensity breaks historical peak. Ding! Target is moving rapidly in your direction. Estimated arrival time 47 seconds. Chun Mo looked up. A light spot appeared on the northern horizon, cutting through at supersonic speed with no unnecessary arcs. The shortest distance. The fastest speed. 46 seconds. Chun Mo turned and ran. Not towards the concentration camp, but the opposite direction towards the seaside. He cannot let Subject 18 enter the concentration camp. Bulma is inside. Although Trunks is strong, if Subject 18 encounters Trunks in this state, things will spiral out of control. Chun Mo flew at full speed, activating the tenfold Kaioken in an instant. Dust kicked up under his feet. 8 seconds later, he flew out of the concentration camp's range. 12 seconds later, he crossed the coastline. 15 seconds later, he was hovering above the sea. He stopped and turned to face north. Subject 18 was already there. She hovered 50 meters away in the air. Her golden short hair was blown up by the sea breeze. Her denim jacket was open and a black striped tank top tightly hugged her body. Below her waist, the denim pants clung to her legs due to the wind pressure from flying, outlining long and tight lines. Her face was very calm. That kind of calm in the eye of the storm. Chun Mo. Subject 18 spoke. Your heartbeat accelerated just now. Chun Mo did not respond. 123 beats per minute. Subject 18 reported a number. Duration 17 seconds. It happened after that woman got close. Ding. Emotion value 900. Type jealousy. Subject 18, listen to me. I want to ask you something. Subject 18 floated forward 2 meters. Her movement was slow like a leaf drifting across the surface of the sea. Your heartbeat accelerated. Is it because of her? It's not what you think. You're lying. Subject 18's eyes were fixed on Chun Mo's chest. Your current heart rate is 141. Higher than before. But this time it is not because of that woman. It is because of fear. She was using the Eternal Furnace's sensing function to read his heart rate in real time. So you can distinguish them. Subject 18 tilted her head slightly. For her, you're moved. For me, you're afraid. Ding. Emotion value 1200. Type anger, jealousy, possessiveness mixed. Subject 18 Bulma is Trunks' mother. She. I know who she is. Subject 18 raised her hand. Chun Mo's body reacted before his brain. The 20-fold Kaioken activated instantly, enveloping him in dark red energy. His arms crossed to block. Subject 18's hand did not strike. She gripped Chun Mo's neck. Her 5 fingers were cool, with her fingertips precisely pinching the sides of his carotid artery. Not tight enough to suffocate, but tight enough for Chun Mo to clearly feel his pulse beating beneath her fingertips. You are mine. Subject 18 leaned closer. Her nose almost touched Chun Mo's. Her light blue eyes had no contraction of the pupils. They were focused, locked in. The right to have your heartbeat accelerate belongs to me too. Then she lifted Chun Mo by his neck and plunged into the water. The water formed a white column under the supersonic impact. Chun Mo was pulled by Subject 18. He flew close to the surface of the sea for less than 3 seconds before she threw him out. His body bounced 4 times on the water, like a stone skipping across the surface. Each bounce caused the water to explode outward. The force of the last bounce sent him flying nearly 200 meters. Chun Mo steadied himself in midair. The taste of blood was salty at the corner of his mouth. He activated the 30-fold Kaioken. The energy aura shifted from dark red to deep red. The sea surface was depressed into a diameter of several meters due to his energy pressure. Subject 18 had already caught up. With her first punch, Chun Mo crossed his arms to block. He was smashed into the sea. The water surged from all directions. A shockwave formed a spherical vacuum area underwater. He burst out of the water, countering with a Kamehameha blast. Subject 18 sidestepped. The energy wave passed by her waist, evaporating a corner of her denim jacket. Subject 18 looked down at the burned fabric. Interesting. Subject 18's second punch was faster than the first. Not just a bit faster, but twice as fast. Chun Mo saw it coming, but his body couldn't keep up. His block was timely, but he couldn't absorb the force afterward. The fist struck his crossed forearms, instantly numbing his entire left arm. She did not use energy, just pure physical strength. The mechanical skeleton and artificial muscle fibers powered by the eternal furnace. The output of one punch is equivalent to the physical limit of a super soldier in full power. Chun Mo was knocked onto the water's surface, sliding 50 meters with his back against it. He got back up, his left arm still tingling. The aura of the 30-fold Kaioken swayed in the sea breeze. This is Android 18. Trunks fears her not because he is weak, but because her power has no consumption, no fatigue, no limits. Each punch is at full power. The strength of hitting 100 punches is the same as hitting 10,000. But Chun Mo is no longer that worm with a combat power of only 5 from a year ago. His base combat power is 2 million. 30-fold Kaioken. 60 million. Not enough to defeat Subject 18, but enough to withstand. Enough to stand up. Enough to charge back in after being knocked away. He charged back. His right fist was enveloped in deep red energy, smashing directly towards Subject 18's face. Subject 18 did not dodge. She tilted her head slightly, allowing Chun Mo's fist to graze past her cheek. At the same time, her knee drove into Chun Mo's abdomen. Chun Mo bent over, a wave of nausea washing over him. But in that moment of bending over, his right hand pressed down on Subject 18's shoulder. Using her strength, he pushed himself away, creating distance. Subject 18 looked down at her shoulder. Chun Mo's palm print was left on her skin, a mark formed by the scorching of deep red energy. You hit me. Subject 18's voice carried a strange pleasure. She moved her shoulder, and the mark visibly faded under the repair of the eternal furnace. Her snow-white skin returned to normal. Come again. She charged forward. This time she did not use her fists. Her left foot swept across the arc of her calf, drawing a circle on the surface of the sea. Chun Mo sat on the sea surface, the water soaking him up to his waist. One of his ribs was fractured. His left arm was still numb. The blood at the corner of his mouth mingled with the salt water, both briny and rank. No. 18 sat across from him, her knees bent and protruding above the water. Her jeans, drenched through, clung to her thighs, outlining the smooth, taut lines of her muscles. Her denim jacket, singed at one corner, was draped casually over her shoulders. The black striped vest, soaked through, turned semi-transparent and adhered to her abdomen. Her waist was slender. It wasn't the thinness of emaciation, but the perfect proportion forged by the eternal furnace's reconstruction. The curve of her lower back formed 2 shallow dimples in the dying light of the sunset. She was watching him. Her pale blue eyes held no superfluous fluctuations. She was like a precision instrument that had completed a calibration and was now in standby mode. Cell has grown stronger, no? 18 suddenly spoke. Chun Mo was startled. What? While I was fighting Broly, Cell took the opportunity to absorb the population of at least 3 cities. No. 18 pushed her wet, golden short hair back, revealing her entire face. Her jawline was sharp and water droplets hung on her collarbone. No. 17 is chasing him. But Cell's absorption rate is faster than No. 17's kill rate. How do you know? No. 17 sent a signal. No. 18 raised her wrist. Beneath her skin, an extremely faint light pulse was beating. An internal communication module. Cell's battle power has already exceeded 300 million. If he keeps absorbing, it won't be long before he approaches the level of a perfect form. 300 million. Chun Mo's jaw tightened. I need to return to Jiro's lab, no? 18 said, standing up. Seawater cascaded off her body. The soaked vest clung tightly to her upper body. Her figure silhouetted against the light was so distinct it seemed unreal. Her shoulders were narrow, the curve of her chest shaped by the horizontal stripes of the vest tapering into a slender waist, and further down the hip bones wrapped in jeans. As she turned, Chun Mo's gaze inevitably swept across her back. The groove of her spine extended from beneath the vest down past her waistline. The belt of her jeans hung loosely on her hip bones, forming symmetrical curves on either side. Chun Mo averted his eyes. The lab. Didn't you blow it up? The main building was destroyed. The database on the 3rd underground level is still there. No. 18 didn't look back. That old bastard Jiro left a contingency when he designed Cell. There's a complete cell structure analysis report. I need that data to confirm Cell's absorption limit. And oi, my eternal furnace experienced an overload during the fight with Broly. No. 18's voice was very calm. It's self-repaired, but its efficiency has dropped by 0. 3. I need to go to the lab's maintenance terminal for a deep calibration. 0. 3. For the eternal furnace, a 0. 3 drop in efficiency meant a potential output gap of a fraction of a second in a life-or-death battle. For a human, a fraction of a second meant nothing. For an android-level battle, a fraction of a second was enough to die 3 times over. How long will it take? Chun Mo asked. 3 days, no? 18 turned around. During these 3 days you go and deal with Cell. Chun Mo's expression froze. What did you say? Cell, no? 18 tilted her head. You go and kill him. I can't beat him, Chun Mo said. The words came out very frankly without any hesitation. So going to him isn't a hunt. It's suicide. No. 18 looked at him. A few seconds of silence passed. Then she walked over. With each step, the air pressure from her feet pushed the seawater away. By the time she reached Chun Mo, the sea surface in front of him had turned into a patch of dry sand. She crouched down. Her fingers pinched Chun Mo's chin. She lifted his face. Listen to me. No. 18's voice was very soft. Cell's target is me and No. 17. He needs to absorb us both to evolve into his perfect form. No. 17 is holding him off alone out there. If Cell suddenly returns to Earth during these 3 days while I'm at the lab looking for me. Her thumb slowly slid across Chunmo's chin. Do you think you can hide? Chunmo said nothing. So you're not going to die, no? 18 released her hand and stood up. You're going to buy time. Find Cell. Contain him. Harass him. Make it impossible for him to concentrate on absorbing. In 3 days he'll be fixed, and he'll find you. And what if he kills me within those 3 days, hey? No. 18 looked down at him. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon. Only a last trace of orangerd remained at the edge of the sky. Her face softened a little in the twilight, but the light in her eyes did not change. Then you'd better run fast enough. Having said this, she turned and flew away. No looking back. No extra words. The wind pressure from her flight raised 2 white walls of water on the sea surface. Chunmo stood where he was watching now. 18's figure disappear into the northern twilight. He looked down at himself, soaked through. His left arm was black and blue. One rib was broken. Blood was still seeping from the corner of his mouth. 66 million against 300 million. A difference of almost 5 times. A hunt. Was this a hunt? This is a food delivery, Chunmo muttered to himself. The kind where I pack myself up and deliver myself. But he didn't hesitate for long. No. 18 was right. Cell's target was no. 18 and no. 17. If Cell returned to Earth during these 3 days, he, Bulma, Trunks, and everyone in the concentration camp would all become hostages. Rather than wait for Cell to come to him, it was better to take the initiative and draw this aggro. Chunmo took a deep breath. A sharp pain shot through his ribs. He endured it. 33 times Kaioken. No burden. No damage to his body. This was his only trump card. As long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, he could keep running. Keep kiting. Keep stalling. Chunmo pulled a scanner from his pocket. On the screen, no. 17's signal flickered at the edge of the galaxy. Next to it was a constantly expanding energy source. Cell. About 2 days flight distance from Earth. Chunmo put the scanner away. He took a spirit tree fruit from his pocket and took a bite. Energy surged into his body. The broken rib reconnected within 3 seconds. The numbness in his left arm faded. All his wounds healed rapidly under the fruit's life force. He didn't finish the whole fruit. He took one bite and put it back in his pocket. Then he flew up. He covered his body with ki, forming a thin protective barrier. This was something no. 18 taught him on the spaceship. A technique for surviving in a vacuum. Chunmo flew out of the atmosphere. Earth shrank behind him, becoming a blue marble. Then it became a point of light. Then it vanished into the sea of stars. The universe was very quiet. No wind. No sound. Only the extremely low-frequency hum from the friction between the barrier's edge and trace particles. Chunmo flew at full speed according to the scanner's direction. 33 times Kaioken remained active. A deep crimson aura blazed in the vacuum. With no air resistance, his speed was nearly 3 times faster than within the atmosphere. He flew for 4 hours. Chunmo passed a gray dwarf planet. He flew for another 2 hours. He passed an asteroid belt. The rubble rotated slowly under the pull of gravity. He flew for 3 more hours. The scanner suddenly beeped. It wasn't Cell's signal. It was another one. An extremely faint but rapidly moving energy source. Its battle power was about 2 million. It was fleeing at an extremely high speed. Behind it followed another energy source. This one's battle power. Chunmo glanced at the number. Ridiculously low. Less than 1,000. But the quality of that energy felt very strange. Clean. Pure. Like distilled water filtered countless times. It bore a certain resemblance to the divine ki of the turtle hermit that he had felt in the Temple of Kami. But it was more condensed, more ancient. Ahead in the void, a purple streak of light flashed by, closely followed by a white light. The purple streak made a sharp turn 300 kilometers in front of Chunmo, swerving around an asteroid. The white light didn't turn. It passed straight through the asteroid. Chunmo decelerated. He landed on the surface of an asteroid about 500 meters in diameter. 10 times Kaioken. Minimized. Ki suppressed. He saw clearly. Inside the purple streak was a small creature. Its head was pointed. Its skin was sallow yellow. It wore a black robe and clutched a staff. Babidi. Chunmo recognized him. Last time during the spaceship voyage, this guy had tried to enslave him, and no. 18 with mind control, only to be slapped flying by no. 18. He hadn't expected him to still be alive after so long. But his condition was clearly worse than before. His robe was tattered. His staff had cracks. The only expressions on his face were fear and hysteria. The white light chasing him. Chunmo aimed the scanner in that direction. The data refreshed twice. The first line showed battle power. Less than 1,000. The second line showed energy type. Unknown. The scanner couldn't analyze it. The white light decelerated. A figure stepped out from the glow. Not tall. Purple skin. A white mohawk hairstyle. Patera earrings hung from his ears. He wore a tight-fitting divine attendant's uniform. His face was young, but the look in his eyes was more ancient than anyone Chunmo had ever seen. The Kaishin. The East Kaishin. Shin. One of the highest-ranking deities in the entire 7th universe. Behind him stood another person. Pink skin. Tall build. Dressed in formal attire resembling a butler. A serious expression. Kibito. The Kaishin's attendant. You can't escape Babidi. Kibito's voice traveled through the vacuum via telepathy. Hand over your father's spell book. Babidi shrieked. Go away. Go away. You hypocritical garbage. Why should I hand over my father's legacy to you? As he fled, Babidi hurled purple magic spheres behind him. Kibito brushed them aside with a wave. The Kaioshin didn't act. He just followed his pace unhurried, like a cat toying with a mouse. Shinemo took a deep breath. Then he stood up. 33 times Kaioken. Activate. A deep crimson aura exploded on the asteroid's surface. Debris flew everywhere. All three turned their heads simultaneously. The moment Babidi saw Chun-Emo, the fear on his face deepened into an even more profound terror. Yugi. Babidi recognized him. He remembered Chun-Mo's immunity to mind control from before he was slapped away by No. 18 on the spaceship. You monster again. Where is that blonde demoness? Where is she? Chun-Emo ignored him. His gaze fell on the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin was looking at him too. A clear confusion appeared in his purple eyes. You are. The Kaioshin's voice transmitted. Through telepathy. An Earthling. Yes, Chun-Emo replied. Your battle power. The Kaioshin frowned slightly as he sensed Chun-Mo's energy. 66 million. An Earthling. Kaioken, Chun-Emo said. I learned it indirectly from North Kai. North Kai. The Kaioshin's expression shifted. You have a connection with North Kai. No direct connection, but I know he's watching from another dimension. Chun-Emo flew over and landed 50 meters in front of the Kaioshin. Lord Kaioshin. My name is Chun-Emo. I am an Earthling. There is something I must tell you. The Kaioshin said nothing. Kibito stepped in front of him. How dare you? A mortal must not look directly upon Lord Kaioshin. Kibito. The Kaioshin raised his hand. Let him speak. Kibito reluctantly moved aside. Chun-Emo pointed in the direction Babidi had fled. You're chasing him because of his father Bibidi's legacy, right? The Kaioshin's pupils contracted. You know of Bibidi. I know far more than you think, Chun-Emo said. Bibidi. The cosmic sorcerer. Millions of years ago he created a monster. A pure embodiment of destruction forged from magic and chaotic energy. The Kaioshin's expression stiffened in an instant. Kibito's hand was already raised. Energy gathered in his palm. What exactly are you? Kibito's voice dropped low. It's impossible for a mortal to know of this. Let me finish. Chun-Emo didn't retreat. The monster's name is Bu. Majin Bu. Millions of years ago Bibidi used him to destroy countless planets. He killed for Kaioshin. In the end you sealed him. But you didn't kill him. The Kaioshin's breathing changed. He didn't need to breathe. But his energy fluctuations became clearly disturbed. Bu is sealed inside a sphere, Chun-Emo continued. That sphere is deep within the Earth's crust. Silence. A long silence. Even Kibito forgot to lower his raised hand. The Kaioshin's lips moved slightly. How do you know all this? That's not important, Chun-Emo said. What matters is that Babidi is gathering enough energy to break the seal. He needs massive amounts of negative emotions and pure battle energy to activate the magic array his father left behind. Do you think he's just running? Chun-Emo pointed in the direction Babidi had vanished. He's looking for muscle. For warriors strong enough to enslave them with mind control. Then he'll use their battle energy as fuel to unseal Bu. The Kaioshin's face changed color. Not just a simple change. If Bu is released, the Kaioshin's voice was much lower than before. Back then when he was in a mixed state of good and evil he already killed the South Kaioshin and the West Kaioshin. If he's reawakened by Bibidi's son, with the current distribution of power in the 7th universe. He didn't finish. But Chun-Emo knew the answer. No one in the current 7th universe could defeat Bu. Goku was dead. Gohan was dead. Vegeta was dead. Trunks had only just touched the threshold of Super Saiyan. No. 17 and no. 18 together weren't enough. The only one who might oppose Bu Broly was an emotionally unstable time bomb. So you can't let Babidi get away, Chun-Emo said. And you can't let him come into contact with any high battle power beings. The Kaioshin looked at Chun-Emo. Those purple eyes shifted from confusion to scrutiny. From scrutiny to some complex emotion. Are you really just an Earthling? The kind that starts with a power level of 5, Chun-Emo said. The Kaioshin was silent for a few seconds. Kibito. Yes. Bibidi's direction. He fled to the northwest of the star field. His speed is decreasing. His magic is almost exhausted. The Kaioshin nodded. Then he looked back at Chun-Emo. Chun-Emo, you said Bu's sealing sphere is on Earth. Yes. Are you certain? 100%. The Kaioshin closed his eyes. When he opened them again his expression had regained its composure. But Chun-Emo saw his clenched hand. His knuckles were trembling. Faintly. Continuously. A god who had lived for tens of millions of years was trembling. The weight of the name Bu was far heavier than what Chun-Emo had seen in the anime. I need you to tell me everything you know, the Kaioshin said. About Babidi. About Bu. About what's happening on Earth. Everything. Chun-Emo glanced at his scanner. Cell signal was still at the edge of the galaxy, entangled with No. 17. No. 18 was in the lab north of Earth. 3 days. No. 18 had given him 3 days. All right, Chun-Emo said. But I have one condition. The Kaioshin raised an eyebrow. I have an enemy I must deal with right now. His name is Cell. His battle power is over 300 million. He's absorbing life forms to evolve. If he isn't stopped soon he'll become a perfect form with a battle power exceeding 1 billion. Chun-Emo looked at the Kaioshin. Lord Kaioshin, he'll help you with the Babidi and Bu situation. You help me with a favor. What favor? I need to train on the planet of the Kaioshin. Kibito's expression changed instantly. Preposterous. A mortal may not set foot there. Kibito. The Kaioshin raised his hand again. Kibito fell silent. The Kaioshin looked at Chun Mo for a long time. You know too much. The Kaioshin said, his voice very soft. So much that it makes me uneasy. But you need me, Chun Mo said. Because you've been chasing Babidi for who knows how long, and you don't even know the location of the seal sphere. I do. The Kaioshin didn't answer immediately. In the distant starry sky, Babidi's purple light point was gradually receding. The Kaioshin turned. First capture Babidi, he said. Then we'll talk. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot. Kibito shot Chun Mo a fierce glare before following. Chun Mo stood on the asteroid's surface. His deep crimson aura burned silently in the vacuum. Babidi did not run fast. Given his remaining magical power, he could only maintain full-speed flight for half an hour at most. After that, he would be like a bat without its fangs. But the problem did not lie with Babidi himself. Chun Mo had followed the Kaioshin and Kibito outside for less than 3 minutes when the detector began to sound an alarm. At 2 o'clock ahead, an energy source. Combat power of 120 million. Chun Mo's finger paused on the detector screen. Lord Kaioshin, there is something ahead. The Kaioshin did not slow down. I can feel it. Just as he finished speaking, a small asteroid with a diameter of 3 kilometers exploded from the right. The debris shattered silently in the vacuum. A massive figure burst out from the exploding rock. It was huge, at least 3 meters tall, covered in dark red armor. Its eyes were pure black without pupils. A purple mark shaped like an M was engraved on its forehead. Babidi's demon mark. Another one has come. Chun Mo murmured to himself. The armored giant did not waste words. Raising its hand, it unleashed a purple-black energy sphere 20 meters in diameter. The speed was extreme. Chun Mo sidestepped. The energy sphere grazed past him and struck a small asteroid behind him. A silent explosion. The entire asteroid was vaporized. 120 million in firepower. Nearly double the output of Chun Mo's 33 times Kaioken. Kibito. The voice of the Kaioshin was calm. Yes. Kibito raised his hand and white light glowed from his palm. The armored giant charged forward. It was fast. Purple-black flames enveloped its entire body. Kibito did not move. The white light shot out from his palm. Just one beam. The white light penetrated the armored giant's chest. The giant's body froze in midair, a momentary look of bewilderment appearing in its black eyes. Then the M mark on its forehead shattered. Its entire body seemed to lose its skeleton and floated backward. Purification complete, Kibito retracted his hand. It's an indigenous being from the Crises star system. Babidi completely covered its will. Chun Mo glanced at the detector. The giant's combat power was rapidly declining from 120 million, 80 million, 50 million, 10 million. Finally, it stopped at 3 million. That was its original strength. Babidi's mental control technique could forcibly drain a person's potential, causing their combat power to surge dozens of times at the cost of turning them into mere puppets. How many henchmen of this level does Babidi have? Chun Mo asked. The Kaioshin flew forward. To my knowledge, at least 3 more. What about the strongest one? The Kaioshin was silent for 2 seconds. I have never personally confirmed the strongest one. But based on the magical techniques Babidi acquired from his father's legacy, he has the ability to control beings with combat power exceeding 500 million. 500 million. Chun Mo's mouth twitched. He could currently output 66 million at full power. That was more than 7 times weaker. However, the Kaioshin continued. Babidi's magical power has already been depleted by more than half. The attack from that blonde woman last time severely damaged his magical core. He should not be able to maintain control over more than 300 million now. That blonde woman from last time. The incident when number 18 slapped Babidi away. Chun Mo suddenly felt that that slap from number 18 might be the most practical gift he received in this life. The detector beeped again. This time it wasn't a single signal. It was 4, approaching from 4 directions simultaneously, with combat powers of 80 million, 100 million, 150 million, and 230 million. Chun Mo's jaw tightened. They're coming. The Kaioshin stopped. 4 beams of light cut in from different directions. The first was a bug-like creature with 6 arms. Each arm ended in a dense ball of energy. The M mark on its forehead was glowing. The second was a mass of black mist. It had no physical form, but the detector showed its combat power was stable at 100 million. The third was an armored humanoid warrior, tall and cold-faced. The armor style looked familiar to Chun Mo. It was the standard armor of Frisia's army. This was a remnant from Frisia's forces, kidnapped by Babidi midway. The fourth, 230 million. A medium-sized creature with red skin, horns, and a tail, with bone earrings hanging from its ears. Chun Mo stared at it for 2 seconds. He recognized the characteristics of this race. The demon realm. Demeanor's people. Not Demeanor himself. Smaller in size. But the texture of the energy was the same as Demeanor's. Dark, heavy, with a corrosive wave from the demon realm. Lord Kaioshin. Chun Mo's voice lowered. That red-skinned one is from the demon realm. The Kaioshin's expression finally changed. Impossible. The passage between the demon realm and the present world was sealed millions of years ago. Babidi is the son of Babidi. Chun Mo said. Babidi was able to open the gate to the demon realm. It wouldn't be surprising if his son inherited this ability. The Kaioshin did not reply. An invisible force emanated from the Kaioshin. It was not combat power. It was something of a higher order. Divine might. Similar to the authority exhibited by the turtle sage when he became a deity on Earth, but the concentration, depth, and coverage were entirely on a different level. The four puppets halted simultaneously. The bug-like creature's 6 arms froze in midair. The black mist's expansion rate drastically decreased. The humanoid warrior from Frisia's army took a step back. Only the red-skinned demon did not react at all. It charged forward, with a combat power of 230 million. Extremely fast. Crimson flames left a long trail in the vacuum. The target was the Kaioshin. Kibito, the Kaioshin shouted. Kibito moved forward with his palms together. White divine energy gathered between his palms. The demon swung a punch down. Kibito's palms caught it, but his body was pushed backward for several hundred meters. The void beneath his feet rippled with force. The disparity in combat power was too great. Even if Kibito's energy attributes restrained the demon, the sheer gap in strength could not be compensated for. They'll take over. Shin-Emo charged out. 33 times Kaioken. Fully unleashed. Deep red flames surged to the maximum. 66 million in combat power poured out. He collided with the demon's side. His right fist struck the demon's ribs with the full force of Kaioken. The demon's body tilted slightly. Just slightly. 230 million against 66 million. A difference of more than 3 times. But Chunmo's punch made an impact. The demon was forced to shift its attention, releasing the pressure it had on Kibito. You. The demon turned its head to look at Shun-Emo. The purple M mark on its forehead flickered. Insect. A slap came swinging. Shun-Emo crossed his arms to block. He was sent flying, spinning in the void for 17 or 18 times. His arms throbbed with pain, but his bones were not broken. He could take it. Shun-Emo stabilized himself while rolling. His mouth tasted salty and metallic. He wasn't here to win. He was here to buy time. This was his specialty. Taught by number 18. Get knocked away, then get back up. Charge back in. Shun-Emo rushed back. Turtle destruction wave. He thrust out his palms. A blue-white beam shot straight towards the demon's face. The demon swatted the energy wave aside, but at that moment Shun-Emo had already circled around behind it. Shadow Fist. 3 afterimages appeared around the demon simultaneously. The demon smashed the left afterimage with a punch, then smashed the right. The third one, not an afterimage. It was the real body. Shun-Mo's right knee struck the demon's back of the head. A full-force knee strike with 33 times Kaioken. The demon's head jerked forward. Moi. It turned around. No wounds. No damage. The dark red skin bore not even a white mark. It's a bit itchy. Shun-Mo's heart sank. The gap was too great. 66 million against 230 million. Pure physical attacks couldn't penetrate its defenses. But he noticed one thing. The M mark on the demon's forehead flickered after that knee strike. The frequency had changed. Babiti's control was wavering. Not because Chun-Mo's strike hurt, but because the battle itself was consuming Babiti's magical power. Each puppet required Babiti to continuously output magic to maintain control. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the consumption. Lord Kaioshin, Shun-Emo shouted. His control is unstable. Use purification. The Kaioshin was dealing with the other 3 puppets. He raised one hand. White light enveloped the bug-like creature. The M mark on the bug shattered. The 6 arms drooped down, drifting unconscious in the void. His other hand pointed at the black mist. A beam of light. The mist dissipated, revealing a curled-up small creature with combat power of less than 50,000. 2 seconds. 2 were resolved. The Kaioshin turned to the humanoid warrior from Frisia's army. Kneel down. Just 1 sentence. The humanoid warrior's legs directly knelt down. The M mark shattered in an instant. Not purification. It was purely divine might, suppressing Babiti's remaining control. 3 seconds. Shun-Emo watched this scene. This was the Kaioshin, with combat power of less than 1,000. But that kind of power couldn't be measured by combat power at all. Just like the turtle sage after becoming a deity. They wielded powers at the level of rules. The Kaioshin turned to the last one. The demon. This one is more troublesome. The Kaioshin walked over. Demonic beings are inherently resistant to divine power. The purification technique is very inefficient against him. Continuous output is necessary. How long? Shun-Emo asked. 3 minutes. They'll hold him for 3 minutes. Shun-Emo didn't wait for the Kaioshin's response. He charged in. The deep red flames of 33 times Kaioken trailed behind him in the void. The demon swung a punch at him heaten. Shun-Emo did not take it heaten. He sidestepped, avoiding the main attack. His right hand landed on the demon's forearm, using its force to change direction. He circled around to the demon's back. Number 18 had used this technique when hitting him. Each time he was knocked away by number 18, he learned her punching angles, learned her energy distribution, learned the attack paths she chose while overwhelming her opponent with speed. He had taken blows for half a year. Over 1,000 punches. Those punches were not taken in vain. Shun-Emo unleashed 7 punches in rapid succession on the demon's back. None of them were heavy, but each punch landed precisely at the most inconvenient angles for the demon to turn around and counterattack. Not to cause damage, but to keep him fighting. To exhaust Babiti's magical power. The demon was furious. Its arms spread wide, dark red energy exploded from its body. A shockwave. A spherical expansion. Shun-Emo was blasted back 200 meters by the shockwave. He blocked with his arms. His arm bones emitted ominous sounds. But he steadied himself. The blood at the corner of his mouth crystallized into red ice in the vacuum floating inside the protective shield. 1 minute passed. Chun Emo charged back. Turtle Destruction Wave was fired continuously, not to penetrate, but to harass, forcing the opponent to keep consuming. The demon swatted the first energy wave aside. The second came from below, striking its chin. The third aimed directly at the M mark on its forehead. The demon tilted its head to dodge, but its movements had slowed compared to a minute ago. The flickering frequency of the M mark was increasing. 2 minutes. The demon's attacks grew frenzied and chaotic, losing the precision from earlier. The punches became heavier, but their paths grew more straightforward, easier to predict. Chun Emo was hit 3 times. The first blow struck his right shoulder. The scapula cracked. The second kicked his side. 2 ribs broke. The third punched him in the chest. Chun Mo's body flew out like a cannonball. He spat out blood in the void. The blood scattered into red mist inside the protective shield. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Just 10 seconds left. Chun Emo pulled out the spirit fruit from his pocket and took a bite. Energy flowed in mending his broken bones. Muscle repair. He charged back in. The last 10 seconds. Solar flare. A brilliant golden light exploded in the void. At the same time, the Kaioshin's purification technique descended. 3 minutes. Exactly 3 minutes. White light enveloped the demon's entire body. The M mark on its forehead shattered bit by bit in the light, like parched soil cracking, peeling off piece by piece. The last purple fragment floated away. The demon's eyes transformed from murky to clear. Then they closed. Its body slowly sank in the void, losing consciousness. It's over. The Kaioshin retracted his hand. Chun Emo floated in the void, panting. His body was covered in wounds. The repair effect of the spirit fruit had not fully taken effect. His ribs still ached faintly, but he smiled. 3 minutes. A 66 million Earthling had held off a 230 million demon puppet for 3 minutes. A year ago, he wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds. You can fight. The Kaioshin looked at him, his tone carrying something Chun Emo had never heard before. Let's go. Chun Emo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Babidi has run far. The Kaioshin nodded. The three continued their pursuit. Babidi had not run too far. His magical power was really nearing its end. The 4 puppets had simultaneously severed their control links, causing a backlash that left cracks in his magical core. Chun Emo found him on the surface of a dark, gray dwarf planet. Babidi was curled behind a giant rock. His robe was tattered and the gem on his staff was half shattered. His charred yellow skin was covered in wounds. Those wounds were not inflicted by others. They were backlash injuries from forcibly overdrawing his magical power. Don't come near me. Babidi raised his staff, his hand trembling. I warn you, my father's legacy is not something you can covet. The Kaioshin stood before him, showing no intention of attacking. Babidi, hand over the magical tome. Surrender the unsealing of Bu. I can spare your life. What a joke, Babidi screamed. You self-righteous gods. Why didn't you kill Bu cleanly when sealing him back then? You left a tail. Now you come to me with conditions. That's because Bu cannot be killed. The Kaioshin's voice was very calm. He is condensed from chaos itself. He has no life core. Even if shattered into molecular fragments, as long as there is enough magical power to catalyze him, he can reassemble. Sealing him was the only choice at the time. Babidi's face twitched. You're afraid of him. Babidi chuckled. The mighty Kaioshin. Afraid of a monster sealed for millions of years. Not afraid, the Kaioshin said, but in awe of the universe. Huh. Babidi spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Oh, you talk about awe to that guy in the sealed jar. His expression suddenly changed. From madness to a twisted calm. Do you know how many years I followed in my father's footsteps? Babidi's voice lowered. 100 years. A full 100 years. I've collected magical techniques from every corner of the universe, learning every spell my father left behind, training every warrior I could find. 100 years, just to open that seal. But you're right. My magical power is not enough. Far from enough. I can't control sufficiently strong warriors. Can't gather enough energy. Babidi raised his staff. Purple liquid flowed from the cracked gem. Babidi's blood. So I prepared another path. Chun Mo's hair stood on end. The detector went haywire. It was not an energy source. It was space. The space itself was vibrating. Babidi. Stop. The Kaioshin's expression changed drastically. Babidi plunged the staff into the ground. Purple blood flowed down the staff, seeping into the rocks, spreading into complex patterns on the ground. A magical array. Not to unseal Bu. I can't open the seal. Babidi's laughter became sharp. But I can open the door. The patterns on the ground suddenly lit up. The entire dwarf planet trembled. Paparappa. Babidi began to chant spells. With each syllable, he uttered, his body shrank by a circle. His skin became shriveled as if all vitality was being drained away. He's burning his lifespan. Kibito charged forward. The Kaioshin raised his hand to stop him. There's no time. The Kaioshin's voice turned grave. The array is already formed. Forcibly interrupting it will cause a collapse of space. Then how? Chun Emo stared at the expanding patterns on the ground. In the center of the purple light, space seemed to have torn open a mouth. Black. Pure black. Not the kind of black that lacks light. It was the black that comes after light is devoured. On the other side of that rift was a space that did not belong to this universe. The demon realm. Huh. Babidi laughed maniacally, his body now shriveled like that of an old man. The The staff was stuck in the ground, and the gem was completely shattered. Did you think a rat cornered would only bite? Babidi looked at the Kaishin. His eye sockets were sunken, but the madness in his eyes shone brighter than ever. Rats can also dig. Digging up what's beneath the ground. The rift widened. From 1 meter, to 5 meters, to 10 meters. A breath slowly rose from the depths of the rift. The screen of Chun Mo's detector began to flash. The numbers jumped a few times, then directly displayed a line of red text. Energy level exceeds range recommendation, immediate evacuation. The Kaishin stood before the rift. He did not move, but Chun Mo saw his hand. It was trembling again, more violently than before. Lord Kaishin. Chun Mo stepped forward, standing beside him. The Kaishin did not speak. As the rift tore open to a width of 20 meters, the first entity emerged. A hand stretched out, first 5 fingers, each with 4 joints. The fingertips were black as if dipped in ink. Next came the arm, its muscular texture resembling not biological tissue, but rather a blend of stone and skin. Then came a second hand, followed by a third, and then a fourth. Forearms braced against the edge of the rift as a massive figure squeezed out from the black void. Standing at 3.5 meters tall, the forearm giant had a flat head without a nose and 2 slitted eyes of dark golden hue. The detector's readings flickered. 18 million. Chun Mo's expression stiffened slightly. The second entity emerged from the rift, smaller in stature, around 2 meters tall, covered in purple-black scales. Its tail dragged behind like that of a scorpion, ending in a dark red glowing orb. Combat power measured at 90 million. Then came a third, followed by a fourth. The fifth appeared. In less than 10 seconds, 11 demonic entities surged out of the rift, their combat power ranging from 30 million to 18 million. Babidi curled up on the ground, his body as withered as a wrung-out cloth. His staff lay shattered, the purple liquid from the gem seeping into the magical array on the ground. He was laughing. Although weakly, he was genuinely happy. The Supreme Kai. You sealed the door to the demon realm. For millions of years. Babidi's voice was hoarse. Did you think? No one wanted to come out from beyond the door. The Supreme Kai stood still, not looking at Babidi, but rather at the entities emerging from the rift. Guardians of the 6th layer of the demon realm. The Supreme Kai's voice was soft. Direct troops of Papai. Papai. Chun Mo mentally reviewed the name. He found no reference to this name. It had not appeared in the original text. One of the lords of the middle layer of the demon realm, the Supreme Kai explained. Beneath Demeanor. But they are not to be trifled with either. The four-armed giant steadied itself, its slitted eyes scanning the surrounding environment, the dwarf planet, the void. Starlight. It opened its mouth, and its voice sounded like metal scraping. Light. Just that one word spoken in the demonic tongue. Yet the Supreme Kai understood. They have been in the demon realm too long, he explained. There are no stars in the demon realm, no light. Their reaction to light will be intense. The four-armed giant looked up, spotting a distant dim red dwarf star. It let out a roar and charged towards the red dwarf. It was not an attack, but instinct. However, the other 10 demonic entities did not follow, standing around the rift, all slitted eyes fixed in the same direction. The Supreme Kai. They sensed divine energy. Kibito positioned himself in front of the Supreme Kai. Please step back. I can't retreat. The Supreme Kai stated. The rift is still expanding. If I do not maintain spatial stability here, this rift will expand to encompass the entire star region within 30 minutes. The Supreme Kai joined his hands together, an invisible force field radiating from him. The tremors in space diminished, and the rift's expansion rate noticeably slowed. But he could not afford to be distracted. 10 demonic entities remained. The strongest, the 18 million combat power four-armed giant, had fled. The remaining highest combat power was 100 million. 10 against 2. Kibito's purification technique could deal with controlled puppets, but these were not puppets. They were pure-blood demonic entities. The efficiency of the purification technique would drop to its lowest. I will hold the strongest 3. Kibito raised his hands, white divine power coalescing. Chinmou, I know, Chinmou replied. They'll take care of the rest. 7 remained with combat power ranging from 30 million to 70 million. Chunmo's 33 times Supreme Kai fist was 66 million. 4 million lower than the strongest, but the gap was not fatal. Let's do this. Chun Mo charged forward, deep red energy erupting on the surface of the dwarf planet. The 7 demonic entities turned to face him. The closest scorpion-tailed entity swung its tail. A dark red orb detached from the tail tip, hurtling straight towards him. Chun Mo sidestepped the orb, narrowly missing the protective shield and striking the rocks behind. The rocks did not explode, they corroded instead, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, turning to black powder within seconds. Demonic energy, corrosive in nature. He could not take it hidden. Chun Mo etched this information into his mind. Kamehameha. A blue-white energy beam shot towards the scorpion-tailed creature, which attempted to block with its tail. The energy wave struck the scales, sparking as the scorpion-tailed entity staggered back 3 steps, leaving a faint white mark on its scales. He could hit it, but it did not penetrate. That was fine. Chun Mo did not need to penetrate. He needed to survive, to endure until the Supreme Kai dealt with the rift. The second demonic entity lunged at him. It resembled a wolf, but had 6 legs, spewing not saliva but dark purple acidic mist. Shadow Clone Fist. 3 afterimages appeared simultaneously. The 6-legged wolf crushed 2 of the afterimages. The third, however, had already circled behind it. One knee slammed against its spine. The six-legged wolf let out a howl. Its body bent like a shrimp as it flew out and crashed against the rock wall. The third and fourth entities lunged at him simultaneously. Chun Mo did not linger. Sun Fist. Golden light erupted, causing the two demonic entities to cover their eyes simultaneously. Their slitted pupils were extremely sensitive to light, and the effect of the Sun Fist was more than 3 times stronger against them than against normal beings. Taking this opportunity, Chun Mo widened the distance. 7 of them, he could not take them on one by one. To stall for time, he had to make them hinder each other. He began weaving through the rocky outcrops, launching Kamehameha blasts. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, aiming at the ground between them rather than any single target. Explosions sent debris flying and dust billowed in the thin atmosphere of the dwarf planet, obscuring vision. The demonic entities began colliding with one another. 2 collided, one stepping on the tail of another, howls echoing back and forth. Chun Mo hid behind a large rock, catching his breath. This tactic would definitely not work against number 18, but these demonic entities lacked the concept of coordinated combat. They were beasts, not warriors. Over with Kibito, a column of white divine energy relentlessly bombarded the 3 high-powered demonic entities. The purification technique was not very effective against pure-blood demons. But Kibito possessed more than just purification techniques. His divine power itself countered demonic energy. The 3 demonic entities were forced back by the blinding white light. But they were not eliminated. The Supreme Kai maintained spatial stability. Kibito handled the strongest 3, while Chun Mo held off the weakest 7. They barely managed to hold on. Babidi lay on the ground, having lost the strength to laugh, yet a morbid expression lingered on his withered face, as if he were watching a spectacle before death. "It's not over yet," he muttered. "The guardians of the 6th layer are just the appetizers." Chun Mo's heartbeat skipped a beat. The detector beeped. From deep within the rift, energy began to rise again. This time it was not 1 or 2, but a multitude. Chun Mo looked down at the screen. The numbers refreshed. 23 energy sources moved simultaneously from the depths of the rift toward this side. The weakest at 50 million, the strongest 300 million. Chun Mo put away the detector. There was no point in looking. Supreme Kai, Chun Mo's voice was calm. "There is another wave coming. At least 20, the strongest at 300 million. The Supreme Kai did not turn around. His hands maintained the force field for spatial stability. His voice came through. "I heard you. What do we do? You need to leave first." "What? Take Kibito with you and leave." The Supreme Kai's voice showed no fluctuation. "I will seal this rift. Alone. Sealing the path to the demon realm is the duty of the Supreme Kai. My predecessor did it millions of years ago. Now it is my turn." Chun Mo looked at the Supreme Kai's back, his purple skin, white mohawk hairstyle, and patera earrings. His combat power was below 1,000. Yet he was to seal an expanding rift to the demon realm alone, while simultaneously facing an unending tide of demonic forces emerging from within. "How long will it take?" Chun Mo asked. "To seal a temporary seal. Approximately 15 minutes. What about a permanent seal?" The Supreme Kai paused for a moment. "It requires disappearing with the rift." Chun Mo was taken aback. "You, leave." The Supreme Kai's tone shifted. No longer a discussion, it was an order. "You possess more information about Bu than I do. If I am gone, you are the only one who knows the location of the sealing ball. You cannot die here." Chun Mo opened his mouth, but words failed him. Suddenly the detector emitted a different frequency beep. From behind, Chun Mo whipped around. A familiar energy signal was racing towards him at high speed from the edge of the galaxy. The speed was absurdly fast. Following closely was another signal. The first energy source, combat power of 320 million, labeled as hybrid organism. So, the second energy source's combat power was marked with a red exclamation point. Exceeds range. Evacuation recommended. Broly. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Cell was being chased by Broly, running all the way from the edge of the galaxy to here. And here there just happened to be an open gate to the demon realm, and a bunch of demonic entities pouring out. Chun Mo's mind raced. Cell's cellular structure contained genes from Frieza, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and several other races. His core ability is absorption. In the original text, he achieved his second form by absorbing number 17 and his perfect form by absorbing number 18. But that was just the optimal path. If there were enough quantity and strength of beings for him to absorb. Chun Mo's scalp tingled. "Supreme Kai," Chun Mo shouted. "Cell is coming. In 3 minutes. Cell." The Supreme Kai's voice held a hint of confusion. "An artificial being created by Dr. Jero, an absorption type. He can absorb any living energy being to strengthen himself." The Supreme Kai did not respond. He was fully focused on maintaining the seal, unable to be distracted. 90 seconds later, a green streak of light sliced through the void. Cell in his first form. Insectoid form, sharp mouth, long tail, wings folded behind. His green shell was covered in black patterns, and he appeared quite disheveled. His shell had multiple cracks, one wing was half broken, and bodily fluids oozed from a crack in his chest. He had been beaten by Broly. When Cell entered this area, he first noticed not Chun Mo or the Supreme Kai, but the rift, and the demonic entities spilling out from within. Cell halted, floating 200 meters above the dwarf planet. His magenta eyes fixated on the demonic entities. Chun Mo saw the change in his expression from surprise to curiosity, and then to a profound greed. "What is this?" Cell's voice came down from above. This energy, chaos, vitality. He inhaled as if savoring the scent in the air. So rich, Cell said. 100 times richer than the humans on Earth. Chunmo's blood ran cold. Cell's absorption ability wasn't limited to androids. He had absorbed the population of cities, draining their life energy. Do demon realm creatures possess life energy? They did, and its density far exceeded that of ordinary beings. Cell moved, ignoring Chunmo. He ignored the Supreme Kai as well. He charged directly at the nearest demon realm creature, the six-legged wolf with a battle power of 50 million, just recovering from the solar flare's disorientation. Cell's tail unfurled, the needle-like tip snapping out into the void. The six-legged wolf turned its vertical pupils, locking onto Cell's magenta eyes. Before it could even open its mouth, Cell's tail pierced its chest. The absorption began. The six-legged wolf's body withered at a visible rate. Muscle, bone, and scales were all drained within seconds, leaving only a desiccated husk floating in the void. Cell withdrew his tail. His body underwent a transformation. The fractured parts of his carapace were repairing. His left wing was regrowing. His physique swelled by a full circle. The numbers on the scouter flickered. Cell's battle power rose from 320 million to 340 million. A gain of 20 million from a 50 million power demon realm creature. It only gave Cell a boost of 20 million. But Cell cared nothing for efficiency. He cared about quantity. This kind of thing can actually be absorbed. There was an almost obsessive excitement in Cell's voice. Such a fortunate turn of events. He lunged at the second creature, a scorpion-tailed beast. Its battle power was 90 million. The scorpion-tailed beast lashed out with its tail, hurling a dark red orb straight at Cell's face. Cell cleaved it apart with a single palm strike. A power of over 300 million against 90 million. A complete crush. Tail pierced in. Absorption. 3 seconds. The scorpion-tailed beast's body shriveled into a dry, hollow shell. Cell's scouter reading jumped to 370 million. Third, fourth, fifth. The 7 demon realm creatures that Chunmo had been holding off became Cell's Aleocaniate buffet. They tried to resist. Energy blasts, acid mist, physical attacks. All useless against Cell at 370 million. Cell reaped them like a harvest, one after another. Tail pierces in. Absorb. Withdraw. Next. The 3 high-powered demon realm creatures that Kibito was fighting turned and fled. They couldn't escape. Cell was faster. 100 million power demon realm creature was caught, its tail driven through it. Absorption. 3 seconds. An 80 million one. 2 seconds. A 70 million one. 1.5 seconds. Chunmo stood on a rock watching the scene unfold. The numbers on the scouter surged wildly. 400 million. 450 million. 500 million. The vanguard force was wiped out. 10 demon realm creatures, all absorbed. Cell's form changed. No longer the insectoid state of before. His body swelled. His carapace restructured. His facial features shifted. His mouth retracted inward. The crest on his head extended. This form. Chunmo recognized it. The second form. Evolution in progress. But it wasn't over yet. From the rift, a second wave of demon realm creatures was surging forth. 23 of them. The strongest at 300 million. Cell turned toward the rift. His evolution wasn't complete, but he no longer cared. He charged into the rift. Not fleeing outward, but rushing inward. Has he gone mad? Kibito cried out. Cell wasn't mad. He had made a perfectly logical judgment. The number of demon realm creatures outside the rift was limited. Inside the rift, the demon realm, a world sealed for millions of years. How many creatures were there? Countless. Cell chose to walk into the buffet hall rather than wait for takeout. The green silhouette vanished into the black rift. Chunmo stared at the rift. The scouter's signal began to fluctuate. The spatial composition of the demon realm differed from the manifest world, causing severe interference. But the numbers still jumped. Intermittently. 520 million. 580 million. 600 million. Each jump represented a demon realm life being absorbed. Lord Supreme Kai. Chunmo ran to the Supreme Kai. Cell has entered the demon realm. He's absorbing the creatures inside. You must seal the rift now. Sweat beaded on the Supreme Kai's forehead. A god who didn't need to perspire was sweating. I'm sealing it. The Supreme Kai's voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Vegeta's magic array is still active. Its energy comes from the burning of his lifespan. Unless his vitality is completely exhausted, I can't forcibly override it. Chunmo looked at Vegeta. The withered little dwarf lay on the ground, his breathing so faint it was nearly undetectable. But he was still alive. His life force continued to burn, sustaining the magic array on the ground and keeping the rift open. Can I kill him? Chunmo asked. No, the Supreme Kai said immediately. If the caster dies while the array is in operation, it will cause a spatial collapse. Everything within 1,000 kilometers will be sucked in, including us. Chunmo gritted his teeth. On the scouter, Cell's numbers continued to climb. 650 million. 700 million. 700 million. In the original story, Cell's battle power upon absorbing Android 17 and reaching his second form was within this range. Now he hadn't absorbed Android 17. He hadn't even touched Android 18. He had devoured the demon realm's army, eating his way to the same level through sheer force. Chunmo shoved the scouter back into his pocket. In the distance, a golden point of light was approaching. Broly. He had lost Cell's trail, but had followed the energy fluctuations to this place. The golden light grew brighter and larger. The silhouette of a Saiyan 2 heads taller than Chun Emo emerged within the radiance. Super Saiyan form. Green pupils. Golden hair standing on end. Broly landed on the surface of the dwarf planet. He didn't look at Chun Emo. He didn't look at the Supreme Kai. He stared at the rift. Not here. Broly's voice was low and slurred as if unaccustomed to speaking. Ran inside. He was talking about Cell. Broly had chased Cell across who knew how vast a distance from the edge of the galaxy to this spot. The prey had entered the hole. Broly tilted his head. Then he walked toward the rift. Wait! Chun Emo shouted. Broly stopped and turned his head to look at him. There wasn't much intelligence in his green pupils. But there was a pure unconstrained sense of power. The control device was broken. Paragus was nowhere to be found. The current Broly was in a state of complete freedom, and also a state of complete uncontrollability. Inside is the demon realm, Chun Emo said. The spatial structure is different. You might not be able to get out once you go in. Broly looked at him. He was silent for 3 seconds. Can get out. 2 words. He turned and walked into the rift. The golden light was swallowed by the black fissure. Chun Emo stood rooted to the spot. The scouter displayed 2 over-limit signals simultaneously. Cell over 700 million still rising. Broly over the limit. 2 monsters had met inside the demon realm. The ground began to tremble violently. Silent shockwaves emanated from the depths of the rift, cracking the surface rock of the dwarf planet. They're fighting in there, Kibito said. The Supreme Kai closed his eyes, his hands clasped with greater force. The shockwaves are helping me, he said. Their battle is destabilizing Vegeta's magic array. The rift is becoming unstable. Give me 5 minutes. I can seal it. 5 minutes. Chun Emo glanced at Babidi. The withered little dwarf stared at the rift with cloudy eyes. The expression on his face had shifted from smugness to bewilderment. He had opened the door. But what walked in wasn't the tool of destruction he had anticipated. It was something far more terrifying. You thought you were opening Pandora's box, Chun Emo said, crouching before Babidi. But you actually opened the cafeteria door. And then Cell walked in with his lunchbox. Babidi's lips moved, but no sound came out. Another violent tremor shook the depths of the rift. The battle between Cell and Broly raged on. Each impact accelerated the collapse of the magic array. For minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. The Supreme Kai's body began to glow. A faint purple light seeped from within him, enveloping the entire magic array. The rift was shrinking. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Just as the rift narrowed to 5 meters, a green figure shot out from within. Cell. But not the Cell of before. His body had completed its restructuring. His size had increased. His facial features were more human-like. The crest on his forehead extended backward into a flat crown. His wings were gone, replaced by a more streamlined carapace. The second form. A complete second form. Identical to the form he had achieved after absorbing Android 17 in the original story. But he had never touched Android 17. He had feasted on the demon realm. Cell landed on the dwarf planet's surface, shattering the rock beneath his feet. He stood upright, half a head taller than his first form. The black markings on his chest were denser. His magenta eyes swept over everyone present. The scouter beeped one final time. The number stabilized. 800 million. Chun Mo's hands trembled. Not from fear. It was the lingering restorative effect of the spirit tree fruit. His body was automatically secreting adrenaline. Cell's gaze fell on Chun Emo. We meet again, Cell said. His voice had changed, no longer the cold, sharp timbre of his first form. It had become deeper, more resonant. Mr. Solar Flare. He remembered being blinded last time. Chun Emo said nothing. Cell's gaze shifted to the Supreme Kai. He smiled. What an ironic universe. The rift continued to shrink behind Cell. 3 meters. 2 meters. A golden light burst out from the rift at the last moment. Broly. His condition was worse than Cell's. His wounds were smoking, but the fire burning in his green pupils burned even more intensely. The rift sealed completely behind him. The Supreme Kai lowered his hands. It was sealed, but now standing on the surface of the dwarf planet were a second form Cell with an 800 million battle power and a legendary Super Saiyan with no upper limit. Chun Mo's 66 million. In the face of these two numbers, it wasn't even worth a blip of thermal noise. Cell looked at Broly. Broly looked at Cell. You chased me a long way, Cell said. But I'm not the same as before now. Can you feel it? Broly didn't answer. He clenched his fists. His golden aura expanded. Cell grinned, revealing white teeth. Come. Both powers erupted simultaneously. The dwarf planet shattered into 3 pieces beneath their feet. Chun Emo was thrown back by the shockwave. Kibito caught him midair as the Supreme Kai activated a spatial transfer. The spatial teleportation of the Supreme Kai whisked Chun Emo, Kibito, and himself to a small asteroid 3,000 kilometers away. The rock beneath their feet was still trembling. It wasn't the asteroid itself shaking. It was the gravitational waves from the shattered dwarf planet rippling across space. Chun Emo glanced down at his scouter. Cell. Broly. The two monsters had collided head-on. With his naked eye, Chun Emo could see the debris of the dwarf planet tumbling through the void 3,000 kilometers away. Amidst the fragments, 2 streaks of light, one green, one gold, wove, crashed, rebounded, and clashed again. Each collision was accompanied by a silent burst of radiance. In the vacuum, there was no sound, but the shockwaves were tangible. Every 2 or 3 seconds, a fresh crack split the rock beneath Chun Mo's feet. Their battle is tearing apart the gravitational balance of this entire star field. The Supreme Kai said, his voice heavy. His complexion was ashen. Maintaining the seal had drained much of his divine power. He could barely stand now, supported by Kibito. Shin-Imo did not reply. He was watching the scouter. Cell's reading held steady at 800 million. No further increase. His evolution had just completed, and he needed time to adapt to his new body. Broly's reading was unattainable. Yet from the frequency of their exchanges, Broly's power was at least 800 million, perhaps even higher. The two beams of light chased each other through the shattered asteroid belt. The golden light moved first. Broly's fist slammed into Cell's crest. Cell's body plummeted, crashing through a fragment of rock hundreds of meters wide. The fragment split in two. Cell emerged from its far side. A fist print marred his carapace, but the crack mended within 3 seconds. Regeneration. The Namekian genes. Cell struck back with a backhand. A violet energy sphere slammed into Broly's chest. Broly was driven back 50 meters. His foot landed on a drifting chunk of rubble which crumbled to dust beneath him. He was unharmed. Broly glanced down at the scorched skin on his chest. Then he looked up. In his green pupils, there was only one thing: the will to fight. Pure, untainted by reason. He let out a roar. It wasn't anger. It was exhilaration. His golden aura surged, expanding in a ring. Broly charged. Fist met fist. Cell crossed his arms to block. The shockwave hurled him 300 meters back. A trail of pulverized rocks scattered in a line behind him. Cell steadied himself and counterattacked. A sweeping right kick. Broly took it on his forearm. The sound of bone striking bone was perceptible across 3,000 kilometers through gravitational waves. Shin-Mo's teeth chattered. The two monsters were tearing each other apart in the asteroid field. Cell's fighting style was systematic. He had inherited the combat data of Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. His moves followed a pattern. The angle, timing, and force of each punch were near optimal. Broly had no pattern. He had only power. But in a way, power was the best pattern of all. Cell landed a side kick on Broly's ribs. Broly's body tilted. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Cell's ankle. He held it. Then he flung Cell away like a fish. Cell's body ricocheted through the debris field, smashing through 4 fragments before finally latching onto a larger rock with his tail to stop himself. A crack had formed on his left leg. Not deep, but it was already healing. Interesting, Cell said, standing on the rubble and brushing dust off his carapace. In terms of raw power, you're indeed not inferior to me. Broly wasn't listening. He charged again. A punch. Cell blocked with his forearm. The ground shattered beneath them. Another punch. Cell sidestepped. The force of the blow grazed his crest, erasing a 1,200-meter-wide boulder in its wake. Another punch. This time Cell didn't dodge. Broly's fist drove straight into Cell's abdomen. Cell's eyes shot wide, and a trickle of violet fluid seeped from his lips. His body flew backward. Broly pursued, landing 5 consecutive blows on Cell. Each strike caused fresh cracks to spiderweb across his carapace. In the gap before the 6th punch, Cell found an opening. His tail lashed out, its needle-like tip aimed at Broly's heart. Broly caught the tail. Cell's expression shifted. Broly gripped the tail and yanked. Cell was pulled forward and Broly's other fist smashed into his face. A piece of Cell's crest broke off, but Cell smiled. Because in the moment Broly had seized his tail, it had already pierced the Scion's forearm. Absorption began. The process of draining life energy lasted less than a second. Broly's instincts were lightning fast. He released the tail. He pulled back, but that second was enough. Cell's broken crest was repairing itself 3 times faster than before. On the scouter, Cell's number flickered. 820 million. A Scion's life energy. Cell licked his lips. Much denser than the dregs of the demon realm. Broly looked down at the wound on his forearm. The skin where energy had been drained was withered. But within 2 seconds the muscle swelled again, and his aura exploded once more. He had lost a fraction of his power. Yet his battle power was rising with his rage. The more he fought, the stronger he grew. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Chun-Imo clutched the scouter. Supreme Kai, Chun-Imo whispered. Broly's power has no limit. But Cell has absorption. 2 glitches compounding each other. If this fight drags on. I know, the Supreme Kai said, his voice weary. No matter who wins, the survivor will become a catastrophe. The scouter suddenly picked up a 3rd signal. From the direction of the galaxy, approaching at high speed. The battle power read infinite energy reactor. Android 17. Chun-Mo's expression shifted. What is he doing here? The signal drew closer. 3 minutes later, a figure with black hair emerged from the starlight. Blue jeans. A black t-shirt. An orange-eared scarf fluttering in the vacuum. Android 17 halted at the edge of the debris field. His gaze locked onto Cell, and Broly locked in combat. In his ice blue eyes there was a flicker of hesitation. Just a moment. Then he charged in. Android 17. Chun-Imo shouted. Too far. Sound couldn't travel in the void. Android 17's target was Cell. He had been chasing Cell for a long time. From the edge of the galaxy, he had pursued him relentlessly. Now the prey was in sight. Android 17 threw a punch. Fast, fierce, precise, much like Android 18's style. But with an extra edge of ferocity. His fist struck the back of Cell's head. Cell's head jerked forward. Just once. Then he turned to look at Android 17. His magenta eyes swept over Android 17 from head to toe. Ah, Cell said. Android 17. His tone was like that of someone spotting a delicacy. Android 17's second punch was already coming. A right hook aimed at Cell's jaw. Cell extended a single finger and blocked it. Android 17's fist slammed into Cell's index finger. The shockwave rippled outward, sending debris flying. But Cell's finger didn't budge. Android 17 felt it. That absolute, unyielding hardness. Like striking a planet. Your infinite energy reactor is running, Cell said, withdrawing his finger. Energy output is stable. Much higher than the file data. Looks like you haven't been idle either. Android 17 retreated. He put distance between them. His battle power on the Dragon Ball Scouter was marked at 600 million. In this future timeline, after 4 years of real combat, Android 17 had indeed far surpassed the original setting. The original might have been around 400 million, and in Trunks' timeline, even less. But Cell was at 820 million. The gap was too vast. Android 17 refused to accept it. He launched a relentless assault. Fists, elbows, knees, feet. Every strike was full force, his speed leaving trails of light through the debris field. Cell responded with one hand. The other hung at his side, his expression languid. Block. Dodge. An occasional counter. Each counter made Android 17 spit blood. Android 17's fist pounded Cell's chest. Not even a mark was left on the carapace. Cell's counter, a palm strike, came down on Android 17's shoulder. Android 17's left shoulder collapsed visibly. The sound of deformed mechanical bones transmitted through vibration waves in the vacuum. 600 million, Cell said, reciting the number. If you had come a year ago, I might have felt a little pressure. Android 17 gritted his teeth. His left arm was already useless. But he didn't retreat. Energy spheres. A torrent of energy spheres erupted from the palm of his right hand. Dozens. Hundreds. A barrage that blotted out the space around Cell. Cell didn't dodge. The spheres struck his carapace. Explosions. Light. Dust. When the dust cleared, Cell stood exactly where he was, not even a layer of grime on him. It tickles, he said. Then he moved. At a speed that Android 17's eyes couldn't even track. Cell appeared before him, driving a knee into Android 17's abdomen. Android 17's body curled like a shrimp. Violet blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. A second knee struck his face. His nasal bone shattered. Cell grabbed Android 17 by the hair and pulled his face close. You know, Cell said softly. When Dr. Gero designed me, he preset 2 optimal absorption targets. One was Android 18. The other was you. His tail unfurled from behind the needle-like tip aimed at Android 17's chest. The infinite energy reactor inside you, Cell said, is a key component for my evolution into perfect form. Though I may not need it now. An extra one never hurts. The tail stabbed down. Android 17's eyes bulged. The needle pierced the armor layer on his chest, penetrating the internal mechanical structure. Absorption began. Not absorption. Extraction. Unlike with biological beings, the infinite energy reactor was an independent energy device. Cell's tail physically seized the core. Then he pulled. Android 17's chest began to deform, a structure of metal and biological tissue tearing apart. No. Android 17 grabbed Cell's tail with his only functional right hand, his knuckles straining. Don't you dare. Cell caught his right wrist with his free hand. He snapped it. Android 17's right hand went limp. The tail kept pulling. A sphere emitting a faint blue light was slowly extracted from Android 17's chest cavity. About 15 centimeters in diameter. Its surface was smooth. Blue veins of light pulsed like a heartbeat. The infinite energy reactor. Just as Cell's tail was about to fully extract it. Golden light exploded. Broly's fist slammed into Cell's head from the side. Cell was sent flying, spinning over 20 times through the debris field. He crashed through 3 chunks of rock before stopping. His tail was forced to release Android 17. But the reactor had already been pulled most of the way out. The blue sphere slipped from Android 17's chest, drifting in zero gravity. Android 17's body instantly lost all strength. His skin began to fade, turning from healthy flesh to a pallid gray. His blue eyes dimmed. His legs gave way. He wasn't dead yet. Without the infinite energy reactor, the android's backup battery could sustain basic life functions. But his combat power was 0. Before losing consciousness, Android 17 did one last thing. He reached out with his already broken right hand and grabbed the floating reactor. Then, using the last of his reserve power, he propelled himself. He flew in the opposite direction. Riding the force of the shockwave from Broly's punch, he tumbled through the debris field, clutching the reactor. Drifting farther and farther away, Cell crawled out of the rubble. The cracks on his crest were healing. He saw the direction Android 17 had gone. Running, Cell said. The reactor isn't in your body. You think he didn't give chase. Because Broly was coming again. A punch. Cell blocked. The rubble beneath his feet collapsed. Another punch. Cell sidestepped. The force grazed his cheek, shearing off a layer of carapace. Punch. 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 Broly's attacks had no gaps. From the beginning until now, his punching speed was at least 20% faster than 10 minutes ago. His battle power was rising. Shinemo stared at the scouter. The red exclamation mark for Broly was flashing faster and faster. Cell was beginning to falter. In the first 3 minutes, he could handle Android 17 with one hand and occasionally strike back at Broly with the other. Now both hands were occupied and he was retreating. Broly's left fist punched through Cell's defense, striking his chest. The carapace shattered. Violet fluid sprayed. Cell stumbled back. Regeneration. The carapace mended. But the speed of healing was slowing. Broly's damage was increasing. Your battle power is still rising. Cell's face revealed a rare flicker of displeasure. Broly didn't answer. His lips curled back, teeth gleaming. His golden aura had shifted from pure gold to a mingling of gold and green. The legendary Super Saiyan, a monster without limits. With every hit he took, every punch he threw, his power grew. This wasn't training. It wasn't effort. It was lineage. It was genetics. It was the greatest cheat the universe had ever given the Saiyan race. Cell's magenta eyes showed an emotion rarely seen. Anxiety. He began to get serious. He clasped his hands together. A violet energy sphere formed between his palms. Frieza beam. A beam of energy shot from his hands. Over 50 meters in diameter. The violet pillar swallowed Broly's form. The beam dissipated. Broly was still standing there. The clothes on his chest had been burned away. There were scorch marks on his skin, but those wounds were healing at a visible rate. The Saiyans' near-death recovery. Every time they healed, they grew stronger. Broly looked down at his chest. Then he looked up. The green in his eyes had deepened. Cell gritted his teeth. He began to adopt Vegeta's fighting style. A barrage of energy spheres combined with Piccolo's long-range tactics. Broly took them all heated. Then he struck back. Heavier. Faster. More painful. Cell was sent flying again. His body ricocheted through the debris field. His carapace cracked and mended and cracked. The energy consumed by regeneration was growing. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it was for Cell. Because he had a limit. Broly didn't. Shin-Emo watched Cell's number on the scouter. 820 million. It hadn't risen. The energy absorbed from demon realm creatures had been fully digested. In this pure war of attrition, his total reserves were fixed. Meanwhile, Broly was like a pressure cooker. The fire was burning hotter. The contents were swelling more and more. Cell made a judgment. He wasn't a fighter swayed by emotion. His mind held Goku's combat instincts, Vegeta's pride, Frieza's cruelty, and Dr. Gero's logical calculations. He couldn't win. If he kept fighting, the gap would only widen. Optimal solution: retreat. Preserve his strength. Seek the next opportunity for absorption and evolution. Cell's body began to retreat. His gaze swept across the debris field past Chunmo's direction and finally settled on one spot. Babidi. The withered little creature was still floating among the fragments of the dwarf planet. Completely unconscious, but not yet dead. The magic circle had consumed his lifespan. His life force continued to drain at a slow rate. Cell's eyes lit up. The magic circle. The demon realm gate. Babidi's technology. He wasn't looking at a dying dwarf. He was looking at a key. Cell's tail coiled around the floating Babidi. Broly caught up. A punch. Cell tilted his head to dodge. He didn't counter. He started to run. In his second form, Cell's speed was several times greater than in his first. He carried Babidi's withered body, weaving rapidly through the debris field. Broly gave chase. Cell hurled energy spheres as he fled. Not at Broly. At the planetary fragments along his path. Explosions kicked up massive clouds of rubble, dust, and visual interference. Broly smashed through the debris, blocking his way. He pursued, but Cell had already created distance. Because while Broly's power was limitless, his speed didn't increase as dramatically as his strength. In terms of mobility, the evolved Cell had the advantage. The green figure grew smaller and smaller. Broly let out a roar. His golden aura surged. He kept chasing, but the distance between the two signals on the scouter was widening. Farther and farther. Eventually, Cell's energy signature vanished at the edge of the scouter's range. He was gone. Chun-Emo lowered the scouter. His palms were slick with sweat. The asteroid fell silent. The Supreme Kai slumped onto the rock. Kibito stood guard beside him. Neither spoke. In the distance, Broly floated in the debris field. His golden aura had not yet dissipated. He looked around like a beast that had lost its prey. Then he chose a direction and flew off, continuing his pursuit of Cell. Chun-Emo let out a long breath. He opened the scouter switch channels and searched for Android 17's signal. Faint. Extremely faint. But still there. In the opposite direction, about 4,000 kilometers away. The signal was moving slowly. Android 17 was still alive, clutching his infinite energy reactor. Drifting through the debris field. Chun-Emo closed the scouter and shut his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them. Supreme Kai, Chun-Emo said. Cell took Babidi. The Supreme Kai was silent. I know what you're thinking, Chun-Emo said, his voice flat. He doesn't want Babidi's combat power. He wants the technology to open the demon realm gate. The Supreme Kai's face grew even paler. If Cell learns Babidi's magic circle, he can open the demon realm gate at any time, Chun-Emo said. He can absorb demon realm creatures without limit to strengthen himself. Until he didn't finish. The Supreme Kai said it for him. Until even Broly is no match for him. Chun-Emo nodded. The good news was that Broly was still chasing. The bad news was that he might not be going in the right direction. Chun-Emo opened the scouter again. He switched to Android 18's channel. Earth's direction. Android 18's location signal was stable. No movement. But beside her signal, a new marker had appeared. Android 17's backup signal. It was moving toward Earth. Android 17 was heading back to Earth, clutching his extracted infinite energy reactor. Returning to Android 18. Chun-Emo stared at the screen. An Android 17 without his reactor. An Android 18 who knew her brother had been grievously wounded. A second form Cell fleeing through the cosmos with Babidi. A Broly still growing infinitely stronger. And himself with a battle power of 66 million, barely enough to fetch tea for any of them. Chun-Emo tucked the scouter back into his pocket. Supreme Kai, he said. About that training. Is it still on the table? In the desolate vastness of space amidst a silent asteroid belt, Cell halted behind a colossal rock. He released his grip, casting Babidi to the ground. Babidi lay like a limp rag. The magic circle had drained most of his vitality, leaving his withered skin clinging to his bones. He gasped for air, his murky eyes rolling to focus on the green monster before him. You? Babidi's voice was hoarse. Are you also one of the Supreme Kais? Cell ignored him, turning his gaze back to the direction from which they came. No light, no sound, but his detection device needed none. Cell's mind housed Dr. Gero's radar system. That red energy signature was still approaching. Broly. Roughly 15 minutes of flight remained. His speed in a vacuum wasn't top tier, but his obsession was terrifying. A troublesome mad dog, Cell scoffed. He looked down at Babidi, his tail slowly rising, the needle-like tip aiming for Babidi's heart. I kept you alive for your knowledge, Cell said. The method to open the demon realm gates. Hand it over. Babidi flinched. But he quickly realized his captor was fleeing. What are you hiding from? Babidi grinned with his toothless mouth. That golden Saiyan. Did he thrash you? Cell's tail inched forward, the needle piercing Babidi's skin. Recognize your situation, old man. Cell's voice was frigid. If I absorb you, will gain your memories and magic anyway. Asking directly just saves time. Babidi froze. He could feel the suction force within that needle. This was no bluff. Wait. Babidi shouted. If you absorb me, you'll only get fragmented magical memories. Magic circles require pure, dark magic to power them. You don't have that constitution. Even if you knew the method, you couldn't open them. Cell paused. Dr. Gero's logic circuits analyzed the statement's truth. 80% likely true. Magic was indeed selective about one's constitution. So, Cell retracted his tail and crossed his arms. We can cooperate. Babidi said hastily. You need to evade that Saiyan and gain more power. And I can grant you the strongest power in the universe. Cell laughed. The strongest in the universe. From you. Not from me. From Majin Buu. Babidi shrieked. The ultimate Majin my father Babidi created. Once he's unsealed, he can crush not just that golden-haired Saiyan, but even the Supreme Kais with a single slap. Cell's eyes narrowed. Majin Buu. Dr. Gero's database held no record of that name, nor did Earth's archives. But the Supreme Kai's earlier reaction said it all. Something that could terrify the highest deity. Sounds promising, Cell said. Where is he? Earth? The egg sealing him is on Earth. Babidi said. Earth? Cell sneered. I just came from there. If I wanted to return, why would I listen to your drivel? Android 18 was on Earth. Android 17 was also heading back. Returning now meant facing both androids and Broly. No. Unsealing Buu requires immense energy. Babidi quickly added. We can go to the demon realm first. King Demeanor of the demon realm is my servant. His combat power is unfathomable, and his saliva can turn people to stone. Babidi swallowed hard. If we go to the demon realm, let Demeanor handle that Saiyan. We can gather enough energy there, then go to Earth to unseal Buu. Cell remained silent, calculating. He had partially pulled out Android 17's infinite energy reactor. Although he hadn't absorbed it, he had already tasted the benefits of the demon realm creatures. The Namekian cells granted him limitless regeneration. The Saiyan cells caused his power to skyrocket after near-death recovery. Frisia's cells gave him the constitution to survive in a vacuum. Dr. Gero's design for the perfect form required absorbing androids 17 and 18. But, what if I absorb Majin Buu instead? A flicker of madness crossed Cell's magenta pupils. So what if I don't have 17 and 18? With an infinite energy source and the ability to continuously evolve by devouring cells, he could transcend Dr. Gero's design and reach an unprecedented ultimate form. Demeanor, Cell uttered the name. How strong is he? Stronger than you are now. Babidi exaggerated without hesitation to increase his bargaining power. He is the king of the demon realm. That Saiyan is no match for him. Cell smiled. Stronger than me. Excellent. Open the gate, Cell said. What? I told you to open the demon realm gate. Cell placed his foot on Babidi's chest, applying just enough pressure not to crack his ribs. Now? Immediately. Babidi gritted his teeth. He had no choice. He raised his withered hands, chanting an obscure incantation. With his last vestiges of life force, he barely gathered his depleted magic. The space above the asteroid began to warp. A violet-black fissure slowly tore open. Beyond the rift lay a crimson sky and a barren black wasteland. The demon realm. Move. Cell grabbed Babidi by the scruff and plunged into the rift. The moment they entered, a flash of gold-green light shot from the distant stars. Broly. He landed on the asteroid. His golden aura blazed like a burning sun. His green eyes were fixed on the closing violet-black rift. He sensed it. That green insect had gone inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly let out a savage roar and launched himself like a streak of light, crashing through the rift just as it sealed. The spatial rift gave a strained crack and closed completely. The asteroid belt returned to its silent stillness. In the demon realm, the sky was a oppressive crimson. There was no sun, only a few eerie purple stars. Cell landed heavily on the black rock ground. He tossed Babidi aside. The gravity here was 10 times Earth's. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur and a maddening dark energy. Cell took a deep breath. What a wonderful place. He felt the dark energy of the demon realm being slowly absorbed by his cells. Babidi coughed, lying on the ground. Where is Demeanor? Cell asked. Babidi lifted his head to speak. Boom. The sky above suddenly exploded. A pillar of gold-green light slammed into the ground less than a kilometer away. The earth trembled violently. Black rock rippled and shattered like waves. From the dust, a towering figure slowly rose. Broly. His aura was even more ferocious than in space. The dark energy of the demon realm seemed to awaken the primal Saiyan savagery within him. His muscles bulged even larger. Roar. Broly roared at the sky. The shockwave shattered the surrounding black mountains. Babidi trembled in terror. How did he follow us? Cell's expression darkened. This mad dog was truly relentless. Where is your king of the demon realm? Cell said coldly to Babidi. Tell him to get out here and work. Babidi closed his eyes and formed a hand seal. Demeanor, my servant, come to me at once. In a distant black castle, the slumbering demon realm king snapped his eyes open. The M mark on his forehead glowed red. As you command, Lord Babidi. Demeanor stood, his red cape billowing, and vanished from his spot. On the battlefield, Broly had already locked onto Cell. He cared nothing for where he was. His mind held only one thought: to tear apart the green being before him. Boom. Broly shattered the ground, appearing before Cell in an instant. A single punch. Cell crossed his arms to block. Crack. Both of Cell's arm bones snapped simultaneously. His body flew back like a cannonball, smashing through 3 black mountains. His power has increased again. Cell stood up amidst the rubble, his broken arms regenerating in 2 seconds. He glanced at his scouter. Broly's energy had already surpassed 1 billion. And it was still rising. It defied logic. Dr. Jero's database stated that Saiyan transformations had limits. But this one didn't. Broly charged again. Just as his fist was about to strike Cell, a massive greatsword descended from the sky, precisely blocking Broly's blow. Clang. The thunderous clash of metal. The greatsword bent under the force, but held firm. A tall red figure appeared between them. Blue skin, white beard, and M mark on his forehead. The demon realm, King Demeanor. Lord Babidi. Demeanor held the sword with one hand, blocking Broly, and glanced down at Babidi. My apologies for the distress. Babidi was ecstatic. Demeanor, kill him. Kill this golden-haired monkey. Demeanor turned his gaze back to Broly. A frenzied beast. Demeanor sneered. In the demon realm, you don't get to run wild. Demeanor opened his mouth. He spat a glob of saliva at Broly's face. Petrifying spit. A single drop would turn anything to stone. Broly's combat instincts were terrifyingly sharp. Though lacking reason, his instincts screamed danger. He jerked his head aside. The saliva grazed his cheek and struck a mountain behind him. The entire peak instantly turned to gray stone. Broly's eyes widened. He hated being spat at. Roar. Abandoning Cell, Broly lunged directly at Demeanor. His fist slammed into Demeanor's chest. Demeanor's expression shifted instantly. The force of the blow exceeded his expectations. Demeanor grunted, skidding back hundreds of meters, his sword carving a deep trench in the ground. Impressive strength. Demeanor wiped a trace of blood from his lips. He sheathed his sword and gathered energy before him. Dark magic flash. A colossal black energy beam roared towards Broly. Broly didn't dodge. He met it with one hand. Boom. He caught the energy beam with his bare hand, then crushed it. The energy beam exploded midair. Demeanor's pupils contracted. What kind of monster is this? Cell watched the clash from a distance. He didn't intervene. Let them fight, Cell thought. The worse the better. Ideally, they'll cripple each other. Cell walked over to Babidi. Where is Majin Boo's seal? Cell asked. Babidi, watching the battle tensely, was startled by the question. On Earth. I hid it underground on Earth. How much energy is needed to unseal it? A lot. A tremendous amount. Babidi said. If we use that Scion's energy, absorbing just a tenth would be enough. Cell smiled. Excellent. He watched Broly, who was currently overwhelming Demeanor. A perfect plan began to form in Cell's mind. Let Demeanor exhaust Broly. Then at the critical moment, he would strike, absorbing Demeanor's magic or Broly's Scion energy. Then to Earth. Unseal Majin Buu. Finally. Consume him. Perfect form. Cell looked at his hands. No. I will become the god of the universe. Demeanor landed before Babidi. The ground beneath his feet cratered 10 meters in diameter upon impact. It was not because he deliberately released his ki. It was that gravity itself could not withstand his presence. His crimson cape billowed in the dark winds of the demon realm. Not a single scar marred his blue skin. The M-shaped mark on his forehead pulsed with a steady red glow, like a signal light that would never extinguish. Lord Babidi, Demeanor said, kneeling on one knee. His voice was deep, carrying a metallic resonance. Your condition is dire. Nonsense. Babidi struggled to sit up from the ground, pointing at the distant roaring golden figure. Deal with that thing first. Demeanor rose to his feet. He turned his head, his gaze falling upon Broly. About 800 meters separated them. Half of the peculiar black rock ground of the demon realm was shattered within that distance. Broly's earlier roar had flattened all the mountains within a 3-kilometer radius. Demeanor's eyes narrowed. A Scion, he said. Broly did not listen. Or perhaps he heard, but did not care. Only one thing remained in his mind: fight. The green insect had been sent flying. Now a new one stood before him. Blue and red, larger than the insect. Worthy of a fight. Broly kicked off the ground. The black rock layer exploded into dust beneath his feet. His speed was immense. His gold-green aura traced a streak of light across the dark red sky of the demon realm. His fist flew straight toward Demeanor's face. Demeanor extended his right hand. A single finger. his index finger. With one finger he caught Broly's fist. Boom! The shockwave radiated in all directions. The ground cracked outward from the two of them for 500 meters. Babidi was sent tumbling by the blast wave, rolling dozens of times across the ground, whimpering. Cell took 3 steps back, crossing his arms in front of his face. Broly's fist remained halted on Demeanor's index finger. Immovable. Your strength is not bad, Demeanor said. Broly's pupils constricted. He increased his force. His muscles bulged. His golden aura surged upward by a notch. The energy concentrated on his fist began to scorch Demeanor's fingertip. Demeanor's index finger bent slightly. Then it snapped back. With that single flick, Broly was sent flying. His body tumbled through the air countless times, crashing through 2 already half-shattered black mountain remains, eventually slamming into the ground 3 kilometers away, creating a crater 100 meters in diameter. Cell stood still. His magenta eyes were fixed on Demeanor's right hand. Dr. Gero's logic circuits were processing the scene at high speed. A single finger sent Broly flying. Broly's current battle power was at least over 1 billion. Then what about Demeanor? A number flashed through Cell's mind. 4 billion. At least 4 billion. Cell's tail retracted almost imperceptibly. In the crater, Broly rose from the rubble. His wounds were rapidly healing. He shook the dust from his hair and looked up at the distant blue figure. A Saiyans instinct told him one thing: this one was stronger than the green insect. Much stronger. Broly bared his teeth. It was not fear. It was excitement. Roar! His golden aura surged once more. The ground continued to collapse beneath his feet. 1 billion. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. His battle power climbed. Broly charged forward again. This time he did not use only his fists. Knees, elbows, head, all became weapons of attack. 17 consecutive strikes. Each hit was heavier than the last. Faster. More precise angles. Demeanor began using 2 fingers. His index and middle fingers together. Block, deflect, flick. The 3 actions cycled. All 17 of Broly's strikes were neutralized. The 18th strike. Broly threw a right hook, carrying the force to tier space itself. Demeanor tilted his head to dodge. The wind from the fist grazed his cheek, shaving off an entire layer of terrain for 7 kilometers behind him. Not bad. Demeanor said. If your opponent were a first-tier Demon Realm warrior, that punch could kill 300. He struck. His first offensive move. A right fist. No flashy movements. A straight punch. It landed on Broly's chest. Broly's feet left the ground. He was not sent flying. His body was pierced by the force of the punch. His sternum shattered. At least 6 ribs were broken. His golden aura extinguished for half a second in that instant. Broly's mouth opened. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Under the dark red light of the Demon Realm, the blood appeared black. His body flew backward. Demeanor followed. A left fist. It struck Broly's side. Crack. His spine was displaced. A right knee. It connected with Broly's chin. His entire jawbone fractured. Broly's body twisted into an unnatural contortion in midair. His limbs no longer obeyed him. But his eyes did not close. There was no fear in his green pupils. Only rage. Rage drove the limits of his Saiyan bloodline. His battle power continued to rise. 1.4 billion. 1.5 billion. 1.6 billion. Useless. The gap was too vast. A 4-fold difference could not be closed by growing stronger through battle alone. Demeanor seemed in no hurry either. He watched Broly's battle power climb, a hint of amusement even crossing his expression. In the Demon Realm, I am the absolute king. Demeanor said. Dark energy empowers everything I am. The more you grow, the greater the gap between us becomes. He spoke the truth. The Demon Realm was his home ground. The dark energy here was like a perpetual motion machine charging him. Broly did not understand these principles. He only knew how to fight. Heal. Fight again. Shattered bones mended in 3 seconds. Torn muscles regenerated in 5. A Saiyans near-death recovery operated like madness. But Demeanor shattered things with each punch faster than Broly could heal. The 7th minute. Demeanor remained at ease. He began using a longsword. Not because his fists were insufficient, but because he deemed it enough. Dark demon sword art, Demeanor said, holding his longsword horizontally. A visible layer of black energy enveloped the blade. One slash. A horizontal cut. The sword energy extended from the blade like a black fissure, devouring all the light along its path. A second slash. Descending from overhead. A third slash. A thrust. The sword tip entered through Broly's left shoulder and exited through his right flank. Broly's body was pierced by this thrust and pinned to the ground. Demeanor released the hilt. He stepped back. Your ability is not bad, Demeanor said, looking at Broly struggling while pinned to the ground. But it ends here. Broly grabbed the blade that had pierced his body with both hands. He pulled with force. The black energy on the sword seared his palms. Flesh and skin were burned away. But he did not stop. Demeanor did not stop him. He waited. Broly pulled the sword out. Dark, purple blood gushed from the penetrating wound. But he could not stand steadily. His knees grew weak. Not from a lack of strength. The accumulated damage his body had sustained was too great. Regeneration could no longer keep pace with the consumption. Demeanor walked over. He retrieved his sword. In my demon realm, Demeanor said, wiping the blood from his blade, there is no such thing as infinite growth. He raised his right foot. He stepped on Broly's head. He pressed his face into the ground. The black rock layer shattered beneath Broly's face. Cracks spread in all directions. Deeper and wider. Demeanor increased the pressure. The ground collapsed. Broly's body along with 100 meters of surrounding earth plummeted downward. The black rock layers shattered one after another as if pushed down by an invisible hand. 50 meters. 100 meters. 300 meters. Boom. Eventually Broly vanished into the deep strata of the demon realm. Fragments and dust filled the passage. The ground closed back up. Apart from a deep crater 100 meters wide, nothing suggested anything living lay beneath. Babidi crawled over from a distance and peered into the crater. Pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Is it dead? Babidi asked. Demeanor sheathed his sword. Uncertain. The vitality of Saiyans is beyond expectation. Demeanor paused. But he will not be coming up anytime soon. Cell stood 20 meters away. He had not moved throughout the entire battle. He recorded every detail. Demeanor's combat data. Attack frequency. Energy fluctuation patterns. The trajectory of the dark demon sword art. All stored in the database Dr. Gero had left in his mind. Demeanor turned his head. His blue eyes fell upon Cell. You, Demeanor said. Was that Saiyan chasing you? Cell did not retreat, but his tail instinctively curled in. For billion. He was at 820 million now. A five-fold gap. More hopeless than Broly. Answer the Demon Realm King. Babidi shouted from the side. Yes, Cell said. His tone was calm, even laced with a hint of a smile, as if everything he had witnessed had nothing to do with him. My name is Cell, he said. A product of Earth. I hold sincere admiration for the Demon Realm King's power. He gave a slight bow. Demeanor stared at him for 3 seconds. You carry the aura of a Namekian, Demeanor said. And a Saiyan. The Frisia race. And some kind of artificial energy circuit. I am a fusion of multiple genes, Cell replied swiftly. An artificial life form. Artificially? Demeanor let out a cold laugh. What does a manufactured thing come to the demon realm for? Cell raised his head. His magenta pupils met Demeanor's gaze directly. Asylum, he said. That Saiyan chased me across half the galaxy. With my current strength, I cannot defeat him. He paused. But I have just witnessed someone who can. Demeanor did not respond. Babidi shouted beside him, Demeanor. I brought this one. He is useful. He can absorb other beings to grow stronger. I noticed, Demeanor said, his gaze never leaving Cell. Your tail. While watching the battle from afar, just now it kept swaying slightly. Not from nervousness. Cell's smile froze for an instant. Demeanor said, you were assessing whether you could absorb me. Silence. The wind of the demon realm swept across the ruined battlefield. The dark red sky hung low. Cell spoke. I have assessed it. His voice was sincere. The conclusion is that it is utterly impossible. Demeanor stared at him. After 5 seconds. Clever of you, Demeanor turned. Follow. He walked toward his castle. Babidi scrambled to his feet and followed. As he passed by Cell, he lowered his voice. Are you insane? Daring to entertain such thoughts before the Demon Realm King? Cell said nothing. He followed at the rear. His tail hung quietly behind him, but his magenta eyes were looking at other things. All across the demon realm's land, low-level demonic creatures writhed, swarming like ants. Their battle powers ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Food. Food was everywhere. The corner of Cell's mouth curved upward. A very small movement, but very real. Even if he could not defeat Demeanor, the demon realm was full of things to consume. Demeanor's castle. A black tower piercing the dark red sky. Ancient demonic script carved into the walls emitted a faint purple glow. Babidi was placed in a stone chamber. Demeanor used his own magic to repair Babidi's body. The process was slow. Babidi's life force had been drained too much by the magic circle. Recovery would take time. How long will it take? Cell stood at the entrance of the stone chamber. At least 10 days, Babidi lay on a stone bed, his face pale. The magic circle burned away 70% of my life force. Even with Demeanor's magical assistance, it cannot be faster. Cell nodded. 10 days, he repeated. And after 10 days, Demeanor emerged from the shadows. Babidi immediately said, after 10 days I will be mostly recovered. We return to Earth. Unseal Majin Bu. Demeanor looked at Cell. And you? Why do you want to go to Earth? Cell answered without hesitation. I need to complete my evolution. Earth holds what I need. What? Infinite energy reactors, Cell said. 2 of them. Installed in 2 androids. My creator designated them as key components for my evolution. Demeanor considered this. How strong are those androids? Below 1 billion, Cell answered truthfully. Demeanor's expression did not change. 1 billion. A level he could obliterate with ease. If you help me obtain the infinite energy reactors, Cell continued, after I complete my evolution, it can become your vanguard. Unsealing Bu requires energy, correct? I can help you gather it. Babidi's eyes lit up. Yes. He has absorption abilities. Let him gather energy, it will be faster than anything. Demeanor did not agree immediately. He stared at Cell for a long time. Your eyes are very restless. Demeanor finally said, like a demonic viper I have seen before, cold-blooded on the surface. Its mind always calculating what to eat next. Cell did not deny it. I am an artificial evolutionary being, Cell said. Evolution is my instinct. But I can distinguish who can be provoked and who cannot. Demeanor let out a cold laugh. He turned and left. After a few steps, he left a parting remark. 10 days. In 10 days I will take you to Earth. The sound of footsteps faded into the depths of the corridor. Cell stood at the entrance of the stone chamber. Babidi had already begun to close his eyes to heal his injuries. Cell glanced back at the demon realm landscape outside the castle. On the black wasteland, herds of low-level demonic creatures migrated. 10 days. Enough. Cell walked out of the castle. His tail slowly unfurled behind him. Deep beneath the demon realm strata, at an unknown depth, in the darkness a hand covered in scars reached out from the rubble. Fingers gripped the rock layer. With effort. After a few seconds the hand relaxed again. It fell limp, but the fingers still moved. Very slowly. Once more. Like a heart refusing to cease its beating. Earth. Northern Mountain Range. The secret laboratory of Dr. Jero. 3 levels underground. Android 18 sat on the repair platform. Mechanical arms were cleaning the scratches on her arm armor. An alarm blared abruptly. Red flashing lights filled the entire metallic space. Warning. High-energy reaction approaching. The main computer emitted a flat synthetic voice. Boom. The 3-meter-thick concrete anti-air layer was completely pierced. Debris mixed with steel bars crashed onto the metal floor. A figure slammed heavily before the repair platform. Android 18 stood up. It was Android 17. His condition was dire. All the synthetic skin on the left half of his body was gone, revealing the charred skeleton beneath. His right arm was severed at the elbow, the cut smooth. The most severe injury was his chest. The eternal furnace which provided infinite energy was exposed. Android 18 walked over. She knelt down. Lazuli. Android 17 opened his eyes. Don't talk. Android 18 pressed a control panel nearby. Main computer, prepare the highest level repair pod. Acknowledged. Repair pod preheating. Android 17 raised his remaining left hand and grabbed Android 18's wrist. His grip was weak. It's too late. Android 17 coughed up blood. My core computation matrix is shattered. My body functions are shutting down. Android 18 reversed her grip, seizing his wrist, and forcibly dragged him toward the repair pod. I said shut up. Android 18's tone was flat, but her movements were swift. Android 17 didn't resist, letting her drag him, leaving a long trail of blood and oil on the metal floor. Cell has evolved. Android 17 exchanged information rapidly. He absorbed those monsters in the demon realm. His battle power exceeds 800 million. I couldn't beat him. If that crazy golden-haired scion hadn't suddenly charged out and shattered the space rift, I wouldn't have made it back. Android 18 threw Android 17 into the repair pod. Pale green high-concentration repair fluid began to fill. Cell pulled out my energy furnace. Pulled out half of it. Android 17 leaned against the pod's wall looking at Android 18. He sensed something was wrong and tried to absorb me whole. But I knew what he truly wanted. He wants to absorb us. Android 18 quickly entered commands on the control panel. Yes. He's the ultimate monster that old Madman Jero created. His perfect form needs 2 eternal furnaces. Android 17's breathing grew fainter, the repair fluid rising past his waist. Lazuli. Android 18 paused. Turned to look at him. Android 17's left hand moved to his own chest. His fingers pierced the gaps in the damaged armor, grasping the eternal furnace that emitted a blue glow. He pulled. Rip. The last 2 main neural connection cables were torn apart. Android 17 let out a suppressed groan. His body instantly lost power, the light in his eyes dimming. He held out the eternal furnace stained with blood and oil from the pod. Take it. Android 18 didn't. Put it back. Android 18 stared at him. Even if I put it back, I won't survive. Android 17's eyes began to lose focus. Cell will find us eventually. He has mastered spatial technology. You can't stop him alone. Android 18 still didn't move. Take it. Android 17's voice rose, followed by violent coughing. He looked at Android 18 and suddenly smiled. Dr. Jero was always an idiot. He thought I was stronger, so he gave me the number 17, and you were behind me. But he never understood. Android 17 shoved the eternal furnace into Android 18's hand. You are the true, unparalleled genius. Your BOTUS compatibility, combat instincts, control over ki, all surpass mine. You just usually can't be bothered to fight. Android 17's head rested against the pod's wall. The repair fluid had risen to his neck. 2 eternal furnaces. Install them into your body. Android 17's voice grew softer. Kill Cell. Don't let him absorb you. Android 18 tightened her grip on the warm metallic sphere in her hand. What about that little boyfriend of yours? Android 17 closed his eyes. Tell him to stay far away. Cell can crush him with a single finger now. He's not my boyfriend. He's my belonging. Android 18 corrected. Whatever. Android 17 completely relaxed his body. The repair fluid submerged his head. Bubbles rose. Android 17's vital signs dropped to the minimum, entering a state of deep hibernation. Android 18 stood outside the pod. Scan the target unit. Android 18 commanded. The main computer emitted a mechanical voice. Scan complete. Target unit's core motherboard is shattered. Neurons are extensively necrotic. Deep hibernation mode activated. How long for repairs? The main computer paused for 2 seconds, performing a computational simulation. Based on current laboratory resources and technical reserves, repairing the core motherboard and rebuilding the neural network is estimated to require 20 years. 20 years. Android 18 looked at Android 17, ill eyes closed within the pod. She pressed her hand against the cold glass. 20 years. Android 18 said softly, "I'll wait for you for 20 years. She turned, walked toward the modification platform in the center of the lab. She took off her jacket, carelessly threw it on the floor. Her upper body was left in only a black tight tank top. She lay down on the metal modification platform. Main computer. Initiate the dual furnace fusion procedure. Warning. In Dr. Gero's original design, a unit can only bear a single eternal furnace. Forcibly integrating a second one results in a 99.8 probability of system collapse due to energy overload. Initiate. Android 18 repeated. Command confirmed. Please prepare. Mechanical arms descended from above. Android 18 did not use anesthesia. The android's pain receptors were fully intact. She watched the laser cutter on the mechanical arm approach her chest. SSSHH. Her skin was cut open. Android 18's brows furrowed tightly. Her hands gripped the edges of the modification platform with all her might. The solid metal surface was deformed, leaving 2 deep handprints. The mechanical arm grabbed Android 17's eternal furnace and precisely placed it into the reserved spare space inside Android 18's chest cavity. It was a redundant space DR. Gero designed to prevent a single furnace failure, never intended to hold 2 simultaneously. Beginning neural connection. Hundreds of alloy probes thinner than a strand of hair extended from the second eternal furnace, directly piercing into Android 18's spinal cord and main neural network. Ugh. Android 18 threw her head back. Both furnaces activated simultaneously. 2 vast, incalculable streams of infinite energy violently collided within her body. Blue high-voltage electric current instantly pierced her skin, rampaging wildly through the laboratory. Instrument screens around them exploded one after another. Warning. Energy output exceeds threshold by 300. Unit temperature rising sharply. Cooling system failure. The main computer's voice became shrill. Android 18's eyes turned a pure, deep crimson. Her muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Her bones emitted a grating, teeth-clenching sound of compression. Pain. Agony far beyond human endurance traveled directly to her brain via her neurons. The 2 eternal furnaces fought for control of her body. The rejection reaction was violently tearing apart every one of her cells, only to have them instantly regenerate under the nourishment of infinite energy. Subdue it. Android 18 gritted her teeth, forcing the words from her throat. She was commanding her own body. Android 17 was right. She was an unparalleled genius. Her willpower forcibly intervened in the energy cycles of the 2 eternal furnaces. Using the key control method Chun Mo taught her, she used the key within her body as a bridge, guiding the 2 raging energies to converge and fuse. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. The electric current in the lab gradually subsided. The high temperature began to drop. Energy fluctuations stabilizing. Dual furnace synchronization rate at 100. Unit modification complete. The main computer's voice returned to its dull calm. The mechanical arms retracted into the ceiling. Android 18 sat up from the modification platform. The armor on her chest had healed automatically, leaving no trace of the incision. She lowered her head and looked at her own hands. She clenched her fist. Boom. The air was directly crushed. A ring of visible white shockwave exploded within the lab, sending discarded parts flying everywhere. She hadn't deliberately released her key. It was merely a sonic boom caused by pure physical strength. Android 18 jumped off the modification platform. She walked toward a testing device in the corner of the lab. It was an instrument DR. Gero built to test perfect cell's battle power with a maximum range of 3 billion. Android 18 raised her right hand. Her index finger pressed against the sensor pad of the testing device. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 500 million. 1 billion. 2 billion. 2.5 billion. 3 billion. Bang. A puff of black smoke rose from the testing device, which immediately crashed. It had been maxed out. Android 18 withdrew her hand. She felt excellent now. Excellently overwhelming. It felt as if 2 universes within her body were ceaselessly providing energy. No fatigue. No limit. Power brimmed to the point where with just a slight thought she could punch a hole straight through this planet. She walked to the repair pod, looked at the sleeping Android 17 inside. You weren't wrong. Android 18 spoke to the glass. I am indeed a genius. She picked up her jacket from the floor, put it on, zipped it up to the collar. Main computer, seal the laboratory, activate the highest level defense array. Any creature attempting to approach here annihilate immediately. Command confirmed. Defense array activated. Android 18 turned and walked toward the exit. Cell. She uttered the name. The lab's heavy metal door slowly closed behind her. In the depths of the universe at the edge of the asteroid belt, the king of the gods Xion stared at the closed rift to the demon realm, his face pale. Sheru has escaped into the demon realm, and Dabura has awakened. The king of the gods turned to Chun Mo. The situation is completely out of control. Chun Mo, you must return with me to the king of the gods realm. Only by pulling out the king of the gods sword can there be a glimmer of hope. Jebite stood beside him, nodding in agreement. The judgment of the king of the gods is never wrong. That monster named Sheru has absorbed demon realm creatures, and its energy level has exceeded our limits. Chun Mo remained silent. He raised his left hand. The detector on his wrist was flashing wildly, not because of the rift to the demon realm, but because of another direction, the direction of Earth. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm of the detector grew more urgent. The numbers on the screen turned into a garbled mess. What's wrong? The king of the gods noticed Chun Mo's abnormality. Run. Chun Mo uttered a single word. He ripped off the detector and threw it into space. There was no time left. Space ripped apart without warning. No airflow, no sound. Pure speed broke through the physical limits of space. A blonde woman in a black tight vest and coat appeared before the three. Less than half a meter away from Chinemo. Number 18. Her eyes were crimson. The king of the gods was taken aback. He felt no chi, yet he instinctively sensed extreme danger. Human, the king of the gods stepped forward subconsciously. This is not a place for you. Leave immediately. Smack. The sound was crisp. Number 18 didn't even turn her head. She simply swung her left arm back casually. The back of her hand struck the king of the gods' face. The king of the gods was sent flying. The speed was so great that it left a lingering shadow. He crashed through an asteroid with a diameter of 500 meters. With unyielding momentum, he continued to smash through the second and third asteroids. It wasn't until he flew over 10 kilometers and smashed into the depths of a small planet that he finally came to a stop. Jebite's eyes widened. Lord King of the Gods. Jebite roared, gathering tremendous divine power with both hands charging towards number 18. Number 18 still did not turn her head. She lifted her right foot and kicked backward. It struck Jebite in the abdomen. Jebite's body folded into a V shape in space. His eyes bulged, unable to scream. He transformed into a shooting star soaring into the depths of the universe, uncertain of his fate. Instant kill. Two beings at the pinnacle of cosmic divinity couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. Chinemo stood still, not moving. He knew he couldn't escape. Even if he unleashed the 30-fold king of the gods' fist, it would be like being motionless before number 18. Your heart is beating very fast, number 18 spoke. Her voice was devoid of any warmth. She extended her right hand and grasped Chinmo's neck. Her fingers tightened, lifting him up with one hand. His feet left the ground. La, Zili. Chinmo struggled to utter her name. Don't call me that name. Number 18's crimson gaze fixed on him. Number 17 is dead. Just an hour ago. His computational matrix shattered, and he entered a deep slumber for 20 years. It is no different from death. Chinmo's pupils contracted. Sheru. Yes, Sheru. Number 18 interrupted him. Sheru pulled out his eternal furnace. And you were nearby the battlefield at that time. Number 18's fingers tightened again. Chinmo's cervical vertebrae emitted a straining sound. Why didn't you save him? Number 18 asked. Chinmo grasped number 18's wrist with both hands, trying to pry open a gap. He couldn't budge. Broly. His battle power has no limit. Sheru. 800 million. Chinmo stammered. I couldn't save him. You could save that useless Trunks, but not my brother. Number 18's tone began to waver. Two eternal furnaces were operating wildly within her. Fierce energy overflowed along her arms, blue arcs of electricity leaping across Chinmo, scorching his clothes. I told you. Number 18 pulled Chinmo closer, their noses almost touching. You are mine. Your life, your power, everything about you belongs to me. She looked at Chinmo's face, flushed from lack of oxygen. But you keep running away. You want to find that old man to learn chi. You went to that Namekian to unlock your potential. You went to find the tree of might's fruit. You became stronger and ran faster. Number 18 loosened her grip slightly, allowing Chinmo to catch a breath. Now number 17 lies in a cold repair pod. Number 18 gazed towards Earth. Everyone on this planet must accompany him to the grave, including that woman named Bulma and that old man. Chinmo abruptly raised his head. You're insane. What does this have to do with Earth? It matters, number 18 sneered, because you care about them. You have deceived me time and again for them fleeing again and again. She raised her left hand. A blue energy sphere formed in her palm. No incantation, no buildup. Pure energy compression. The mere residual wave shattered the surrounding asteroid belt into dust. 5 billion. The system panel in Chinmo's mind finally flashed a number before going black instantly. Fusion of the two furnaces. This insane woman actually integrated number 17's eternal furnace into her own body. Stop. Several kilometers away, the king of the gods burst out from the debris. Half of his face was swollen, his purple divine robes tattered. The king of the gods raised both hands, unleashing all his divine power. Divine binding. The invisible power of rules crossed space, attempting to bind number 18's movements. Number 18 tilted her head slightly. Get lost. The king of the gods' divine binding instantly collapsed. He suffered a backlash, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body again flying backward. How is this possible? The king of the gods steadied himself in space, his face filled with terror. This sense of oppression even exceeds that of the demon realm king Debura. Is this really a human? Number 18 didn't even glance at the king of the gods. The energy sphere in her left hand grew larger. To her, Earth was merely a blood. With this strike, Earth would leave not even a speck of dust. Chinmo's mind was racing. He couldn't win. He couldn't persuade her. She was currently in a state of energy overload due to the fusion of the two furnaces, her emotions completely out of control. He had to sever her connection to the outside world. He needed to find a space that even she couldn't easily shatter. Chinmo closed his eyes, focusing his energy. Old turtle. Chinmo channeled his chi directly, sending a message to the sacred land on Earth. Earth. Sacred land. The turtle hermit, who had just repaired half a city, suddenly looked up. Chinmo, what kind of monster is that? Don't ask. Open the door to the time chamber. Set the entrance coordinates to my location. Hurry. The turtle hermit did not hesitate. The permissions of the deity were instantly activated. In the universe, number 18's energy sphere had already taken shape. It's over, she said. Just as she was about to throw the energy sphere, Chun Emo moved. He activated the 50-fold king of the god's fist. Not to attack. In an instant, his body broke through its limits, and he wrapped his arms around number 18's waist from behind. What are you doing? Number 18 frowned. In the next second, a white wooden door appeared in the space behind them. The door was open. Inside was a pure white void. Chun Emo exerted all his strength, holding on to number 18 and fell backward. Going. The two passed through the wooden door. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, then completely vanished in the universe. The king of the gods stood far away, gazing at the empty universe. Where are they? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That earthling. Where did he take that monster? The time chamber. A pure white world. No boundaries, no sound. Gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The temperature fluctuates wildly between -40 degrees and +50 degrees. The air is thin. Chun Emo crashed to the white ground, holding number 18. Number 18 reacted quickly. At the moment of landing, she struck her palm against Chun Mo's chest. Boom. Chun Emo was sent flying hundreds of meters, rolling on the ground for several circles before coming to a stop. The burden of the 50-fold king of the gods' fist combined with that strike caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Number 18 stood up. The energy sphere in her left hand still remained. She surveyed her surroundings. Is this the grave you've dug for yourself, Oi? Number 18 looked at Chun Emo. This is the time chamber. Chun Emo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly standing up. 1 year here equals 1 day outside. Moreover, this is an independent space. If that energy sphere of yours explodes here, it will only destroy this space. You will also be forever trapped in a dimensional rift. Number 18 looked at the energy sphere in her hand. 5 seconds later, she clenched her palm, and the energy sphere dissipated. She walked towards Chun Emo. Her footsteps echoed distinctly in the pure white space. Do you think locking me up here will save Earth? Number 18 approached Chun Emo, looking down at him. Once I kill you, I can still shatter space to escape. Once I kill you, I can shatter the space and get out myself. No. 18 stood before Chun Emo. Her crimson eyes held no warmth whatsoever. The twin eternal furnaces within her body pulsed in synchronization, wild energy spilling over her surface and scorching a ring of charred black into the pristine white floor. Chun Emo stood before her. The blood at the corner of his mouth was still fresh. The backlash from the 30-fold Kaioken made his internal organs tremble. He couldn't win. Nothing he said would matter. Reason with her. Reason with a woman who had just placed her brother's heart inside her own chest. No. 18 raised her hand. Her 5 fingers spread wide. Blue energy coalesced once more in her palm. Chun Emo moved. He did not retreat. He took a step forward. No. 18's brow furrowed slightly. Chun Emo took another step. The distance between them shrank to less than 30 centimeters. The sphere of energy in No. 18's palm was a mere fist's length from Chun Mo's face. Blue light reflected in his pupils. Do you want to die? No. 18 asked. Chun Emo didn't answer. He raised his hands and grasped her wrist, the one holding the energy sphere. No. 18 glanced down. You're. Before she could finish, Chun Emo lowered his head. His lips pressed directly against hers. No. 18's pupils contracted sharply. This was the second time. The first had been in the ruins of West City. Back then his battle power was a mere 5, and he had used the 2-fold Kaioken to steal a kiss before fleeing. This time he didn't run. The energy sphere in No. 18's palm fluctuated violently. Chun Mo's lips were against hers. He could feel that her lips were cool. The eternal furnace maintained a constant body temperature 2 degrees lower than a normal human's. No. 18 didn't push him away. She didn't respond either. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Chun Mo's lungs felt like they were about to burst. The energy sphere in No. 18's palm dissipated. Her crimson pupils slowly reverted to an icy blue. Then No. 18's left hand suddenly clamped onto the back of Chun Mo's head. Her fingers threaded into his hair. She pulled, forcing his head down. Her tongue thrust directly into his mouth. Chun Mo's mind went blank instantly. This was nothing like he had imagined. He had thought the best outcome was being sent flying, the worst being vaporized. He never expected No. 18's response to be fiercer. The tip of her tongue carried a faint, subtle sweetness, exploring every inch of his mouth. Her intensity wasn't like a kiss at all, it felt more like a declaration of ownership. Held firmly by the back of his head, Chun Emo couldn't move at all. Their lips were sealed together. No. 18 tilted her head slightly, changing the angle, and bit down on his lower lip. Her teeth tightened. A faint taste of blood spread between them. MMPH. Chun Emo let out a muffled groan. No. 18 released her bite. She licked across his wounded lip. Finally she pulled back a little. But her hand still firmly gripped the back of his head. Their noses were almost touching. No. 18's eyes had returned to their normal icy blue, but within them was something Chun Emo had never seen before. It was an obsession, almost pathological, sticky, and chilling to the bone. You've kissed me twice now, No. 18 said. Her voice was soft, her breath ghosting over his lips. First time I kept a record. Second time the interest doubled. So now you are mine. Completely. Totally. Her left hand slid from the back of his head to his neck. Her fingers pressed against his carotid artery. Heart rate 192. No. 18 reported the precise number. 46 beats faster than before. Chun Emo took a deep breath. Your brother's situation? I can fix it. No. 18's fingers stopped. The Dragon Balls, Chun Mo said, enunciating each word. Purunga's wish can repair any physical matter, including No. 17's core operating matrix. We don't need to wait 20 years. If we reclaim those 6 Dragon Balls and bring No. 17 to Namek, we can fix him on the spot. No. 18 stared at him. A long silence stretched between them. Are you sure? Have I ever lied to you? Chun Mo countered. No. 18 thought for a moment. Every time. Chun Mo was speechless. But every lie you told was the truth. No. 18 released his neck. She took a step back and surveyed the pristine white space. A year in here is a day outside. Yes. 1 year. No. 18 turned back to look at him. It's enough. She walked over to Chun Mo. Reached out. She wrapped her arms around his waist. Her arms tightened. Chun Mo was pulled completely into her embrace. No. 18 rested her chin on his shoulder. About No. 17, you'll do what you said. No. 18's voice came from beside his ear. If you don't, I'll bury you and the earth together. Chun Mo could feel her chest pressed against him. The vibrations of the twin eternal furnaces transmitted through her body like 2 hearts beating in sync. He'll do it, Chun Mo said. No. 18 didn't let go. She held Chun Mo standing silently in the vast, empty, hyperbolic time chamber for a long time. A series of prompts flashed across the system panel. Emotion value collection dependence 2400, possessiveness 1800, sense of security 3200. Kaioken multiplier increasing. Current limit 32x. Chun Mo dismissed the notifications. Never mind. Let her hold on for a while. Day 3 of the hyperbolic time chamber. Chun Mo unfolded a portable house from a capsule. A small living room, a small kitchen, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. No. 18 stood at the doorway looking at the shabby house with a disdainful expression. This is it. In Dothworld supplies. Chun Mo pulled 2 bags of instant noodles from a cabinet. Make do. I don't eat this. You're powered by the eternal furnace. You don't need to eat anyway. I want. Chun Mo looked up. What do you want to eat? No. 18 walked into the kitchen. Opened the cabinets. Searched through them. Meat. Vegetables. Something sweet. This is the hyperbolic time chamber, not a supermarket. No. 18 glanced back at him. Chun Mo shut his mouth. He rummaged through his capsule supplies for a while and found a few packs of compressed meat jerky, dehydrated vegetable packets, and a box of chocolate Bulma had given him. This is all there is. Chun Mo placed the items on the counter. No. 18 opened the chocolate, broke off a piece, and put it in her mouth. She chewed twice. Too sweet. Then don't eat it. No. 18 broke off another piece and shoved it directly into Chun Mo's mouth. You eat it. Chun Mo looked at her, the chocolate melting in his mouth. No. 18 turned to inspect the jerky. Teach me how to cook. You can cook. No. That's why I'm asking you to teach me. No. 18 tore open the packaging of the compressed jerky and frowned. This smells like plastic. It gets a bit better after soaking. Chun Mo walked over beside her, took the jerky, and put it in a pot with water. Soak it for 10 minutes first, then pan fry on low heat. Chop the dehydrated vegetables and throw them in to stir fry together. No. 18 leaned against the counter watching him work. Her arm was pressed against his. And then, oi, add some salt. We're out of oil, so just make do. I'm not talking about cooking. Chun Mo turned his head. No. 18 turned her face to look at him. The distance was close. Killing Cell. What's your plan? First, train myself to a level where I can fight. Chun Mo turned down the heat. We have a year to train here. You have more combat experience and technique than I do. You'll spar with me. Spar with you. The corner of No. 18's mouth lifted slightly. Are you sure you can handle it? I have to whether I can handle it or not. No. 18 reached out. She pressed her index finger against Chun Mo's chest. With a gentle push, Chun Mo stumbled back half a step. You're too weak right now, No. 18 said, withdrawing her finger. A casual push from me, and you can't even stand steady. That's exactly why I need to train. Fine. No. 18 hopped down from the counter. But there's one condition. What? You're not allowed to wear a shirt when we train. Why? I need to see if your muscles are activating correctly. No. 18 said without changing her expression. Purely for technical guidance purposes. Chun Mo didn't call her bluff. Fine. No. 18 nodded with satisfaction. Then she picked up the jerky that had been soaking for 5 minutes and took a raw bite. Still tastes like plastic. Day 7 of the hyperbolic time chamber. No. 18's training method was simple. Fighting. Pure unrestrained close quarters combat. Chun Mo, using the 30-fold Kaioken under 10 times gravity, sparred with No. 18. Her speed was too great. After fusing the twin furnaces, No. 18's movements could no longer be described merely as fast. Chun Mo's eyes could track the afterimages, but his body simply couldn't keep up. Left ribs. No. 18's knee drove into Chun Mo's left side. He doubled over. Too slow. No. 18 slapped his back, pressing him to the ground. Your ki has a 0.3-second gap when you turn left. That's a weakness. Got it. Chun Mo picked himself up off the floor, wiping the blood from his nose. No. 18 stood before him, wearing a black tight-fitting tank top. Her jacket was tied around her waist. A thin sheen of moisture covered her arms. It wasn't real sweat. It was condensation from the eternal furnace's cooling system. But it looked exactly like sweat. The hyperbolic time chamber had no sun, but it had cyclical light changes, and the light happened to fall perfectly on her. To be honest, after training for half the day, Chinmo's mind had wandered no less than 20 times. When No. 18 guided his movements, she liked to use her hands. She would directly grab Chinmo's arm to adjust its angle, kick his ankle to correct his stance, or slap his waist to make him tighten his core. Every point of physical contact was precise, forceful, and completely without hesitation. But it also completely disregarded Chinmo's psychological endurance. Stand straight. No. 18 came up behind him, pressing down on his shoulders with both hands. Open your shoulder blades. Her palms were pressed against his bare back. Her palms were 2 degrees cooler than a normal person's. Cold. Chinmo took a deep breath. Your heart rate is accelerating again. No. 18 whispered in his ear. Normal physiological response. Just finished fighting. You finished fighting 5 minutes ago. Your heart rate should have dropped by now. No. 18's hands slowly slid from his shoulders to his shoulder blades. It's because I'm touching you. Chinmo said nothing. No. 18 walked around to face him. She lifted her chin to look at him. Her icy blue eyes. I like this reaction. No. 18 said. Continue. Her lips came to his. This time she initiated it. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Her tongue carried a coolness as it parted his teeth. Chinmo's arms instinctively wrapped around her waist. No. 18 didn't stop him. She even rose slightly on her tiptoes. The moment stretched on for a long time. Until No. 18 pulled back, licking her own lower lip. Breaks over. Back to training. Chinmo. He felt like he was being tortured in a whole new way. And it was hard to tell if it was agony or bliss. Day 15 of the hyperbolic time chamber. No. 18 had found a portable projector in one of the capsules. It was entertainment equipment from Bulma's spaceship. It had over 200 movies stored on it. Mostly disaster films and action movies. Nighttime. The living room of the portable house. No. 18 sat on the sofa. Chinmo sat beside her. The projector played an old movie on the wall. No. 18 wasn't watching the movie. Her head rested on Chinmo's shoulder. You're very warm, No. 18 said. Side effect of the Kaioken. My body temperature is elevated. I know. No. 18 pressed her cheek against the side of his neck. It's comfortable to lean against. Her slightly cool skin pressed against his carotid artery. Chinmo could feel her eyelashes brushing against his neck. It tickled. Are you watching the movie? Chinmo asked. No. I'm listening to your heartbeat. 117 beats, No. 18 reported. Lower than during the day. When you look at me during the day, it goes up to 140. I wasn't looking at you. You looked 73 times. I counted. Chinmo conceded defeat and fell silent. No. 18's hand reached over and intertwined her fingers with his. Their fingers laced together. Her hand was a size smaller than his. Her fingers were long and slender with distinct knuckles. Lazuli. Back in West City. No. 18's voice was muffled, coming from beside his neck. You stole a kiss from me and ran. When I chased after you, I wanted to crush you. And then, oi. And then I realized you were running too slowly. So slow it was boring. But I didn't attack. Why, oi? Because you said my name. No. 18 lifted her head to look at him. Lazuli. It's been 13 years since anyone called me that. Chinmo looked at her. The light from the projector fell on her face, half in light, half in shadow. In her icy blue eyes there was a softness Chinmo had never seen before. It lasted less than a second. No. 18 lowered her head, leaning back against his shoulder. This movie is too boring, she said. Want to switch? No. No. 18 pulled his arm around and placed it on her own waist. Just like this. The living room was filled only with the sound of the projector and the quiet breathing of 2 people. Day 30 of the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 month. Chinmo stood on the open ground outside the portable house. He sank his chi into his dantian. The crimson aura of the Kaioken surged around him. Not 30-fold. Not 40-fold. 52-fold. The crimson aura had deepened to a violet hue. The sheer force of the energy tore through the ground under 10 times gravity, cracking the white floor into a spiderweb of fissures. Chinmo threw a punch. The force of the fist created a visible shockwave that exploded through the pure white space. Boom. The shockwave slammed into the distance, kicking up a storm of rubble. Chinmo withdrew his fist. He took a few deep breaths. The system panel flashed base battle power 300, current Kaioken limit 52x battle power, at 52x Kaioken 15600, 3 million. When he had entered a month ago, his base power was 2 million. Now 3 million. What did this number mean? When Super Saiyan Goku fought Frieza on Namek, his battle power was 150 million. With his 52-fold Kaioken, Chinmo had 156 million. He was almost on par with that legendary Golden Warrior. Whoa. Chinmo glanced down at his fist. After the crimson aura dissipated, the blood vessels on his arm were still throbbing. No. 18 appeared behind him without a sound. She was leaning against the doorframe of the portable house, holding a cup in her hand. Inside was a soup made from the dehydrated vegetables. 3 million, No. 18 said, taking a sip of the soup. Not bad progress. Thanks to you beating me up every day. I beat you because you're weak. No. 18 walked over and handed him the cup. Drink. Chinmo took the cup. The soup was warm. He took a sip. How is it? No. 18 asked. Did you add salt? 2 spoonfuls. 1 would have been enough. If it's too salty, don't drink it. No. 18 reached out to take it back. Chinmo downed the whole cup in 1 gulp. Not salty. It's just right. No. 18 looked at the empty cup. The corner of her mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was a subtle curve somewhere between satisfaction and disdain. She reached out. Her fingertip brushed the corner of Chunmo's mouth. Soup stain. No. 18 withdrew her finger and licked it. You eat like a child. Chunmo's heart rate spiked again. No. 18 heard it. She smiled. This time it was a real smile. 146, she reported the number. New record. Then she turned and walked back. The jacket tied around her waist swayed gently with her steps. Afternoon training continues. No. 18 said without turning around. This time I'll use 1% of my power. 1%. Last time you said 1% too. You buried me in the ground 3 times. That's because you're too fragile. Chunmo stood there watching her retreating figure. 3 million. 52-fold Kaioken. It still wasn't enough. Cell had 800 million. Demeanor had 4 billion. The road was still long. But at least he was no longer the ant with a battle power of 5. Chunmo put down the cup and followed her. The hyperbolic time chamber had no sunrises or sunsets. Only 2 people. And the remaining 11 months. Day 31 of the hyperbolic time chamber. Early morning. Chunmo opened his eyes. No. 18 was sleeping beside him, her arm wrapped around his. Her face was buried in the hollow of his shoulder. Her breathing was even. Her eyelashes were long, casting a small shadow on her cheek. Chunmo didn't move. He stared at the ceiling. The system panel flickered quietly in the corner of his vision. Emotion collection in progress. Type security dependence possessiveness, continuous output, current accumulation available for next breakthrough. Chunmo closed his eyes. No. 18's arm tightened a little. Don't even think about running. She said, her eyes still closed, her voice slurred. Wasn't planning to. Then why is your heart rate changing? You're holding too tight. My arm is going to break. No. 18 loosened her grip. Just a little. Then she rolled over, lying completely on top of Chunmo. Her chin rested on his chest. She opened her eyes a slit. Today's training session. No. 18 said. What? Kiss me. Otherwise I'm not getting up. Chunmo sighed. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Not enough. He kissed the tip of her nose. Not enough. Chunmo cupped her face and kissed her on the lips. No. 18 closed her eyes. She responded earnestly. 1 minute later. All right. Get up. No. 18 rolled off the bed with a swift, clean motion. You said you weren't getting up. That was a minute ago. No. 18 pulled the door open and walked out. Meeting point on the training ground in 10 minutes. If you're late, it'll triple your training volume. The door closed behind her. Chunmo lay in bed. Heart rate 151. New record. Within the hyperbolic time chamber. Day 364. Chunmo stood on the pure white expanse, a deep crimson aura raging around his body, its color so dark it bordered on black. Under tenfold gravity, the air was forcibly repelled by the surge of energy, forming a vacuum zone. He kept his eyes closed as the system interface refreshed in his mind. Base combat power 400,000. Current Kaioken multiplier limit 100x. Combat power at 100x Kaioken 400 million. In 1 year, through daily life and death combat training and the relentless beatings from No. 18A, Chunmo had forcibly pushed his physical capabilities to an inconceivable level. His combat power of 400 million had surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan full power from the original story, enough to crush the previous androids effortlessly. Chunmo retracted his aura. The crimson light dissipated as the surrounding air rushed back in. He turned his head. No. 18 sat on the doorstep of the portable house, holding a can of ice-cold water, watching him. This year, Chunmo wasn't the only one who had become terrifying. The 2 eternal cores within No. 18 had completely fused. No scanner could measure her combat power, but Chunmo knew that if she went all out now, even he with his 400 million power level couldn't withstand a few of her attacks. After the dual core fusion, No. 18's combat power had also skyrocketed in an unreasonable manner. Done for the day, Chunmo said as he walked over, taking the cold water from her hand and drinking half of it in one go. No. 18 said nothing. She stood up, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him toward the house. What is it? Chunmo asked. My waist is sore. Give me a massage. No. 18 said flatly. It was a habit developed over the past 3 months. Although the dual-core fusion granted endless energy, it also placed immense strain on her mechanical body and human nerves. After the intense daily training, she needed a massage to relieve her muscle tension. In the bedroom, No. 18 took off her coat, leaving only a black tight tank top, and lay face down on the bed. Chunmo sat on the edge of the bed and pressed his hands onto her back. Her skin was cool. The moment his palms made contact, he could clearly feel the synchronized vibration of the 2 eternal cores within her chest. Chunmo pressed his thumbs into the muscles on either side of her spine, applying gradual force as he pushed down along her shoulder blades. No. 18 muffled a groan into the pillow. Too hard? Chunmo asked. Harder. Chunmo increased the pressure. His fingers pressed over her lower back. No. 18's body shuddered violently. Her breathing grew heavier. Chunmo's technique was steady. Chi seeped through his fingertips into her muscle fibers, helping to unblock the congested nodes caused by energy overload. When he reached the hollow of her waist, No. 18's fingers suddenly clenched the bedsheet. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. That's enough. No. 18 abruptly turned over, grabbing Chunmo's wrist. Lying on her back, her icy blue eyes fixed on him, a sheen of abnormal moisture glistening in their depths. No more massage. Chunmo looked at her. No. 18 didn't answer. She hooked her arms around his neck and pulled hard. Chun Mo yielded, pressing down on her. Their lips collided heavily. There was no hesitation, no preamble. No. 18's kiss was fiercely aggressive. Her tongue forced its way past his teeth, fervently sweeping through every corner of his mouth. Chun Mo took control. His left hand cradled the back of No. 18's head, while his right hand slid down her waistline, resting on her lower abdomen. No. 18's breathing was completely erratic. She wrapped one leg around Chun Mo's waist, pressing her body tightly against his, as if she wanted to melt into his very bones. The temperature in the room rose. The vibration frequency of the eternal cores accelerated, transmitting through the thin fabric to Chun Mo's chest. Chun Mo no. 18 broke the kiss, breathing heavily, her nose brushing against his chin. Your heart rate is 180. You're strangling me. Chun Mo's voice was hoarse. No. 18 lowered her head and bit down on his collarbone. Her teeth sank in. Chun Mo frowned, but didn't move. Tomorrow is the last day. No. 18 said, releasing her bite and licking away the blood seeping from the teeth marks. Once we're out, you're not going anywhere. Stay by my side. I need to find the Dragon Balls, Chun Mo said. They'll go with you. No. 18's fingers traced across his back. Anyone who gets in the way will kill them. The system panel was pulsing wildly. Emotional value collection in progress. Possessiveness 5,000, paranoia 6,000, Kaioken multiplier stabilized at 100x. Chun Mo stared at the ceiling. This woman's Yandra traits had maxed out completely. If he took her out in her current state with her terrifying power, the moment she perceived any threat to her exclusive rights, she would not hesitate to erase Earth along with the entire solar system. Cell was nothing. Demeanor was nothing. The current No. 18 was the biggest ticking time bomb on this planet. Chun Mo looked down at No. 18, who lay in his arms with her eyes closed, her face full of dependence. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. All right, Chun Mo said. Day 365. Afternoon. The 1-year limit in the hyperbolic time chamber was approaching. Chun Mo stood on the empty ground, retracting the portable house into a capsule and putting it in his pocket. No. 18 stood beside him, flexing her wrist. Let's go, No. 18 said. First we tear that piece of trash cell apart. Chun Mo nodded. He turned and walked toward the white wooden door at the edge of the empty space. He grasped the handle, turned it. The door opened. Beyond the door was not the pure white void, but the tiled plaza of the lookout. Sunlight streamed in, spilling at Chun Mo's feet. Chun Mo stood on the threshold, not rushing to step out. He turned to look at No. 18 behind him. Lazuli. Chun Mo called her name. No. 18 stepped forward. What is it? I promised I would fix No. 17, Chun Mo said, looking into her eyes. I keep my word. A smirk curled at the corner of No. 18's mouth. I know. Just as she was about to step toward the door, Chun Mo moved. He strode across the threshold onto the plaza of the lookout. Then he turned. Gripping the door handles with both hands, he pulled them inward with all his might. Bang! The white wooden door slammed shut. The movement was so swift it left no afterimage. No. 18 inside froze. She stared at the closed door, her icy blue pupils contracting sharply. Chun Mo. She rushed forward in a single step, grabbing the handles, trying to pull them open. They wouldn't budge. Outside the lookout, Chun Mo pressed his hands firmly against the door panels. A crimson aura erupted instantly, Kaioken at 100 times full power. The immense energy of 400 million surged through his arms into the wooden door, forming an unbreakable energy seal on its surface. Old Master Rashi, reinforce the space. Chun Mo shouted into the empty lookout. A green figure descended from the sky. The Kama-possessed Master Rashi landed before the door, staff in hand. Seeing the terrifying crimson aura on Chun Mo, his eyelids twitched wildly. You little. Rashi didn't waste words. He immediately activated his divine authority as Earth's Kami, infusing divine energy into the space nodes around the door. Inside the chamber, No. 18 finally understood. Deceived. Deceived again. Chun Mo. A scream of utter despair and fury pierced through the door, shaking the entire lookout. Boom. A torrent of world-shattering blue energy slammed into the door panel. The wooden door bulged violently. Chun Mo's arms bulged with veins as he held on with all his might. You dare lock me in here? No. 18's voice dripped with murderous rage and desperation. You bastard. You jerk. Open the door. Boom. Another impact. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. He pressed against the door, his voice seeping through the crack. Lazuli, your current state is too dangerous. Going out would cause trouble. Chun Mo panted heavily. Stay inside for a few days. 1 day outside is a year inside. ITLL, give you time to stabilize the dual core energy. It'll kill you. I swear it'll kill you. No. 18 pounded on the door from inside. Let me out. Don't think you can get rid of me. Once I get the Dragon Balls and fix No. 17, I'll personally open the door to get you, Chun Mo said. I don't care. Chun Mo, open this door. The energy fluctuations inside grew increasingly violent. The entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber began to tremble. Master Rashi was sweating profusely, outputting divine energy with all his might. I can't hold it for long. This woman's power is absurd. The spatial barrier is cracking. Hold it as long as you can. Chun Mo withdrew his hands and stepped back 2 paces. The red energy on the door panel interwove with the divine power, temporarily sealing the exit. The sounds of pounding and furious curses from inside were still clear. Chun Mo wiped the blood from his mouth. He knew that when this door opened again, he would face an unprecedented domestic beating. But for now he couldn't worry about that. Shinemo turned around, gazing down at the blue earth below. Master, it's been one day outside. What's the situation? The Celestial Temple Plaza. Boom. The wooden door trembled violently once more. Several cracks splintered across the white bricks at the doorframe's edge. Master Roshi gritted his teeth, his wooden staff striking the ground heavily. Green divine power surged endlessly into the door panel, yet it remained utterly inadequate against Android 18's relentless dual furnace energy. I can't hold on much longer. Master Roshi turned his head to shout at Shinemo. This girl's strength right now surpasses slugs. Earth's spatial barriers won't contain her for long. Shinemo remained silent. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow talisman paper inscribed with red runes. Stick this on, Shinemo said, handing the talisman over. Master Rose, his eyelids twitched as he recognized the patterns on the talisman. A Mafuba seal. Where in the world did you get this? Picked it up last time I was on Kame Island, Shinemo said. Save the chatter. Stick it on and activate it with your celestial god power. Master Roshi snatched the seal. It was the very item his master Mateto had once used to seal away King Piccolo. Though useless against Android 18 now, it was perfect for reinforcing the spatial node. Slap. The yellow talisman was slapped onto the center of the wooden door. Master Roshi let out a low shout and a blinding green light blazed from the tip of his staff, pouring entirely into the talisman. The runes instantly came to life, morphing into phantom chains of dark crimson that snaked along the doors, seemed sealing the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber completely. The pounding from within the door abruptly halted for a moment. Shinemo. Android 18's voice came through the seal laced with suppressed fury. Do you think a flimsy piece of paper can hold me for long? 10 days at most. In 10 days I'll tear this wretched place apart. 10 days is enough, Shinemo said from outside the door, his voice steady. In 10 days I'll return to you with the Dragon Balls. No more pounding came from within. Only the low grinding hum of the eternal furnace operating at full power like a terrifying beast gathering its strength. Shinemo withdrew his hands from the door. The deep violet aura of the hundredfold Kaioken instantly dissipated. Air rushed back and whipping up a fierce gale across the plaza. Shinemo let out a long breath. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow, turned around, and looked Shinemo up and down. You boy. Master Roshi squinted. Rein in your energy. The state you're in right now makes my heart race just looking at you. Shinemo complied, suppressing his aura. His base combat power of 4 million was reduced to the level of an ordinary human. Master Roshi circled him, clicking his tongue in amazement. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. When you went in, your base power was only 500,000. Now after just one day the sheer volume of your energy is so vast, I can't even perceive its limits. Getting beaten into the ground every day by a monster with a power level over 50 billion. Anyone would break their limits, Shinemo said, rolling his shoulders. His joints crackled like popping beans. What happened out here in this one day? Shinemo asked. Master Roshi walked to the edge of the plaza, gazing at the clouds below. Cell went to the demon realm. Broly chased after him. Android 17 was critically injured. He gave his eternal furnace to Android 18. That's why that girl is now as strong as a monster. Shinemo nodded. He already knew all this. One more thing, Master Roshi said, turning to look at him. The Eastern Supreme Kai came looking for you. What did he want? He was scared out of his wits by Android 18, Master Roshi said. He doesn't think Earth is safe anymore. He left the spatial beacon, Master Roshi continued. He said there's a legendary divine sword in the Supreme Kai realm. If you can pull it out, you'll gain the power to fight Cell and the demon realm. He wants you to find him immediately after you get out. Shinemo took the silver rhomboid beacon from Master Rose's hand. The Z sword. Of course he knew what it was. Sealed inside was the Elder Supreme Kai from 15 generations past. Pulling the sword would unlock one's potential. But Shinemo casually stuffed the beacon into his pocket. No rush. No rush. Master Roshi was stunned. That's the Supreme Kai realm. An opportunity from the highest god in the universe. An opportunity means nothing if you're not alive to take it, Shinemo said, walking to the edge of the plaza to look at the shattered earth below. Pulling the sword takes time. Unlocking potential takes time. Android 18 will break through that door in 10 days at most. By the time I get back from the Supreme Kai realm, shell have already blown Earth to ashes. Shinemo was clear-headed. His current trump card was a base power of 4 million. With the hundredfold Kaioken, his peak burst could reach 400 million. In the original Frieza arc, that would make him the absolute emperor of the universe. A Frieza with 120 million wouldn't even be fit to tie his shoes. But on the current Earth, this 400 million was nothing. Cell, having devoured demon realm creatures, had soared to 800 million. Dabura, the king of the demon realm, had a power level of 4 billion. And then there was the Yandra wife behind that door with her dual furnace fusion surpassing 5 billion. Going to the Supreme Kai realm to pull a sword. A distant solution couldn't solve an immediate crisis. So what are you planning to do? Master Roshi asked. Solve what can be solved first. Shinemo looked up, his gaze piercing the distant deep space. Where's Trunks? At West City. Bulma's underground lab. He's been helping Bulma debug the time machine all day, Master Roshi said. And the Grand Elder, resting in the back courtyard of the lookout. The fruit from the Tree of Might has restored quite a bit of his vitality. He can hold on for a year or so. Shinemo nodded. Contact Trunks. Tell him to prepare a spaceship. We're going to New Namek. Master Roshi frowned. You want to go after Slug? Yes. Have you lost your mind? Master Roshi slammed his staff hard on the ground. Slug's base power is 120 million. If he uses eternal darkness to blot out the sun, his power will skyrocket to 500 million. You've gotten stronger, but going up against him is still too much of a stretch. It's not a stretch, Chunemo said calmly. 400 million versus 500 million. On paper, the numbers were indeed 100 million short. But battle wasn't just about comparing stats. Slug relied on the attribute inflation from his dark powers, essentially an old fossil dependent on brute force. Chunemo, on the other hand, had spent the past year fighting for his life against Android 18's extreme speed and close-quarters combat. His battle technique, precise control of ki, and grasp of opportunities were leagues ahead of Slug. And besides, he still had the system. Master, keep an eye on Earth, Chunemo said, turning and walking toward the edge of the lookout. If Cell returns from the demon realm, signal me immediately. You brat. How sure are you? 100%. Chunemo leaped, jumping off the celestial temple. The wind roared in his ears. Adjusting his posture midair, Chunemo transformed into a streak of white light, speeding straight toward West City. 400 million combat power. The Emperor of the Universe experience card had been cashed in. It was time to collect some interest. West City. Underground bunker. Bulma, wearing goggles and holding a welding torch, was making final adjustments to the time machine's energy interface. Trunks stood nearby, handing her a wrench. Mom, Chunmo's been in there for a day now, Trunks said, checking the time. That's a whole year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Can he handle Android 18? He has to, Bulma said without looking up. In that woman's current state, anyone who gets close dies except Chunemo. No sooner had she spoken than a sickening screech of twisting metal echoed from the bunker's heavy iron door. Bam! The tintin alloy door was shoved open by an invisible force. Trunks instantly drew the sword on his back, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden aura illuminated the entire lab. Who's there? A figure stepped out from the shadows beyond the door. No aura. No pressure. He looked like an ordinary earthling. But the moment Trunks saw who it was, every hair on his body stood on end. His Super Saiyan instincts screamed warnings. Beneath that calm exterior, the person before him harbored a terrifying power capable of easily crushing this planet. Chunemo. Trunks sheathed his sword, his golden hair fading, his face full of shock. You? What happened to you? Chunemo walked over to the workbench. Bulma, is the spaceship still operational? Chunemo asked directly. Bulma took off her goggles and stared at Chunemo for a long moment. It's usable. The backup ship we used to go to Namek has been repaired. Where are you headed? To find Slug. Chunemo turned to Trunks. Bring your sword. We leave in 5 minutes. Trunks was stunned. Just the two of us. Slug has a power level of 500 million. What about Android 18? She's grounded at the lookout, Chunemo said. Grounded? Bulma gasped. You locked that crazy woman up. Temporarily, Chunemo said, glancing at the time. We have less than 10 days. In 10 days we must get the 7 Dragon Balls and fix Android 17. Otherwise, when she gets out, we're all done for. Trunks swallowed hard. He asked no more questions. The absolute confidence and oppressive aura radiating from Chunemo left no room for dissent. He'll start the ship, Trunks said, turning and running toward the hangar. 10 minutes later, a silver disc-shaped spaceship blasted up from the ruins of West City, tearing through the clouds and entering outer space. Main control room of the spaceship. Chunemo sat in the pilot's seat, setting the autopilot. Destination: the coordinates of New Namek. Trunks sat in the co-pilot's seat, watching the constantly fluctuating data on the radar. Chunemo, remnants of the Frisia force are still near New Namek, Trunks said. Radar shows at least several hundred warships gathered there. Perfect, Chunemo said, leaning back in his seat. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Earlier, to buy time, Chunemo had spread a false rumor that the Dragon Balls could revive Frisia, drawing Frisia's scattered followers from across the universe to swarm Slug like sharks drawn to blood. By now, those cannon fodder should have already worn Slug down considerably. Trunks, Chunemo said suddenly. Yes. When we get there, you handle the small fry and find the Dragon Balls, Chunemo said, staring into the deep space outside the window. Slug is mine. You alone, eh? Me alone, Chunemo said, closing his eyes. The spacecraft disengaged from the warp tunnel. Against the backdrop of the deep cosmos, a dark green planet hung in the distance. Trunks stared at the radar screen on the main console, his pupils contracting slightly. On the screen, dense red dots swarmed like a hive of bees, completely encircling the outer space of New Namek. This number. Trunks swallowed hard, at least 1,000 warships. Frisia's been dead for so many years, how do his remnants still have this kind of influence? A centipede dies, but never stiffens. Chunemo clasped his hands behind his head, gazing out the window. The Frisia force once ruled over 70% of the northern galaxy's star sectors. Even if the tree falls and the monkeys scatter, the remaining foundation is beyond ordinary imagination. Chunemo glanced at Trunks. What's your current base battle power? 4 million, Trunks replied. If I transform into a Super Saiyan with a 50-fold increase, I can reach 200 million. 200 million. Chunemo nodded. Suppress your energy. Bring it down to around 5,000. We're going to pay a visit. Where to? Find a lone warship and gather intel on the situation below. Chunemo stood up and walked toward the storage locker in the rear compartment. He pulled out 2 sets of battle suits previously seized from a Frisia Force transfer station and tossed one to Trunks. Put these on. From now on we're low-level grunts from a fringe star sector answering the call to pledge loyalty to Lord Frisia. Trunks took the highly elastic, tight-fitting battle suit, his mouth twitching, but he obediently changed into it. 10 minutes later, on the tail section of a supply ship belonging to a medium-sized Frisia Force fleet, the hatch was silently cut open. Under the cover of an invisibility field, Chun-Mo and Trunks slipped in undetected. Inside the warship, the air was thick with the pungent smell of machine oil and alien tobacco. Chun-Mo led Trunks through several corridors to the lower deck rest area. It was a bar-like area. Dozens of alien soldiers of various appearances were gathered together, drinking low-grade synthetic alcohol and cursing loudly. Chun-Mo and Trunks found a seat at a corner bar. "Boss, 2 of your strongest drinks," Chun-Mo said, tapping the counter. The bartender, a lizard man with 4 arms, glanced at them and slid over 2 glasses of murky green liquid. "New here?" A crisp female voice came from beside them. Chun-Mo turned. A woman with flowing blue wavy hair, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure approached, drink in hand. Apart from her slightly pointed ears, her appearance almost perfectly matched Earth's aesthetic standards. The scanner showed her battle power at a mere 8,000. "Just arrived from the southern star sector," Chun-Mo said, picking up his glass and taking a sip, swallowing the gasoline-like taste without flinching. "Our leader sent us as soon as he heard the great king might have a chance to be revived." Uff. The woman let out a laugh, dripping with mockery. "Loyalty to the great king. Come on. Everyone knows that planet down there is home to a monster with a base battle power of 120 million and the ability to create absolute darkness." The woman sat down beside Chun-Mo, crossing her long, shapely legs. "My name's Tights," she said, extending a hand. Chun-Mo replied, shaking it. "This is my brother Tran." Trunks nodded stiffly. He was deeply uncomfortable with this infiltration charade, especially knowing that with his current strength, he could vaporize this ship and the entire fleet in a single second if he wished. "You two look too soft-skinned to be frontline fighters," Tights said, sizing Chun-Mo up, her gaze lingering on his broad shoulders. "Take big sis advice. Stay on the supply ship and don't wander off. That battle down there, it's not for our level." "That bad?" Chun-Mo probed. "Bad. It's a massacre," Tights sighed. "That Namekian named Slug is a complete madman. In the first 3 days we lost 17 main fleets." "Then why don't you retreat?" Trunks couldn't help but interject. "Retreat? Where to?" Tights rolled her eyes. "High Command gave a direct order. Get the Dragon Balls or die. Anyone who runs gets executed on the spot." "But," she lowered her voice, leaning closer to Chun-Mo, "that Slug may be strong, but our guys are driving him crazy." "How so?" Chun-Mo raised an eyebrow. "What good is high battle power? In this universe, some things just don't play by the rules," Tights sneered. "The Force has deployed all its secret special units. Ever heard of Guldo? The short guy with 4 eyes from the Ginyu Force?" Chun-Mo nodded. "Right? Guldo's race has low power, but they can stop time." Tights took a sip of her drink. "There are a few of his kin in the Force. They can only freeze time for a second or 2, but that's enough to give Slug a headache." Tights counted on her fingers. "Besides time stop, there's one who can forcibly swap positions, another who releases neurotoxins, and there's even a guy whose power is forced diarrhea." Trunks spat out a mouthful of alcohol. "Forced diarrhea?" He coughed violently. "Yeah," Tights shrugged. "Once that guy locks eyes on you, no matter your battle power, your guts instantly give out. Yesterday Slug was about to unleash a big attack when he got stared down. He clutched his stomach and fell from the sky. Word is the scene was, well, let's just say it reeked." Chun-Mo's mouth twitched. That Frisia Force rabble really had a motley crew of talents. Slug, a boss with a battle power of 500 million, being tormented by a bunch of underlings with power levels under 10,000 using all sorts of dirty tricks. The thought alone was absurd. "Can these abilities really beat Slug?" Chun-Mo asked. "Win? No. But they can wear him down," Tights whispered. "Slug's darkness ability has a time limit. As long as they stall until his stamina runs out, the elite forces will move in for the kill. And..." Tights glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned close to Chun-Mo's ear. "Truth is, nobody really wants to revive Lord Frisia." Chun-Mo's eyes flickered. "Oh, then why are you all fighting so hard for the Dragon Balls?" "For King Cold," Tights snorted. "That shorty Frisia was too tyrannical. He'd kill his own men just to vent his anger. Under his rule, everyone lived in constant fear. King Cold, on the other hand, though cruel, followed rules. As long as you paid your tribute on time, he not only spared you, but rewarded you generously. So the real plan of the High Command is to get the Dragon Balls and wish King Cold back." Chun-Mo asked. "Smart boy." Tights patted Chun-Mo on the shoulder. "Once King Cold is revived and restores order to the universe, we loyalists get better star sectors. That's the real reason everyone's risking their lives." Chun-Mo raised his glass, hiding the cold smile on his lips. "King Cold. Base battle power 120 million, on par with Frisia. Even if revived, he'd be nothing more than a one-punch problem for Chun-Mo now. Still, those grunts' abilities were a real nuisance." Boom. Suddenly the ship shuddered violently. A piercing red alarm echoed through the rest area. "Warning! Warning! Port escort ship hit by high-energy attack. Target is breaking through the defense line." A cold synthetic voice droned. The alien soldiers in the bar erupted into chaos, grabbing weapons and rushing out. Tights paled, grabbing Chun-Mo's arm. "Damn it! Slug's broken out." He's come into space. Chun Imo looked through the rest area's porthole. In the deep void, a dark purple energy beam sliced through the darkness like a blade, instantly piercing 3 Frisia Force warships. Violent explosions bloomed into blinding flames in the vacuum. Amid the fire, a massive dark green Namekian stood on a piece of wreckage, laughing maniacally. Slug. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes, and even the armor on his left arm was half shattered, making him look battered. But his overwhelming energy radiated without restraint. You insects. Slug's voice transmitted directly into everyone's minds through the vibration of his ki. You think your dirty tricks can stop me, the great Slug? He raised his right hand, and a massive black energy sphere gathered in his palm. Trunks. Chun Imo stood up, his tone calm. Yes. Trunks' hand had already moved to the sword hilt on his back, his gaze sharpening. Before Tights could process their sudden change in demeanor, she saw the brother called Tran erupt with a faint but intensely pure golden aura. Go warm up. Chun Imo pointed at Slug outside the window. Trunks nodded. The next second. Bang! The reinforced blast-proof glass of the rest area shattered instantly. A violent rush of air swept into the cabin, sending several nearby alien soldiers flying. Tights screamed, clinging desperately to the bolted-down bar. She looked up in horror. The timid-looking brother had vanished from his spot. In the vacuum, Slug was about to hurl the black energy sphere at the supply ship where Chun Imo was. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt shot out from the supply ship, appearing before Slug at a speed even he couldn't track. What a... Slug's pupils contracted. Trunks didn't draw his sword. He simply raised his right leg, golden aura converging around it, and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to Slug's face. Boom. Space itself seemed to groan under the force of the kick. Slug's massive body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing through over a dozen pieces of wreckage before slamming heavily into the armor plating of a main warship. The armor plate buckled deeply. Slug coughed up a mouthful of green blood embedded in the metal. For a moment, the entire Frisia Force communication channel fell dead silent. Then an earth-shattering uproar erupted. What is that? Golden hair. A Super Saiyan. It's the legendary Super Saiyan. He kicked Slug away with one blow. Inside the supply ship, Tights gaped, staring in shock at the golden-haired youth outside the window. She turned stiffly to look at Chun Imo, who was still sitting at the bar leisurely, sipping his cheap alcohol. Who are you people? Tights' voice trembled. Chun Imo set down his glass, brushed the dust off his clothes, turned, and gave her a gentle smile. Just a concerned citizen from the Southern Star Sector. Chun Imo walked toward the shattered porthole, the wind whipping through his black hair. Let's go. Chun Imo looked at Trunks outside. Get the Dragon Balls down there. Quick and clean. I'm in a hurry to get home and appease my wife. Chun Imo stepped out, his form vanishing instantly into the vast cosmos. Leaving Tights slumped on the floor, staring at the radar, where 2 terrifying energy readings had just spiked and burned out the detector core, plunging her into a deep existential crisis. Meanwhile, on the surface of New Namek before the Great Elder's Hall, 6 enormous Dragon Balls lay quietly, emitting a faint glow. Chun Mo's figure slowly materialized in the air above the hall. He looked down at the remnants of Slug's forces standing guard below and cracked his neck. Time to clear the house. Chun Imo landed on the plaza before the Grand Elder's chamber. 6 Dragon Balls were neatly arranged around the base of the altar, each as tall as a grown man, emitting a soft orange glow. This was the unique size of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Around the altar, over 20 of Shigura's subordinates were scattered across defensive positions. Some were the remnant wills of assimilated Namekian warriors, while others were low-tier soldiers pillaged from neighboring star systems. The strongest among them boasted a battle power of 8 million. Chun Imo did not activate the Kaioken. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. A pure white energy wave radiated outward from his center. It was not an attack, merely a momentary release of pressure. Bang, 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 bang. Over 20 guards were sent flying in unison, crashing into the stone pillars of the chamber, all losing consciousness. 3 seconds. Chun Imo walked to the altar and pulled the 7th Dragon Ball from his pocket, the last one that Elder Mori had desperately guarded. He placed it in position. The 7th Dragon Ball assembled, and the light intensified abruptly. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through New Namek's thick atmosphere. Chun Imo took a deep breath. The Namekian Dragon Balls required summoning in the Namekian language. He had anticipated this. During the 30-plus days on the spaceship, he had Elder Mori teach him the complete summoning incantation in advance. Mura's expression at the time was complex, likely amazed that an Earthling could learn Namekian faster than key techniques. There was no helping it. Having watched Dragon Ball for over 20 years in his past life, the lines were already etched into his DNA. Chun Imo opened his mouth and chanted the summoning words in Namekian. The sky exploded. All 3 suns were obscured by golden light. The pillar of light transformed into a colossal figure coiled within the clouds. Purunga. The Namekian dragon was magnitudes larger than Earth's. Its muscular, massive body hovered in midair, eyes blazing like 2 burning red stars. State your wish. Purunga's voice rumbled like the planet itself, vibrating. I can grant 3 wishes. 3 wishes. Chun Imo had already decided. The first wish was for himself. The second, to revive No. 17. The third, to revive Dend. This was his agreement with No. 18. But when prioritizing, Chun Imo made a cold choice. He placed his own wish first. It wasn't selfishness. It was because this universe was unreasonable. Cell had devoured countless beings in the demon realm, skyrocketing his battle power to over 800 million. Demeanor was at 4 billion. Broly had no upper limit. No, 18 was at 5 billion. With his 100-fold Kaioken fully unleashed, he was only at 400 million. 400 million in this version didn't even rank mid-tier. He needed a trump card for survival and ability that could keep him alive under any circumstance. Not greater attack power, not higher combat strength. It was instant transmission. Goku used this technique to escape Frieza's self-destruction on Namek and to teleport the self-destructing Cell to King Kai's planet during the Cell Saga. Instant transmission required no battle power to sustain, only locking onto a key signature to arrive instantly. A universe-level escape skill. He could of course learn it on Yard Rat like Goku, but that would take time, weeks at least months at most. No, 18 would break out of the hyperbolic time chamber in at most 10 days. Time was insufficient, so he would wish. Purunga, Shanemo looked up and spoke in Namekian, stating his first wish: grant me the ability of instant transmission. The complete instant transmission identical to that of the Yardratians. Purunga's crimson eyes fixed upon him. This wish is within my power. Purunga's eyes flared. Shenmo's body jerked violently. Knowledge not his own flooded into his mind. Not his words or images, but his instinctive understanding. As if he had been born knowing how to breathe, the concept of instant transmission was etched into every cell. He closed his eyes. His perception expanded. He saw the key of all living beings on New Namek surface. In the distant void of space, the chaotic energy signals of Frieza's soldiers. Further still, Trunks' golden Super Saiyan aura was fluctuating violently. Even in Earth's direction, the faint, almost undetectable divine key of Master Roshi. The ability has been granted, Purunga's voice echoed. State your second wish. Chun Imo opened his eyes. It was done. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead, the iconic pose Goku used when teleporting. He locked onto a spot beside a stone 10 meters away. Vanished. Appeared. No transition, no process of movement. His body went directly from point A to point B. Space itself had been folded. Shinemo looked down at his hands. Amazing. This feeling surpassed any battle power increase. 400 million couldn't beat No. 18's 5 billion, but instant transmission allowed him to vanish before she could throw a punch. The first lesson Master Roshi taught him: there's no shame in fearing death. Shinemo composed himself and looked up at Purunga. The second wish. Hey, that human over there. A shrill voice came from behind. Shinemo turned. 3 aliens in standard Frieza Force battle armor rushed out from the rubble beside the chamber. The leader was a short, orange-skinned creature with 2 antennae on its head, clutching a portable communicator and screaming frantically into it. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Massive biological reaction detected on New Namek surface. Someone is summoning the dragon. Repeat, someone is summoning the dragon. Coordinates uploaded. Shinmo's expression hardened. When he had cleared the area, his focus had been entirely on the guards around the altar. These 3 scouts hiding behind the rubble had suppressed their ki to under 1,000, blending perfectly into the background noise. Damn it. Shinemo raised a hand and fired a ki blast. The white sphere instantly engulfed the 3 scouts. But the communication signal had already been sent. He looked up at the sky. Purunga's massive form coiled within the cloud's golden light, illuminating half the planet. An energy reaction of this magnitude was visible to the naked eye from space. He had been too careless. Purunga's summoning light pillar was a signal flare planted on New Namek, telling everyone the Dragon Balls are here. Shinemo turned to Purunga. Second wish: revive the android. Boom. The sky shattered. A dark purple energy beam shot down from space, slamming into the mountain range east of the chamber. The entire mountain was leveled. The shockwave swept over them. The ground cracked beneath their feet, and rubble flew everywhere. Chun Imo sidestepped to dodge, while locking onto the energy source with his perception. Space. Shigura. The Shigura who had been kicked away by Trunks had recovered. In absolute darkness, the Super Saiyan transformation was meaningless. He couldn't see or sense his opponent's position. Shigura was single-handedly beating Trunks in the darkness. The golden aura flickered unsteadily within the black mist. Trunks' battle armor was tattered, blood streaming from his temple, one arm hanging limp. But at that moment he sensed over a dozen key signatures hurtling toward New Namek's surface from space. Frieza Forces Vanguard. They had received the scout's coordinates. The second wish. Shinemo looked up at Purunga and opened his mouth. The Namekian word had barely left his lips when his body vanished. It wasn't instant transmission. It was a spatial displacement completely beyond his control. In a tenth of a second, Chunmo's vision shifted from the plaza before the Great Elder's Hall on New Namek to the pitch-black void of space. Inertia sent his body tumbling twice in the vacuum. His first reaction was to envelop himself in a protective barrier of ki shielding against cosmic radiation and extreme temperature fluctuations. The survival technique No. 18 had taught him saved his life in that moment. His second reaction was to sense. He closed his eyes and expanded his ki perception outward. Nothing. No, not nothing. Something was blocking his perception. A translucent pale blue barrier enveloped the area around him for about 300 meters, like a colossal bubble isolating him in the depths of space. Inside the barrier, his perception was crystal clear. Outside, utter silence. He couldn't see the direction of New Namek, couldn't see Purunga's ki, couldn't detect the energy signature of a single living being. Instant transmission required locking onto a target's key to use. Without a lock, he couldn't jump. Brilliant, Chun Mo gritted out. He had learned instant transmission less than 3 minutes ago, and someone had already sealed it with a countermeasure. The universe truly gave no quarter. He turned his head. A small, thin alien floated at the edge of the barrier. Gray skin, no nose, a pair of short, backward curving horns atop its head. It wore the standard issue battle armor of the Frisia Force with a special emblem on its chest. Scouter reading 18,000. 18,000. A battle power that couldn't even withstand a single finger from Chun Mo. Yet this grunt with a power level under 20,000 had teleported Chun Mo, with a base power of 4 million, from the planet's surface into space. You? Chun Mo stared at it. The gray-skinned alien pressed its palms together, sweat beading on its forehead. Maintaining the barrier and the teleportation was clearly a massive drain. Sorry, it said, weakly transmitting its voice through key vibration. I'm just following orders. The general said to move the guy standing in front of the Dragon Balls away. No need to kill him. Just needed to stall him. For 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Chun Mo's heart sank. 3 minutes was enough for the Frisia Force to reach the altar and use the remaining 2 wishes in Namekian. No, they didn't know Namekian. Wait. He suddenly remembered what Taish had said. The Frisia Force had ruled over 70% of the northern galaxy for decades. Namek had been invaded during Frisia's time. Did the Force have a translator who understood Namekian? Yes, they definitely did. Frisia had spent so much time on Namek back then it was impossible that he didn't have at least one advisor who spoke Namekian. These low-ranking officers had scattered after Frisia's death and were now being rallied and recalled. It was perfectly normal for 1 or 2 language experts to be among them. Chun Mo's scalp prickled. He had been outmaneuvered, not by some brilliant strategist, but by the Force's systematic operations. Scouts find the Dragon Balls, report the coordinates, special forces teleport away obstacles, translators make the wishes. For an interstellar military organization that had operated for decades, this procedure didn't require on-the-spot command. The standard operations manual likely contained a contingency plan for encountering Dragon Ball-class strategic resources. He had underestimated the Frisia Force. So what if he had a power of 400 million? 100-fold Kaioken. Instant transmission. A single special forces soldier with a power of 18,000 combined with an organized tactical execution could nullify all his advantages. Master Rose's first lesson echoed in his ears again. Even an ant has its way of living. Now those words were being thrown back in his face. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Can't panic. Break the barrier first. He raised his hand and fired a key blast. A white sphere slammed into the barrier's inner wall, causing a ripple, but the barrier remained unmoved. It's useless, the gray-skinned alien said, wiping its forehead. My barrier can withstand attacks up to a power of 200 million. Your key blasts are strong, but you're not in that red-enhanced state right now. You can't break it. It even knew about the Kaioken. The Frisia Force's intelligence-gathering capabilities were indeed formidable. Chun Mo didn't waste another word. He clenched his right fist. Threefold Kaioken. A red aura enveloped his body. One punch. The barrier shattered. The gray-skinned alien spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with its string cut. The backlash from the barrier's collapse sent it into unconsciousness. Chun Mo ignored it. The moment the barrier vanished, all the ki in the universe flooded into his perception range. New Namek, about 2,000 kilometers below him. Purunga's ki. Gone. The golden pillar of light had vanished. The colossal figure circling in the sky was no longer there. Chun Mo's heart sank to the bottom. But he didn't have time to confirm, because in the same second his perception spread, he saw another situation. Trunks. A golden aura flickered within a mass of thick black mist like a lamp about to be extinguished in a storm. The Super Saiyan's ki was rapidly diminishing. And at the center of that black mist, Shigura's ki was steady, immense, and filled with killing intent. Absolute darkness. In that dark domain, the Super Saiyan transformation was meaningless. You couldn't see your opponent, couldn't sense their ki, and Shigura was a Namekian naturally adapted to dark environments. Trunks was being beaten one-sidedly. Chun Mo didn't hesitate. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Lock on target, Trunks' ki. Instant transmission. The universe folded before his eyes. The next second he appeared within the black mist. Absolute darkness, unable to see his hand in front of his face. Vision was completely useless, but ki perception was unaffected. Trunks was 15 meters to his left, and behind him his energy chaotic in a half-kneeling posture. Shigura was 7 meters directly in front of him, his right fist ready to deliver the final blow to Trunks. Chun Mo didn't speak, didn't shout a technique, made no extraneous movements. A red aura exploded in the darkness like a flare ignited in the deep sea. One kick. It struck Shigura's side. A force of 50 million struck a body exhausted by days of intense combat. Shigura didn't even have time to react. He was kicked out of the black mist, tumbling through space into the distance. The black mist quickly dissipated without its caster. The light of 3 suns once again illuminated this region of space. Chun Mo. Trunks looked up, blood matting his golden hair, his left arm broken, his face covered in bruises. Don't talk yet, Chun Mo said, grabbing Trunks by the shoulder. 2 fingers pressed to his forehead. Lock on new Namek surface, Great Elder's Hall. Instant transmission. Both vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, their feet were on the stone tiles of the hall's plaza. Chun Mo released Trunks and swept his gaze over the altar. 7 Dragon Balls. All of them had turned to stone. Dull gray, lusterless common spheres lying quietly on the altar's base. The wishes had already been made. All 3 wishes used. Chunemo stood before the altar staring at the 7 stone balls silent for a full 5 seconds. Damn it. He forced the word out through clenched teeth. The plaza was empty. All of Shigura's subordinates who had been knocked back by his earlier ki wave were gone. The Frisia Force's advance team was nowhere to be seen. He looked up at the sky. In space, the once-dense fleet of the Frisia Force was retreating at maximum power. Thousands of warships scattered like a startled school of fish jumping into warp tunnels within seconds. They had gotten what they wanted, and then they ran. The entire operation was clean and efficient from the scout, sending the coordinates to the special forces, teleporting Chun-Mo away to the translator, making the wishes to the full retreat. All in under 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Smoother than a military drill. Chun-Mo crouched by the altar and reached out to touch one of the petrified Dragon Balls. It was cold and rough, no different from a roadside stone. What did they wish for? Chun-Mo's voice was flat. Trunks leaned against a stone pillar of the hall, enduring the agony of his broken arm, and shook his head. I was fighting Shigura in space the whole time. I didn't see anything. Chun-Mo closed his eyes. Teish had said the Force's true goal was to resurrect King Cold. 3 wishes. The first, resurrect King Cold. He didn't know what the second and third were. They might have been to restore King Cold's full power or to teleport him to a safe location. But that wasn't what infuriated him most. What infuriated him most was that he had intended to use the second wish to revive No. 17, and the third wish to revive Dend. Dend, the Namekian on Earth of the Dragon Clan. If Dend came back to life, he could remake the Earth's Dragon Balls. With the Earth's Dragon Balls, he could revive Gohan, Yamcha, Tin, Shin, and Kaiatsu. All the Z fighters who had died in the android rampage. This was the plan he had mapped out before leaving. Now it was all ruined. The Namekian Dragon Balls would take a full year to restore after turning to stone. 1 year. No. 18 would come out of the hyperbolic time chamber in 10 days. Cell had consumed a massive number of creatures in the demon realm with a power over 800 million and could return at any time. Demeanor 4 billion. Broly beyond reason. King Cold freshly resurrected. And his reinforcement plan, reviving the Z fighters, had been destroyed in 3 minutes by a group of grunts with power levels under 100,000. Chun-Mo sat on the altar steps, hands on his knees, head bowed. Trunks had never seen Chun-Mo wear such an expression. Ever since he had known Chun-Mo, the man was always smiling, always had a plan, always found a way out of hopeless situations. But now he just sat there, head down, silent. Chun-Mo, Trunks hesitated. The Dragon Balls will recover in a year. We still have a chance. A year. Chun-Mo looked up, cutting him off. Trunks, do you think this universe is going to give us a peaceful year? Trunks couldn't find the words. Cell, Demeanor, Broly, King Cold. Any one of them could destroy Earth 10 times over in that year. Chun-Mo stood up. He walked to the altar, bent down, and picked up the 7 petrified Dragon Balls one by one, placing them into a capsule. What are you doing? Trunks was startled. Taking them, Chun-Mo said, pocketing the capsule. What if someone finds them here? They'll turn back in a year. Until they do, I'm not letting a single one out of my sight. Trunks opened his mouth, then finally nodded. Chun-Mo secured the Dragon Balls, cracked his neck, and looked toward space. The Frisia Force's fleet had completely disappeared into warp tunnels. Shigura, after being kicked away, was also nowhere to be seen. The whole of New Namek fell silent. 3 suns hung high. The green grasslands undulated in the wind. An illusion of peace. Back to Earth, Chun-Mo said, walking over to Trunks and placing a hand on his shoulder. How? The spaceship's energy is depleted. No need for the ship. Chun-Mo raised his right hand, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. He closed his eyes. His perception crossed tens of thousands of light years, and on the other side of the galaxy, he locked onto an extremely faint, almost undetectable key. Master Roshi, the key of Earth's guardian. Hold on tight. Trunks placed his hand on Chun-Mo's shoulder. Instant transmission. The image of New Namek shattered and dissolved in his vision. The next second, their feet landed on the white tiles of the lookout. Mr. Popo was crouched by a flower bed watering the plants. When he saw the 2 battered figures appear out of thin air, his watering can dropped to the ground. The Dragon Balls are gone, Chun-Mo said, releasing Trunks, his tone clipped. The Frisia Force made all 3 wishes and resurrected King Cold. Purunga is petrified. It'll recover in a year. Mr. Popo's mouth fell open. Master Rose's voice came from deep within the hall, I heard. The old man in sunglasses emerged from behind the door, leaning on his staff. His expression was unreadable, but the rhythm of his staff tapping on the tiles was noticeably faster than usual. King Cold is resurrected. Master Roshi stood at the hall's entrance. Most likely. How strong? Base form around 120 million. If he can transform like Frisia, his final form would be incalculable. Master Roshi was silent for a moment. What about the one in the hyperbolic time chamber? Chun-Mo knew he was asking about. No. 18. 9 days left. Master Roshi nodded and said no more. Chun-Mo walked to the edge of the lookout, standing above the clouds, looking down at the blue earth. The capsule with the 7 petrified Dragon Balls was hard against his thigh in his pocket. 1 year. He needed to survive this year. No Dragon Balls, no reinforcements, no Gohan, no Dend. Just himself, a time traveler with a base power of 4 million and a limit burst of 400 million. along with a Super Saiyan, an old man who had just become Earth's guardian, and a Yandere girlfriend who might snap at any moment to withstand the malice of the entire universe. Chunimo pulled out a scouter and turned on the screen. In the bottom left corner of the screen, a familiar red that was pulsing slowly at the location of the hyperbolic time chamber. No. 18. Her energy reading was steady, as if she was resting. But Chunimo knew this calm was only temporary. When that door opened in 9 days, what awaited him was either a kiss or a punch. Most likely a punch first, then a kiss. And then he would have to tell her that no. 17 wasn't revived, the Dragon Balls were gone, and they had to wait another year. Chunimo thought about that scene, and suddenly felt that King Cold and the others weren't so terrifying anymore. After all, King Cold could only kill him once. No. 18 would kill him 100 times.